All right, hello everyone. Seb here. Super excited for this talk we're gonna have. I'm joined with four known figures of the coaching scene in Dota. We have Moon Meander, Astini, AUI,
Yeah.
and Blitz.
No.
Would you guys agree to say that you guys are probably the most established and successful coaches in the scene? It's me saying it, so you don't have to take the credit for it.
Probably missing Silent, right?
Silent CY.
Yeah.
All right,
Shall
who
we-
would we add? Okay, if we could extend the couches, who would we get?
Shout Silent CY.
Right. Yeah, Shoutouts actually got back into coaching recently. He took a
Yeah.
break. Yeah.
Furtado.
Yeah.
I need to defend SA, you know?
Yeah,
I
true,
need to
true.
fight for my region.
Fair enough.
Bulba.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, actually, where is Bobes?
Yeah. That's
Of
kind of
course.
messed up that we all
That
forgot
is messed up.
Yeah.
He was last. We got cast before Bola. That's sad.
I mean, he's so established that you tend to forget. This is the first time, at least, I'm going to have a conversation focused on coaching mostly. So I'm excited for that. I guess I can start by asking, and we can take turns for that. How did you end up coaching? What was either the trigger point, or did it happen knowingly? Was it a consequence of something? So how was it for you?
Well, it started with TSM. I felt like I knew this was going to be my last year of playing because I was laning in Saberlight and lanes weren't going so well, but it's mostly because of me. They call it the best friends lane.
You take the blame.
I take the blame because, laning wasn't that great and we were the best friends lane because our network was so similar. And afterwards, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to coach after this.
All right. So Saberlight made you coach.
Yes, bing bong.
Okay, good. What about you?
I was a team owner. It was a really small team, like tier 3 team in SA. I was investing on it. And I wanted to hire Duster. And he said, I'll just go to the team if you're the coach. Because he knew my ideas. We talked a bit about Dota. And that's how I first began.
For me, it's back in the day, if you didn't qualify for a tournament, you would go coach another team. So I didn't qualify for TI6, so I went to coach Team Secret. It's really bad. It was a bad run, but that's how I started coaching.
I was living in Berlin at the time, casting for Join Dota, and I think I was up at you remember when you had to have a ticket to watch a game? I had an MDL ticket or something, and it was 3 a.m. and Kuro messaged me and was like, "Hey, can I party with you so that I can bum watch it?" So then I was like, "Okay, sure, why not?" And then we were just watching the game together and texting or typing on Steam. And then I think maybe an hour later, he said, "Do you want to come coach our team?" And I said, I've never coached before. I don't know what I'm going to offer you and stuff. And he's like, "We'll figure it out. It'll be fine." And I was like, "Okay." And so then I said, "Screw it, why not?"
So many different stories, actually. And I guess, if we, start, diving into the conversation, what would you guys, obviously, I'm sure there are things you guys are not going to be able to share today, even though I'm going to try to ask the questions. But I guess we can all agree to say that coaching has been an open field where there were maybe not so many examples or at least public examples of what coaching a team implies. So what was your guys' approach to that? As in, did you go in with preset ideas on, hey, this is what I want to do as a coach, or was it more of a discovering what had to be done? Different teams, different experiences. What do you guys think about this aspect of things?
You don't have where to look to know what to do, right? So you just trying to solve the problems that they come up with the team. To a point that now when I join a team, I know the problems that there will be, so I try to offer solutions before I'm dealing with the fire, So kind of that's how it progressed. I think before I was looking too much outside of the game, trying to have a schedule, good environment, and then it evolved to let's play Dota 2. And now that my team really knows Dota 2, I'm going all the way back to we just need to be on good mindset.
If you had to give me a percentage of how much is about Dota and how much is not about Dota?
I think right now it's 90% not about Dota.
Okay.
But when it began, with Pari, it was 90% Dota.
Yeah.
But now we have established ideas, so it's keeping a good mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Our team is 50-50. I realized in life when you coach, some players, you just gotta let them cook. Some players, they're more malleable. You work with them closer. But the most important thing I would say is syncing up the ideas. I think that's my biggest role on the team.
To make the team kind of come together as a unit?
Yeah, because if everyone's cooking their own shit at the same time, it's gonna be a disaster. Sometimes first day of scrims, first couple days of scrims, always rough like that. And I always like to just observe, and then by the end of the boot camp, I like to tie everyone together.
Any recipe?
Yeah, I think it's sort of weird because I think like coaches don't really know what the correct thing is to do. Like I don't know what the other coaches do. And it also depends, like it's a bit of a black box. Like you just put some stuff in and you don't know what's right for your team, and you have to adjust based on what your team needs at any given time. Like Christina was talking about, I think. So it's like a lot of times it's sort of random, I think, what coaches need to do each time, or like what specific time on their team.
Yeah, I mean, I had no idea what I was doing. I figured the only thing I'd care about was like build culture. So it's like be on time, keep your area clean, be respectful. I think I told the guys, like, if you ever yell at me or if I ever yell at you, we should just be done. Like, I'd never want to yell ever to get my point across. And if you guys do it to each other too, like, that was like a big thing for me. And then over time, it just gets like easier and easier because our team's pretty complete people. Like, they're kind of clowns, but like they're good people at heart. So Dota-wise, I mean, they kind of handle themselves because we have Boxy. And Nisha's really intelligent about the game. I mean, they all are. So I probably have the easiest job out of because I have like 50 people on my team. So
As like the role of coach, like if like I guess in terms of like how you're mentioning how I guess in every team like the staff kind of evolved, right? There's like more people around teams, like in average. How did that change things?
I mean, I knew I always wanted a second coach for sure. And then Jabs made it easier because, I mean, he just is a much better Dota player than I am. I'm never going to be as good as either of these guys. Like, this guy won a TI. This guy played in a major finals, like, and won a major. I forgot. You guys, like, I don't know, gee, my bad. I actually forgot about that era.
That's crazy.
And so, like, I'm never going to compete at that level, right? And I will never understand Dota at that level. So I need to hire somebody that does to be able to talk with the guys and force ideas. And then I figured the next evolution of that is, like, we can split that duty. We can have somebody that focuses on our gameplay and then another guy that focuses on enemy gameplay. And it just makes it, like, easier and easier for our jobs. It just means that instead of having to like do 14-hour days, you can do like 6 really good hours of like work per person, and it just feels kind of nice to be able to split that up.
What is the if you had to name one, the biggest challenge about coaching, what would it be? Whether it is on what you face or how you feel, whatever it is really, like your biggest challenge with coaching.
For me, is losing confidence on strategies. Like you can win 20 series in a row, you drop one and you feel like you don't understand Dota, that you're outdated, that you need to change everything. And it's hard for me as a coach like to fight the players on this.
So yourself losing the confidence or like as a group?
The players usually.
Okay.
And I still kind of believe it works, but like one bad experience kind of throws all the work down.
You guys thinking about it?
I would say I would say the biggest challenge is keeping the consistency. After we take a long break, we come back and like we're not very like in sync again, and it's very hard to build all of that back. I don't know why, but after like 1 month break, all stuff gets forgotten, and the challenge is just to build it brick by brick again.
You think is it like related to the game, or is it more of a like how to approach like in a the mindset going into it?
I actually feel like because during the break people play pubs, and I feel like sometimes too much pubs brainwashes you. Then you just go back to all the bad habits from pubs when competitive, like you said earlier, it's very different. So takes away a lot.
Consistency.
Yeah.
I think for us it's like motivation because we just won TI, we've won some lands now, and so like it gets harder because they're spoiled, right? Like we pay them better, there's better conditions. That's like trying to convince them to continue to like want this, I guess. Both of your guys' teams help a lot in that because you guys like all chat us all the time, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, we're so annoying. It's good for you guys.
Yes, it's actually helpful. I never complain about it. Like either their team slay, if you see, I've never tweeted about his or his because for me it's good internal motivation, right? I know it's not personal. Like when Maureen alt chats are like
so annoying though.
So if you get annoyed by it.
I get annoyed by it. Like apparently I'm annoyed.
We think it's like we put our nose down. We're like, there's no way we can let these guys beat us. And when you guys are beating our ass, it felt so bad.
But like whoever watching at home, they should praise us for making this because we bringing hype to the competition. We want Liquid to perform their best. That's why we do this.
It really.
We love you guys. That's why we trash talk.
No troll. Like, it actually helps. It really does help our team. It's one of the things that I can point to and be like, guys, look at these guys. Like they think you're trash. They think you've like overcome. It's your speech. Like how dare they?
Oh my God! Don't bring this up.
We watch that video once a month.
No, I know. Insania told me that. That's so bad. I see. Okay. And what about you, AI? Like, if you had to name the biggest challenge for you?
I think it's like a bit of cultural gaps in approaching Dota. 'Cause my team's like very multi-international, and like just how they talk to each other, or like how they want to talk about the game or introduce ideas. Sometimes it like changes, and where they pull their ideas from is also, it's really weird. Like sometimes we'll have like something the team has fully agreed on, and someone will just come with a new idea that's like completely opposite, and it'll just come from nowhere. And sometimes they'll be right, but like it's just like bridging that and like making sure everyone gets on the same page with it. It's pretty hard, I think.
Like the process of implementing it or
Yeah,
discussing it.
it's like really random. I don't know.
Do you notice like the generational gap? Because you have like some of the youngest to like oldest players, right?
I mean, sort of like because we have like, so we call them the youngs and the olds. So it's like
Wait, who's like in the middle then?
Skitter's in the middle because he's like an old, but he acts like a young.
Okay.
So it's like Maureen and Amar are the youngs, and then it's like me, Crit, and Snake were the olds, and Skitter's like, he should be an old, but
Okay.
he hasn't developed properly.
All right.
So, but yeah, there's a little bit of that. I'm not sure. It's just like I don't even think it's a bad thing. It's just stressful sometimes.
Yeah.
That's all.
Do you feel like you can relate or like connect as easily with the olds or the youngs? Like, or like, it doesn't matter. You probably must have learned to do both, but
I mean, we've been a team for quite a while. I mean, not as long as Liquid, but like, so I think our flow is like pretty good at this point. But there's definitely some times where like Crit will say something and we'll just be like, oh yeah, it's been like this for 10 years, and Amar's like, huh? I don't think so. Like, because honestly, Dota, like, it's weird, but like the heroes that countered heroes in like 2012, they still countered them. Like, it's always the same. Like, I can't remember who said it, but like sometimes, like if they don't know what counters on in the meta, they're like, oh, it's FNG said like, oh, I'll look back in 2015, and this is what was good for Shadowfiend. I'm like, okay. I was like, okay, well, guess I'll go look too, and same thing.
no, for sure. There is a lot of that. And you know, like I was mentioning the relationship to playing. Like obviously now some of you guys have been pro before and or played Dota in general, and probably all of you guys have less time to play Dota. I could only assume. So when you watch, I mean, I guess two questions, but like when you watch your players, like first of all, do you learn more about your own selves when you were playing or who you are as a player, and how much of your playing identity goes into it? You know what I mean? Like, are you like, are you thinking about it, or is it two different things? Like you're just being the coach right now, and it has nothing to do with how you view their play style or whatever their habits. How does that come into play? You've been a player for a while. I've been your coach actually.
Yeah.
I just remembered that.
Yeah.
So
Dude, you forgot too?
So basically, right, I do see myself in this team sometimes, like what would I do and stuff. And, you know, our team's famous for farming, and I'm famous for being like really aggressive. So sometimes I feel like we're a little too passive. So I try to implement like hey guys, you know, time to fuck them up, guys. Time to slay together, guys. Enough farming. Chill out.
So do you feel like and that comes from your own relationship to the game?
Exactly.
Okay.
My feeling like something's up, guys. They're getting too much, and you know, something's funky.
You feel the itch.
Yeah, I feel like oh,
You refrain it at times, or you just letting it in, like letting it happen.
I say it, but I say it in a more human way instead of saying like that. Like these guys are animals. I'm like, guys, I think they're farming a little too much. Something like that.
Okay, that's a nice way to
There are
put
too
it.
many animals on the map.
Yeah, like, look at all this fucking
Go catch
animals.
them.
These guys are too much, guys.
Yeah,
Down
'cause
10K, go trying to contest room. What kind of animals? Are these guys?
I don't remember you saying it this way back then. It's like, I think they're farming a little too much.
Yeah.
Just tone it down
They're
just a
fine
little
now.
bit.
I saw Neta recently with Midas Octarine on Abaddon. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every game. Midas, Blink, Octarine.
You guys have both had Neta. I guess actually
Neta
all three
too.
of all three of us have had Neta. We've had the Neta
I
experience.
think I work well with him
we know
because
where
we
he's going
balance it
next.
out.
Then we know where he's going next, I guess.
He does the.
Welcome that.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you, DM.
Thank you, Dia.
Sorry, I shouldn't break the news. But what about you guys? Like, how much of the playing, how much of the player is in the coach? What do you guys think?
For me, the problem is I get too excited like by watching 9-class gameplay. So I always get like a low priority because I'm like, I'm gonna play Slark 4, I'm ready. And then I just get flamed. Oh, now I learned TB. I just go and try to sunder people, and then I fail.
Then
and
reports.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the problem. But I'd say like, especially me and 9-class in the sense we do really well together because I like the unconventional ideas. Like the crazier it sounds, the more likely I'm trying to make it work. So sometimes I'm like, I want to try Arc Warden 4 to see if it works, and if it works, I'm gonna tell him in this sense. So yeah, I'm getting to the crazy ideas. It's cool, but low priority is not that cool.
He should play them for you by the sound of it, but okay.
I don't think I necessarily play less pubs as a coach. I think it just depends like what your role is as coach. Because I think for my team, I'm more in charge of like our Dota identity than probably most teams. But it just depends like on the meta, and like a lot of times I've like adjusted based on player feedback. Like we'll steal something from Paravision. And they're like, oh, let's adjust it to play more like this, or like we'll see how like Liquid, like for me, like how they team fight or something, like we'll look at that and we'll just always want to do that. And I don't know, for me, like you guys were talking about like pubs aren't real Dota, but for our team it's like sort of opposite. Like we think what happens in pubs is the most important, and like how we play the game is like that is real Dota to us. So it's like you can even see like even in how we approach as coaches, it'll be like a bit different. It's not like either side's necessarily wrong, it's just our mentality is different.
Yeah, which also makes for different teams and different approaches.
Yeah, I think that's just how it goes. Because again, like no coaches really know what other coaches or teams, how they operate, right?
Yeah.
Like the only thing that we definitely know is how Neta operates, 3 of us. And like,
Coming soon?
and soon to be you. So that's all we got.
Do you
Yeah.
feel like sharing?
Yeah, we can tell you.
something
All
off
3 of
your
us can
chest?
tell you beforehand, but that's it.
You know what's really funny? I remember after TI, I asked you about Neta, you gave me info, and then you asked me about Neta, so I passed you info.
Good.
Hey, I need some info.
He's very smart about the game. Very smart. Yeah, that's all I got. I can't say more than that, but they know.
Midas? Octarine?
Radiance? Radiance is high.
There was no Radiance this time. But
Yeah.
Midas? Octarine?
Ancient stacks.
Refresher.
Ancient stacks. Yeah. Word cloud must be like ancient stacks. If you get to like say how many things like Neta says, it's got to be like near the top.
It is good.
I
Call
mean,
Midas Wave, stack Midas Camp.
for me, I mean, I only play mid. Like I've never played any other roles in Dota, and so like I know mid heroes still. Like I still play the game sometimes. I play like party. Actually, I just started grinding with Zai. He's back on the party unranked, so you might catch us if you guys want to unranked. So like, and I always play mobile heroes. So like the pucks, the storms, like that type. And so, like Curtis said, like the matchups are pretty cyclical. The stuff that annoyed me back then is still annoying now, and so that part is pretty easy for me to understand. And so it's pretty easy for me to talk to Nisha about like mid heroes and like things that we see. Sometimes he's a little bit stubborn because he's way better than me, and I just have to kind of like work at it. But that's like the only thing identity-wise, because I was a very passive player as a pro, whereas like my team is, they're especially I think Boxy embodies our team a lot. He just boxes. He's in there to fight. So in that way, it's a bit different. But in the mid-hero pool, I think it's by far the most influence. I had a question.
Yeah.
For you as well. What was like your favorite moment as a coach? Like, what's the moment that you think about the most that you were like, this was peak?
Good question. I mean, the obvious ones would be the wins, I guess, or like the the moments that.
Yeah.
Because I also realized that some of the memories that you get are also kind of built from the content that's out there. They're not entirely your own. Does that make sense? So maybe these are the most vivid ones, but the ones I'm the most proud of are probably the bouncing back moments, whether when the team was really in trouble or they were like really hardship, and they were like, because I think, yeah, now that there's distance with things, I can look back and say, well, that was really, maybe that was the win actually. That's when the win was decided, or these kind of moments. So I remember some rough boot camps or really rough sequences. At the moment, we didn't realize what was going on, but later on we were like, okay, well, this is probably, if it happened at any time, then it was that day or that night or whatever. So yeah, that would probably be it. What about you guys? Like, obviously it's an ongoing journey for you guys, but is there a moment?
Actually, I can remember like the distinct moment is when, like you said, the rough times. Like when you overcome the rough times, the shit boot camp, people are beefing. You solve that beef, and we come back from like a huge like shitty group stage into like winning the event. That's like probably like where you help settle the beef, get them outside, make them shake their hands, talk about it. Then you see the fruit of your labor. I think that's like one of the best times of coaching.
No, that really resonated with me. Like when you overcome the tough times, something good. I remember there's a time doing a TI-11. Like we worked really hard for this tournament. We came in and we felt like there was a lot of pressure on us. The stuff we're trying to avoid. We actually lost a group stage game to you guys, TSM, and our team was just like, like we were like so mad. And Saxa just stood up and he just made a speech that like sort of encapsulated everything we had worked on in boot camp. Like, guys, like, why is there pressure on us? Like, this is what we know, what we worked on, the work's already done. We just have to like calm down, do everything. It was like everything we had talked about as a team together with myself as coach. And that actually made me really happy because after that, the team was able to like get into the right mentality, and it was like a good tournament for us from there on. But like just seeing like the work that we put in come together like that, and then having someone else do the actual job for me where they were able to make the speech and like rally everyone, that was really nice.
What about you, Steve? Is there like a moment that, you know,
Moment that
stands
I
out?
remember a lot is like TI in Seattle. We did top 8 with Nouns. We beat TSM somehow. We were the best in 18. When
All about
during
TSM.
during the season, we were like the 3rd NA team, so we struggled to qualify. Till like last major, we managed to qualify, and then like being top NA team, this was really like good experience, gratifying. And then when we entered the arena, like everyone was chanting for us. We were like Team USA in the USA. It was an amazing moment. I was telling Blitz, it's sad it lasts like 40 minutes. It's like we lost twice to Gladiators in 20 minutes, something like 30 to 40 minutes. That's how it lasts. But still, it was one of the best days even with the loss. Because I feel like it's about what everyone talk about, like all the struggles you had. Because like we changed player after the last major. Like our position, our carry became our position 5. We put Hector in the team. It was like a full year struggling to build a team, and then like this top 8 meant a lot. Like the first LAN we attended, we won, which was the Bangkok one. It was amazing, yes, but it's like, oh, we just started, we win. You know, we didn't go through like hard times together. Then it didn't feel like, let's say, as good as a top 8 where we struggle a full year.
It actually, like, I was listening to you guys and I was thinking, you know, we always talk about your role and how you help the players and all of that, but can you find help when you need help? Because as everybody else, you have your doubts, you mentioned it, like self-confidence, doubts, whatever. Do you have help if you need it? Do you even consider that you also deserve help at times, you know, because maybe you don't even think about it, but.
Yeah. I'll talk to my wife,
All right.
stuff, you know, family.
So you can turn to people also
Yeah.
with all the weight that you have
Yeah.
on your shoulders.
Sometimes I feel like I'm doubting myself too. I watch my old TI6 replay,
Good.
OG
Nice.
days.
Nice.
Or, you know,
Moon me under
us,
that
you know, that TI we beat Shard Squeezy. So you eliminated us, but we eliminated Shard Squeezy, so we were the second NA team. So, you know, something watching those games. You know. And then in the major finals, we lost against you guys.
So there are people you can turn to
Yeah.
in case of doubts. That's cool. How about you guys? Like, you feel like you're getting help also sometimes when you need it, or?
Yeah, I think my team internally has always been really supportive. And me and Aiden and Sani are the closest in age, and so like we've always like built the team together in a way. And so anything that really annoys him, he can talk to me. And I don't usually like talking to players about problems, but I think he's a bit unique because we kind of built things together. And then probably like random people like Bulba and David and I will always support each other. I remember we had a chat at Stockholm Major, like when we were down low, and you told me like things don't always work out when you want them to, but eventually they will if you like keep going at it. So stuff like that for me is always like pretty inspirational. Like seeing you guys make your runs and stuff like that. AUI, who I've known for 16 years now, watching him succeed at the highest level was always really inspiring for me too. Like I remember we ran into each other in like Dota 1 pub, like when he was like 15 and I was like 18. Like, dude, we knew each other. I've known him for more than half my life
This is
now.
the person I've known the longest in the Dota scene, for
Yeah.
sure.
And so like watching him be able to like climb from that
Oh, that's messed up. Why'd you say that?
into like winning TI, and I thought that was one of like, I never told you that, but I thought that was one of the coolest things that like I've ever got to see firsthand. It was so inspirational for me personally that like somebody I personally knew that accomplished that at that high level, and then he went on to do what I wanted to, is coach at the highest level, and he did such a good job with it that I thought moments like that for me are like really self-referential. I'm able to like internalize that and be like, wow, like if he can do it.
Could do it.
No, no. But I always knew Curtis was like way smarter and way more talented than me in those kinds of things. Like, and he was a harder worker. So seeing those things like put into play like really motivated me a lot.
And what about you, AUI? Do you feel like you can get the help when you need it?
Yeah, I mean, my support structure for Dota has always been pretty external to Dota. Like, I don't talk to that many people in Dota, but yeah, I mean,
You're good?
I'm good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I mean, I have to worry about the coaches too, because I feel like
Of course, that's
nobody
good.
worries about them.
That's
you know?
so true.
What?
Nobody
People
worries
should worry
about
about the coaches more.
Oh yeah, we
We're
have
so
such hard
important,
lives.
yeah.
No, I know.
We're so
That's why
important.
But who makes the clown laugh, right? Who's worried about the coach?
I'm worried about the coaches, guys. Like, this is what this is all about. This is a coaching therapy session, you know? Like,
Holy.
this is what this is about. Precisely. How do you feel about the state of Dota right now? Just in general. Like, I don't mean very specifically, but just, you know, the direction that the game is taking. Like, it could be, you know, it could be bad, it could be good, it could be nothing. It's just what it is. Like, any educated opinion on the state of Dota?
I think it's pretty chill. I
Yeah.
feel like there's no set defined play style. You could just be a team that, you know, doesn't stack, just runs to them all the time and is viable. Could also be a team that just AFK farms and punishes people. Both strats are viable, I feel.
Do you like when things are...
Yeah, I like when
Diverse.
everything's on the table
Okay.
and like the best team wins. And whoever executes their strategy to the T with the best drafts, you know, I like it like that way.
Sounds hype.
For me, it's a 8 out of 10 because the game is like on perfect state. It was never so good. Like with facets, the old counters from maybe 10 years ago, it's changing a bit. You have way more options. You have like, it's kind of, you have double the heroes, or it will get to this point when everything's balanced. I just don't like that we won too many tournaments and every strategy we did was nerfed. Literally every strategy. So now we're struggling, but Dota itself, it's perfect.
Yeah, I personally don't really like the direction Dota's gone right now. It's gonna be like a really boomer take.
I love boomer takes.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I'm
Like
here
it's just
for.
a boomer of me.
Give me
Like
the boomer
I'm
take.
fine with like as a competitive like game, it's like really good right now. But I just for me like they put a lot of farm around the edge of the map and they made the map bigger and like you can run at your opponents, but I'm not sure for me. Like it's just like a conceptual thing. Like I just don't like the concept of farm being on the edge of the map. That's all. So
Not like gameplay related, because I think you guys covered that. But one thing that I wish there were more of were just like LANs in general. I kind of feel like the online tournaments begin to like blur together at some point, and I feel like once you've won a lot of things and a lot of LANs and stuff like that, and once like you've won TI, like you guys will understand what that feels like in a bit, hopefully. It feels like a little bit empty, like the drive to like want to be like, okay guys, let's get it for like online tournament number 15 or like studio event number 12 with no crowd. Because for me, like what defines my favorite moments are with the crowd, right? Dota with an audience is just so much cooler than Dota without an audience. It's a different game entirely. Like there's no nerves, you know, when you're playing in a studio set. You're just kind of, you don't really think about the money or anything like that. But when you hear the crowd and you hear people going crazy, it kind of like crystallizes in your brain, like this is a big deal. And that's one of the cool things, because like every tournament, you know, everybody here is financially fine. And so like playing for X amount of money is like whatever, going to a studio. But I wish there were more LANs, like 2 or 3 more LANs a year. I travel for no problem.
Hope that these words landed in the right ear. That's all right. Well, thanks for sharing. I think it was good. Lots of insights. I learned a lot from you guys. So thank you for that. I wish you the best of luck. Not too much luck. I think your teams are already performing well enough. So maybe leave the luck for the other ones. But wish you the best for the upcoming tournaments anyway, guys.
Thanks for hosting.
Yeah. Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you.
It's been
My
very
pleasure.
therapeutic.
All right.
This land is calling.
Good morning and welcome to another day of Dota here at the Esports World Cup 2025. It's going to be an absolute pleasure to bring you some more action. Yesterday, we did see the conclusion of what happened for Group A and Group B, but today there's still some more action, still some more placements to be decided for both Group C and D. And joining me in this journey is going to be none other than BSJ and Lacoste. Brian, I feel like I have to start with you. I haven't got to work with you yet this event.
Yeah. They didn't get my memo for this one, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was inevitable that we would have to work together.
Yeah, the odds eventually lined up, but nice to be here with you, Nat. All jokes aside.
Oh, all right. I'm glad. And
Wait,
Lacoste, yeah, we've already
talked about it off camera.
Okay, off camera. But yeah, we've done a couple already. Lacoste, is there anything that you're excited to see today now that we've had 3 days of Dota?
I want to see like in which direction the meta is going to shift, especially for the offlaners. We had like good amount of auras being built. We had like some underlords. We had some ogres. We had some undyings from the offlane, but we also had these like blink initiators, blink stuns. We had good amounts of centaur as well. I think most of the teams are leaning towards the aura, but it also depends. But I would say it's not as farm heavy in terms of like how you're approaching some of these offlaners. But I also want to see some of the other offlaners. Like I think Lycan is going to be heavily contested when it comes down to you having two supports who are very vulnerable when it comes down to, you know, not having defense against the summons and everything. And there's a lot of those, like these Banes, these Undyings, they're really not good against Lycan. So I want to see if the teams are going to figure it out and maybe start playing Lycan.
Yeah, I like that you already have like these massive in-depth, like exactly how the last few days have been, what's kind of been new coming in. And like I said, that's only been the 3 days, right? This event is going on for a little bit. We have a pretty big schedule when it comes to Dota. A lot of other games here at Esports World Cup is only 1 week long. We've still got that 2-week format. It's a lot of enjoyment for us to get to have 2 weeks here. But if you guys wanted to check out some other games of what's happening over the 7 weeks here, we can have a look. We're also sharing the stage with Valorant right now. I know Apex, they began theirs yesterday. Rem is about to conclude theirs for week 1 as well. But of course, week 2, I'm not going to say what the first one is there in the list of week 2, but we'll also be there week 3, week 4, and so on and so forth. So definitely make sure that you guys check some out. And here it is, a little bit more of a deeper look at the week 1 schedule exactly. And they're happening over on the biggest stages. We're like on this secondary stage, having our group stage here. It still looks just as beautiful though. But yeah, anything that you wish you could catch, Brian, if you weren't working?
I mean, every year it's really funny to see like the different arenas they have in place, like the battle royale arenas, the fighter game arenas, even the I really like going to the studio for the racing games.
Yeah,
it is just funny to see. I don't know, it's just very different vibe than Dota as a whole, and also like. Half the time when we're in the green room and we hear all these shooter games like Valorant and CSGO and stuff, like we'll be back there and Dota players are very used to just being zen, and then you hear this like,
yeah,
this is what we need in Dota. Like I think that we need a little bit of that energy.
You need that energy so that you can take down the club championship.
That is right.
We had the scoring there as well for placements, but there's the overarching, right? You can get club points per game, per title, but also it accumulates to the club prizing of overall all of these 7 weeks what it comes to. And first place, I mean, that is a whopping amount of sum that club gets to take for themselves.
It is an insane amount of money, and it's also very, very good for the overall scene, like the way you can, you know, it's just good for the whole esports ecosystem.
Dude, Virtus.pro from Dota, they're representing today. That's the series we're going to be on, and they're leading the points right now. Look at that.
Dang, VP, yeah, they're up there. Vitality as well. Like we said, Rem is concluding today, so they've got a couple more points for themselves throughout the clubs. What are you looking at?
BMW, M-Team, Redline, Red Bull, Sim Racing. This is what I want to cast, to say the full name every single time. There was another team on there, but
they had the Williams. They had the Williams first seat racing. Yeah, that's a hefty one. I'm glad that we can shorten teams to be like VP or P Vision. It's just nice to, you know, to go the whole hog there with it. But we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves as well, right? I've talked about what's been happening overall here at the Esports World Cup, all of these events that are going on, but it's been very different for Dota so far. We've broken up the format, we've had some changes, so luckily for you, we've got a video to explain it all.
Dota is back at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams will battle it out for their share of the $3 million prize pool. Teams qualified to the event in 2 different ways, through their performance at the EPT circuit and from the Road to Riyadh regional qualifiers. Additionally, we're welcoming back our 2024 EWC Dota champions to Riyadh. The tournament kicks off in the group stage. Our teams will be split into 4 groups, where they'll play in a round-robin format. The winners of each group qualify straight to playoffs, and the remaining teams move to the last chance elimination stage. The last chance elimination stage is a single elimination best-of-3 gauntlet-style bracket, where the teams are given their final chance to survive to the playoffs. The second place teams from the group stage start in round 2 within reach of playoffs, whereas the third and fourth place teams have to fight all the way back from round 1. 4 teams will move from the last chance stage to the playoffs. The playoff stage is a high-stakes, single elimination best-of-3 bracket, where any mistake can send your team home early. A third place decider will be played for a bigger chunk of the prize pool, as well as valuable club championship points. The grand finals match is a best-of-5 for the 2 teams that fight their way through every stage of the tournament, where only one team can remain undefeated and claim the trophy. With the pressure dialed up, the best teams in the world will fight to rise above at this year's Esports World Cup.
It's definitely a different format here where you're going through a group stage that offers a lot of advantages if you're to place well. But even if you are placing well, everything's single elimination. You still have to sit in that precipice that it's kind of like a traditional lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like because this group stage is so short, but also effectively every placement you gain in the group is skipping around a single elimination, that these games themselves are almost the beginning of a double elimination, if you see what I'm saying.
That's a good, I actually like that way of thinking about it.
Thank you.
That was good, I like it. And for some teams, it's already been concluded. I mentioned Group A and Group B. Well, they already know who's going forward to that quarterfinal for themselves. In Group A, it was Team Spirit. They really got to jump ahead. They get to miss out on that first elimination phase. Na'Vi, Extreme, and Talon, though, they'll definitely be finding themselves in a little bit of a fight or flight situation. And for Group B, same thing, BB Team. They're going to make it all the way to playoffs. Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, and X-Creation, though, they'll be waiting for eliminations tomorrow. That's actually when our eliminations start tomorrow. Here in Group C, though, whilst some of the colors are there, it's not locked in by any means. Aurora and Tundra, right now, they're tied. 3-1 each. Yandex, Virtus.pro, they're still up in the air of who's going to be placing third, fourth, if you could potentially even make it up to a second place there. And Group D, the same thing with Liquid, P-Vision, Heroic, and Shopify. So it's interesting to see just how this Group C and D are shaping up for themselves.
Yeah, potentially, like Virtus.pro, they can't reach top 2 places in the group because they are 0 and 4 already. But then you have Aurora that do have the same score as Tundra, 3 and 1. They are not playing against each other, but we might see them play against each other, especially if both of them manage to either tie the series or if they manage to get the 2-0. So anything can happen. I would say more realistically, Aurora against Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro did not look too hot, but I think the Tundra versus Yandex this is gonna be a very interesting series because Tundra, they're still not on top of their game, I would say, and Yandex, they showed some good performances.
Yeah, before we jump into the exact matchups, we kind of want to remind everyone the tournament prize pool here as well. You know, the 13-16, they walk away with something, right? But it feels a bit of a consolation prize compared to if you're able to jump to that quarter and the baseline of what you're able to get for themselves. And of course, a quick refresher of today's schedule. We're going to be covering Aurora up against Virtus.pro, and then later for Group D, it's going to be Team Liquid up against Heroic. If you want to catch the other teams, you can head on over to Stream B because they'll be playing their games at the exact same time.
Yeah, I mean, both of these, Aurora and Team Liquid today, their responsibility is to show us exactly what we expect from them, which is to go 2-0. Team Liquid will solidify their first place in the group if they just get a 1-1. So that's pretty bare minimum. I would expect Team Liquid to do that against Heroic today. And then, yeah, Aurora, because you said they're not playing against Tundra, but they're both a 3-1. If they don't clean sweep this first series in a convincing manner, that they could very well cost themselves that first place bid and that extra round in the playoffs, effectively.
Yeah. And our match of the day is that Liquid Heroic one, right? Because we kind of ran the numbers and we thought there is a lot more on the line for Heroic, a lot more on the line for Liquid about solidifying that first place that you just mentioned, Brian. So yeah, I would tune into that one because it feels like the pressure of the conclusion of the groups is going to be a lot heavier on those two compared to our first series that we're going to start with, which is Aurora up against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, for sure. But this is also going to be, I would say, a slightly interesting one because Virtus.pro, they're still not eliminated. That's just how the groups work in the phase 1. So we'll see, because they still want to be, test things out, what works for them. And so far, things have not been working out for them. They didn't manage to get a single dub, which is a bit unfortunate for them. But yeah, if we had to, do the tier list of the teams here, I think a lot of us would put Virtus.pro somewhere at the bottom. And Aurora, this is the team that is powering up as tournament progresses. So not going to be an easy matchup for Virtus.pro by any means.
Yeah, I do feel that the scoreline for Aurora isn't extremely reflective of their performance. There was like one of the games in their series against Yandex where it was a great high ground defense from Kiyotaka's Shadow Fiend that was able to take the series 2-0. And then kind of the inverse as well, where their series against Tundra, that first game should have been theirs. That actually should have been a 2-0 for them. It was just one misplay around the mid lane that really struggled for them. It
was rough. This has to be like one of the weirdest games I've seen in a while because they were losing the game so hard. They managed to pull it back on the, I would say, Wings of Undying, who finished off Octarine. They were defending the high grounds. He's sitting there with the 5,000 HP. He respawns. They get another good fight. And then they take control of the game. But after that, they take another fight because he was kind of alone. Like, the rest of the team was not fighting with Toronto Tokyo. And then you have another fight where he's isolated. The whole squad comes in, tries to help him out. And suddenly they just lose the fight and lose the game.
I'm so distracted right now by what VT is doing.
Give it a little, he was doing that to the camera.
He was enjoying the camera, let's just say that. He was definitely enjoying it.
No, I mean, I think that, as you guys can probably hear through the mic, that is what Valorant offers in terms of the energy levels. But, I mean, for all these top-tier teams, I will say that Fear made a great point yesterday that what makes them top-tier is that sometimes they'll just win what seems like an unwinnable game. And I would put Tundra and Aurora both in that category of potential contenders moving forward in the tournament. So a lot of times it's like, there's just a lot of chaos that happens 30, 40 minutes into the game, and it does feel like teams that have no business losing are losing. And a lot of times I'm trying to give more credit to the team that's forcing that, because there's teams like Virtus.pro who, with all due respect, have kind of keeled over when they're losing. Like, it doesn't really look like they put up a fight and make the other team earn it. While even a team like Yandex, who lost to Aurora Gaming 2-0, they clearly made them work for it. And these are the type of indicators of what I think a team's longevity will look like in this tournament. So what I'm looking for from Virtus.pro today is just a little bit more resilience, a little bit more tenacity. The laning stage, I wouldn't expect it to go too heavily favored in one team or the other. But what is Virtus.pro going to do in that mid game? Because it feels like the momentum snowballed against them pretty consistently across their 4 games thus far.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the picks. The draft is going pretty quickly, which means that I would say more quickly on side of Aurora, because they're just instant picking, instant banning the heroes, which means that they have a lot of preparation. You can also see, FNG and G on screen, because these two guys, I know them for a long time, back from they're as old school pretty much as you can be in Dota scene. And G, love his interviews. Like, this guy's very sarcastic, but when it comes down to Dota, like, his knowledge is really, really good. One of the reasons why Aurora is doing so good, like, their drafts look pretty much every single time. I would say that Aurora, that they don't lose on the draft. Most of the time they have very solid drafts. Sometimes it's the mis-execution. But they open up with Shadow Fiend, which is an insanely good hero. Like, we saw him being played from 2 different roles. Kiyotaka, in one of the games, that end up the game with 23 kills on Shadow Fiend.
I'm so surprised that it got let through, knowing just how well and effective it was used against Yandex. And then when they were in the series against Tundra, that's what Tundra was banning out against them. They clearly saw it as a massive threat, when now it's like, okay, how are VP going to respond to it? They clearly don't see it the same level as threat that everyone else has.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Doom is meant to also represent a flex. It's been predominantly played carry in the recent patches, but it is still a hero that can be put off lane. These BKB piercing disables against the SF are nice and all, but I think SF is a nice right-clicking carry to have against Doom, because he doesn't usually have that much armor until much later on in the game. Any of these heroes that purely rely on BKB as their survivability, they just get absolutely chunked. Now, Venomancer is a hero that I've been raving about in the green room, other than PL, who has an amazing win rate this tournament.
16%.
Yeah,
But in your defense, there's one guy who can win with PL in this game, and that is the guy on screen right now. It is the Nightfall himself.
That man. Yeah, Venomancer is a hero that I think in professionals predominantly played support, but we have seen it rear its head a few times as offlane. And even though they did lose yesterday, Execration put on quite a convincing performance for me, like this late game Vino with like a Scotty on top of the aura items and just debuffing people. It creates this really hard to fight into lineup, but I also think that Doom and Vino are kind of countered by the same stuff. It's either the summons guys that don't mind about slows like Lycan, or Centaur in this case. Yeah. So they're I feel like Aurora Game has kind of got their number. That you got the cart against the Doom later on, so if SF's playing the right-click build, he can get saved. And
you're building into auras. There's also nothing, like there are no stuns. Whenever you have Doom in your lineup, you need to have good catch. Otherwise, they're going to be running away. And by having Centaur on your team, you are kind of taking away the Doom target from something from your Shadow Fiend, whether he's going to be played for the mid lane, or pretty much taking away Doom target from your position 1 and 2, because there's no control, and they need to have some kind of a control. I think if they need a position, they banned it themselves. I was thinking about Tusk, there's no Marcy, so they need something. They need some kind of a control. I also going to throw it out there that Antares does have the weirdest position for hero pool so far in the tournament.
Weird how.
2 games of Rubik, like, this is one of the most worthless position for heroes that there is right now. Then he's playing CK that was paired up with the Darkseer, and he's playing position 4 Axe, which is fine, but I think they are overflexing these heroes and overthinking.
And are you thinking that might be what's happening with the first 3 picks right now?
Yes.
Okay, you think there's going to be that overflex, that where we're expecting some positions, heroes to go, it might not end up that way?
yeah, for me, there's just something about the fact that instead of picking the super meta broken heroes, you're picking other stuff. Like, if it's not working for you, like, it just confuses me. These Rubik picks, like, when I look at this Vino Terrorblade, the best description I have is it seems very casual. It's like, that's a pretty strong dual lane, don't get me wrong, but like, is it particularly good against what we already see? Is it potentially exposed to an issue of, like Lacoste said, no stuns? And when I look at like Aurora's draft, it's like, okay, you have a high damage guy and you have a disable guy. That makes sense. Now you have like a team fight aura building guy and a save guy. So it's like every hero like clearly has a different role in this game, and I've been continuously seeing these teams that are falling a bit short, where I just call them casual picks, like the casual Rubiks, the casual Vino Terrorblade.
No real like purpose in the game,
Yes.
I would say. Like it is your comfort pick, maybe for the player, but you also need to expand the hero pool. He does have some other heroes that he could potentially play, some like Dark Willows. I'm just really worried that they don't have a way to start a fight. Like first, they don't have any stuns, and they like, how are you gonna start a fight?
And that's another hero that doesn't really start the fight.
No, not really. And you also picked it into Centaur. Who's going to be building into Pipe? You picked it into Pugna.
Yeah, that ward kind of owns Leshrac. This is a very confusing Leshrac pick. I also don't like playing Leshrac against high damage physical right clickers from long range. I hate him against like SFs, the Drows, even like Sniper, for instance. Sniper's not as bad, but these heroes that just kind of chew through you and you don't really get to sustain. This is a weird Leshrac pick to me. I just see no stuns. I'm like, today I'm like, I really am rooting for VP to like show us what they got, but I'm just not really convinced by this draft. This could be a 4-position Lesh. You were mentioning Antares having kind of a weird hero pool, so maybe he thinks it matches up really well in lane against the Pugna and can trade with it.
I do want to ask more about the Doom and the TB as well, right? Because there has been this sentiment that carry Doom is really the only viable thing right now. Obviously, you can still run it off lane, but it's not favored. TB, where would he go then? Or is this going to be that unfavored Doom off lane?
Yeah, that's what confuses me as well. Like, even if you flex these heroes, you might end up with carry Doom, which I think is the best position for the hero right now. And then you might end up with some either off-lane TB or position 4 TB, which is really not that great, especially what he's playing into. So not an easy game for him, unless he wants to build, like there is magical and physical damage on side of Aurora right now. So maybe if they want to run this TB from the off lane, buy a pipe, which has been popular, I'd say like 3-4 months ago. But does seem a bit outdated compared to the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is most likely a Terrorblade carry and a Doom offlane, which also just kind of exposes their flex. It's interesting because when you have SF as a flex, what's cool about him in comparison to TB is like, sure, maybe offlane TB buys a pipe instead, but he's still like the exact same hero. You know what I mean? Like maybe his items are a bit different, but what he offers to the game is quite similar. While with a hero like SF, it's like you're either an AoE magic damage burst hero in team fights, or you're a single target physical damage right clicker. So what that offers to the draft is so much more flexibility in regards to what the other hero can offer that's picked with it.
They have plenty of heroes they can pick for Kiyotaka from the mid lane. Like Puck hasn't been banned or picked, which is a bit of a surprising one. We saw Pucks being heavily contested in the first phase, but they're also going to be covering some of the bases. We saw yesterday the Sven against Doom matchup.
This is the freest Puck game of all time. Oh, they went Ursa into... Okay.
I guess they just value this Ursa against Darkseer in the lane. So it is going to be TB position 4, V-Tune on Doom, and you will have Darkseer. I mean, the reason why Darkseer is also very bad against Ursa is the illusion that you create. You don't really care too much about Ursa's illusion. It's not the greatest by any means. Maybe you can create the illusion out of Shadow Fiend, but yeah, they have no stunts. They have also no combo whatsoever with Darkseer. Maybe there's going to be some like big split art or Veno ulti, but other than that, yeah, this lineup... it does have speed. If they get the ball rolling somehow, my focus is on somehow, because this is a very difficult lineup to execute on VP.
The image I have in my head when I looked at this last pick Darkseer was it's like now you have like triple flex that allowed you to... last thing we considered was an offlane comment. I had this image of those guys on YouTube who are like fighting air. And they like think they're really cool. Do you know what I mean? And they like throw on these
shadow boxing.
Yeah, and they like look like they're like super bad. You know, like they're gonna mess you up. But then you're just like everyone else is kind of like, what are they doing?
Yeah, we're all just sitting there like, okay, cool, bro.
Yeah, cool, bro. That's
you ain't aura farming. You're like negative 100 aura right now.
That's a nice Darkseer pick. You're aura farming. You're gonna buy some Greaves. You're gonna buy a pipe. Like that's cool, man. But. Yeah, I don't know. That's the vibe I'm getting from this pick. I feel 100% they overcooked. Ursa against Darkseer is an amazing pick. Yeah, I think...
I'm just going to throw it out there. This is a
hot take
team that doesn't have like many stuns. You're going to be playing like TB Veno lane. No, you're going to be playing Doom Veno lane. Like you could always pretty much TP out. There is like Infernal Blade, maybe a Splitter Vacuum, but you're playing against Nightfall. This guy will TP out. So you need some stuns.
That's the thing, no one ever thinks about the fact of who you're playing against, right? Not just the heroes, but the players themselves as well. But it's nice to get your thoughts on it. It feels like we're not overly confident in what VP have drafted for themselves. And I'm going to ask our casters to summarize it with maybe a sound effect of how they feel VP's draft is going.
Oh! What the hell? I guess it's kind of accurate. Oh!
Here we are. Game 1 of a 2-game series between Aurora and VP. VP have not won a series yet. A game, in fact, 0-4.
Yep.
Aurora 3-1. They're tied for first right now with, I believe, Tundra. So not exactly a must-win for them. VP have to win.
Yeah. And they, at the same time, also, I believe, need Yandex to not win. Because Yandex are like, they already have 2 wins on the board. So, you know, VP, they have to show up. I don't have the most confidence looking for now when I'm looking at the heroes, but I will also say that gameplay can always triumph over draft. So if you can just, you know, cook it up when it comes to the gameplay, you'll be fine. But overall, Aurora, they have a lot of things that have looked incredibly strong for them in this tournament.
Like?
All of their 5 heroes. Nightfall Ursa, I will say it again, it's his best hero.
Yeah.
It turns him into a killing machine, and it's an incredible Ursa game. The Kyo Daddy on the SF, his Shadow Fiend is incredibly strong. Toronto Tokyo on the Centaur, he had some great performances. He goes for the card later. It's super good with these heroes too. Ursa can hit in the card, he has higher attack range. SF can cast all his spells. Even Rasa can cast all...
Ursa in the card, really?
Yep.
Really?
It's not that bad. Like, you can save him, he gets like 200 attack range, he gets to whack away at people.
Shadow Fiend definitely the better target.
Shadow Fiend is the best. Or like some of your subs, like he's looked really, really good on it. So I'm looking for VP to like really cook up something nice here when it comes to this early game, because it is a post-4 TB. It's the one you like, Shannon.
Yes, because it usually loses.
But it is entertaining.
Well, he's not going to go armlet, surely.
I mean, what do you buy on post-4 TB?
You
I don't
tell
think
me.
you have many options. Like, you're either going to be some whatever. Like, you're going to be, oh, look, I buy a Glimmer for you,
to be fair, against an Ursa and a Centaur, the armlet play is actually reasonable, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And then you get Iron Shelled. So you drop to 1 HP, you summon them, and they insta-die.
Well, that doesn't get that low.
I know, but I'm just trying to like make up some nice stories.
Which facet did he take on the TB? Because there's one that's Sunder related, right?
No minimum threshold.
Yeah, so you can actually get low then, right?
See?
Okay, so the Ion Shell actually does. Okay,
Yeah, I'm giving you the combos.
if we see that, then I
They
will
are
be
the best team in the
extremely
world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then they will be no longer bottom 4 in my list.
Yeah, sometimes there's teams that start the tournament 0-4. They just haven't figured things out yet, Kezu. Then they give the other team everything that they want, so they get overconfident, and then
They strike.
they truly take over. It's Nightfall. He's going to get galed right off the bat, and he is all alone,
And fine.
and he's okay.
They did say
He's
they don't
gonna
have
be
too
fine.
many stuns, but he did have to go Earthshock level 1, which it matters maybe a little bit. Let's see about the bounty split. It will be a 2-for-2 for starters. Well, what I'm looking for VP, because this is something they have not really managed in some of the other games, is their laning stage. They have struggled there. I would even say especially in their offlane, but you know, I have faith. I think also after all these losses, you know, you have FNG as your coach. He's very experienced. They should know what's up, and hopefully they talked about the right things coming into today.
Only time will tell. As, okay, there's 3 members from Aurora in the area. Double hoof stomp from Toronto Tokyo. Rain is certainly dead. Toronto Tokyo, though, taking a ton of damage, but the Hex will save him. So first blood goes the way of Mira on the Shadow Shaman.
I've seen more of these little plays where you just have a bonus hero, like either right at the start of the lane.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing you play into Veno 5, you know he's going to run up, he's low range, he has to gale someone, so I kind of like this play from Aurora, not something you see too often.
And your thoughts on Doom Position 1? We've talked about it before, but refresh my memory.
Refresh your memory. It's the hero's best role. Like, I just feel like in all the other roles, the hero's kind of slow when it comes to that. I will say it's looked not as, or like, it's starting to look a little bit worse. I would say that teams are starting to slowly figure it out, whereas Antares with the Ion Shell already doing work. But he just has good timings. He lanes well, builds good items, he does the good old Radiance, which is, it's an okay Radiance game. I wouldn't say it's incredible. It's okay against Ursa, the rest don't really care.
So Antares looking like he's building drums. Does that mean no armlet? How early do you go armlet?
I mean, it has to be one of your first 2 items. Sure, I mean, you can still go for it later, but I think you have to commit kind of early on what you're doing. Like, +4, you don't get the most farm, which means you have to commit onto your auras or
Although the
whatever else
Ion
you
Shell
want.
will help him farm theoretically if he can outlast hit the Ion Shell, which is very difficult for many people.
Especially pro players.
Yep, exactly. As Rain, taking heavy damage, will be dying again to the hand of Mira.
It's not an easy lane to play this Veno. Like, if you're out of position, you're, first of all, super low movement speed, and you're going into a Shackle, a Hoof Stomp, more double edges, and you're not dealing any damage into a Centaur.
And meanwhile, Nightfall off to a pretty good start, 13-2 in the CS department. The Doom, which is the position 1, of course, for VP, at about the same. So it's a wash from the position 1s, but the mid lane is a real story. 17-2 right now on the SF. And the Lash 10-0, so quite a separation there in favor of Aurora.
It is a SF favorite lane, like all the way through. The one thing that you can maybe do against SF, and it's always worked against the hero, is if you can run ganks on him. But you have a +4 TB, so he's gonna run over and throw a reflection into Blood Grenade, so that's not too great. Which means you need Rain to maybe try and offset that lane later. Nightfall gets the Lotus.
He sure does, and the Hawk. Well, they talked about this matchup a bit, but talk a bit more about the Ursa versus Darkseer. And if it's rough one or the other. As Vtune, he's resigned to his death. The double edge takes him out, and this lane is
a disaster.
Going Aurora's way in spades. 3-0, and it's all in this lane.
This lane doesn't really get better for VP. Like, the more levels you get on Centaur, like just this double-edged spam, like Veno doesn't, like his levels don't really change anything when it comes here. He will pressure Toronto Tokyo, but he'll be fine. But yeah, Veno, the Ursa versus Darkseer, I have bad news for you. This is top 2 worst matchups for Darkseer.
Top 2?
Yeah. It used to be like maybe some lone druid, but this hero is like kind of unplayable at this point. Now, Ursa and Sven are the ones that I would rate really, really high. You don't care about any of his auras, because you just stick to the target and kill it through. Your illusion is worthless, and you just absolutely free farm against Darkseer in the lane. So you're in trouble.
All right, so that's 2 lanes in favor of Aurora. Actually, make it all 3 with... Although you can see the Hawk, his farm is actually quite good, 25-0 right now. Real question is how much XP is he getting with these last hits on the Ion Shell? I feel like that range is more than enough.
Yeah,
so.
no, he's doing pretty well. I would say that TB4 can be like quite good. It's quite formidable in the lane. Like, he has 10 base armor, he has okay base regen, he has good movement speed, so he's helping the Hawk quite a bit when it comes to the lane. And I mean, I am looking at the Hawk to have a good game. They need these auras to like help their Lesh move forward, because the moment he can't, Leshtrek turns into a non-hero. Need to help a brother out.
Veno level 2 at this stage. I feel like this lane is just going to continue to have issues. Toronto Tokyo, they're getting pressured a bit. Does have plenty of bracers and tangos now.
Yeah, he's not really that pressurable on center. I mean, it is one of the downsides on Doom. You play more for yourself than, you know, shutting down your opponent. Mira gets a good catch with the chicken fingers into the shackle.
Yeah, he's going to take more damage thanks to the double edge from Toronto Tokyo, but might have to fall back a bit as VTune will do the same. So now the support's the healthy ones for the time being. And you can see how many creeps are being denied at the moment with that pull, but VTune will be happy to be under his tower for a bit.
Yeah, they'd have to salve him, but he will be okay. We're going to need to have a look if VP can do something to this Kiyotaka Shadow Fiend, because if he goes rampant, obviously that is not very good news for them, because he's doing well. I mean, he's not just doing well, he is destroying this mid lane. You're supposed to win, but I will say this is a...
He's doubled.
That's a little harder than what it should be.
Yeah, SF notorious for being very gankable, so...
Not this time around, right? It's not... even if you do gank him, it's a little bit slow. Toronto Tokyo shackled up.
And VTune.
Uh-oh.
He's getting blocked by Panto as Rain dies to Panto during this exchange. And it looks like VTune's going to be next. So double kill for the Pug as he makes his rotation over. All 5 kills in that bottom lane. 2K advantage for Aurora early on.
Well, just overall nice move. There's not a lot of pressure, obviously, on Nightfall up top. He's against some Darks here. He has Ring of Health, pause for a TB. You use this space. You bring Panto down into the gate. He gets the kill. Yeah, VP are gonna need to find a way to kind of break out of the lanes. I see them drawing onto the enemy Wisdom Shrine, so maybe they want to bring Lorenov into this one.
And Panto's sticking around. Maybe a round 2 incoming. Well, harassment right here from the supports, but VTune obviously the one that they would rather go for. And Hoof Stomp, well, the Blood Grenade is going to slow him down.
The Crep slow?
Yep, gets slowed up, double edge on top. And now the Shackle, another double edge to come soon enough, but is finding a little bit of distance. Gets hexed in the meantime, though, from the chicken fingers as Toronto Tokyo looks to be dead, but is denied by Mira, so still no first kill on the board for VP.
Lorenov is invis.
But finally, it'll come in the form of Mira dropping to Lorenov, who desperately needed something to go his way.
Yeah, no, that was very good for VP. Rain came in kind of clutch. He galed both heroes, spawned like a bunch of wards, and they did get... Toronto Tokyo, he got denied, but this is still good space for VP, which they desperately need.
Ooh.
Oh.
My goodness. Pops the Fairy Fire for Antares, but one
Next
more right click should do it. Nightfall has very long arms, very gangly indeed.
Indeed.
Enough for the kill.
It is not fun to play TB into Ursa, no matter what role you're playing. Maybe 4 could even be the best later, you know, with the armlet, if we will see it in this game.
I hope so.
Oh, Kiyotaka smoked up with Mira, so they could go for a little Shackle into Requiem combo.
Toronto Tokyo working on the Blade Mail as the gank comes mid. Mira setting up all of these raises from Kiyotaka way too easy. Panto TP'd in really for no reason. That was not even close.
I guess he can help with some tower push. You know another problem that they have? If Mira runs around and shackles you, which of the supports are going to save you?
Yep, no stuns.
Yep, neither. So that's a bit of a problem. As now the double ganking train, they're running from mid to top, or at least they're angling in the enemy triangle.
Yeah, Nightfall, he gets galed. He'll just walk away. Now 3 members of VP in the vicinity, a 4th on the way, actually.
Stampede.
The Hawk.
And they get on top of
will
him.
Try to set some stuff up as Rain will easily be taken out by Nightfall as the Hawk raised down by Kiyotaka. This is a shellacking in the making. 9-1 advantage for Aurora. And they are all over the place, truly punishing VP at every step.
Yeah, they're just doing good stuff. So they go mid, they kill Lesh, they wait for him to TP mid and show himself so they know his TP is not available, and only then they start attacking top. Get themselves a double kill. I mean, let's see. The Hawk's net worth is quite good. Let's see if they can start cooking something later when it comes to Antares getting his Sunder on board.
This better be an armlet.
Like right now? Doesn't look like an armlet to me.
We can wait for the drums.
I'm okay with the drums.
It better be an armlet after.
I agree. It better be an armlet after.
Be
we want to
severely disappointed. Because there was a time in Dota, I feel like, where you could flex something, and even if it wasn't the greatest as support, let's say, you could still get away with it. But Terrorblade just doesn't feel like it's that kind of hero anymore. I don't know if you feel the same. It just felt a bit underwhelming.
I mean, unless you have like really big purpose, like if you play TB against Doom, it's kind of cool because obviously you can't heal, but you could still sunder and save the guy against Doom. But that guy's on your team, so you don't have this type of impact.
Yeah.
As Aurora bring heroes to the bottom, they secure the tier 1, and now they still go back to top to secure this one. Because yeah, I mean, most of the fights that could happen right now, if Aurora bring numbers, they are stronger. But VP might be able to claim this one. I like that Lorenov is at least bodying towards this, you know, the tower. So if Aurora come here, he's here to back them up.
So will be the first tower for VP. Much needed.
But in the meantime, you have Aurora. They're already setting up mid, so this is their trade. And obviously, trading mid tier 1 for anything else is never a good trade for VP, so they're going to look to smoke over.
Having the snakes at your disposal, having the Nether Blast, the two supports can basically push by themselves at a certain point. As there's the smoke from VP. Kiyotaka, reflection hits. There's the ult from the Venom, but the Stampede, the lack of stuns. I mean, Stampede against the lack of stuns is insane.
I mean, you can't ask for a better Stampede game. This has to be like one of them. Veno, Doom can run away from
top 10?
TB, Lesh. Yeah, probably a top 10 Stampede game.
We were going over the top 10 ags in the game.
We'll update you guys on those later.
We were going down the hero list, and we came over that 30 of them that should be in the top 10. Very useful.
Don't worry, guys. The list will be official soon. Check my MySpace.
V-Tune going for the very normal Midas into Radiance build.
Very exciting.
It will take a while, though. As, I mean, he's actually getting out-farmed by a teammate in Dahak, so the one hero that we were very worried about at the beginning of the game has actually had the best game so far for VP. He has the Halberd now against the Ursa. Incredible.
Well, it does help, and I'm not too surprised to see him high up on the net worth. The problem is, it's not that easy to use a top net worth Darkseer against Ursa, because he doesn't really care. It's nice against the others, right? Maybe you get like an earlier pipe for your team against the SF, Centaur, and Rasa, so then only the Ursa is a problem. So maybe you can have someone else assigned to deal with him. Mira taking some pressure.
Well, and Terrace actually changed his mind. There'll be a Glimmer instead of drums, it seems.
We give him the one support item into the armlet and we're fine.
Okay. I mean, Glimmer is kind of like Shadowblade.
True.
Armlet Shadowblade is the dream. Right?
Sure, you can
and
at
Dagon.
first pretend that you're helping your team, but it's really for you.
Yeah.
Classic support player mindset.
Toronto Tokyo only 600 away from the Blink Dagger, and that's probably when Aurora will ramp things up.
Yeah. I like that they're currently smoking. They want to go through the gate and perhaps look for something within the bottom lane. Whereas Nightfall, very good timing on the Battle Fury.
Oh, yeah.
Sub 13.
And if Lorenov is who they end up running into, they will be very happy with that. Level 10 right now in the jungle. They are a bit behind.
Maybe they need to Stampede to find him unless they have a really good angle. Let's
he
find
stops
out.
at these creeps. And the Stampede. Hex, he's dead. Another easy kill.
Yep.
Another greatly executed gank from Aurora. As V-Tune can only watch on and tell his team, give me 30 minutes.
Yep, they need time.
I'll get there.
That's just how it is. You have a Max Devour Midas Rush carry. Can't really have a more useless one, at least for the time being. But that's just sometimes how this hero functions. Which means Virtus.pro, they need more time. Whereas for Aurora, they're going to use all this time. Can pressure some tier 2s. They can also roach kind of whenever they want. Ursa +1 will do the trick.
You did that to yourself.
Some members of VP showing up in the mid lane, though. Even though I don't think Aurora is going to stick around. No more tower to push for the time being.
But they don't really have like an actual combo. They need to run into someone and then catch them before they either blink out or before Stampede is used.
Yeah.
So luckily for them, Stampede is on cooldown. so they do have a timing. But if they run into Toronto Tokyo, they need to cancel his dagger before he breaks their smoke and blinks out.
What is Lornoff working on right now?
He's had a Kaya into a blink.
Okay. I was thinking, I mean, I know that they don't really go for this item anymore. I feel like a Yule setup is needed on their team just to
I wouldn't
anything.
I wouldn't also have been opposed to him just going like a blink rush, to be honest. Like, you get shelled up, you get surged into the fight, and you just kind of go. I mean, so it looks like VP were smoked up because they thought Aurora were going for Roche, which I don't really blame them. So they did pop the wall to make sure that that is not happening. The Glimmer Cape into Nullifier build-up on Rain. Once again, we're thinking big.
Yep. Always good to have confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, it is only a 3K lead. It just, the writing feels like it's on the wall as Aurora. The game is just, at least to me, it feels like they're in firm control right now, and unless they really screw up.
Also, when you just think about what is going to happen in the next few minutes, is that Aurora, they will take Roche. Virtus.pro are not strong enough to fight them, and Doom needs a lot of time. And until he is ready, I think by the time that Doom has like Radiance and half of his next item, Aurora will be up like 7-8k gold with an Aegis. But I like that Rain is parking himself in the mid lane. Like, him being here and like throwing Plague Wards into the pit and like around this area could make it a little annoying for Aurora to play in the next couple minutes.
There's the Radiance for the Doom, but Nightfall now with the Blink Dagger, which will be a good timing with Toronto Tokyo as well.
I mean, this is where you tempo up. You have double Blink, the Hawk on the Darkseer.
Yep, Hoof Stomp already used the Surge. Let's get a little bit of extra distance, and the Stampede will close the gap. As Rain comes in with the ult, it looks like they want to fight. He's going to get stuck inside of the Serpent Wards. And now the Drain onto the Doom, already at half HP, and the Requiem just destroys him. Kiyotaka with the kill. As Mira looks like he'll go down to Antares, along with Panto. So both supports for Aurora down and out. As Kiyotaka with a big raise, but will just run away now. So VP, obviously losing their carry, not ideal, but considering how far down they are, not a bad fight, all things considered. But this will set up Roche in all likelihood for Aurora.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty good for them as well. Antares
all
down.
right, now it's maybe a little change now. Terrorblade takes a tumble.
I will still say it's kind of okay just because it makes you like feel like that you're strong and you can fight. I like that the Hawk bought the Shard. I think the Shard can be kind of annoying for some of the Aurora heroes, especially like the Ursa in the fight. You get slowed even if you enrage, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Maybe this time around, taking some more pressure.
As the Surge is fine.
So let's see. Virtus.pro still have a pretty good ward around the Roche pit, because I believe this is where Nightfall will, where he will say hello to the big old Roche.
Yeah, should be a freebie. Toronto Tokyo just standing around to make sure that nobody gets by. Bodyguard status. Is going for the pipe next.
Yeah, it's a good pipe game. I mean, who's gonna deal right-click damage? You have the Edict from Lesh, which is pure, and that's kind of about it. Most of the other stuff is very highly magical.
And with the supports being able to push very fast on the Aurora side, I expect a lot of buildings to drop here during this Aegis timer.
I mean, this is very big for Aurora. Like, having these types of heroes, it's like a very nice setup when you're ahead in the game. If Ursa is off the map, you have to be very scared. You've got the supports that can either join for bonus damage or also do the building damage, which means Nightfall, he doesn't have to worry about hitting towers. You're an Ursa. You're going to farm super aggressively, and whoever you run into, you just jump on them.
Oh, Lornoff gets 5-shot by the Bear. Oh, the Diabolic Edict doing quite a bit. The Stampede, though, now on top of Rain. And Nightfall's actually a little scared.
The hell?
He's a little scared. He's going to give the kill to Mira, it seems. Although Rain does get away, it looks like. I think maybe he was scared of more reinforcements for VP and didn't want to use the Aegis right away. Maybe his brain was locking up because he doesn't have the BKB in order to BKB TP, the old Nightfall special, not sure.
I will say, just from watching, that Venno should have died. I think he backed off like way early, but he's playing it very safe. In the moment, I didn't check like how much vision he had. He must have seen nobody from the 3 other heroes of VP.
Yeah.
Because if he had seen anyone, for sure you just man up. Like, you have Aegis.
Yep, for sure.
So yeah, just playing it safe. Don't quite have the vision on the map. I mean, either way, it's a great kill. You keep your Aegis, you kill the Lesh. You're a happy man.
The Hawk also working on a counter pipe for himself. Is quite a bit of magic damage on the Aurora side. Outside of Ursa, it's basically all magic.
Well, it should help them quite a bit, but I can't really say too many positives because I don't think it's getting that much easier. Like, Virtus.pro already have struggled to stick on top of heroes, right? And you're having this issue. They have Stampede to even help them get away. And secondary, you have a full completed Aghanim Scepter on Kiyotaka as well. It's not just bonus ways of like killing you. It can also push you back even more to help Aurora with team fighting.
That is a really early Ags choice.
Yeah, I like that he
SF.
didn't go for the, the Kayayasha into the Blink. He changes it up. You have so much catch. You have the Stampede.
Yeah.
They find Mira with the Atos.
Stampede again, and he's going to be fine.
Well, that's a good trade for VP. Sure.
And he gets a shard for his troubles as his team takes out the Tormi.
Oh, very nice. But the thing is, so you trade basically very little for the Stampede, but can you use it? You're still down 6k into this Aegis. How easy is it for you to fight? The pipe is not that close.
I will say the buildings have not dropped.
They have not.
It's only 2 minutes left on this Aegis, so I feel like Aurora maybe not feeling like they need to be aggressive, feeling like they're in control. Is there a power spike that they're waiting for upcoming?
I don't think so. Honestly, anytime they meet a hero, if they're in position, they win. They're also getting a BKB that's flying out to Nightfall, so premium timing for him.
It will be a tier 1 in the favor of Aurora. Let's see if they continue to go. As BKB now online for Nightfall. And Terra's continuing to not go Armlet. Just keeping guys updated on that.
Yeah, keep it up.
The Hawk. Triple blink here. He gets hexed, but
get the Surge
gives him some move speed. Nightfall is a lot slower, though. Of course, that shard was picked up for the Hawk.
No, he's putting it to good use. But I will say, Aurora overall, the whole map is theirs. You've got the BKB completed on Nightfall. You've got the Blink Aghanims on the SF and a pipe completed on Centaur as well. So I'd be very surprised if Aurora are going to sit back and allow this game to stay at this net worth lead only.
Yeah, definitely less grouping up than I was expecting from Aurora, as the Aegis getting close to expiring now. Hey, when it comes to, let's just look ahead a bit.
Okay, looking ahead.
The high ground defense for VP.
It's okay.
They have Vac Wall, potentially less shard. That's all I can really think of.
Yeah.
And it's not like the Vac into, there's no huge combo.
No, it's Vac into Lesh stun. You're a little bit annoying with some reflections and like wards, but that's about it. Like, they're not really gonna care about it. They have a pipe aura. You also have two of the best supports when it comes to like breaking the high ground. Mr. Rain.
Yeah, making his presence known and then immediately exiting the premises and immediately dying afterwards. How dare you cast a spell on us? 7k lead for Aurora.
This
as the Aegis is now gone.
This is where the game in mid-game becomes really hard. You lose your first tier 2, you're gonna lose your outpost control, and then the map is... Against a good team, it will be really, really hard to bring it back. You're gonna have to force it back and take back your own triangle. So let's see where Aurora go from here. Because they have plenty of options. You can take a tier 2, you can maybe even take both. Take the outpost, smoke bottom, and force the enemy team out. And with the second Aegis, that will be the latest that they go high ground. You get Aegis, you get Banner, you have Rasta Wards and Pagna Blast.
Yeah, they're just going to take both tier 2s at the same time.
Because this is where you can run into trouble. They take both the tier 2s, they take the outpost, they leave a ward, they smoke to you bottom, they kick you out, and suddenly the only place you can go as VP is the place Aurora controls.
Okay, and Terrace now going for Drum, so Armlet is probably going to be 4th item coming up.
I've got bad news for you. I think it ain't coming.
Oh, man.
I need him to dream big. We need big stuff in this game.
He was going for Shard. I guess he changed his mind. Would have given him some farm potential, I suppose. He is bottom net worth after all. And it will be Ags next for Toronto, Tokyo. So you talked about the cart, the workhorse.
It is so strong.
Wait, workhorse or warhorse?
It's a ride? Or what do you mean?
It's workhorse, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I always get those mixed up for some reason. As we have a smoke from VP, desperately needing something to go their way.
Okay. mean, they don't really have vision where they're smoking to. They have a watcher in the dire triangle, but that's about it.
I don't think we've even seen a Sunder this game.
We have not.
Terrorblade just, the pick in general has not,
it's not done
much. A whole lot.
It's supposed to give you a draft advantage, but I don't think it did that either.
The surge, Lorinov. All right, they find Mira. That'll be a freebie. Looks like that's all they'll get, though. 4th kill of the game for VP. Now Aurora, I mean, even despite not having the numbers, they still want to fight. Toronto, Tokyo, they are going to blow up this Doom. My goodness. Nightfall with the very early BKB.
Okay,
now the Stampede to try to catch up to Hawk. And Kiyotaka literally insta-gives Antares with 1 Requiem. Oh my. That is filthy, filthy. The Hawk and company stuck inside the corner of the map. He gets off his halberd, trying to apply some pressure to Nightfall at half HP. Actually does have to be careful. They're going to kill him. Unbelievable. And now Toronto, Tokyo with the TP. 60 seconds without the bear. He does. Toronto, Tokyo in a bit of trouble.
Just getting owned by the Darkseer shard. Now they're losing
going to get the
Panto
Pugna on the sideline as well. And Toronto, Tokyo, he actually dodges the hoof stomp. And eventually the reinforcements will arrive. Toronto, Tokyo is just so slow thanks to this surge. And that is a triple kill for Lorinov. I literally have no idea how this is even possible, but because it's Nightfall, it makes sense somehow.
It does make sense. I'm just going to say, the Hawk with the shard and Lorinov getting to dish out all the damage made all the difference. Well, both teams definitely overplaying at different points. When V-Tune ran up that high ground, that was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
You having trouble with drinking
They both do the same thing.
Don't
worry about it.
Yeah.
Yotaka, no, they're going to get back. And they force out the BKB, but the Shackle into a Requiem. And just 1 raise and a right click will suffice. Down goes the Hawk.
I mean, Nightfall definitely needs to chill a bit on his BKB. Okay, hold. Never mind.
Okay, Venno really wanted to fight this out. I'm not sure why. But another free kill for Kiyotaka. He'll gladly take it with that damage rune.
He wanted to Atos the Shadow Fiend real bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
Who's going for a Shadow Blade. Sure, why not? You're 8-0. Might as well buy what you want. Second Roche of the game up very soon, but VP holding on pretty well. The fact that this networkly didn't spiral out of control from like 8 to 15.
This should be double digits for
that was crazy.
For sure. Thank you, Nightfall, for that.
Thank you,
Keeping
Nightfall.
this game competitive. Antares, I don't believe we've seen the Sunder yet. Just keeping an eye on that, along with the Armlet that will be coming late game.
We might be getting neither.
An entire game without Sunder, is that possible?
Might be. So we're getting, okay, so what do we have? Doom when Boots of Travel. So this is like a real passive build into the late game. You get the Midas, you get the Radiance, you get the BKB.
All right, well now that the Aegis is coming along for Nightfall, he doesn't have to pop the BKB so early.
That's true.
Of course, he is a fan of that, and it's probably muscle memory. It's probably bound to 5 different keys, which would make a lot of sense based on his past behaviors. The smoke from VP is going to be a bit late. So Aegis and Roche banner for Aurora.
Let's see. Aurora might wait for the Axe completed on Toronto, Tokyo, just to like be very safe, because then basically nearly everyone can save each other. If they don't go on Pugna, he can try to save you. If you don't go on the Centaur, he can save you as well. Of course, with the Aghanims. It's another combo I like a lot, by the way. The Poor Man's Shield on some of these offlaners. Like, Vanguard isn't as potent anymore, which makes Poor Man's Shield pretty nice. Especially when you upgrade it with the Dorman Curio.
That's right,
you
good old Curio.
39 damage per hit. That's a lot. As Mr. Nightfall gets the Shiv. Very, very good item on the Mr. Ursa.
Is going MKB, which I assume is for the Radiance.
It's just, yeah, it's Radiance, and people are starting to get like higher armor at this stage in the game. You're just gonna like shred through this TB, or even like later on this Doom, he needs an AC. He did go for a Blink Dagger now on Mr. V-Tuna, and they have a Nullifier on range, so they do actually have options to die. He's dead. He dead.
Goodbye. Well, meanwhile, Mira will be caught off guard and swiftly taken out, and his wards will be farmed as well. Okay, I'm sure we've seen it. We talked about the Sunder. Have we seen Doom? I feel like I haven't noticed Doom being cast this game.
No. I'm pretty sure we've seen neither. I'm trying to think back.
Okay, any other ultimates we're missing in this game?
We've seen
Senna, we've
Wall.
seen... Yeah, Pulse Nova, obviously.
We've seen every ult.
Okay.
Aurora have definitely been pressing their R buttons.
Oh! Not the best timing.
Galeguard.
Galeguard popped as well. An immediate TP, but the cancellation from V2. There's the first doom of the game. Unbelievable usage of the single target ability into the pure counter, into the pause. Now you can think about...
Binds.
Get some stuns, man.
In the meantime, by the way, Mr. Lorenov died to the bear. I don't even know, where, was that in their own triangle?
Oh, so he did. Wow.
Yeah, so that was back here.
Okay.
Which at least, you know, it kind of showed V2, okay, they're all over there, I'm going to try to kill them. But the problem is your R button gets countered by Toronto Tokyo's R button, and now Kiyotaka is just going to walk it off. V2 cannot chase this one.
No, absolutely not. The fight's over.
Because if he stays too long, you've got a Basher Bear running at you. So I hope V2 isn't like, I've got BKB, I'm going to run at him and then Nightfall my hell out, because you're not.
No, Nightfall, you never know. He might jump in and then immediately TP. Yeah, it will be the runaway.
So Doom on cooldown now for quite a while.
Still 3 minutes on the Aegis for Aurora. Only one Tier 2 remaining.
It's honestly...
They're going to have to look for a fight.
This Aegis should bring you to the high ground. You're getting a refresher on Kiyotaka, which means double BKB, double Ags.
They don't have Stampede here. This could be a big fight. Nightfall spotted. Atos. Immediate runaway from VP. He actually was alone. Now we'll get some reinforcements as Kiyotaka is going to be spotted by V2, and of course doesn't have the Doom to work with as Nightfall again nullified on the sideline, stuck inside the tree line. BKB popped by V2. Going to focus on the supports first. Mira. He's getting carded, but I believe he's going to burn to a crisp shortly after. No, he's still alive. To get the hoof stomp as well as Nightfall trying to kill these pesky illusions. Pipe is popped, and eventually Mira will fall after all of that.
Nightfall can't move. They keep nullifying him with like the...
Yeah, he is slowed to a crawl as now Toronto Tokyo will get the same treatment. Atos. Here comes Nightfall. Pops the BKB, focuses all his efforts onto Venomancer. Finally gets the kill as Toronto Tokyo is burning to a crisp. Nightfall inside that BKB looks like he'll fall as well. That is life number one as Kiyotaka with the Requiem onto V2. Not the most damage though. Will heal up thanks to the Ags. Gets one raise off V2. Still trying to find the distance here. To the north he goes, but Kiyotaka with the blink and the raise. Nightfall continuing to get slowed and kited by Dahak. This shard has been insane.
It's absolutely destroyed this game. It's like Dahak with the shard and then Veno, Mr. Rain with the nullifier and like all the slows. They're not letting Nightfall play. Because these fights are getting way too confusing for Aurora for my liking. Like if I'm VP, I'm enjoying this game like so much right now.
This is hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this game. Other than the armlet. The lack of armlet.
I mean, he's queuing up Radiant, so he's thinking a little bit bigger. He wants to...
Nightfall, no bash.
No bash. We're going through the gate. We got a gate on gate action.
He's committed. You know he's committed fully.
He's not getting him.
No, he's not.
The support version of the Nightfall, Glimmer TP.
Nightfall eating trees, and now we'll be eating a Tormentor.
But it goes to show
for
you
Toronto Tokyo. That's always nice.
It's a really good shard, especially like mid to late game. Just gets so strong. But if you're Aurora, they need to start you need to have a real plan now when it comes to the next fights. You're up 11k gold, and if they have like these random fights, Nightfall will not play. And they need him to do something in these fights. Kiyotaka.
Oh yeah, he wants to go in. Gets the Reckon from the side just to get the fear, and the right clicks are enough. Kiyotaka with the kill and TP.
Well, when it comes to mid Shadow Fiends, Kiyotaka has looked the most impressive to me. He's been playing it for weeks non-stop. 10-0, near perfect game. Or probably even perfect game for him.
What are we calling this little trail? Let's come up with a name for it.
I'm going to leave that to you.
Purple Durple? Something like that.
Yeah, I think Purple Durple is pretty good.
Hoof stop into nothing. There's been a lot of that this game.
Yep. Yep, Mr. V2, and he's going for full late game. Like, not just in his items.
I fully respect this.
Yeah, even in the neutrals. He did this last time, too. Last time didn't work out so much. But when you hold your Mr. Dorman Curio for this long to just buff up your future items...
I hope he waits for Tier 5. That's the hope and dream right now.
I don't believe that they will make it there.
You never know.
There's going to be a Tier 4.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Have you seen a Curio tier 5 before?
No, I have not.
We need to cast one.
Okay. We'll just let them know.
Yeah. Let them know ahead of time. Well, we won't know about Roche for another couple minutes. So the question is, will Aurora want to try to take a fight? Looks like the answer is yes.
I mean, they absolutely should. You have BKB on your roster as well,
yeah,
Mira.
Rain is going to be spotted here shortly. Once they get this ward down, he's popped, actually. Atos into immediate nullifier. That's going to take away the surprise tactic, but there's the hoof stop on top of the Lesh. A lot of trouble. Lornoff with the Essence Ring staying alive. Get a big reflection as well. Now the Stampede to get away, but Kiyotaka hasn't gotten the memo. He gets doomed instead, attempting to TP himself. Will get away. Won't be healing, but should be able to survive the Doom. And I believe the Workhorse was also activated. Very important.
Yep. Didn't take anyone into it, though.
Sometimes it's a solo ride, and now DeHawk and company try to get some supports on the back line, but the Bear jumps in. 3 shots Rain.
BKB is over, run.
Yeah, now he does not have BKB. Perhaps VP want to go kite him for a year in a fight.
It's possible. So let's see, Doom was used. They did kill Venomancer. You don't have BKB, but you can still be aggressive. You have Kiyotaka later on when he joins. It's going to have double ult, double BKB.
And Terrace almost done with Eon Disc. And he has the Radiance, as we talked about, queued up. Of course, it will probably be
It's going to stay
an
queued
armlet.
up. Yeah, of course.
He'll realize he can't afford it, so the armlet will come.
The classic Aeon Disc into armlet combo.
Yep, easy peasy. Kiyotaka, he's going to show himself. And Terrace gets off the reflection. Toronto Tokyo not super interested, as there's the Roche banner and the Serpent Ward. So push to the high ground for Aurora. And now Swift Blink even for Nightfall.
Let's see. It is a strong push. VP kind of need to think about a way to answer this.
They get the Atos Nullifier combo into the Gale. Split Earth not going to hit. As they actually BKB on the roster, and a huge Requiem right on top of the Lesh. Lornoff is dead, no buyback, 80 seconds. And this Roche banner doing absolute work right now. Vacuum back on the wall, pretty annoying for Kiyotaka getting hit by himself.
They can just keep going. You have Refresher, BKB on SF, and even if something happens to you, you've always got Toronto Tokyo to bail you out. They do not
Nightfall
need
jumps
to be,
in, finishes the melee.
Yeah, you don't need to be scared. I'm pretty sure you can just go mid-racks. There's no wall available either.
Yeah, if they knew for a fact that there was no buyback on Lesh, they would 100% commit here, but it looks like they're going to play it safe.
That's all right. We're going to take it
Roche
back.
is soon, if not now, actually.
You get some gold. You get the third Roche. You do it clean.
The fact that Mira has a BKB, that really took me off guard, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always, every day you see a roster shackle you with some BKB at 30 minutes. As we get the beautiful view. Oh.
Yeah, nice screenshot.
Screenshot, I like those.
Keep it up.
Aeon Disc completed on Antares, very important.
So Refresher Shard Cheese on top of the usual goodies. And it does feel like in a lot of these games, the Roche banner has such a big impact. Because you can't just go in and kill it.
The thing, it forces you into, you need to aggressively find a way. You can't just, poke them or kill the wave. You have to fight or you will lose your racks.
Yeah.
Well, Vtoon has taken a tier 4 item, the Giant's Maul. So you've got some crit damage in the slow. Let's see if he can put out some right clicks, because I don't think he's dealt too much damage this game on the Doom. And if they want to do well, he's going to have to dish out some numbers.
Double Outworld staff, huh? Okay.
Got an Amplify rune as well on Kiyotaka. This is a good move from VP. They're down 20k, you got to do something good.
Yeah, Kiyotaka with the Aegis this time, though. As the smoke from Aurora from the south, they start off onto Kiyotaka. Already at half HP, pops the BKB into the Requiem. Gonna heal up. No, he actually dies. Number 1, and Mira's gonna pop the cheese to stay alive, but the first damage from the Ursa, the Sunder's not gonna be enough to keep Vtoon up and running. Refresher into another Requiem. The fear is just too much, and now the Workhorse comes to play. Several dead for VP. No Armlet TB has died. And this could be the beginning of the end. In fact, GG is called, so Aurora will take game number 1.
Yeah, Aurora will take this one. pretty, very convincingly. I will say, Kiyotaka on the Shadow Fiend, they just have like hero player combos that you very likely don't want to give them. VP, I mean, they're not looking too good. It looks very disconnected in some of their games. They did show, you know, a little bit of a fight when it came to the mid game with some good itemization.
If they had the armlet, though,
then maybe.
You think that would have made a big difference there?
I mean, could have given them a fighting shot.
Or just a different support hero, maybe?
Yeah,
with a stun?
they need to change up something. I mean, you know, they're, what, 0-5, so it's not great. But you can still try to take, because obviously you're not going to go out of the tournament even if you lose the next game.
I feel like they showed some glimmer of hope here to a degree at times.
I agree. It's
like flashes of brilliance.
It's a little bit, I would like for them to try to do it a little bit more early in the game where you can connect some heroes, because to me they seem quite passive. Where Aurora, they're playing together, they do their moves, they invade some stuff, you know, they're ready to make stuff happen. Whereas VP, I'm just kind of waiting to see life.
Well, that's very strong. Waiting to see life.
Like, I want to see them do stuff.
Okay, yeah, well, feels like the lineup didn't really work too well, but maybe Nat disagrees.
I would never, ever in my life disagree with anything you guys have ever said. Nope, definitely wasn't how I was actually going to start this. How there were a couple of signs of life for VP. Some of those fights looked good. Just unfortunately, it wasn't the 5v5 fights, Ryan, and the fight that won them the game.
Yeah, I feel like their strategy, it reminds me of my Arkosh days where just when in doubt, pick Lauren off Leshrac and just hope he kind of pops off. He honestly made some really sick individual plays this game.
Yeah.
Felt like he was in an unfavorable matchup mid. SF pretty much just unbeatable 1v1. Made some early rotations, relieving some pressure on the bottom lane, got some crucial kills on the map. But him being 7-5-0, I feel like sums up this game. Like, you have no assists. You're a part of like pretty much every kill on your team. The rest of your lineup is a combined, what is that, 2 and 24? Just, I don't know. Their draft was just kind of, hey, what do you guys feel like playing? Master Tier Vino player? Get in there. You know, Antares, you feel like playing some TB? Get in there, buddy.
Yeah, not an easy one for them, definitely. I mean, this is another flawless Kiyotaka Shadowfiend game, another flawless Nightfall Ursa game. These two guys, like we talked about the Virtus.pro picking the heroes that they feel comfortable playing with, but you could see how fast Aurora were drafting in that one, picking Ursa immediately. In the first phase, they were banning out heroes instantly, putting a lot of pressure onto Virtus.pro, and also this Nightfall Ursa came out immediately. I think they tried to cook the draft slightly too hard on side of Virtus.pro, which ended up with them not having enough stuns. And yeah, I think, you know, maybe we need to talk about some hot takes here, because I would say the hot take presented by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib Medical Group should be that Virtus.pro had the worst draft that I've seen so far in the tournament, but they managed to do well, though. They managed to do much better than I expected, and managed to pull some relatively decent fights.
I feel like you're going to go one up on the hot take, you know? You're going to be like, it's the worst draft you will see in this tournament.
Yeah, probably. I don't think we're going to be seeing anything like this for the rest of the tournament. This is the draft that is very difficult to execute, where you can like maybe try to defend the high ground because you have this like Venomancer, you have Doom, there's always going to be turnaround potential, but you could also see Kiyotaka pulling off Nightfall as well, blanking in, thinking about whether he wants to use the Requiem or not, understanding that they have no BKB piercing tools. I could just TP out if I'm in trouble. Does have Refresher as well. Can't do it twice. Can't come back into the fight if necessary with Boots of Travel. Big brain play.
I think it's a massive oversight to be against Aurora as a whole. It's not only that the Nightfall's on their team, but you know, I do philosophically believe that you are affected by the people around you. You know, you become a culmination of the people around you. So
they've all become Nightfalls.
They all have become gradually Nightfall. Like, this ability to get doomed, like that's your primary source of disable, and you can just Nightfall away from it. That's...
And they were quick about it too. You know, there wasn't any like, they weren't humming and hawing like, could I TP? It's straight up.
Yep.
BKB, TP out.
I'm telling you, the Nightfall.
It's good. It wins you games.
It's infectious.
It's infectious. Well, let's break it down a little bit more, because at the start of this game, there were some highlights that you guys wanted to bring up, some fights and some plays that you thought were pretty important for both Aurora and also VP too.
Yeah, we got some good entertainment here coming from some clips. Not all of them are the most impressive, I would say, but they're entertaining nonetheless. This was the bottom lane fight that happened at 550, and it ends up being a little bit of a turn on the side of Aurora, who was getting initiated onto by VP. And this rotation through the Twin Gate by Ponto, I really like it when these 5 positions come in and like That lane bottom was clearly back and forth nonstop for the first 5 minutes, and just tilting the scale in your favor. Those can be huge impact plays that just open up a lot of space with just one single movement.
Okay. I don't know. I was looking at Lacoste like he wants to add something. He's like, that sounds good.
No, I mean, very difficult game overall because we talked about this Centaur pick being very obnoxious for them during the draft because you need to doom him, but he's also way too tanky to maybe killed immediately. And we saw multiple times throughout the game where somebody gets doomed, either Ursa, they use the Stampede straight away. It's just way difficult for Doom to play this game. I'm also not the biggest fan of the Boots of Travel that he did go for. I think in this situation you need to invest all of your gold pretty much to be able to fight back because you had your TB who kind of wanted to go for the Radiance for a long time, never finished it, but Venomancer, he did some really good stuff with itemization, but still, you know, the whole squad, the whole draft didn't really kind of click in.
Yeah, I think for me that TB definitely had more question marks around it than the Veno. The Veno I really liked. We all kind of like joked about how he went for that nullifier. It was really
cool.
It was really effective though when it came into those team fights. And there is another section of this game that we wanted to have a look at as well. And I'm hoping it is the highlight that I'm thinking of. Is it the Requiem? Is that the one, Brian?
No, it's the team fight bottom. The one fight that actually looked good for VP.
Oh, this is the Shard.
Yes.
The Doxia Shard.
Yes, this is our favorite play from Dahao. This is our play of the tournament, if there was a segment for that.
There isn't, but we'll make one.
As he's going to continuously cancel Toronto Tokyo's Blink Dagger utilizing the Shard from Darkseer, and then he's going to run back in. He's going to try to Centaur stomp him with the Tumbler Stone. And then he keeps his, this is like the funniest blink canceling moment I think I've seen in my entire last year of competitive
because the
Dota.
thing is, I am sure, like, I want to know what Toronto Tokyo was thinking in that moment. He's just like, there is, like, what can I even do? I'm trying to run out of it. He comes in, okay, maybe I can actually finally do something about this.
I'm telling you, it's like you have a fly. You're like sitting down, there's just a
you're
fly.
trying to swat it away.
Yeah, you're just like, get.
Doesn't work. It's not going to work. It was really good, though. It was nice to see it. Unfortunately, like we said, it wasn't a win for the side of VP. Aurora were just a little bit too strong by that point, but there were these moments of them knowing their points and item coming online for them, and they're like, we can get a pick off. We can take a team fight. When we do look towards that second game for them, though, Lacoste, they want to kind of keep... we know that they're going to go third, fourth, right? But you got to keep morale up if you're for VP
You
here.
do. Like, you definitely are going to be playing with the full force. You can tell that they had an idea, which didn't work out in the end, but they also need to cook something, I would say, less greedy. Like, I think I want to see some stability in the draft as well, where they need to pick the heroes that maybe they don't feel so comfortable playing, but like the overall concept of the draft needs to have a clear vision. And they lost the laning stage pretty heavily. Like this Venomancer dying on the other side of the map, TP's bottom, dies again, pretty much proceeds to feed in the bottom lane, gives the completely free lane to Toronto Tokyo on the Centaur. So quite a difficult game for them, very difficult to come back with this type of a lineup. But yeah, I want to see something that is much more simple to execute in the second game.
Okay. Apparently you guys have something else that you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Was you? Brian, you got everything to talk about.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what was this one?
This is what I'm looking forward to in the next game, because regardless of who they're playing against, we'll always get a Kiyotaka moment.
Okay.
Because I just love making things unnecessarily chaotic, and that's Kiyotaka special.
Yep.
So if we want to pull up the clip, we've got a nice, we got a little bit of flavor from Kiyotaka as he's...
This was the clip I was
He's
thinking
making
about
the
before.
illusion rune juke first and foremost, uses Requiem, tries to TP out, then gets doomed, and then calls for his team to Centaur Stampede and ends up running away. This is one of those situations where you're just up by 10, 15K, and you could just do normal things.
Yeah.
But with
It's
Kiyotaka,
not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun to do that. So as a viewer, I'd like to express my appreciation of Kiyotaka's random shenanigans on the map, that being the one for this game.
I do like it because they're all really like big spells too. The Requiem, the TP, the BKB, the Centaur stuff. All of it is just used. And nothing happened. All right, guys, let's just farm it up a little bit more.
It happens way more often with Kiyotaka than anyone else that I know of.
So you reckon it's definitely going to be happening in game number 2?
Absolutely.
That's why he's one of my favorite players to watch. So this guy, there's always going to be something, funny going on, and he does have this tendency to just like. It feels like he is controlling himself 99% of the time throughout the game, and then this 1% is just like, what is this? Like, why?
He lets go of the reins come off.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, I look forward to it. The inhibitions of Kiyotaka, hopefully they'll be let go of in a game in number 2. We're going to go to a break on the other side, though. We'll come back with the draft.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, and Terrace, the Techies player from Team VP.
Hi guys.
Do you still play Techies after all these years?
Not often, but I hope I will pick this here on this tournament so I can show it on maximum.
What's the facet that you go? Do you go for the blast-off facet?
It depends on lane stage because white facet better on lane stage against range post 5 players, heroes. But if you need damage for when you play with mid, you take red facet.
And what about Skywrath Mage? You're also the legendary Skywrath player. This hero, in my opinion, feels really garbage. Is there some way of building it that it works?
Last Riyadh, it was garbage as well, and nothing changed since that times. So it's still garbage hero, yes.
Is there a more frustrating feeling than being in a game, you pick Skywrath Mage, and then the enemy guy picks Lycan?
Actually, I learned how to play against this hero, so it's not a big frustrate for me.
What do I do? Is it Ghost Scepter Rush?
Ghost Scepter, I just don't show myself in fights and etc.
Was Pudge actually a good hero, or is it just 9 class being 9 class?
I think 9 class being 9 class, but it's super strong hero on lane. Super long hero on lane, and because of facet.
Who's this guy?
No makeup, no photo. It's not natural.
You don't need makeup, dude. Is that naturally curly hair, or do you use something?
No. I think it's genetics.
That's a genetic curl you've got going right there.
This is not genetic, girl.
Who's the best 4 position you've ever played with?
I mean, due to results, probably Saxa, because I played with him like a few years ago in first Riyadh as a stand-in.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with VP. And thanks for watching.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. We got Valorant in the building as well, but you guys are tuning in to Dota here at the Esports World Cup. We've got Aurora up against Virtus.pro. Game 1 draft was a little bit interesting, maybe the worst draft of the tournament, as Lacoste would like to coin it, and we did see Aurora obviously take this one. Thing is, Aurora want to top the groups. They want to bypass that first elimination phase. They want to make it all the way to playoffs. So they're coming in. They want to get a win for themselves. On the other side, VP, you got to get some momentum going. They haven't been able to win a game yet here, Brian.
I'd like them to just put up a fight. Like this game, they had some interesting itemization, but it did just feel
good interesting, right?
But good interesting. Yeah. Actually, good interesting itemization on the side of VP. But at the same time, at no point in any of their 5 games have I seen them in like some form of like commanding position where they're like dictating the map or the pace of the game. And just even if they end up losing, I would like to see what they do with that position, you know, because that's how you end up closing out games. And if you're never in that position in the first place, I would equate it to if you have a football match and one team has possession like 90% of the game, VP is the one with possession 10% of the game.
Yeah, right. They're just never really able to hold on to it.
Yeah.
Do you actually think that was a good reference?
It was good.
You.
Yeah.
I never know
You're just
the
so used to Lacoste being sarcastic and making some jokes.
I'm just thinking what Antares has been playing. I said it before this.
Yeah, you did.
Game started, this series started, and he plays a Terrorblade, position 4. Like he played Axe 4, TB 4, Rubik twice, and CK. Like, where are the meta heroes? Where are the good heroes? Where's the Shamans? Where's the Tusk? Where's Marcy's? Dark Willows? I want to be seeing these heroes, which are much more easier to play compared to the other heroes, like Batrider, for example.
Yep, big Batrider fan. They go for the immediate Oracle.
Seems like this is something that they practiced, because, I mean, I'm pretty sure Kiyotaka can play this Batrider from the mid lane if it's a good matchup, but also they snap-picked Oracle immediately. Oracle also gives your mid laner prognosticate, which you know where the rune's going to spawn and which rune
so
it's going to be.
you could say the name of it.
That was a nice name.
Yeah.
What is Disruptor's innate ability? What is it called?
No idea.
Electromagnetic repulsion. That's the hardest one.
Okay, say it again, but slower.
Electromagnetic repulsion.
There we go.
So I would like to actually I'd like to comment a little bit about, as I'm trying to think in my own brain about this.
You can try and comment.
Because I've been experimenting with Batrider in pubs, and oddly enough, as a streamer, just coincidentally, they also pick Oracle at the same time I pick Batrider every time. And what I noticed in pubs is that if I'm Batrider and I'm against Oracle, I need somebody else to be an initiator. You know, somebody else that's going to force the Oracle to jeopardize his positioning or cast his defensive spells on himself or his teammates. Because if you're the Batrider and you're the sole source of initiation, it's like GG against Oracle. So what I'm looking for and what I noticed in my games is I liked to play for stacks, effectively just drag creeps, have an offlaner like Axe or Centaur or Bristleback, something like, it's not on the Batrider's team obviously, but I would love if they go for something like Axe immediately, because if Batrider's allowed to just cut creeps and play for stacks, then he doesn't mind this matchup at all if his offlaner is also an initiator. So I think Batrider Axe is like just the perfect duo, especially considering the fact that Bristleback hates being forced to look at somebody.
Yeah, and also it forces this Oracle in a position where he needs to use ulti slightly earlier. Like, he can't wait until the very last moment. Axe can dunk him. I like this suggestion a lot. I also like Centaur as well. I think this hero is also very good against Oracle because you have the whole team on top of him. If necessary, you can disengage. We saw how good it was in the previous game as well. Had a good laning. I think Toronto Tokyo understands really well the matchups, itemization as well. In the previous one, he did go for triple bracer in the lane, knowing that he needs a little bit more sustain because he's playing into Venomancer and Doom. There's a lot of damage, and if he gets slowed, he might just die, but opted to go for the triple bracer, which did give him enough survivability to have a really good game.
I was going to say, could you find it in a support, another support for that secondary initiation, or does it just feel more comfortable if it comes from a core role as well?
I also just think that Batrider's offlane, it makes more sense for his offlane matchups if you can have the option to stack. So it's not it's not as necessary that the disable can come from anywhere. In this case, like, they go for the Shaman, who I think is an ideal pick against Bristle always because of the break 15 talent. And that's a hero that may not take the stacks himself, but definitely helps a hero on his team take stacks. So that's what I was mainly looking for is does the Batrider feel like he can kind of play like this chaotic back and forth laning stage where it's not meant to just trade?
I'd say there's a lot going on with the draft because this Batrider, they did ban out Puck as their last ban in the second phase, which means that they want to keep this flex open for Kiyotaka to play it. But I think this is going to be 5 Batrider played by Panto, seeing that there is Lesh. This is not the matchup that Batrider wants to play against because you want to get on top of him, and Leshra can still be able to kill you with the Edict. And then you have Magnus, who is very good against Oracle because he can get the ulti off, just the skewer back could remove some of his abilities. And then again, Rubik, another Rubik game for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, you're talking about how much you loved seeing Taurus play that.
It's a good Rubik game if you think about, like, oh, he's playing against Shadow Shaman. I'm going to be stealing the spells. I'm playing against Magnus. Maybe I get the RP. You're still Rubik, like, your laning phase is really bad. You're not going to be winning that lane. If you lose a lane to Rubik, you're doing something wrong.
I'll have to let my teammates in pubs know that when that happens.
You're just going to have the Lacoste quote ready at hand.
Can you have that be your voice line this
year?
Sure,
so you can spam it. I mean, me and Fog, we always lane together, and he's not allowed to play Rubik. Like, I benched his Rubik until this hero gets buffed.
I would like to say it's very important in adult friendship that you learn to set boundaries, and I'm really proud of you.
It's a lot of personal development happening here. It's
really
great to see it happen in the talent scene.
Okay, so they got the Ember Spirit against pretty light lockdown. Like, Rubik's okay, but oftentimes is not enough on his own. There are the Shadow Shaman abilities for him to take. That could perhaps give them the tools to kill this Ember. But I always think like the best ways that we've been seeing Ember dealt with is either in lane by like a Monkey King Huskar-esque hero, which is not going to happen because this is 99% a Lorna Flesh, or a hero like Puck that just has a point-click spell that you get caught by and the rest of the team can follow up and kill you. And so I think Kiyotaka, I think it's really difficult for him to make a Kiyotaka play this game, like where he just randomly feeds on the map. I don't think that that's going to happen at all. I think it's quite hard.
You got to wait for the last pick, right?
Okay.
You might have something.
That's true.
They might have something they could pull out that allows Kiyotaka to have that exciting play that you
Maybe like a
from him.
Slark carry.
Oh, that's a bit too spicy. Let's see what they decide to ban on Aurora. I think it could be potentially a good Medusa game, could be a good Lifestealer game as well. I think Lifestealer has a pretty free entry to the game. Like, you don't care too much about anything other than Leshrac. You can square up against Bristleback. Two supports, they don't really do much. But if they want to have a jump, I think this Sven was a really good ban. We saw good amounts of Sven yesterday. I think Sven is currently sitting at 75% win rate out of the 4 games. Where you have explosive damage. Like, this is something that Oracle also doesn't like to play into, like any overwhelming damage where he's unable to use the ulti, like you might just get 2-shot.
It's also a game where Sven with Warcry BKB on is just never going to die, right?
Yes.
There's just not enough damage to pierce through this. There's no like TA or some other heavy single target hero. I'm just thinking about, like, from VP's perspective, I'm surprised they're banning offlaners. Like, they're assuming this is a Bristleback carry on Aurora Gaming. Like, they're assuming that... I guess at the end of the day...
Listen, Brian, let's just keep this simple. They're banning out BKB piercing tools. He has a built-in BKB on Lifestealer, so he can TP out freely.
You're absolutely correct. These are the anti-Nightfall heroes incarnate, the offlane summons guys that do single target or AoE piercing BKB disables. Really well pointed out there, Lacoste. Thank you.
So now you need something against...
How about Slardar? That's a BKB piercing disable. I don't actually like it, but it's a BKB piercing disable, and it matches up well against Lifestealer.
There's a lot left in the support role, but they're obviously not looking for a support role.
I think they have to throw a wrench in this and just go for the Slark. This might be the best Slark carry game I've seen in a while, and it still makes it bad.
I'm going to go with Faceless Void. I think this is the hero. Here that got contested once, got banned out once, but never mind. Come on, I'm a bit disappointed, but still good. This is Oracle Huskar, by the way, so...
Oh, it's a carry Leshrac. Okay, never mind. This is my boy. He must have been studying some Pale Horse replays from a few years back. It's one of my favorite Pale Horse's favorite heroes to pick in the carry role.
BB did run it during Wallachia, and they did get the dub. But I also believe in this Lifestealer. I think it's a very, very good Lifestealer game. V-Tune on Leshrac, he does play these bit of a different carries as well. We saw a good amount when he was standing in for Liquid. He was playing a lot of Lunas as well. Not to a great success, but I think Virtus.pro upgraded their draft, even though they have Rubik, which is one of the worst heroes in the game right now. So if this Rubik was something else, I might have gone with the Virtus.pro here.
I got my hot take. I think that Virtus.pro is going to be owning this game at like minute 15 to 20. They're going to get Roche. They're going to go to like tier 2 or something. There's going to be one skewer. They're going to die, and the game's going to be over from there in favor of Aurora.
Okay.
But in the first 15 to 20 minutes, I think Virtus.pro, because I've played this carry Leshrac, you feel really good for like 15 to 25 minutes. But after that, not so much.
Mid lanes also, it's not fun.
Yeah.
I want to see how Kiyotaka is going to be adjusting to this lane, whether he's going to be, you know, trying to drag the creep waves. I think everybody who plays the mid lane, who plays these heroes that kind of don't want to play into Huskar, needed to figure things out, because this has been a thing for a while. Huskar has been a good hero for quite some time.
Okay, so we're liking this early part from Virtus.pro. Is it finally going to be that time where you get the commanding lead, Brian?
We're going to get to see them.
For them?
Yeah, we're going to see them in their element. What are they going to do with it? They've got the ingredients. They've got the formula. I'm ready to see what they, you know, do they overcook the fish?
Okay, we'll see just how cooked the fish is going to be on the other side. But right now, the capable hands of Kezo and Sunspan.
Thank you, Nat. Much appreciated.
Great acceptance of the throw there. What do you think about the fish, Shannon? How will it be?
I hate fish. I don't know. Absolutely can't stand it. Just vile creatures. Those eyes really give me the
They have eyes, that's the problem. They have eyes.
The fish eyes, yes. Yeah. They are a problem. They're creepy, man. What can I say? Yeah, I'm excited about the Huskar.
Yeah,
I mean, I
me
love
too.
Huskar. This was obviously a last-minute pivot. This is versus the Ember, which should crush.
Absolutely.
But Lesh position 1, I'm not sure about. I mean, Bristol could kind of effectively be your position 1 in a way.
Yep. I mean,
pretty cool.
I kind of like what VP have going. I will say that they have absolutely upgraded their draft because I have not been a fan of theirs in recent games. I will say that the pivot is good. You get the Huskar against the Ember. Oracle Lesh together also is a very, very good combo. It's also something that Liquid have played, you know, sometime in the past. Of course, these heroes, they lane well together. What do we have going on here?
Uh-oh. V-Tune is dead.
First Blood.
Who gets it? Mira.
He stole it.
He did.
JK. As either way, first off for Aurora. Of course, they're quite happy with this. I will say, though, VP will be ahead. Brian did talk about it. I don't know if it's really a hot take, but they're supposed to be ahead. They need to stay ahead. The moment you make a mistake, you are very likely going to lose. Because you're playing into Magnus, you're playing into Ember, Lifestealer, Badrider. It's crazy good scaling, and it's something Huskar doesn't deal well with after the early game. Being repositioned, and you have 2 tools of those.
Yep, and the later the game goes, Hex breaks, Bristleback.
Yep.
Breaks Huskar. What facet did the Lesh go in this game? Ooh,
Yeah,
little switcheroo, huh?
Yeah, the Chronoptic Nourishment. I saw that maybe Pure even played Lesh carry in PGL Wallachia. I know it was played, and from the carry role, you do tend to take this facet, which means it also gives you building damage, which can be quite nice with Huskar as well to like ramp up the game. Because yeah, name of the game for VP: stay ahead, do well on your lanes, get Aegis, take a lead, and then
without that facet, they don't take towers.
Absolutely not. Because
Horrific
you can
push.
I mean, without that, you need Huskar to whack away at the tower. Same with BB, which it takes a while.
Yep, as Laurenov will start things out with the Huskar mid. Absolutely love to see it. This is an all-or-nothing hero. It's either incredible or complete garbage.
Yeah.
But you do think they'll get up to a good start.
Oh, they have. No, there's absolutely no way. Like they're still a good team. They have good players, and these are matchups that you are supposed to do really well in. This is one of the dirtiest mid matchups you can play in all of Dota 2.
Yeah. Does that mean he's gonna max Flame Guard, or is this pure damage with this facet?
Honestly, it just straight up doesn't matter how you skill. Like what you need to do on Ember in this lane is you need to worry about creep mechanics. It's like, how do you keep the lane control? Does the guy get to hit away at you? And I think chains are a necessity later, but the problem is you also need Flame Guard to recover.
Yep, that's true. Nightfall playing the Lifestealer this game. My personal favorites, of course. Classic hero.
You like Lifestealer?
Absolutely.
Okay.
One of my most played. I haven't gotten to cast a ton of the Gore Storm facet.
It's really, really strong.
Tell me why it's strong now and it wasn't before. I'm guessing they buffed it.
I mean, it's just different now. It's just way stronger. You're actually like, you can infest Ancients early, you deal a lot of damage, you can, like a lot of the things what people do is you go into like a Black Dragon early and like you go gate. And you basically collapse on the enemy carry. It's really, really strong.
So they made it stronger by taking something away from the other facet, which is Ancient.
Yeah, like they gave it to this and just overall the damage you deal, like it's really, really strong. I mean, just imagine a dragon running at you like minute 7.
Yeah.
You're not dealing with that.
But you can't TP from the dragon, so what is Nightfall going to do?
You can, like, from within, you mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you have to go out of it and then rage TP.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That's really hard. That's a lot of clicks.
That's tough. That's tough. Mira not able to kill the courier here. Will be spotted. Get those chicken fingers ready to go. So only level 1 despite getting that first blood. Giving most of the XP here to Toronto Toge, who is level 3 on this Magnus. Are you expecting kills in this lane for either side?
It definitely could be. I mean, if you are out of position as Oracle, there is a way you get shackled into a skewer back, so you have to be careful. Uh-oh. Lots of sticky stacks.
Yeah, that's 8 stacks right now. As Panto will continue on. Meanwhile, Shackle onto Rain. Looks like he's going to drop, and yeah, Dahak also follows suit with 12 stacks. Toronto Tokyo does barely get killed off by V-Tune, so ends up being a good trade in the bot lane, but yeah, this top, not so much for the VP side.
It will not be a double down bottom. That's Panto manning up onto Antares.
Oh yeah, he's all in on this, but the Fade Bolt
Fairy
is enough. Antares lives with the 8 stacks of Sticky.
Yep, nice man up there.
So why is Rubik so bad? Lacoste seems to really have a vendetta against this hero.
I mean, I don't blame him. This hero is really, really hard to make work. Like, just compare it to like some other post 4s, like, you know,
like Terrorblade?
Yeah. I mean, compared to TB, it might be an upgrade. But compared to any of the other 4s, you have Rasta, you have Bad Rider, you have Dark Willow. Like, Rubik he only does well if your team is doing well, and even then you kind of rely on like a lot of other things. What do you get to steal? I mean, what do you steal in this game? You're good against Shadow Shaman, of course. Skewer can be kind of cool, but you need more stuff, as Mira will die. So VP are off to a very good start. I mean, we talked about the mid lane earlier, because there's not much to look at, because it's Huskar against nobody. Antares, Fairy Fire, dead.
Dead this time. Panto with the green sticky napalm.
With Mr. Snotty.
One of the worst cosmetics in the game. The effect, that is.
Why are you hating?
The fact that it turns from black to green, that's just dumb.
Okay.
I mean, that's just dumb.
So you're saying that only Rubik should have that? Only Rubik should make the sticky?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a Rubik specialty.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Lornoff 31-15 versus the 24-1 Ember. I mean, that obviously he's winning it, but I've seen much worse in the Huskar versus Ember matchup. But this is going to hurt even more now.
To be fair, he's winning it pretty hard, and it's about like from 1 to 2 minutes ago where it really starts. I agree with you. Kiyotaka has done a good job of kind of damage controlling.
Now he's just going to leech, feels like.
Yeah. This is where, if you're VP, I would really like him to at least bring one, maybe both supports to mid.
Oh, he's level 6 already on the Huskar as bot lane. Mira getting low along with Rain, so it likely will be a support for support, although Toronto Tokyo gets slowed by the Lightning Storm. It's going to require 2 right clicks. He finds it. Rain had to do a double back. It's top lane again. Bat Rider versus Rubik, it feels like.
Firefly.
He gets to the other side, but the Quill Spray enough. So again, 1-for-1 supports.
Okay, let's see. You've got a 2-for-1 trade going on. The nice thing that, you know, this does give to VP, first of all, you have Oracle, you know where the real rune spawns. Doesn't really matter because you have Huskar, but I want them to go mid. You have like this super insane mid matchup. You have the 5-minute siege. You need to force Aurora into a bad like answer into your aggression. So Rain, he does TP mid. Let's see if they also bring Mr. Antares. Because top lane, who cares? BB versus Lifestealer, they're both just going to hit creeps. So go mid, apply the pressure, and kind of vibe check Aurora.
Yeah, Mira level 2. That's 6 minutes. Don't see that too often.
Yeah, the best thing he can do is to try and pull the wave. Yeah, this tier 1 is it's going down. Got to amplify damage.
Lornoff, if he can just get in range for the life break, that's going to be a dead Shadow
if they're
Shaman.
losing the siege here, that would be a big mistake. So I hope they're getting to keep it. Yes, they are. This tier 1 should fall.
And later stages of the game, how does Huskar feel against Lifestealer? Because I do believe the Ags will go through the rage.
It's honestly not that good, sure. Okay, so they force Mr. V-Tune to TP out. You've got the Ags against, like, sure, it goes through the rage, you force him to attack you, but he kind of just mans up against you later with rage. He runs at you, he clicks you down. It's not very nice. Huskar also doesn't enjoy when heroes get on top of him. And of course, Lifestealer, very good at that.
Well, Inner Fire silences now, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty good against Lifestealer.
I mean, that can, yeah, but you have to like walk up to him or ult him. So unless you have a very big delay in the good old brain, then it's not that easy.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Almost done with the armlet. As Panto will be stealing the Wisdom Shrine. That's a big deal. And Mira gets the other.
That's a huge deal. Especially in like you're playing this lineup that needs to play fast and like aggressive and stay ahead. So giving up XP, this matters way more than gold in the early game.
Yeah.
Especially with Rubik Oracle.
Bottom net worth of the cores is Kiyotaka. Life break.
He's attacking, right?
Okay, yeah. Just a little T-pose there, no big deal.
Yeah, Kiyotaka has done fine. I mean, obviously he's bottom of the network, but you're supposed to be. There ain't no way you're doing anything else in this matchup.
He's not feeding. That's
good.
That's better than a lot of games we've seen.
The Haka's got some pressure on him, which should be fine.
Level 5, so no lasso quite yet. Mira's still roaming, very low level at the moment, despite getting both Wisdom Shrines.
I like this move. They are bringing in V-Tune and Drain from behind.
And V-Tune with the Lightning Storm and the goo, that slows them to a crawl. The Infesti's a little early, try to give some extra HP, but Panto is dead, just a matter of time. Nightfall does get away cleanly, though. And now that he's made this rotation, we'll see if the Diabolic Edict is used to push the tower.
I believe it will not be used as he has 0 levels in it.
Okay. Very good.
We'll check in later.
It's going to be stats build then, huh?
We're definitely getting some edict up in here later. Yeah, next couple of minutes very likely might just look like this. You have VP, who will play from ahead, and they need to make stuff happen. Whereas Aurora, they need time. You need levels, you need gold. Get to your Radiance, get to some Blink Daggers. Mr. Lorinov is invisible.
Yeah, life break comes, and there is the Nightfall special. He has perfected that beyond belief.
The Rage TP, very hard, of course. But I like how Aurora are dealing with this, and this is over time. You cannot give up areas for free. Like, first you use your Lifestealer, he takes the initial attack here, and he forces heroes to stay here. The moment he has to leave, your Bad Rider takes over, and you just make sure you continue to force your enemy team to use as many heroes as possible to take over some of the areas.
Yeah. Panta spotted out. Looks like that'll be a freebie.
Yep.
Tries to deny himself on the neutral. Is not going to happen, though. Rain actually gets the last hit there. So in terms of builds for the Lifestealer, is it just the same old, same old?
It's going to be the same. He's going to go Radiance, then he'll kind of see, like, okay, what do I need in the game? Do I want a Sanjin Yasha? Maybe he does feel like he wants a Manta against Silence. I feel like he shouldn't. So yeah, VP are happy with taking the tier 1, but Aurora don't really care. They did get to delay it quite a bit.
Well, Kiyotaka certainly cares about the Silence. I believe he's going Yules right now on the Ember. V-Tune as well, it seems, as Mira spotted. We'll get the Shackle, but he's all alone, so just a matter of time. V-Tune pretty much has to expend all of his mana. Actually, Toronto Tokyo makes his way over. V-Tune did, feels like, almost no damage there. Mira very tanky.
Just the Shackle heal. Also, V-Tune was not allowed to use his Lightning Storm there. He should have kept his mana, kept the ult running, and then had the Arcane Boots later. But either way, Mira, more space done for the team.
I will say this game for Nightfall, he has incredible infest targets. My goodness.
He does.
Ember,
it doesn't get much
Bat
better.
Rider, Shadow Shaman's going to get a Blink, and obviously Magnus. Literally his entire team.
Yeah.
That is a nice luxury to have.
But let's see how much the game slows down. Because this is a problem that you can run into. Like, you're playing this, you have Lash and Huskar, but you've taken 2 tier 1s. It's a bit awkward to just go and hit Roche, like, right now. So what do you do in the next couple of minutes? Where can you try to pressure the map?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, it's not. It's more like I'm looking for, like, how do they... Because they need to stay ahead. Like, keeping a 1k lead right now, this is not good for them. And it's not that easy for them to find moments of opportunity, which means it has to come... You either need to bait someone with an Oracle ult somewhere, or you need to smoke aggressively and find Aurora's heroes.
Yeah, V-Tune leading the way. Gets the Yules up, but immediately canceled out by Mira with the Hex, and that will break up the fight, although TPs in mass come from Aurora. And you're right. Feels like all of these exchanges, VP not really getting what they want.
And this is good for Aurora. You've got the Blink reveal on Toronto Tokyo, potentially onto Mr. Dahak, who will sniff it for now. They're smoking themselves, so this is good. VP, they want these kind of engages. Aurora hoping to find somebody that is alone. Again, remember, they have Oracle. They know where the rune will exactly spawn.
V-Tune's going to show himself, gets off the Yules to start this out. Split Earth to follow. Mira is certainly dead here. Aurora slightly out of position, and VP taking advantage. Haste now on the Lesh.
That's good. Also, Stolen Hex on Mr. Antares. That, of course, can help, especially against the Magnus. If you see him before, you can get a little pre-Hex action going on.
Blade now. Blade Mail on the Ember now. Thought it was going to be the Yules, but switched it up, I suppose.
I really don't think he needs it. Like, Yules doesn't really help you farm, whereas Blade Mail, just because all that they want to do is farm up. Like, they just want to hit creeps for as long as possible and try to hold on the game. Whereas VP, they need to do the complete opposite. Play aggressive, take down the map, and expand your lead. How is Lorinov looking on his BKB? Not too far. I believe with this BKB timing, you take over like the bottom area and you take the Roche. It could still be in daytime, like towards the end of it. So we'll see if they get to sneak it down bottom or if it will be at the start of the nighttime.
Does Nightfall only about 1,500 away from finishing the Radiance. And I would assume that is the time where you're going to want to start fighting if you're Aurora.
For them, it may not even be so much about item timings. If you're Aurora in this game, you're not really looking for straight clashes into VP, especially with the Hawk also building a Crimson Guard. Aurora are gonna look for an open map and to only fight when you can like skewer someone in or lasso them into you. Because again, the clock is Aurora's friend in this game. Yes, we've got some bristleback on ABD action, the Ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah, thanks for spelling that out.
You're welcome.
I'm sure nobody got what that acronym was until you said it.
Yep, MJL.
Yeah, MJL is a good one. Nightfall. I mean, I guess that's true. With the current pace of the game, once he gets Radiance, he doesn't really feel like he needs to fight. He can just keep farming.
Yeah, because they're just pretty
VP
happy.
forced the issue.
Yeah, especially, like, remember also, you've got Empower with 2 more melee cores. You see it here already.
Yeah, true.
And with the Blade Mail, and they are starting to recover. Sure, you've got VP's heroes that will stay on top, and it is absolutely no surprise. But I have to emphasize, it has to be this way for their lineup to function.
Kiyotaka will be going for the Yules next. So second item.
Yeah, scale into the defensiveness.
I mean, he needed something for the inner fire, but I mean, we've seen BKB as well.
I mean, it's kind of okay. It can also help you like set up some kills, gives you some good mana regen.
As bot lane, Mira.
Find him again.
Will be dropping eventually. Mega kill streak for VTune, off to a very good start.
He's doing really, really well. Now it is nighttime, which means Virtus.pro next up should be Roshan. They've got the BKB completed on their Huskar as well. It is currently flying out to him. So should get ready to see them kill Roche, take over at tier 2. The only problem for them still is going to be how do they catch heroes on the map. It's gonna be their Lesh running in, VTune with the Yules, or Antares with a lift.
Surely it's go time now for VP.
It's going to be Roshan time, absolutely. Again, looks like...
how many times does he toggle armlet in Roche? Is he a Quinn armlet toggler?
You mean like a perma?
Have you seen Quinn do Roche before?
I
He
mean,
toggles
yeah, but I don't remember.
way
Like-
too much. Way too much.
I think he seems more cool, calm, and collected, as opposed to Quinn, which somehow doesn't make sense. But
Yeah, ironic, I guess.
yeah.
It's like a panic. I mean, it's very calculated, but
Let's
we'll see.
So they've got an illusion inside the pit. They know what's up.
We might have a little clash here as a smoke from VP. Kiyotaka obviously would be the greatest target to go on. Life break, though, canceled halfway. Mira with a nice hex. It's going to cost him his life, but Kiyotaka will walk away safely.
Dead. Well, which will be Roche. In the meantime, Aurora, they will just, you know, vacuum in both the side lanes all the way, maybe try to take the bottom tier 1. Well, game going kind of according to plan for both teams.
Yeah, it does feel like 2K is not enough, but we'll see what they can do with the Aegis.
It is not. I will say that
this next fight is going to be very important.
That fight can very quickly open up this game. Kiyotaka, lift. Remember, he has
to
a
slide a fist off. Does have the Yules to dispel the silence, but he's surrounded right now. Searing Chains was stolen, and that is the death of the Ember. Nicely done. Putting Lacoste in his place. Rubik, great hero.
Yeah, look at this. No other hero would have killed Ember there.
That's right. Lornoff with the Aegis, the first of the game.
That's VP. I like that they're TPing bottom here to try and defend their tower. But they are a little bit scared. They don't see too much on the map. I hope we will see VP continue to play forward, because this bottom lane is pushing in and I see them kind of farming backwards. I hope that they will gather up towards their mid and top side. You want to control 2 lanes when you have Aegis and then end up at 1 tier 2 tower. So it's kind of on them, on the team, that they connect with their Huskar in some capacity.
Well, you've got double blink on Aurora now, with the mobility of Ember on top and an eventual blink for the Rasta as well.
Yep.
Very, very good initiation. Kiyotaka
gonna dispel the shield rune.
This neutral, it's underwear, right?
It's the sister shroud.
That's underwear. I can't see anything but underwear.
I don't think it's under. Isn't it just like a skirt or something?
That looks like underwear to me.
Okay. I'm sure it's underwear.
Very strong underwear.
Sister shroud. Come on.
Yeah, I think you name it whatever you want. It still looks like underwear. Like, I don't know what to tell you. BKB now online for Toronto, Tokyo. Kiyotaka playing a bit with the mid lane. The lead is equalizing in favor of Aurora at the moment.
Well, the thing is that Aurora's hero, they farm creeps very quickly, especially like scaling up with the levels now. You've got maximum power.
Okay. Gonna force out the rage. There it is for Nightfall, into the Nightfall special, of course. We all know and love it.
Yep. It's still very good from VP. You like, even just because you can't kill those heroes, it doesn't mean that you just need to let them be. As they're going for a counterattack.
He doesn't have TP anymore, so
they also know that the Hawk was forced to TP bottom earlier.
Yeah, Lorinov gets RP'd. Skewer back. Gets the false promise applied, though. Looks like he's still going to likely drop. He is just horribly surrounded right now.
Yeah. V2.
And Alesh, all you can do is use up in the air. So life number 1 down. Lorinov pops BKB, gets the ult off onto Panto, destroys him. Toronto Tokyo with a miss
Nightfall
on the skewer, but it matters not. 2 for 1 so far for Aurora. Now they get the Aegis, and they only lose 1 hero, and it's a support.
It's good moves from Aurora, and this is what Dota is all about. They push in bottom, you force the Hawk to TP, who's very important for their team fight. They need this Crimson Guard. So Bristleback, he had absolutely no chance of being in this fight. And this will also grant Aurora the Tormentor, which means that they will be in the lead in this game. 2K lead at that.
Oh, Nightfall. Doesn't have TP for 3 seconds. He's really confused.
What are you talking about?
Anytime he hits rage. Mira.
Oh, Rubik.
Will
Can
be
he do it
caught
again?
Off guard. Is dead.
So let's see.
Nightfall is one of my favorite people to cast.
I can tell.
GPK as well.
GPK?
Yeah.
That's good. And maybe soon to be P-Vision. With the bots call out.
Yeah, true.
It does make for a good
Ducalis,
he's rising in the ranks.
He is something else. He's a character and a half. Has an interesting appetite as well as Kiyotaka. We'll be grouped up with this team to take this tier 1 tower.
So let's see. Because a lot of the time what you need to think about too is how do the next items that kind of change the game. They got the Yules, and they're getting a double BKB. So they have Yules BKB on Mag already. They're queuing up another BKB on Lifestealer. How do you kill these heroes? And it's important for VP. They need to kind of kill heroes or win a fight to advance the map. But it's not easy for their draft to do that. And the next items that VP are buying, they don't help them at this. You're buying a BKB on Lesh. You're getting Boots of Travel on Huskar. And a Sanjin Yasha on your Bristleback. There's no Hex, no Atos, no Orchid, whatever that helps you like advance to kill and be aggressive. And that's a problem.
I feel like they're just not playing aggressive at all with a lineup that needs to be aggressive. Very strange that you're waiting for Aurora to be the initiators.
I mean, I guess they tried a little bit, but then it's just they need to do it together. Because you have 2 levels of Edict. Maybe you get this is a good catch. As Panto
Still
will
a
die.
support though.
It is. Most of the kills they have gotten over the last 10 minutes have been supports.
Yeah.
Apart from the one they snuck in onto Kiyotaka. I mean, I'd kind of like if Lorinov later switches his build, because right now he has Boots of Travel queued up. But I feel like they need to go something big, because this scaling, you will lose. Like, you're not going to scale into this game in 40 minutes and try to win it. I would like him to look for, like, Boots of Travel, Blink Aghanims, and be the guy that actually catches people. Go in for your Oracle, then the Oracle saves you, because I don't see another way. Like, trying to be friends with the clock in this game will not work.
Yep.
Yep. It's Kiyotaka.
It's strange, though. I mean, I don't know why they're playing so passive.
It's not that straightforward, I would say, with...
Well, I'm not saying it's easy to do it successfully, but
they're not giving
looking
you
at the
motion that
lineup,
they're
you
trying.
have to do something.
It's true.
Like, I feel like if you just transport yourself, even in the current net worth deficit, somehow, 15 minutes down the road, it's just Aurora favored lineup-wise.
It is true, but it's also something that teams have gotten better. Let's hold that for a moment.
B-Tune, low on mana. Kiyotaka will run into him, gets the lasso, but the false promise, so ends up trading ults.
That is still a big deal. We might see a repeat of earlier.
Meanwhile, Bristleback, Lornoff might just have to run away, although Antares wants to fight. See the skewer from Toronto Tokyo. Crimson Guard activate. The Hawk is not an easy kill at all.
He's not, but they're just kiting him.
And meanwhile, the Rubik, flame broke
well
into the low ground, will be eaten up. And Zahak now on the run. Lornoff will have to probably leave their Bristleback to eventually die here. Will take a while, but with the shackle, you can position yourself to face the front.
No, they're currently just getting out macroed. They end up going bottom. Like, in either way, even if you just show bottom while your heroes are top, it just opens up for Aurora to do this exact move. They go bot, they get out, you TP to your safe lane, you outnumber your opponent. Then it doesn't matter how strong your teamfight is if you're missing heroes and net worth.
Now you have a BKB for Mr. Nightfall, so not taking any chances this game.
Yeah. Going Nullifier next. It's going to easily allow him to cut through the Crimson, and also very annoying for the Oracle. Going to keep purging off all the heals.
Is there a hero he does not buy BKB on? Do you think of any?
I mean, usually on Lifestealer, but I will say it is a pretty good BKB game. Let me think who else. He doesn't really play so much Naga Siren nowadays. I feel like he barely ever plays it.
I'm sure he's bought a BKB at some point, just for fun.
Oh, Antares tries for the catch, but not that easy. Even though we're a little bit away from them, I definitely just heard Nightfall say something. I could distinctively hear that it's him.
Really?
Yep.
It's like, all right, TP's up. Always have to keep your team. Out. Yeah, communication's really important in these games, as we hear from the Valorant side. They scream it, of course.
Yep. Lasso.
Lasso initiation. Rain. Oh, he's going to get killed off with the horn toss, so no false promise, but Lornoff using that advantage to get the BKB up and now trying to run away. Oracle actually buys back as V-Tune focusing on Mira. Already popped the BKB for himself, so Mira should burn away eventually. Oh, that's going to be the first kill in favor of VP in this fight. Toronto Tokyo, he's infested. Out pops Nightfall. Now buyback from Mira comes through. V-Tune kind of isolated. Has the Crimson Guard applied from Dahak. Now opens wounds applied. Nightfall can pop the BKB the old-fashioned way. No TP this time. False promise. Keeps the Lesh alive.
He has Rage soon. Another
Rain,
BKB.
Absolutely. Rain will likely just drop here, so that's a dieback for the Oracle, as there is the TP, but no stun to come.
So they did have to...
That was a naked Nightfall, I like to call it.
That's what we call the secondary Rage BKB TP? The naked one?
Well, he wasn't BKB'd when he was TPing, was he?
He was raged.
He was still raged? Oh, my God. All right. Well, forget I said anything then.
It's okay. We can still call it naked BKB. As Roshan is back on the menu, and Oracle Rain was forced to die back in that fight, so obviously not good news for them. He'll be down for 40 seconds. Toronto Tokyo has looked very, very good in, I think, all of the games we've casted them.
Yep,
His
smoke
Undying
pops, Toronto Tokyo onto the high ground. Okay, a little bit of miscommunication.
It's
Nightfall.
fine. It's fine.
Now they will get the Rubik easily, and now Dahak at half HP before he can get the Crimson Guard off. Yeah, they're gonna have to reposition because the lasso into the RP. And down goes Huskar. Double kill for Toronto Tokyo, and now firm control of the game for Aurora.
Making it look too easy. You just have this infest. You have all your timings now at this time. Like, you got through the by far hardest stage of this game. You're up in gold, and you may even take the second Roche away from Virtus.pro. See it here again. Honestly, it was actually good that he didn't follow the skewer with the infest.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's good
and
he got
the
out
infest
early.
still does the damage over time to the Rubik.
No, he gets to just get out, whack away at the Hawk. Immediate target swap. And this is just why it's not that easy. Sure, you are the cheese pig with the Huskar, but it's into Magnus and that. Yeah. So at some point, it just becomes hard. Banner, we don't want those,
yeah,
apparently.
No big deal. Just deny it with the Serpent Wards. Dare you. Immediate infest, though.
They'll just leave it.
So many options for Nightfall to get in on the action, and Horn Toss on top of all of the garbage.
The garbage.
I mean, they have a lot of garbage, man.
They do.
It's hard to deal with.
Oh.
Okay.
What happened?
He's just so used to hitting that BKB. It's one of his 5 hotkeys like we talked about last game.
Yeah, right.
So.
But he didn't do the combo.
No, he did not. It's not a macro. I think we've established that now.
Nightfall, he's here. Saying hello to each other.
Life break, okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At what point do you go for Ags on this Huskar? As V-Tune.
They need
we'll
everything.
Find a Panto.
That's good. V-Tune still doing pretty well in this game. 10-2-3. Definitely trying to hold it together. Chivas, of course, will help. As Nightfall is looking for an AC.
You say hold it together. It's just trying to not rage, basically.
I mean, he's trying to hold the game together because it's not going well.
I get what you meant. It was just funny, okay?
Because
just take the compliment.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if it's just because I don't really, I'm not a native English speaker, so am I using it wrong, or?
No, it was fine. It was fine.
It was fine.
Don't worry about it.
Keep it up.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you too.
Keep up the good work. Nightfall getting pretty close to the AC, just the plate mail away at this point.
Okay, so they're going AC, or Lornov has a plate mail queued up, so he just wants more survivability. I just don't really see a way for VP to change the status of the game, meaning that Aurora just dictate everything. You
sure have.
You have no clear catch, you have no BKB lockdown, and your map play is also worse, which means you kind of rely on like 5-manning and hoping that that works for you.
Oh, Infest. There's the horn toss. Oh, the double skewer into the RP, but the false promise is going to keep Lornov alive. But you can see Rain gets taken out first. Attempted Nightfall from the other side is successful. And unfortunately for Dahak, he is surrounded and killed off. So 2 dead for VP. Aegis still intact for Nightfall.
Still got 2.5 minutes left on that one. Okay, Lornov, he changed his mind. He understands what needs to happen. It's the only way for them to kind of get their hands on this game. Get the Ags, counter the BKBs, try to get some pickoffs. Because it's not really, it doesn't matter how long you survive with VP. Like, you're not going to win. You need to be able to kill them. So you need aggressive items, so I like the switch up. Antara is looking for the shard. Wants to save some of his mates with the good old lift.
Yep, double save on their team then. Could be pretty strong.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And again, we're going to have the same conversation we did in game number 1.
Okay.
The high ground for Virtus.pro. Not particularly good.
It's worse than last game.
It is. It's just Lesh with shard potentially, and that's kind of it.
Especially, like, bad Magnus themselves aren't good building hitters, but they open you up to go high ground. Which one?
Lincoln's on Toronto, Tokyo.
Very
so
good.
It's going to be really hard to contest, although Nightfall, he saw a tower, and he's like, never mind. Give me some gold.
Anytime you play Magnus against Rubik, I think you just think about, which TI was it? The Romania coveted TI? The true side?
TI-10.
Yeah, with Collapse. Need to stack more Lincolns on me next time, guys. Well, it is.
Nightfall will be poking, has the Aegis for another minute, and there's the Horn Toss Skewer back. As the Hawk is completely isolated from his team. He's a tanky target.
Stolen Skewer.
On the other side, you can see Panto destroyed by Lornov, but the trade is in favor of Aurora. They get a core with no buyback, in fact. As the jump in now from Kiyotaka, going to apply some pressure. Rain gets telekinesis. There's the life break, but the Yules to try to counteract it. The Skewer back from Antares, who stole it. It was a nice play, but still ends up in a double kill for Nightfall. Buyback down to the Rubik as the Aegis finally consumed.
He's got BKB.
Nightfall, will you do the Nightfall? BKB, hits some creeps, TP, and they don't quite have the damage. Very close, though. Imagine the Ags there for the Huskar.
Yep, would have absolutely got him killed on the Lifestealer. But good hold from Virtus.pro. Antares, he gets to steal the Skewer while Toronto Tokyo fishes out the Hawk. It initially brings in Panto onto the tier 4s, and then it also kills Mr. Kiyotaka. And so we're leaving Roshan, banners on the ground, and gems as well. Sure, why not? We'll let them age for the next Rosh. Oh, good job by the Hawk. Pings it and leaves it.
Yep, that's good. Keep it up.
He pings it again. We'll keep tracks of him pinging it. There we go.
Nice, so Aurora getting a little too aggressive, but still in pretty good control of this game nonetheless.
They are, but now with the Ags available, this does actually change the state. Let's see if VP can look for a smoke. Maybe when this Huskar BKB is up. They also know, again, 34-minute rune. You have Oracle. You know what it's going to be. Maybe it's an amplified damage. Maybe it's an invis. Play around it. Set up your next play.
Looks like it's Tormy time.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it's just a free one for now for Aurora, because VP are mostly on their side of the map for now.
Okay.
Toronto Tokyo will take this one.
Hey, it's still the Shockwave
it's
upgrade,
the
right?
skewer.
Oh, the skewer range?
Yeah. The Shockwave is the,
that's the other facet. Yeah.
But Toronto Tokyo, he's having a great game. 7-1-4, Linken's, Ags, BKB, Blink, of course, as well, and he's got a refresher queued up. They're already struggling with 1 RP.
Yeah.
So when they have to deal with 2, that could be pretty hard for them.
Smoke from VP. They absolutely have to get something out of this, and it cannot be Panto for the 100th time. Feels like there's the one hero they're able to kill, maybe Mira as well. But
they don't want Mira, they don't want Panto.
The Hawk will show himself. The rest of the team shadowing him in the cover of this smoke, but you can see Aurora just very aware of the situation, it seems.
I mean, they just know. It's also, like, if you look at VP's heroes, they're all very, what's it called? Like, scripted, in a way, like what they do. Like, BB, he's either going to be on a way farming, or, like, he's slowly walking around the map. There's not a lot of pressure. Same with Huskar, same with the supports. They rely on being, uh-oh. Careful here, Toronto setting it up.
Yeah, horn toss to start. Linken's is popped. There's the RP. They have the damage, and the fight's just over, just like that for VP. Now they're going to try to run away. V2 does have the shield rune. The Oracle already isolated here, along with the Bristleback in the north, is shackled, getting destroyed at the moment. It's going to take a while, but eventually Dahak takes the tumble. Double kill for Nightfall. And Rain eventually will be run down, along with Antares, so I believe the only one to live will be the Lesh. That's 4 dead very quickly, and that's the Lincoln showing its worth.
Yeah, they try to go for the counterplay, but Antares, if he wants to counterplay, he has to, like, use ult to break or use and then get the lift off before the skewer comes out.
Why can't you lift your teammate there instead?
I mean,
not in range?
I think none of these things are honestly that easy. Like,
but you
can
want
try.
to, right? You want to there, theoretically.
I wonder if you, when you're lifting him up, if you're not fast enough, I think the skewer might just break your lift.
Yeah,
and take it with you.
I guess that's true. That's possible.
But like, yeah, it's just not that easy for Virtus.pro anymore, because this move, you're pushing aggressively with like your kind of centerpiece hero, the Huskar, into the bad Magnus. You're kind of asking for this to happen.
Yep, as we come into live play, Panto is actually living for now. V-Tune wants to finish the job. He will do so, but now he's in a precarious spot. Toronto Tokyo, Linken's popped. Yutaka waiting for Nightfall to arrive. Mid lane was taken out, at least in part. Nightfall gets life break, goes through the BKB. Do they have the damage? Not yet. He gets silence on top of it. Now finally pops the BKB, and he just destroys Lorinov very easily. Gets the infest onto Kiyotaka as well as the TP. The bash does hit. So this is going to be the death of the Lesh as well. And that should do it as GG's come out. Aurora, pretty damn convincing 2-0, I have to say.
Yeah,
and that puts them at the top of the group, which means they have a good chance to move on as the first place, but I don't think that's quite wrapped up yet.
Not yet, but Aurora, they definitely are powering up in like every series I see them play. I see all of them do some very good stuff, both from the draft to the gameplay. Toronto Tokyo, very impressive to me. Same with, I mean, actually all of them. You know, Kiyotaka as well. I think he's becoming a much more stable player. Whereas VP, they've got some work to do. I did like the switch up in this game. You know, you try with the Huskar, you go for the Leshrac carry, you try to play tempo.
I loved it.
Yeah, me too. Like, it's just there's some execution, some other stuff that isn't quite working out.
Yeah, it felt like they were a little too passive for a lineup that is very obviously mega aggressive, has it written all over it.
Yeah. Need to find like a couple more ways of like, how do you activate your draft? What do you want to do? When do you really want to like
even if it's just grouping up to get Diabolic on towers, right? Just getting some early map
But even
advantage.
that, it was skilled quite late. So maybe you could skip some levels of the stun to then play more for what your draft and lineup wants to do. So yeah, Virtus.pro, they've got work to do to kind of step it up for the next stage.
Nightfall ends the game 9-0 and 11 on the Lifestealer. I believe he Nightfalled away 4 times that game, if I'm not mistaken. One of them naked, of course, as we discussed.
Which was, of course, very true, as we then also discussed.
This is fake news. We know that wasn't actually a true naked Nightfall. I just wanted to say it one more time so that we can establish that as a term going forward. But I'm very happy with your casting today, Kez. You're doing such a good job.
Yeah, you too. Keep it up,
buddy.
You're looking for some fill right now? Or what are we...
No, I'm not filling. I'm just complimenting you.
Oh, that's good.
Is that allowed?
I think
that's allowed. But yeah, 2-0 victory for Aurora as VP do not win a single game here in the group stage, unfortunately for them. As we look at the scoreboard, Aurora going to continue to fill here, 26 kills versus VP with 19.
They're not the only ones filling.
Keep it up, Kezu.
No,
You're doing a great job.
For me, what I like the most is just it's Toronto-Tokyo. I think on all the games we've watched him play, even on his Undying, he looked incredibly good, where they had the humongous throw into the Rapier. So yeah, Aurora for me, they're powering up, looking strong.
All right, your turn, Nat.
Okay, yep, my turn. I think you're going to lead into the longest throw. That was the longest throw ever coming out of our casters there. But yeah, Sunsman, Kezu, thank you guys so much. And so well put. Virtus.pro unfortunately not able to get a single win for themselves in the group stage. But this time around, Brian, I've never heard an analyst be so correct. You predicted this game pretty much start to finish.
That's because at the start of this series we discussed this is your first panel with me so far.
That's true. That's
no,
true.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the writing's on the wall. You pick the Huskar against the Ember. You're the unfavored team in terms of the caliber of the two teams. You get off to that good start, and what you do with it says a lot. It just felt like there were several different things going on the map at once. And when you're the team in control that should be dictating the pace of the game, it's your responsibility to kind of streamline the progression, and that was definitely not what VP did in that game too.
No, there's one good thing for VP though. It can only get better. I don't think they're...
Good point.
It's very hard to, recognize the problems as a Dota team, to say it out loud and try to improve things. And I think there's a lot of things that they need to improve on. Coming into this series, I think they were the big underdogs. Aurora, they just completely dominated them, like as expected. Kezu talked about Toronto-Tokyo. This guy keeps getting better and better with each play. He did mention his Undying. His Magnus always has been a menace ever since he started to play the offlane, because he doesn't take that much farm, but in this game, they were having such a good time. He was staying top 2 net worth. And another flawless game from Nightfall. Like on the Lifestealer, we said that it's a really good Lifestealer game. They picked it on 23 and didn't die a single time. Also loved his itemization, Rage, BKB, Rage as well. Like there's just, because they have no BKB piercing tools. And jokes aside, you legit need to have something, because this guy will keep doing this.
Yeah, just keeps getting away with it. And Aurora, they got away with a 2-0 here. Let's hear from one of the players who's standing by with Purge.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, Purge here with Panto from Aurora. How are you feeling after that game?
I feel good. Could be better if Tundra was one map or maybe 2 maps, but it's okay.
You guys are still off to a good start, though. Batrider 5, not so super common right now, but you got some kills in lane, which I thought was impressive. A lot of times I feel like the Bats get a little passive. They wait for their blink. Do you feel an affinity with the hero? Like, do you feel good at the hero?
I feel very confident on this hero, but it's usually when you first pick some hero, and if it's Imba hero, people try to counter it, and if you get more counter picks, people always like, okay, this is bad game for this hero, so go position 5, do something in game, it's okay, and it's really good that I can make over impact on this hero even when I play against counter picks, so nice.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that one smoke gank you guys did on the Radiant Tier 2. You lassoed the Lesh, instantly gets countered with the Oracle. Does that make you frustrated, or are you just saying it's fine because it means that my other heroes have better matchups?
I think it's okay, because if you attack him and there is no Oracle behind him, it means that they will use TPs, maybe he die, maybe he not die, and something changes on map because they have to use ultis, have to use TPs, and if they not react, we kill him. If they react, we already ready to attack on other side of map, so this is like really good. And what is more, it's not like Abaddon Shield, which cool down very quick. It's Oracle ulti has a long cooldown, so you can play around it.
So it sounds like you have a lot of the eventualities planned out in your game so that everything goes well, but do you feel like, what's your read on other teams' movements right now? Do you feel like you can kind of predict where everybody's going to be most of the time? Do you feel like you have a good read for the game right now?
I call it skill check. Like when you don't have enough vision on map, or you don't have enough map control, and you don't know exactly they can react or they stay behind or no, you can always just try to poke and watch what will going on. And that's how it is. And people are not robots, right? They make mistakes, and even if you think that somebody can stay behind hero, there is a lot of times when they don't do it. So let's try and watch what will happen.
All right, and final question, what's your confidence for the rest of the tournament?
What's my what?
What's your confidence for the rest of the tournament?
I feel very confident. Like this is one of 2 main tournaments in here, and I have players with a lot of achievements, and I believe in them, and they believe in me, and we practice a lot. Like we only go eat, and that's all. We practice, we discuss everything, and we eat. That's all what we're doing. So I think we are very strong right now, and I truly believe that we can reach first place in group, and what is more, take a best place that we took at previous tournaments.
All right, that's great to hear. Really happy for you guys, and good luck in the future matches.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, big thanks to Purge and Panther there as well for a great interview. And we're seeing our Group C results. Something that we haven't yet seen from A or B is a tie. That's right, we got a tie between first and second at the moment. We don't know who it's going to be. Aurora and Tundra, they split their series 1-1. Coming in first, you get to skip that elimination phase. You go straight to playoffs. It is extremely important. So we're going to see them in a best of 3 later today. They're not done for their day at all. And yeah, I'm glad that Panto has the confidence, because you're going to need confidence going back into that Tundra series.
I learned something from that interview. I learned about this whole idea. I love how the pros have like a quick, succinct either sentence or term for like a very complicated topic, and in this case it's skill checking. Basically saying that worst case scenario, we're trading ultimates, so they've already factored in worst case scenario, but there are a lot of times in the Dota game that you just don't have all of the information necessary to make the perfect decisions, and so it's just effectively saying, we don't know if this guy's in the right position. Let's find out. Is this guy on point or is he not? And they're not robots, so I like that. It's like very humanizing while also not like being cocky, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, and I really like Panto, the way he talks about Dota. He is playing with 2 TIs, 2 TI winners on his team, but if they continue playing like this, I could definitely see this guy, maybe lifting the Aegis, maybe lifting the trophy here as well, because they are definitely powering up. And this guy, ever since he was like, when I saw him on Chimera, he was playing really well. You could feel the vibes, like what he brings to the team as well, very calm, because there are a lot of voices in that team. You have Nightfall, this guy just doesn't stop, like you don't have to do much, but it also makes it easier to play. Like I think the carries who are very vocal in the team, it does make it a lot easier to play at understanding their own timings and understanding when they need to join, and Nightfall has shown that he's been very, very active.
Yeah. Before we move away from this series, because there is still a lot more Dota to be played today, there's a moment in this game that you wanted to take a bit more of a look at, Lacoste.
Yeah, this was the moment where Virtus.pro, they did play, like, I would say, fine until up to this point, where this is the big timing. They have Aegis on Huskar, but if you look at the minimap, they are kind of split, not really connecting with the rest of the team, so they're going to be losing the Aegis here. Again, it's Toronto-Tokyo, who gets a pretty good initiation with the skewer back, not afraid to use that RP immediately just to be able to get the skewer back, get the kill, and they're going to be able to clean up. There's going to be, Huskar TPing out using the Nightfall, of course, because you are playing against him. And there's going to be another clip as well where they are kind of doing the same thing. Like, this is like the way they itemized as well. You have Bristleback, who is building into Crimson Guard as his first item, pretty much. So this is your item that you want to be going together and trying to take the fight. And you can see on the other side something that Panto was talking about. They are trying to make a move, immediately making a move on the other side of the map. Again, the main character here is Toronto-Tokyo getting the skewer back, but looking at the mini-map, there is Oracle missing, there is Lashrak missing, so it does feel like the team is disconnected when we talk about what the ideas are and how they want to play the game. Aurora being very good at recognizing the patterns, they're also showing on the mini-map, allowing them to go for these type of a plays. Sure, Bristleback is strong, but he's not strong when he's surrounded without his team against 5 people.
Yeah, I remember there was an interview with Insania. This was like 2 or 3 years ago, but it's one of those that just sticks with you because it opens your eyes to like an entire concept in Dota. But he talked about how the best moves in Dota, the highest level, are 2-pronged. It's not about the initial play that you make, but it's the follow-up, because the initial one against good teams is required to make a reaction happen. And now, after seeing your clip play out, that's exactly what Panto was talking about. He's like, okay, we're going to go on bottom lane. Either they're already there, which means that this Bristleback who just showed top is alone, or they TP in, which means somebody is going to be alone top. Right. So it's basically that entire play. It looks like VP being caught off guard, but which to some degree it is, but like it is
really heavily set up by
Yes.
like a multi-pronged move.
Dota is all about information. Like, you show your hero for a second. If you think you're in fog of war and you're not, it could actually cost your team the whole fight. It's just the way it is. Sometimes you don't see it because there's a lot of things happening from 2 different points of view, 10 different points of view potentially, and they get punished. And Virtus.pro, they were not on the same page with this one. You could feel the disconnect throughout pretty much not just the whole game, but also the whole series.
Yeah, well, with this conclusion, we do know that it's also concluded over on Stream B. So this is all of our Group C games. For now, there is going to be that tiebreaker that we mentioned for who gets to skip the elimination phase. But we still have our 4th and final group to decide. We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to come back with Liquid up against Heroic.
Probably should introduce you for of course the one guy in chat that doesn't know. I'm here with
King Jungles, KJ.
KJ Dota from a longtime US East legend, of course. You remember US East?
Yeah, it was very not nice. I'm glad it died.
Are you the only South American team here?
Yes.
How do you feel with the weight of an entire region, this pressure, your families? Everyone's going to be so disappointed if you, as the representatives of an entire continent, don't do well. How do you feel about that weight that I'm putting on you right now?
I feel fine. Like, really, I play for the people like brought us here and that suffer every day with us, like training 12 hours per day, go to gym, eat healthy, blah, 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 that does all these things that we need to do to become a pro player. From South America, there's like 3 times harder than you are just born in Europe, and like you're good, and then like someone calls you and you're earning mountains of rivers of money. So like the people that struggled all of these, that travel all the time to play qualify, blah, blah, blah. The people that play their hard road, I play for them, which are my teammates, and of course I want my region to do well, so we're gonna have more opportunities there. So yeah, we have a very big thing to do here, which is winning for the South America, and there's no wait. I just know that people trust us, and
They trust you.
I know people trust, so like I'm fine. I know people will be fine if I do well or bad, because we are already here. It's like a super big goal. It's like a big thing.
If you're in the great, wonderful land of Brazil, what server do you queue on?
What you need to do is move to Northeast Brazil, so you are closer to Europe, and then you kill Europe from there with 100 ping.
I heard the routing is better now though, that you guys get like 100 something ping, not like 200 anymore.
Yes, but you still need to move. So like I'm from South Brazil, I had to say goodbye to my family and then go there. Some people were born there, so they can play in Europe easily. But
it's really cold there right now, isn't it?
In South Brazil it is, but in North no. Yeah.
Is it winter?
Yes, at home is like 5 degrees now. Yeah, close to 5. It's very cold for us.
Is there mountains? Do you go snowboarding and skiing on the mountains?
No, because our mountains there are old, and when the mountains are old, they start like this, right? But with time, they're gonna go like this.
So they're like hills.
Yeah, so our mountains are old. We don't have new mountains.
Who's the most famous South American, like in general?
I think it's Pelé. He died. Most famous.
What about Simón Boulevard?
Yeah, he's pretty famous as well. I guess Che Guevara is famous.
Che Guevara's pretty famous, yeah.
Che Guevara.
It's because he's on all the shirts.
Yes.
Do you guys think you're the Simón Boulevard of Dota right now?
No, I feel like we are too selfish for that. That's just reality.
I respect that answer. Thank you so much, KJ, for the interview. I'll let you go on about your day. Good luck in the tournament. We'll see you in the next one.
back to Dota at the Esports World Cup. We're rounding out our fourth and final group. It's Group D. We got Liquid up against Heroic and a small change in our panel as well. Lacoste out, Jenkins in. What are you guys doing?
It's great to be here. It's good to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's so great to see you.
Did you like that one? I had the pen in the hand as well.
I know a famous guy that does that one. He'll know him. He's American.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, it's great to be here. We got Group D. We have, I think, some pretty one-sided matchups. Hypothetically, coming in hot today, right? Hypothetically.
Okay, I would just like to say this. Maybe we're looking at some one-sided matchups today, but it would be the literal most spicy result of this group stage if Heroic were to 2-0 Liquid in this upcoming series, because that would create a three-way round-robin tie, assuming that P-Vision takes down Shopify Rebellion as expected. So I would just like to say that Heroic and Team Liquid, they are responsible for perhaps giving us the most entertainment value. So people at home, I'm not trying to say be biased for Heroic here, but
I think we should all,
yeah,
we should all come together and be biased for Heroic. There's also like if there's the 1-1 split as well.
It doesn't
that you
really...
would have Heroic and P-Vision tie, and then you'd have a tiebreaker there as well.
Yeah, but we want the three-way tie. I get what you're saying.
Sure.
Let's go optimal, maximum chaos.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you realistically think, what are the odds of getting this?
I'd say about 6, almost 7%. Round up.
That's fair. I thought you were going to say 6 out of 7.
6 out of 7.
6 out of
yeah,
7.
that would be quite high.
Where would you put it then? What would your percentage be?
You know, Liquid is very capable of losing a game.
Okay.
But two games.
Two games.
Yeah, 2 games is a little... That one is rare. That one is rare. Like, I feel like if they're supposed to win a series, they usually win the series, but they'll lose a game in the series.
Because it's a best of 2.
Now, best of 2s make it a little more weird because usually this curse is something that happens in best of 3s for them. So maybe that's why this group stage has gone so well for them so far, is because this best of 2s, like, no Liquid curse exists for the best of 2s quite yet.
It's because what you were saying before, Brian, where it all kind of feels like the beginning of a lower bracket, and we know how much Liquid love a lower bracket.
They do.
they
can just treat this whole thing like a lower bracket, like you said. There you go. Liquid's in their element from the get-go.
That's why it's doing so well.
So we're not
them.
selling the Heroic storyline
here.
here.
Heroic. Let's just talk about that lineup then.
Okay.
In fact, let's talk about what the last 3 days have looked like for them. We didn't see them play yesterday. That was Group A and B, but we did see them on day 1 and day 2. Obviously not the best of starts for themselves there at all, but did you guys enjoy what you were at least seeing? Some of the drafts that were coming out, the potential that could happen for this roster?
I mean, I think they're a very similar profile to Yandex from what we just saw in Group C, where they looked convincingly better than the team that's 4th in the group, in this case, Shopify, taking them down 2-0. But so far, they've looked outclassed by P-Vision and perhaps, you know, what going into today. I wouldn't be shocked if they took a single game, but I would say it's like 75-ish% chance that Liquid 2-0s this.
I think so. I think so too. The 7% really changed that, or that requires something to happen.
The 7% is the 2 wins, and the 18% is the 1-1.
Got you. Yeah, I mean,
quick math.
That's good.
I definitely agree. There's one argument for Heroic, and that is that it was on day 1 that they got 2-0'd by P-Vision. And, you know, obviously you get 2-0'd, like you're going to have a team talk after that. And so maybe that team talk in their mind is what led to their fairly dominant series against Shopify, where they 2-0'd. And now they have some, like, psychological momentum coming into this series. And I do feel like in Dota, like, feeling good about yourself and having that confidence is very important.
I think there's also the counter argument, though, is Liquid have a lot of momentum. They've had stand-ins for the previous tournaments in one role or another for whatever reasons. They end up winning the online tournament just before this one, and then they finally get their full roster. We see Insania back there, and it felt like he never left. It felt like this roster somehow upgraded even more, despite it being their default.
I don't know if... Okay, maybe this is some, like, parasocial interaction coming on for me, but I feel like they look weightless. Like the P-Vision drama, of course, you know, calling them bots and playing in that series, like it really feels like they're just enjoying playing the game right now on all of their players. And because of that, there's no pressure on them whatsoever, and they're incredibly dominant. And I do wonder if part of that is Insania finally being back. Like, they're finally playing with their full roster of people. Like, I feel like the vibes are just immaculate right now on the team.
I will say that Team Liquid is a team that I know firsthand. They believe in the whole burnout phase of how long these seasons are, and there's a reason why they effectively had a stand-in for like 3 months, because each one of their players took like a week or two to reset, and I think that displays itself when they come back together, because they wouldn't do that if they hadn't already qualified for these events, if they didn't already feel comfortable with having Saberlight fit into the team. You have a very different offlaner with Saberlight compared to 33 going into EWC and TI last year. It's much more of a vibe setting, and one thing I know Blitz has said is that his team is so good that they will make anyone join the team. They'll work around their hero pool and what their play style is. He's like, Boxy's happy to play with any type of offlaner. Mickey will be more of a playmaker or more of a hard farmer. In this case, I think Mickey's taken more of like the flash farming mid-game role, like that he's always gone for like the Monkey Kings and the Razors, but I think he's more on like the Nature's Prophet TAs, the ones that get really farmed really fast while also setting tempo, and everything they're doing just makes sense. So I think that they're ready to peak at the right time. They're like 7-0 against P-Vision in the last week, which that's pretty crazy considering P-Vision's track record throughout the course of this year. Yeah, Team Liquid right now I think is the front runner for taking the whole thing, in my eyes.
Okay, well, guys, remember, we're going for the 3-way tiebreaker, okay? We want to try and hype up into Heroic. We're going to talk about their roster and how we feel that their strengths are, right? You've highlighted so well exactly what Liquids are, but we need to know for Heroic what they're going to have to draft for themselves and what they're going to need to bring into the gameplay here.
Okay, well, I'll make one counter argument to the P-Vision 7-0 rhetoric. Watching those games, P-Vision looked straight up tilted. Like, Satanic was like TP'd out in lane against a stun and TP'd to tower to try to like survive.
And then got rebounded.
And then got rebounded. Like, there were really uncharacteristic mistakes coming in from P-Vision, so I feel like there's a little bit of emotional damage happening there. And then I will say for Heroic, the last series that they played, strategically, they looked a lot better than in the first one.
Okay.
However, we still see that like classic South American flair of being very good at team fighting. Like, very good at playing around each other. They're playing repositioning heroes like Magnus. They're doing some skewer back into like Axe Taunt, like perfect combo where, they do some like miracle thing that probably they don't want to be in the position where they had to do that in the first place. But the fact that they're able to pull it off is insane. Whisper was like beyond godlike on offlane Batrider. He has a totally different take on the meta than any other offlaner. So Heroic does have a lot of things going for them. They have a lot of potential, but the question for me is like, where does that cap out? Because that has to cap out above a very dominant Team Liquid.
All right, I will say that I love, I've been living in Europe now for 4 years, but I'll never forget the dynamic that these players bring from the SA region, because you'd see them in pubs all the time back when the NA server actually had pubs being played on it, and
those were the days.
Yeah, Whisper and Schofield are two of the most annoying players, and all like they get in your head, they read your mind, and they just pick these heroes like Batrider, like the maybe not tiny 4 position right now, but I think of like if there's a hero that just creates chaos and throws a wrench in the equation, these two guys will play it, and I have deep respect for that type of playstyle because I think it's very layered. Like, they have to put themselves in the mind of the opponent thinking, what is this person going to do? And I'm going to like subvert expectation of what they think I'm supposed to do, and then it throws them off.
It's constant subversion from those two. They just played they just played Schofield on Queen of Pain.
Absolutely.
He played Quap 4. Like, they will innovate. I mean, this is a good hero for him, right? You jump in and just die. Like, that's a Schofield classic. It's
just make sure all the spells go off. That's it.
Exactly. You're good. It's a very hard hero to like chase around the map as well. Like, he was making a ton of space. And then they got Whisper last pick Lycan, and that's a classic hero for him. I mean,
Whisper can play pretty much literally anything.
Yeah, he can. He's always been in the conversation of like top 5, depending on the time, top 3 offlaners in the entire world. Even when he's on the teams that are not so strong, like he's always in that conversation, individually skilled wise.
For me, he's reminiscent of Zai, just like the way they both offer to a team. They'll fit in whatever they need to do.
They always get something in the game.
Yeah, they can be like 0-9, and you think they're like winning the game for their team. Like, it's the same thing. They're either going to be the guy that potentially carries the entire game, or they're also just going to be the guy that enables their teammates. But I also a big fan of Yuma. I know he's been consistently bouncing around teams that are placing in like 9th through 12th. They're never in the worst of the teams in the tournament, but they're also not
standing out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this guy is just a really good force on whatever team he's on. Very rare that you hear a carry player that everyone likes pubbing with. And Yuma's is one of those.
He's
Yuma's
a good guy.
Just a good guy.
He's a guy that will definitely up the vibes on a team. And I actually think in terms of playstyle, he's most of the time very similar to Mickey in that he will play carries that are very active. I saw Mickey go through the portal on Sven at like level 4 yesterday. And it owned. I mean, he got a kill on Satanic, right? Like this sort of like active playstyle in the early game, I think can be very good on a carry as long as you don't go and then not get the kill, you know, because that can be punishing. So a lot of carries don't try to do it, but Yuma will be very active. Like he'll play Monkey King, he'll rotate mid, he'll go to every single fight, but he'll still be farmed.
These two coaches, by the way, Blitz and Cavs, they're really good friends. I know that they occasionally exchange ideas. They kind of work together on like, maybe together isn't the right word, but it's just like if one of them isn't doing well in a tournament, has been eliminated and is still kind of hanging around, they're very open to like talking to each other about ideas of what could progress. So I want to know, yeah, what sort of mind games are going to happen in a draft when you are very familiar with each other as coaches?
This is a crazy thing to do. I mean, shoutouts to Cavs. Letting Naga Siren through, I don't think there's a more universally hated hero currently in the pro scene. Even if you are willing to play against it and you have a strategy that's good at beating it, it's very difficult to execute. What she offers to fights, like the ability to press R and just disengage, like it literally lets you just choose, like, is this fight good for us? No? Okay, R. Like, that's it, you know? And I also feel like Naga combos really well with a lot of, like, the S-tier carries that you want to play in lane. Like, SF Naga is insanely strong. I would be very surprised if it got allowed through. The triple raise combo in lane is devastating. The Naga song into Requiem from SF is devastating, whether it's mid or the safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people... Insania kind of has two archetypes of heroes that he likes to play. He plays like the Crystal Maidens and the Oracles, these like backline spellcasters. But then he's a huge Chen fanatic. He's a huge Enchantress fanatic. Like, he loves these like min-maxing micro-based heroes. So it just makes sense that Naga Siren is in his alley. I feel like so much of what Naga does as a spectator, like, yeah, you see those 6 song plays, but a lot of it's in the game itself. It's hard to witness. It's hard to see like how much information you're providing for your team.
With the illusions.
The illusion scouts. The fact that the control in fights is that you set people's movement speed to a flat amount. I think that's like a really interesting concept in the game of Dota 2. Like it's one of those slows where it's like, rather than it being a 30% slow, so in lane it moves them from 300 to 210, and then later they're still going to be faster. It's like you're 230.
Yeah.
Like, so if you have Boots of Travel, Sanj and Yasha, you're still going to be 230, you know? So I do like that they've experimented on the side of Valve with mechanics like this that are just, you know, slows have been in Dota since the dawn of time. But Naga specifically is very annoying with what she can do. And I think Insania is one of those players that loves enabling his team in this capacity. And Liquid, being the fast tempo team that they are, will utilize that vision probably better than anyone else.
A lot of people have figured out, a lot of pros, I should say, have figured out the stack timings too on Naga with like all the new camps.
Yeah.
We're seeing Naga also having like very high camps stacked, like up there in like Shadow Demon territory. So, you know, once again, another reason why it pairs really well with SF, who can farm stacks. But on the flip side, we have Axe. There's been some interesting builds people have been doing. 33 will go for, instead of a Blink Dagger Rush after the Blade Mail, he'll go Pipe Soul Ring, and he will do that into like Radiant Spires. So there's kind of new tech where people are showing that, okay, not only can Axe be this like very devastating like anti-carry, Blink in, Blade Mail, you know, BKB piercing, like kill them from full HP. Also, the tier 4 neutral items on Axe are insane. If you get the Ds, or if you get the Blade Mail item, the Pirate Cloak,
both
like,
of them are insane.
Both of them are absolutely insane. So the scaling on Axe is incredible. And okay,
I figured they were going to have to take SF for
That's why they
themselves.
left the SF through. So now the question is for Liquid, what is the alternative to SF with Naga Siren in lane?
You also have Nature's Prophet banned out. I mean, you have the Lunas, the Drows,
Gyrocopter.
the Gyrocopter. Is there any other ranged carries that come to mind? Medusa, perhaps, but I mean, Medusa Axe isn't actually that bad of a matchup. It's just kind of a meme.
The thing is, they don't really have to pick it now. This is SF. Yes, it could be kind of flexed, but that hero pool
It's
for
important, you're right.
carry
They can leave it.
is still open. So yeah, maybe we're going to see like a Saberlight hero and a support coming out.
Shadow Shaman is out. What are the other like generic?
I think Willow would be nicer.
Yeah,
Oh, Tusk.
or Tusk.
Okay, Tusk is nice.
I mean, Tusk save against Axe Call Requiem. That's pretty nice, but it can work both ways. Where if you snowball somebody, it's a really easy like
setup
for any sort of AOE disable. But I will say one of the more annoying fours to play against as Axe in lane is Tusk, because the way you just run away from people is like how you escape on Axe. You just like run away and be tanky. And Tusk with Shard, Snowball, his Icy Hands, which I can never remember what it's called. It's
tag team.
It's very.
I had to think about what the heck he meant.
It's very easy.
It wasn't the spell name; it was his description.
Because that's what it looks like. His hands go all icy, and then you get
Icy
slowed.
hands, yeah.
Okay.
But it's a very good four at rotating on Axe if you have some sort of kill combo in the safe lane.
I would perhaps love a Venomancer. Oh, they go Dawn. Okay. I was thinking like kill combos in lane with Tusk, and Saberlight's one of the few people that's been picking off lane Venomancer, but Dawn, that's a classic. You're giving yourself multiple saves. Axe hates playing into this type of stuff where it's counter initiation, BKB piercing. And going off of your point about the 33 build on Axe, I would just like to make that public service announcement that the only way we ever get innovation is that people don't assume a hero's going to buy something.
Yeah.
And I think it's really cool to think like, yes, Axe of course needs a Blink Dagger at some point in the game, but there's more versatility to that. Similar to like Centaur, who sometimes goes like Blade Mail, Vanguard Pipe, and then Blink. It is a core-centric part of this hero, but knowing that there's like I think that's what kind of defines Dota nowadays, is these players that are willing to basically play around with the identity of a hero, you know?
It did go in pair and in tandem with their draft too, right? He felt that there was enough catch and enough gap closing from other heroes that they had drafted that it was very easy to stagnate.
But
this
that's
point.
cool, right? Is because you know that that's something you're going to lack, so then you're counting for that. That's probably something they've discussed outside of the game itself.
Speaking of innovation, you know what Spirit did against the Tusk Dawn combo? That was really good. Winter Wyvern.
Yep, that was good.
I think that's an excellent hero against Dawn in general, because Winter's Curse on top of the Dawn ult, you're guaranteed to get a +1, right? It's so easy.
Yeah, but that's Earthshaker.
Yeah, they went for Earthshaker, but you can Earthshaker Wyvern.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's
It's not impossible.
That's totally fine.
They do have one more pick here, Nat.
You're right. And if it's going to be the Wyvern, I'm going to look like the biggest idiot.
You don't need it to be Wyvern for that.
Okay,
I don't even have a comeback. That was really, I'm going to shake your hand on that one. That one was good. That was really good.
Thank you. No, I mean, the Phoenix is actually a very similar archetype to Wyvern, right? It's not necessarily like the curse that is an immediate impact, but Egg is a BKB piercing AoE stun that you don't really want to land on top of.
No.
So if you commit, say, like Echo Slam, Phoenix dives in and eggs, Dawn is very discouraged to basically ult on top of whoever that is.
It's just a little worse in lane, but I still think it's probably good in lane, because you can always dive away from the, like when Tusk uses shards.
And you also have attack speed slow, which is good for the Icy Hands.
Right, it's great for the Icy Hands. By the way, this is another ranged carry we didn't think about because it just hasn't been let through at all. And also, you know, Queen of Pain historically has been played as a mid, so it's a little weird to kind of change your perspective on her, but it's a carry. And honestly,
it could be both.
It could be both, but if you're an off-lane Axe Earthshaker lane, wouldn't this be a nightmare to lane against? Like a carry Quap is going to just dagger you over and over again and kill you as magic damage.
I mean, you're going to cut creeps, right? You're going to buy boots and as Earthshaker and just drag consistently, probably double fissure block the wave. It is annoying and you absolutely can't lane, but it comes down to me is they're going to stack for the Axe. He's going to recover that way. It's effectively going to create a dead lane top. Quap's going to go through the portal, creating a lot of pressure on Yuma. So there's just, how do they navigate these problems? They know they're coming. And look like you wanted to say something, Nat.
No, I was just going to make fun of Blitz, but he's not on the camera anymore, so it's gone.
Can we get the camera
Blitz camera?
on Blitz.png, please?
Nope.
We'll keep an eye on that next time that happens.
It's very important as we get to the late stage of the draft.
You don't have control over that one, Jenkins.
Yeah, they don't give me control here.
They really don't. I wonder why.
Can only imagine.
Anyway, last pick Pudge is coming out.
No. All right, so it's very clear that they... Well, actually, it's not clear, right? Right now, Liquid have banned out Spen, one of the carries. They could still split it, a 50-50 on if they think this SF is going to go mid, or if it is still going to be a potential Yume hero. Or on the side of Heroic, it's an Ava and +1 ban out.
So where would the Abaddon have... That would have been a safe lane Abaddon that they're afraid of? Why exactly are they afraid of Abaddon? I feel like you and I are both on the same page, Jenkins, that this is quite capably a Queen of Pain carry. And if they don't do Queen of Pain carry, they would want to do some ranged guy, right? So interesting that they banned Abaddon. Maybe they think if the enemy safe laner is like ungankable, that would pose a lot of issues for them. But at the same time, I do think Quap's largely ungankable this game.
Yeah,
so
I think so too.
At least like not until Earthshaker Blink, which, you know, I'm mainly referring to that like 8 to 15 minute window. Looks like it's most likely an Earthshaker support, so we're going to be waiting a while for that one.
I love that you say 8 to 15 because this hero typically, like, it's so up in the air if he gets enough farm. Like, if he has a really good game, he'll get it at 8 minutes. But in a normal game, it's like this guy waits 15 minutes, you know, sometimes even shard first because you just know you're not getting the Blink Dagger. We've not seen like huge success for Earthshaker in this tournament so far. And I do feel like sometimes it's hard for him to like find a place in the game. Like he gets so few levels. I mean, he's going to set up for a good lane for Axe though. The fissure block is something you always have to account for. So maybe when Axe goes and he farms the stacks, the Earthshaker will take the lane. That's like part of the idea here.
Okay, so since they have the information, like we said, that it's most likely this double melee offlane, Ursa has always been very good against both these heroes.
He's an egg killer.
It's an egg killer. That's exactly what I was thinking. So this is a very good Ursa pick.
Super good against SF too. Mid you can buy a Yules, and that is good against Ursa. But
nobody's going to want to do that, right?
Yeah, nobody right now wants to do that. I feel like you probably still have to. Or maybe because you Phoenix Earthshaker. Like,
I think your supports have to go it. Because at the end of the day, I think it just delays your build too much, and the Kayayasha allows you to go like Kayayasha Blink and then not need the Yule setup. They go for a Kunkka, which is likely a Kunkka mid, SF mid. Yeah, Kunkka mid, SF carry. That could have gone either way. Kunkka's always been nice against Queen of Pain. Back when Queen of Pain was going for the other facet, you were going predominantly Scream, and then you weren't having any sustain because you were killing yourself with your spells, and then the Tidebringer harass. But this time around, there's going to be a lot of back and forth, maxing out the dagger, at least 3 points on the side of Nisha. I think it's going to boil down to the fact that the supports on the side of Team Liquid are going to need to try to connect to mid. Boxy loves it when he's playing Tusk, that he has 2 options here. You have an SF that you can pick on in the safe lane, a meaningful shards block in the mid lane. There's going to be a lot of movement, is what I'm thinking early on. Mickey is going to be pretty chill in his lane, and Whisper's going to be farming some stacks. So I'm looking at the Heroic safe lane and the mid lane for a lot of action pack from Boxy being the catalyst.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be a Boxy camera type game. Like he's basically Heroic wants to shut down his rotations and not die to him.
Yeah.
And Liquid needs Boxy to be the one that's getting kills because they're playing against a lineup that is squishy, that is gankable, right? And he's playing Tusk. This is like the best hero in the game, other than maybe Pudge like punishing this. So all eyes on Boxy. Both teams definitely have options. I agree. Like Whisper, if he farms a bunch of stacks, gets early Blade Mail Blink, he could pop off in 1v5. And in late game SF, I don't think we've seen a hero melt enemy heroes quicker than a late game SF. It is insane the amount of damage he can do.
Is there a way to be more proactive against this Tusk instead of just waiting for him to rotate mid and react that way? Is there a way to kind of shut down his early timings of having good rotations?
Not with the heroes they have.
Okay.
Phoenix and Earthshaker are very greedy supports, very reactionary supports for the most part, and I don't think Schofield can afford to leave Whisper alone very often unless he's set up the lane equilibrium appropriately. So yeah, I think this is all going to come down to Heroic reading those moves and being ready to counter-initiate them, whether you're the Phoenix or the Earthshaker.
A lot on the supports, I guess, because good warding is a big part of that. Like just seeing where Boxy is going and dodging.
All right, well, for the sake of a 3-way tie, for all the fans of Dota out there, that's right, we're going to hype up Heroic a little bit more as we enter the cast with time spending Kezu.
Go ahead, Kezu.
Okay, yeah. We're here, Shannon. What do you think? Hype it up. It's what you've been tasked to do.
Well, it's paused, so...
Yeah, keep going.
Let's check if 33's back there.
He's not here.
Yeah, this should be a good one. I'm excited. Heroic versus Liquid. Liquid only need to win a single game to ensure that they get first place in the group, which means, of course, they can skip the second stage entirely. While Heroic, they're actually tied with P-Vision at 2-2, so every win super important for them.
I mean, Heroic, for me, they're a bit of a wildcard team. Overall, I would say they're usually very good, like strategically, and they have like a lot of, I would say they have like a lot of very hit or miss performances. Whisper, for me, is like a very, very strong player. We saw him the other day on his Bad Rider with like, what, 15-2, having like a banger of a game. But I will say, once we do get into the game, I kind of like the Liquid strat in this game. You know, you're going to have to jump in with this Axe call, but you have a lot of backup coming into, you know, into it later. You have the Snowball save, you have the Dawn ult coming down, and you also have the Song of the Siren. So early game and the laning stage for Heroic, going to be incredibly important.
That's true, and you can reel in Axe.
That is true.
Incredible counter to the hero.
Honestly, it does matter when you play with like some...
It's just such a dumb ability. I just can't get it. It's obviously good now.
I used to dislike it. I actually think it's pretty good.
Well, they buffed it like 8
They
times,
did.
so eventually it's going to get good. It's just hilarious that it's finally become a thing.
I mean, didn't it used to be on the Aghanim Scepter or something? And now it's just
might have been
built in.
Shard,
Maybe.
maybe. Yeah.
Either way, it was weak. But now it's pretty cool.
As Nisha will be playing the Queen of Plane.
The Queen of Plane?
Nothing plain about her, am I right? Versus the Kunkka on Analog. Should be an interesting matchup. I mean, typically, Quap likes to play against melee heroes, but Kunkka pretty damn tanky. How's this matchup typically go?
Kunkka is still one of the better ones, and I thought that Kunkka still wins this matchup, but we saw this matchup, I don't know exactly who played it 2 days ago, and I did see the Queen of Pain win out a little bit. I think it was Quinn against GPK, so it looked like, you know, the Queen does win early, but then when the level 3 Tidebringer comes through, you're going to be A-okay on the Kunkka. One thing I do like about Heroic's draft is Phoenix. They're one of the few teams that do play this hero, and when you play against Dawn, you want the massive amount of teamfight. Like when this hero jumps in, you want Dawn to like jump into like 4 AoE spells. So they have Shaker to follow up, you have a Requiem, you can drop a Torrent Bolt, and you have the Egg. So I do like that.
Is an issue, you just Song of Siren into kill Egg, right? That's an old school counter to the hero.
It's absolutely a big issue.
We'll see if it comes into play this game. Feels like a lot of these a lot of these back and forth type of synergies or counters that I used to think of don't really come into effect as often because the game is just so much deeper than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if it happens, Kezu. We'll see if it happens.
There's some fake pressure. But we've got the good old quad ring of protection from Whisper, who's going to be forced to TP top.
The 33 special. I knew he was here.
With the pause at the start.
Yeah. I mean, that's one way to get better is you emulate the best.
That's true.
Of course, you have to understand why he hates the light.
And why he buys 4 rings of protection.
Well, that one's a little more obvious.
That one's a bit easier.
I would hope as a pro player you understand. Of course, you could disagree whether it's good enough.
True. That's Boxy. Oh, try to cancel the Black Grenade. Try to cancel the South.
Oh my.
Boxy.
A Wraithband recipe. Nice blocks from KJ.
Sharded.
Boxy's not going to fully commit. If that was me, I would have kept going.
I would have ice sharded that courier.
Yeah, he actually hasn't skilled anything yet, huh?
But he, of course, understands what he needs to do. You just want to get the wave in position. If you're Liquid, there's a high chance that they're just playing for a level 2+3 timing. Like get Dawn 2 levels in the Hammer, and you get your level 2 on the Tusk. Of course, Phoenix traditionally one of the better lane counters to the Tusk, because you kind of want tag team and to hit them. So minus attack speed, of course, great for that.
Yeah, Boxy, though, on the Tusk, one of the best in the world, if not the best in the world currently.
I would best Tusk.
Absolute beast.
To me, best Tusk. Even from like Singapore TI is where like he really popped off in a lot of the games. So yeah, this guy when he has a free game, and I feel like he's kind of set up to, you know, be freed up. It's a Dawnbreaker. You're gonna lane against Phoenix. Who cares? Like, you know, Phoenix will get his stuff, but he doesn't really pressure. So, like they also talked about on the panel, eyes on Boxy.
What about the Earthshaker pick? Not the most standard support these days.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. I do like it still. I will say it's underrated as a 4. I really don't think the hero's that bad. You have the option of going the Shard. If you have a weaker game, you can go the Blink. And you've got the follow-up teamfight against like the Dawn as well. And you know when your Axe jumps in, Boxy later has to save. And it really sets up like all these heroes like Earthshaker to then just come in clutch. So why not?
No bottom lane.
They got the timing.
Full Starbreaker onto Yuma, and Boxy with the tag team. That is enough for first blood. Talked about him having a potentially free game on this position for Tusk. Well, that's a good start.
That was just nicely done, and I think also like he didn't have his Wraith Band yet because his courier was sniped at the very beginning. So not having that bonus armor against the tag team combo can hurt a lot.
Mickey pretty low on the Ursa right now. Once the cooldowns are back for Schofield, maybe they give this another go, but the Lotus does go to Liquid in the end. Have the extra bit of regen when needed.
It's just so much spam. Like this is still a very good Axe lane. Like Axe doesn't care about Naga whatsoever. Sure, Ursa counters you, but not at the beginning. Like this item build with the battle hunger, the spam is too strong.
Oh, Fissure blocking a bit, but not going to aggress any further. Whisper, of course, doesn't have call quite yet, so it will be a level 4, I assume, when he picks that up. That is when the real kill potential occurs for the heroic side. I really want to see a game. It feels like it's been a while since Axe has just gone completely berserk.
Really? I feel like I've seen, well, maybe not here at EWC, but when maybe some of the more recent tournaments, when you see the hero like paired up with Marcy, then the hero does go kind of bonkers.
Actually, that's genuinely the last time I cast an Axe game that went crazy was with the Marcy support.
Yeah. Kind of turns the hero into like...
Just a free Blink Dagger beginning of the game, no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. But for now, this top lane going, I mean, both of them are quite happy when it comes to this lane for Liquid and Heroic. You have both a Naga and an Earthshaker support that are getting through the laning stage nicely.
Level 4 now, he gets reeled in under the tower. Whisper gets tickled. He's got those 4 rings of protection and a chainmail now.
No, he's got
Schofield stunning up Mickey, has to pop the wand, but he's blocked off now. As Whisper can't go any further, but actually tries to get the Earthshock on the other side of the tree. He's going to go down to this battle hunger. He's getting really low. The creeps will end up taking him out in the end. And now Whisper continuing to go on top of Insania. So this lane getting harder and harder for Liquid now.
Well, that is really, really good news for them. Because not just killing the Ursa, but he's losing all of those creeps under his tier 1 as well. And it's not like the lane gets that much better for the Ursa. Like, unless you get kills, Ursa is not a very good sustaining hero. As Boxy is looking mid, scouting if there's a ward. There is not. So he knows the right side is kind of clean apart from if there was a watcher, but it is his.
If you couldn't X-bat, I mean, I know this is a stupid question. I've already started though, so I'm going to finish.
Keep going. Would he still
if
be
you
a
weren't
mid hero?
able to refill, like in this fashion, would he be able to play mid?
He can still play mid. It just depends on the, yeah, sure. Against like more harassing heroes, maybe you wouldn't. I think you just see people like pick up a bottle maybe, or you just pick up an extra salve, whatever.
I mean, speaking of that, the changes to being able to TP in and refill bottles, finally taken out of the game. Do you like that change? Because I've loved it personally.
I really do like this change. Like, just let people come, you know, like for the active rune, let them worry about their own stuff instead of this, oh, I die, I go TP mid.
Right.
I do really like the change.
Yeah, that was a long time coming. Never liked that mechanic to begin with. Most of these mechanics that end up as features started as bugs, and that one, just a long time bug that they finally fixed.
It's good that it went out. As King Jungles, he did go to the mid lane and got a good D-ward off, but here, Nisha with the TP, early Sonic Wave available.
Yes, indeed. He blinks right in, but he gets called. That is not the greatest positioning. Fissure to follow, but might have run out of steam on the side of Heroic, as there's the Sonic Wave onto the other side of the Fissure, in fact. Down goes Axe, and, well, Boxy, Snowball doesn't fully hit, and Schofield actually just gets out fine.
Okay, let's see.
But
if
still,
Nisha,
the position 3 down for Heroic.
Okay, I was going to say that it was a good play, but still big commitment, but Nisha, he's rocking a regen rune.
Yes, he is. Scream of Pain doing a little bit of damage, along with the Shadow Strike now, but not going to dive any further. Although Boxy has other things in mind, traps Schofield in the shards. Now Nisha comes in to help finish the job. This is at the 7-minute mark, so Wisdom Shrine's gonna be very important. Whisper, he absolutely cannot die here. Solar Guardian comes in. Second death in a row for Whisper. Liquid get the Shrine as well. You could not script it any better.
No, this is absolute textbook play. I'm a little surprised, because I was mid-fight, I was checking if Analog had a TP, and it was back up. Like, he could have decided to maybe TP up there. But, I mean, Saberlight hitting this ult this early on, like right in time for the 7-minute play, huge.
And Snowball, KJ, well, he brings him into Analog's arms, and the ship is coming. Does do enough damage to take Boxy out, so KJ, good bait. But yeah, both Shrines of Wisdoms go to the side of Liquid.
Definitely.
I don't know how insane that can be, as Schofield getting eaten up. Doing a lot of damage to Mickey, but what was that blood grenade? Whose was that?
I'm pretty sure it was Schofield's. I mean, this guy, he's an entertainer. I'm not gonna lie.
Looked like a death animation coming right out of his ass.
Maybe
or
it's
something.
new, you know, when Shaker dies,
Yeah,
it's like
maybe.
AoE blood grenade.
Makes sense.
Well, Nisha off to a very good start. He did really well on this lane. The other day with the GPK Quinn lane didn't go quite like this, so Nisha putting on a performance. Yuma in trouble.
Haven't talked about Yuma too much. He might be dying here. Tries for the... Ooh, he gets off the ult successfully. That's a lot of damage on the Boxy. Now TP in the form of the Phoenix. KJ trying to burn Boxy up. Stops the dive, and yeah,
We'll
Sunray enough. Good rotation.
Oh, good timing on the Requiem.
Saberlight, he's going
Ham
very aggressive here. Level 7 right now as the TP is coming in. Starbreaker canceled. Schofield now attempting to block, but the phase boots.
Fissure, nice.
Yeah, good fissure there. Saberlight does have hammer though to get to the other side. He's going for first item Ags. So talk to me about this. Because when this initially changed, I remember casting some games where sometimes they would get it. It was definitely good.
No, Ags is an every game pickup on Dawn.
It's first item.
It's you see either Vlad's or Blade Mail and then the Aghanims.
Okay.
So the straight up like this is not something you see too often. It could be that he just wants like he wants the Ags effect earlier in the game where you drop down earlier, you have more heal, it's just more strong. So he doesn't care so much about himself, but rather that his cores want to play forward. And I like this move. You're double smoking. And remember, you've got Dawn ult available, so you can outnumber your opponents at any time.
Yep, you talked about the fact that Heroic want to jump in with a Berserker's Call, and that is a terrific counter as there's the Solar Guardian. That's going to be a stun. Call comes out a little bit beforehand. Easy kill again. Whisper dies for a third time this game. Now the Tier 1 tower likely to go down in favor of Liquid.
It's a little bit similar to the last series we were watching. It looks like here for the start, you know, you've got Liquid. They can be very, very aggressive. And Heroic, they need more time on the heroes. Especially, they lost both Wisdom Shrines. You don't have an egg available. At least for now also, like your Earthshaker, it's not anywhere close to an Echo. Let's have a look here. Analog gets himself the Invis. That's going to be all for now. Song now available on Insania as well. So, of course, a lot of counterplay available for them.
Yeah, Whisper has a lot of catching up to do.
He does.
Close to, well, recipe away from the Blade Mail. But this hero doesn't really feel like a hero until you get the Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
Obviously, the Blade Mail will help him farm.
He needs both. Well, Whisper is in the position where I feel like he has to do a lot of things in this game, but I feel like this is a position he is in frequently. Very, very skilled player. Will have to try to make the best out of it because he lost his Tier 1 tower. There's so much counterplay against him, and he's been ganked, what, 2 or 3 times already?
Are you surprised there's no big stacks for him to take to try to catch up? Or it's just everybody struggle city right now?
Well, so they blocked one of his camps on the left, and now they're illusion blocking both on the right. I guess earlier you could have stacked some camps, but Earthshaker is not the best hero at doing that. I mean, you can stack both, but then you have to fissure all the time, so yeah, perhaps not the best setup, at least for now, because his recovery won't be the quickest.
Yeah. I mean, Liquid only with a 2K lead, but feels like they are the ones that are being aggressive right now.
This is a good move from Heroic. When you play against Dawn, you want to aggress on this hero's lane.
They're going to try for it. X, Hammer, not going to be enough. That ends up being an easy kill for Heroic. Well, I say easy, it does require 4, but, and KJ actually takes it. Interesting.
Well, good enough for them to just get some XP on their board, but it's a good move. You have no plays top. You don't really have that many plays in the mid lane. I mean, sure, you have to do like an X into so much, so by the time that happens, they will just come over and save them.
And Whisper, yeah.
He will stack for himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Never feels great, but you got to do what you got to do is, oh boy. Yeah, the nice block in from Boxy. Yeah, Mickey's path there, a little bit awkward, but with the Solar Guardian, it will miss, but with 3 members here, Whisper's just dead. As Schofield gonna get hit in the bot lane, does get off the Echo Slam. Nisha, though, not gonna care too much, gets the Sonic Wave. Does he want to finish this off? And the Requiem actually making this a bit awkward for Nisha now. The Song of the Siren to try to reset for the Liquid side will be enough. So no kill on the bot side. Actually, they did get Earthshaker, my bad.
Yeah, one kill in top, 1 kill bottom. In the meantime, you've got Saberlight who returned to mid, who just farmed everything there as well. So just more and more tempo coming out from Liquid.
Oh, God.
Oh, you could. We do have cough buttons available.
It's on the other side of the desk, so.
Next time, just hold your hand out. Your caster one,
Go
right?
ahead. Yep.
Try talking. I'm gonna keep Shannon muted for the entirety of this cast now. Are you good? Okay, he seems to be
Yep,
fine.
that's good stuff. Thanks there, Kezu. Thanks for being my arms in this very important time of need.
Oh, this is gonna be a Reddit thread, I hope.
No, I doubt that.
Okay, as I mean, they just understand what's going on right now. But Heroic, they want to look to strike themselves. You do have the egg. We cannot understate how strong their supports are if they get to combine their spells. The only problem is Song of the Siren, which is not yet available. So it's good for them to try and punch at the moment.
Yeah, and Whisper, I mean, I know we talked about this 3 minutes ago or however long. He finally gets the Blade Mail. It has taken so long for him.
I mean, his game is still the same until he gets the blink. It's just now you farm a little bit faster. But here's what I like that Liquid are doing, right? They're blocking a lot of the left side of the camps on the map. Both one in the triangle, one over here as well. And this has been blocked for a long, long time. Because you don't have to play with your Dawn. You always want to play away from this hero. And they're doing a very good job at doing so. Saberlight, even on his own, he just claims the tower.
And he's 1,200 away from Ags as well. I feel like the old Ags was cooler from a conceptual standpoint.
The evasion, though,
yeah.
it had a lot less counterplay, to be honest.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I find it more interesting, though, as an idea.
Like just that you choose, like when you go in.
Yeah, you choose, and then there's not that much evasion in the game in general, right?
It's
like a different wrinkle.
True. They could have tweaked it. I mean, I personally don't mind this one. I feel like it's a more aggressive version.
This one's still good.
Yeah.
Just less choice, it feels like, you know. Mass TP here for Liquid as they get out to the top lane, it seems.
Well, so they're hunting because they saw Whisper on their Watcher in the very top half, so they know he's here.
Not again, Whisper. Not again, young man.
They've got Donald.
Yep.
Here he comes.
And that is a dead axe again. Fissure does delay it slightly. Actually does quite a bit of damage.
Still living.
Is he actually going to live? No way. Attempted TP, but another snowball.
Good try.
Down goes Whisper. Yeah, that was a really good attempt. It's going to cost Schofield his life in all likelihood.
Yeah,
Saberlight just staying on the backside to make sure he doesn't get cheesed here. Burning away is Schofield. Double kill for Boxy. Absolutely owning on the Tusk right now.
Yeah, because the thing for Heroic is that they need more time in order to like change the state of the game. Without either of the Blink Daggers, they don't have so much catch, they don't have the best team fight. So for Heroic, it's really important to try and get Whisper and Schofield to this timing, and that's why this move for Liquid is like even so much better. Those are the perfect kills for them to get on the map at the moment.
See again, trying to sell. Oh, nice shards blocking in Analog. That is much harder to do in this little area. Insanity's in the vicinity as well. Yuma with the Requiem to try to create some space. The boat is coming as well, but the Song of Siren reset again. As Boxy, the only one low for the Liquid side. We'll see if they can catch up to him. Sunray tickling him. Here comes Whisper. This would be a very big kill for him. Gets off the Berserker's call. And the first dunk of the game for Whisper. And now he's only 500 away from finishing Blink Dagger.
No, that was very big for them. Definitely need to help Whisper to get to his timing. Nisha just being a little bit annoying.
Boarded the creep just for that. That's a lot of damage on the Whisper. Schofield does have Fissure to help out if needed. Nisha is definitely thinking about it.
He's toying with it.
Yeah, has the Sonic way. I mean, he would get the kill, but it might cost him, which would not be worth.
Yeah, you can only go here if you're not... What's the Dawn ult situation? It's up now, so maybe that is going to be the difference maker if you decided to stay.
And now, 17-minute blink on position 4 Tusk, by the way.
Yep.
That's crazy.
No, it's Boxy. This guy is just so damn good. He set up the whole lane. They got the first blood down bottom. He's been making good moves around the map, blocking some camps, and his timing. Okay, Schofield, bye-bye.
Yep, just a matter of time here. And bot lane, this is a much bigger kill. Yuma will be eaten up by Mickey.
Yep.
My goodness, is that an Ags on Ursa that he's building? That's a really early.
This is about to be the worst Ags game I have ever seen.
My goodness.
You jump in, there's a Dawn ult, there's a snowball save, there's a Song of the Siren, and Ursa can just pop Enrage.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna combo it with an Orchid on someone, which you're not buying Orchid on these heroes.
Wow, that was an aggressive chant. Imagine if Dota players were like that. Only in pubs.
Yeah, only in pubs. That's true.
It's the group up now from Heroic.
They want to contest the Roche.
Analog leading the way, 18-minute rune. He's going to get punched in the air. There's a Solar Guardian. It's Quap in a bit of trouble. The bullet is coming, and the Echo Slam to follow. The dunk on Nisha, a huge kill for Heroic. And Mickey completely away from his team. Question is, do they have the catch? They are slow to a crawl at the moment. Mickey blink up, and oh!
That was in animation of the X.
Very, very close call. He will survive. Well, tell me about Enrage Ags against Berserker's Call. It doesn't do anything, right?
What do you mean?
You can't hard dispel Berserker's Call.
No. You just, you can just
it's
pop
just for
your
the damage
ult during
reduction.
it.
Yeah, but you can. But I'm not saying you don't get untaunted though, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
You cannot. You can't do anything to that effect. You just obviously cannot die because you have super high damage reduction.
Yeah.
But good job there from Heroic to like be able to fight back. That was a fight without the blink on Schofield, which obviously.
I'm going for a sip of my water, so in case I need to cough, just be ready, okay?
Okay, I got my...
It's difficult to drink water as a human.
It really is. Yeah, keep it up. Well, what was I talking about before you yapped about your water? I muted you, it's okay.
I'm laughing, I'm not coughing, all right? It's fine.
Well, they won this fight without Schofield having blink, which is kind of like the hard mode of the hero. So now he does have the blink available, because if they do get to combo their spells together, they are very strong.
He just randomly scream at pain. He didn't even know he was there. Gets the Sonic Wave off, attempted TP, and another burst of damage from Nisha. Man, that was crazy. I think he did not see him at all, and the Scream of Pain just happened to hit him in the fog. He's like, oh,
yeah, because
it went over there? That was very fortunate for Nisha.
Well, Quap with a good game is definitely quite a hero. We have an X mark onto Insania. Song available if he wants to.
Yeah, gets boated.
Won't get it.
And Sunray is going to be enough with the right clicks from Yuma.
That's okay. I think you can just hold on to the song for like the bigger engagements, because it's the only job he really has in this game. Bail his team out as Heroic. They want to use this timing. Active Rune is up. Name of the game will still be about Roshan. Can Heroic kind of find a fight there? Can they stop Liquid from taking it? Because if they win the fight, they can take it themselves with the SF.
And when it comes to Roshan, obviously Ursa is going to be the one to be able to solo it if he wants. But I feel like Liquid have a really good team in the pit as well. Obviously, you do have to worry a bit from the Heroic side. They have a lot of wombo combo potential to try to contest.
The thing
How
is,
important is it to contest this first Roche as well?
It is quite important. The problem for Liquid is I don't think you can't just go into the pit without knowing where Heroic are.
Right.
Because if you go into the pit, you're asking to get team wiped by this Heroic draft, which is like massive AoE. So Heroic are kind of, they're gambling a little bit that Liquid aren't going to take Roche doing this, and they're absolutely right.
Good
so they
call.
get themselves...
That's a big shard. That's a really good one.
Yeah, that's by far the best shard they could have gotten. As I hear a Phoenix and a Donald.
Yep, Solar Guardian is coming, but the chop comes down first onto Mickey. Bear is dead, showing off the newly picked up shard from Schofield. They get the second core kill. So they get Tormentor, and now a double kill for Whisper, who is back in the game, I dare say.
Oh, absolutely. They're all in the game. You even got a Radiance completed on Analog as well. Their strength right now is really, really big. I think if Heroic get to start the fight, like in the way that they want, Liquid now actually have a really hard time to fight back.
I was going to say, this would be a perfect opportunity to go for Roche as well.
Yeah, why not?
Taking it away from any Ursa lineup, super high of importance. Really nice play from Heroic.
Liquid should be kind of kicking themselves about the last couple minutes of this game with the first Roche attempt where Heroic stopped them, and now whatever happened at the gate. Oh yeah.
Sunray for the extra heal, but eventually Yuma does take the Aegis. First Roche of the game to Heroic, who say now definitely have the lead. But very, very, I mean, based on the games that we've cast today, this is the closest by far.
Oh, absolutely.
This is very, very nice.
The other games weren't even close.
We tried to make them sound close, of course,
they
or I
weren't.
did, but you really struggled.
I'm sorry.
I noticed you were struggling.
Yep, keep it up.
No.
I don't like lying on broadcast.
Looks like Whisper picks up the underwear, neutral.
For the second time.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't proc counter Helix, right?
You mean when they...
When they hit, it doesn't count as a hit, or when they miss. I think that's how it's coded, I'm pretty sure.
You're correct about that.
Yeah, so...
I mean, it's still kind of good against Ursas and whatnot, so...
It's okay.
It's good.
I mean, Axe doesn't wear underwear, he wears diapers. Remember.
Well, he's not wearing the good old... I feel like Zai would always play the...
Diaper Man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Diaper Man himself.
Slacks would be proud.
And
Schofield in the trees.
Yeah, this is just where he likes to roll.
Oh my, Boxy, okay. He sniffed him out. And Nisha in the area as well, so this should be an eventual kill as long as they can cancel the Blink Dagger, and yep, they have that in spades. Schofield will tick out to Nisha.
I guess he saw him on a wave or taking up the Lotus, because
yeah, I'm not sure.
I didn't know why he was there.
Too busy talking about the underwear on Whisper. Is Nisha with the Shadow Strike now.
He's in trouble.
And Mickey jumping in, and yeah, the underwear is not going to save you against the bear. That is a big kill for Liquid. So for Saberlight on the Dawnbreaker, after the Ags, what exactly is the typical buildup? Looks like a BKB here, but you said that this Ags is very normal.
Yeah, it's super. And Dawnbreaker, the nice thing about this hero is that you have a lot of builds. I think if you want to, as I'm getting distracted by all the yelling on the other stage, you have lots of builds. I like AC. In this case, I don't blame him at all for the BKB, because as the tournament is kind of progressing, people are realizing you just want mass team fight against the Dawn. So when he drops down, he doesn't want to just die to collateral. So the BKB after the Ags makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, we'll see what Heroic want to do with this Aegis. I feel like a lot of games we watch where the opposing team against an Ursa get the first Roche, a lot of times they don't do anything with it because just the idea of taking it away is that strong. As Insania, I think he was trying to hit Song, but it gets chopped by Whisper.
Yeah, Whisper with, yet again, a good recovery after not so easy early game. To me, it kind of looks like Liquid want to finish up their BKBs. You have both Nisha and Saberlight, of course, who are trying to work on theirs. Make it working on a Basher. So Heroic, they get to use this time. That's a tier 1 down. Also, Egg is now level 2. I mean, you have two good Egg hitters on Liquid, which is, of course, Nisha and Mickey. But without BKBs or without the Song available, not too easy to just go ahead and whack it away.
Yeah, without their 3 options, you mean?
I mean, to be fair...
They have a pretty good lineup against Egg.
They do. I mean, maybe...
it
depends a bit also on Whisper. Maybe later he can get like a BKB, so during the Song he can still protect the Egg with the call.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the Egg placement's going to be... It becomes more important when you have this many counters anyway. Might have to be something on the outskirts. Plus, if they're grouping up to kill the Egg, that sets up Echo Slam. So it's not...
And
not a super free one.
That's also time where SF is not being focused by the Ursa, which is, it's not an easy SF matchup at all. You obviously have to keep your distance.
Analog looks like the BKB is finished as Basher comes online for the Ursa. Top net worth right now for Mickey.
Haven't been able to feel him too much after the very explosive early game. And
well, I think part of it is the Ags, right? It's more defensive.
I mean, it was the build-up. Sure. I mean, this Ags could have been a BKB, but I think it was more about those 2 engages that did happen. Like one at the Roche and then the other one at the gate. I mean, he's still top net worth, so he's doing okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But I kind of feel like it's not too easy to play this game without a BKB, so he may have to go back to it later.
Middle tower is under attack.
So maybe in hindsight, I don't like the Ags too much, because you actually have so much save that even if they go on you, your team can save you. Not fully sure. We'll see how it goes.
No, he's just setting up for late game. He knows that he's going to have...
That he has it then.
Yeah.
So he might as well buy it half an hour
He's going to be
early.
7 slotted, so you gotta get that Ags in first, so you can consume it soon.
That makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
So Aegis is expired. I mean, Liquid have very good grasp of the map right now. Bottom pushed in all the way. Mid is pretty good. Top is continuously being controlled by Insania and his illusions.
Smoke from Liquid. Jumping is a lot harder for them. And there's a lot of counter initiation on the side of Heroic. Run right into Nisha, blinks over them, Mickey onto the low ground, focusing everything on the Yuma. He pops the BKB, Solar Guardian's only gonna hit one, it is Axe. The Egg is already placed. Sonic Wave only hitting Whisper, but is it enough damage? He's getting healed up. Eventually gonna get ticked out, gets the Ghost Scepter off, but he does end up dropping. Boxy dies to Yuma, but now the Song from Insania. Looks like they wanna focus potentially Yuma. Gets the full Starbreaker there. Force that from Schofield, gets the safety. Analog pops the BKB along with a Blade Mail. Looks like they're both resetting. on each respective side as Nisha blinks in,
Oh,
but there's a
Echo?
big Echo Slam onto 2. No follow-up damage, though, as Schofield kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. KJ falls, Yuma did earlier, and that fight now ends for Heroic. They lose their 4th member. So Liquid on top there, only losing 1.
The start of the fight even looked
It
good
looks
for
good.
Heroic in my mind.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, you jump in on the Ursa, but Insania just gets a really good reset with the song off and with the Ags. You know, Mickey had a secondary enrage in that fight, and Nisha just gets to pump out all this damage.
And Whisper, okay, gets a nice Berserker's call onto Saberlight, who is kind of all alone. And Analog's going to come here as well.
Good dodge by Saberlight.
Yeah, he does a really nice job as Nisha coming in to help out, so easy TP for him.
Triple blade mail action.
I'm sure there was a time in the beta of Dota that would have crashed the game. Endless loop of damage being reciprocated.
Nisha will be fine, just gonna blink away. So lead is back in the hands of Liquid. Might just have one of the next fights be about Roshan once more in this game.
Like Daedalus next for Yuma, so starting to stack up on the damage needed to be the position 1 Shadow Friend they all know and love.
I mean, they do have a lot of lockdown, so Daedalus absolutely is the correct choice. Because Analog, sure, even though you have a lot of net worth on his Kunkka, yet to die as well with the Radiance BKB, it's not that easy to dish out all the damage. It's a lot about your Tidebringers. For now, you're more about the spells. It's more about with your later talents and your next round of items that he will do a lot more.
Oh, Whisper showing himself. He's going to get hammered. Pops the Ghost Scepter. We can talk about that one in a minute. We've seen it used a couple times now. Going to get punched and destroyed. Yeah, Ghost Scepter and Axe, not exactly the most common.
No,
but obviously the Ursa is very fearsome.
Yeah, I mean, it seems counterproductive because you have the blade mill and whatnot, but...
And the underwear. Don't
forget the underwear. It's just about the fact that staying alive in fights is the most important thing. He needs to get off a 2nd round of call, maybe a 3rd one even. Because I do think dragged out fights, they should be able to win it. Sano for aggressive blink.
Yeah, this is a montage of blinks right now. Schofield eventually brought down though. And Liquid increasing the lead now to 9K.
Okay, so let's see. We did see it in the last series where once you have a nullifier, it becomes a lot easier to kite the Ursa. As Analog, he did split his Radiance to complete that. Because, of course, you keep purging both his little jumpy jump and the overpower.
I mean, surely that guy's really upset that the Radiance was taken apart. I agree with him as well, if I'm being honest. That's a long
It's actually P-Vision's coach, I believe.
Jesus. Okay. All right. That's perfectly normal.
Maybe Ducales was doing some all-chat and they won. Gold
got
Scepter.
the Sonic Wave and enough damage for Whisper to drop again.
The game is really slipping out of their hands
it's getting
very
hard
quickly.
Now.
It's got a Shield Rune, 12k lead. Shivas that's about to come up as well, onto Nisha.
Man, I do feel like you lose something getting rid of the Radiance, though, on Analog.
You do, but it just kind of depends on what they feel like they need in one of the next fights. Like, do they just want to take out the Ursa? Because then, well, the Nullifier helps quite a lot with that to just try and, well, keep him away. I mean, it's not like you're going through that much other stuff. There's no Solar Crest or like Crimson Guard, so it's mainly to deal with him.
Now, Mickey takes out Roche.
Yeah.
So second Roche is in favor of Liquid. Saberlight able to maneuver his way out of this potential gank as well.
Yeah, he's going for the AC next on the Dawn. So getting quite strong, stacking up the auras now.
Okay, Berserker's call. Whisper all alone right now, though. He gets blocked in as well. But the reinforcements have arrived. Echo Slam only on the one. A big Solar Guardian coming in. A song to reset as Nisha wants to jump in. They'll finish off Whisper yet again. Buys back instantly, though. Now Schofield on the run, running towards Liquid. will get punched into the air. He has buyback as well, but of course no Echo Slam to work with. Nisha, oh, a nice call from Whisper. Is there follow-up though? They get the Requiem on top of the egg with the Sunray as well. The dunk is not there in time, but they still have the X as Nisha eventually is decapitated. Now, that's first life for the Ursa. Pops the BKB, uses the nullifier, and the Nightfall away, but the call comes out to cancel it as Mickey, all he can do is try to fight his way out of it, but Whisper, an amazing buyback.
Yeah, he came in clutch. This is what I mean about Heroic too. Like, when you feel like they can win fights, something goes badly, and when they're down 15 to 18k gold, they always find a way to clutch it out. Because yeah, without this buy, you were probably losing a lane here. Because this initial jump did look kind of sus, I'm not gonna lie. But good counterplay with the Echo. Same with all of the stuff. Maybe the song does put a little bit of a stop to the fight initially.
I think the song kind of hurt them a bit.
I think so too.
It slowed down this like burst damage that they were already applying here, but I mean, it probably doesn't change anything.
But here, this call.
That was nice. That was nice.
Into the Sun Div. Requiem also perfect timing to put Mickey away from his Phoenix, because he could have done a lot there. Well, I do think that's the impressive stuff, and that's what people should look at more. How much impact can some players have with low net worth? I think Whisper at times does a very good job at that. Notoriously, I feel like Zai used to be the best player at that ever. You could throw him into the Wolves 1v4, and he'd find a way, buying some Tranquil Boots on his offlane.
Yeah, Whisper's a beast.
Yeah. Analog, still yet to die, I believe, queuing up the Aghanim Scepter on the Conquer. So he's starting to get there when it comes to the scaling.
Cannonballs. Are you a fan of cannonballs?
It's decent. What do you think?
I think it's extremely underwhelming.
Yeah, it has been like buffed. It's better over time. It's also not too bad when you think about...
It ain't no water park.
No, I mean, that was way too good.
Yeah.
But I like it when you play into saves, because it means, you know, the second round of bow that might hit like the guy coming down, like Dawnbreaker when she drops in, or maybe on top of the snowball. He's also got the Torrent talent on level 20, so it's not too bad. You know, Conker's late game scaling is not poor by any means.
Well, the Aegis consumed super fast, so now that we're kind of in this awkward place of the game where it feels like Liquid want to go for Roche, but they have to wait a very long time. Minimum 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, which is why I like that they did just pick up a gem on Insania. Like when the map or when the game is going to slow down, you want to try to take any space you can from the opponent to make it easier for you to pick them off. So you've got Naga, it's going to help you with the map. Overall, you have Dawn that can help you always as well. Because Liquid do already control Heroic's jungle. So if they get the map into a good spot, they can take over the enemy triangle.
Like Vlad's next on the list for KJ. Getting all the supporty items. He'll steal the rune as well. Butterfly for Yuma, I assume is what that is going to be, unless he wants to go for Swift Blink. Yeah, he went for the Talisman already.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So that's going to force out, I assume, an MKB at some point from Mickey, once he consumes that Ags, of course.
Which is quite a whiles away. He wants an Abyssal Blade first, and like you said, he has to consume the Ags to make a slot.
Feels bad consuming the Ags with the stat loss and all that.
Yeah. But obviously the MKB will be kind of a necessity. I mean, I guess you could bank on Nisha to carry you in long fights later with the Aghanim Scepter.
Why do you lose the stats? Is that, I mean, Alk, you still gain it.
Yeah, I mean, but Alk is the exception.
But, I mean, would it break things if
Probably
you gain
not.
the stats? Like,
no,
who cares?
maybe they just think it's too good. I mean, to be fair, you free up a slot. I don't mind it.
That's the big thing. That's true. Call.
Pulling back Boxy.
Boxy in no man's land right now. He's going to make it difficult, or at least annoying. They have to use the Euls to make sure he can't blink away. Will be torrented and killed off. Analog. Looks like Refresher is next on the list for him.
He's becoming quite strong. Like
Ooh,
also
Pirate Cloak for Nisha. That's nice.
That is a very good one. As if Quap doesn't already reflect enough damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, Butterfly for Yuma will be a good timing for him, especially with the auras you talk Whisper and Trouble.
Oh, yeah, he sure is. Solar Guardian coming in.
Oh, he's got the BKB Ghost Scepter combo with the Underwear.
Does get away as now the X under Saberlight, and it is timed nicely. And there's the cannonballs Little apples beating at the back of Dawnbreaker's head and chopped to the ground for Whisper.
Very nice kill and good tip from Mr. Yuma towards his brother. Because yeah, Analog is having a very, very good game. Laning stage, not so easy against the Quab, but he's been very, very stable.
Very nice.
I mean, when you think 20 of Liquid's 24 kills are only on the offlane. Whisper has 11 and Schofield has 9.
That is impressive feeding right there.
And they're still kind of pulling through.
He's still having huge impact on the game. That's the crazy part. There is definitely a separation in farm, though.
Oh, yeah. So they want to take the top tier 2 here on Heroic.
At what point do you get rid of the mask? I'm guessing that's next. Go for what, Satanic or something?
That's going to be one of your next ones. Probably Satanic. Yeah, Satanic's your best bet. Just allows you to like disengage, stay away, then also like heal back to full, go fight again.
How do you not lose your voice screaming that loud?
Ask him.
Let's get him on for a quick interview. Bring him on for a TriCast real quick. That'd be very useful at Valorant coach.
Oh, that'd be great.
Definitely against his contract, by the way. No, you're right.
Oh, that would be a huge...
100%.
a huge storm.
Meanwhile, Valve's like, I don't care.
You can come
do
on.
whatever you want.
Well, Heroic are getting some pretty good items when it comes to the neutral items. You have the double D's Blood Right on the AoE guys that you wanted on. Bigger call, bigger torrent, higher boat, everything.
Does that increase the cannonball range?
It should, why not? I'm pretty sure it's just coded for like every AoE that you have. You have it on your Phoenix also. Let's see, anything else that is cool?
The cannonballs aren't really an AoE, it's a range, you know?
Well, then I guess it's just the same. I mean, the boat will be more, and so will the torrent.
It'll be noticeable, the cannonballs.
Yeah.
So that's your job to pay attention.
I'm paying attention.
Just look at the apples, make sure that they're big and large.
The apples of the cannonball.
Analog close to 25. Yeah, any big 25s that will change the dynamic of the game potentially for either team?
Well, Kunkka is definitely one. It also depends what he wants to go for, because they're both very strong, especially with the Blood Right AoE. If you want to get even more AoE, you can go for the Spell AoE on 25 with the Refresher, which honestly would make quite a lot of sense.
McKay jumps right on top of Whisper again. Abyssal Blade and the Ghost Scepter and the BKB. He just dies. Can't have both of those on anyway, as you can see the Nullifier applied to the Quap. Just going to brush it off as the Sonic Wave onto the Kunkka. Well, the cannonballs actually do look like they're going farther.
Didn't pay attention.
Yeah, I don't know why I did. That was your job. And into the pit, Liquid goes. So they get a very valuable kill onto Whisper. I believe his 12th death of the game.
Yeah, that's a big one, because that was right around the time Roche could have been up. So that's a big one to give away.
Liquid going to take full advantage. So now they get all the goodies. Roche Banner, Refresher Shard, and Cheese.
And yeah, you asked about 25 talents.
Insania with the Blink song.
Good catch.
Very nice.
Who do they want?
Well, use a Solar Guardian. They want the Earthshaker. They'll get him 90 seconds. So 50 seconds of no Axe, 90 of no Earthshaker without buyback on either. This is going to provide a big window for Liquid.
I mean, at least Liquid don't know that they don't have buybacks. It's only because of the gold, as the cooldown is back up.
McKay going in real deep, trying to bait out the potential buyback. It's X into a Torrent onto 2, but a big Sonic Wave on the Nisha. Only hits 1, actually. Uses the refresher, another Sonic Wave. Yuma's just dead. Now they can focus all their efforts onto the egg itself, and it's down as well. My goodness, the turn of events here for Liquid might have just won the game outright here. You're going to get the full lane. In fact, Saberlight's pinging them out. Let's go for Throne. They don't have buybacks, and he's mostly right.
Yeah, so
Shadow Fiend does have it, and Axe up in 10 seconds.
Nisha just said, let me handle this, and he just 1v3'd them in their own base with his refresh. Yuma will be forced to buy back here.
Oh, no doubt. Torn onto 2. Both tier 4 towers about to drop.
There's
Fortification, that's the last of the game in all likelihood. Whisper looking for a big call.
Oh, can't they smoke him up? This is so awkward.
Yeah, very awkward indeed. Torrent again with the tidal wave to follow. Nisha, there's the buyback onto the Shadow Fiend. Not going to have as many souls as he wants. They're going to apply a lot of pressure now to the Ancient itself. And there's the Song of the Siren. They can do whatever the hell they want with it. Into the fountain, Insania goes. Okay.
Lotus,
he's healing a bit, and he's going to get chopped. So punished in the end for Insania. So they end up having to take out the barracks instead of the throne.
We're having fun.
And Liquid will reset completely.
Okay, still very costly, losing all your tier 4s. Oh, can they catch Mickey? He's got Refresher Shard, Aegis Blink, should be okay. Let's look at it.
Yep.
Nice,
The
Abyssal.
Mickey, still battle hungered. Make it double battle hungered now.
Nisha is here with
Sonic
a new
Wave on top of the Ghost Scepter. Axe again. Will he go for death number X?
Good Fisher.
Analog. Stuck inside of this fissure, it looks like. That's going to be life number 1 for Mickey. Now the buyback onto Insania after the embarrassing death earlier. Chant Totem onto 1. Yuma going to apply a lot of pressure to the Quap, but it blinks away with the BKB. And Saberlight not going to be able to finish off the Starbreaker. Is Analog. Okay, a nice tidal wave back into the fray. Down goes Saberlight. Does have buyback. We'll see if Liquid want to use it here to try to finish this game right here, right now. Analog. Very little HP to work with. He's going to get bashed and brought down by Mickey, and they find the Shadow Fiend in the trees. And this is going to be a dieback for him. A nice Sonic Wave to likely finish off this game as Mickey eating up the Shadow Friend will die with him as GGs are called. So Liquid taking game 1, and I do believe that ensures that they get first place in this first stage here at EWC.
You're absolutely right, but a lot more of a closer game. Just very nice to see. Heroic also, even with a hard early game, they did strike back later with their nice team fight, you know, coming back and forth with their spells, getting this echo and all the stuff going on. But Liquid, they just kind of bring it back. I mean, they have a lot of heroes that they also perform very well on. The Nisha, Queen of Pain, the Boxy Tusk for me, it's usually the guy I have my eyes on. He just really makes stuff happen. And yeah, mid-game for Heroic, I feel like it's something for them to talk about. They need to clean up their act there a little bit, because sometimes they just get caught off guard on their own, and they need to find these 5-on-5s more strongly.
Yeah, even though Whisper had a lot of impact on that game, 13 deaths, I don't know how you win a game with 24 deaths, 4 deaths in that off lane. Well, that is just way too many. But I feel like the drafting was, it made sense to me at least.
It was okay. I do think Liquid did have the upper hand in the draft with like some of the, you know, the song, all the layering. It's a very good Ursa game. So Heroic might want to do a little bit of a balance of what they want to adapt with.
The Liquid guaranteed first place in this group. Heroic though, they need to win this second game or else they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Obviously, a lot of that depends on P-Vision and their series ongoing, which I have no idea what's going on there.
They must be doing pretty well because they're yelling their brain out.
Was that them?
That's like I said in the cast. Yeah, it was their coach.
I was actually ignoring you. I thought you were joking. I've never heard a Dota person scream before. Unless it's in pain.
He screams.
Unless it's violence involved with like puppy and a machete and a monitor and all that good stuff. As we see the scoreboard here. Liquid 33 kills to 19. Very interesting statistic to look at.
Yep. We shall continue
to
do so.
Keep it
up, You're feeling great. I think you're doing good.
This is great. Nobody knows that we're filling. This is fine. This is perfectly normal behavior. Schofield, better luck next time.
Why are you flaming him?
As Nat, well, just take it over, Nat, for God's sake.
I think we need to start taking the microphone off him a little bit earlier there, but great cast from the both of them. I can't believe Sunspan was ignoring Kezu. Obviously, it was a Steenie.
Obviously. He's a screamer.
He is.
He's known for it.
This man, in many other tournaments, I have heard him be the most vocal coach. He's trying to rival the Valorant players that are in the studio as well. But yeah, this Heroic and Liquid game, that's the one that we're going to focus on right now, break it down a little bit more, because whilst that offlane was really difficult for Heroic, there were a lot of times where that team fighting that you're talking about is so known in South America region. It really shot. It really came through there, and it was nice to see them be able to still find ways despite being down gold, despite being down kills.
Yeah, there were a few sick wombo combos there. I'll just shout out Nisha. Like, not only, like, it felt like every time that Heroic got off the ground, it was because they managed to bring him down, but anytime they didn't quite kill him with that Blade Mail plus the Pyrrhic Cloak that some reason works with Quaps and Nate. Some broken neutral items in this game, but he had the most damage and the most CS out of anyone in this game on Nisha. And that's like when you have a Battle Fury Ursa. I think that also attributes to the fact that Mickey was being very active on the map. But yeah, I just felt like Nisha did literally everything in that game.
I mean, I think Nisha did great. But my take on this is I actually
have to argue with Brian.
I was so impressed with the Liquid supports in the early game. Like, there was a huge subdiff there where I know Sunspan and Keza were talking about, by golly, this offlane, 24 deaths between Whisper and Schofield. Schofield could not get off the ground. The guy was building half Lotus into, my game is so bad, I need to just go for a Ghost Scepter right now, because the Liquid supports were in the triangle, constantly putting sentries in the camps. Insania was sending his illusions into the camps to block them as well. Boxy was just standing there waiting for Whisper to farm something and just saying, like, I'm giving vision of you. If you get low, I got Nisha who's going to come over and kill you. And it's like Liquid was in Heroic's head. They knew the exact thing that Heroic needed to do to come back in the game and then put the lowest amount of heroes there, the lowest value heroes there to stop them from doing that while the cores on Liquid farmed. So, like, to me, this was just an early game absolute dismantling, and then
well, wait, let's keep on talking about the early game, right? Because the thing that when the draft concluded, you said it's really down to Boxy, how this Tusk is going to be able to operate, and if there were any solutions Heroic had to be proactive against it. And there was actually one thing that we saw Heroic do really early on in the game. It was, what, at that 30-second mark you guys were saying?
The 30-second mark, yeah. Let's go back to the 30-second mark, roll the clip.
That's the early game.
I wanted to show this just because I think it's really cool, and it's quite smart, actually, from Whisper, starting in the safe lane and then running through the portal. Literally all he does is go and battle hunger, and then he uses the TP to the lane because you have Earthshaker, right? He's going to drag the wave back, so he doesn't really need to be there at the creep equilibrium because it's going to be close to the tower anyway, right? So just a little bit of harass, and like you were saying, it did actually have an impact on the bot lane, right?
Yeah, it made Tusk have to immediately drag the next wave because he was really low after that engagement, and then he had to pop his salve. And that lane could have been completely different if King Jungle says he tried to cancel the salve with a blood grenade and barely missed. So that it did effectively allow them in the bottom lane to reset and take a normal lane. But I could see that lane going very differently with small things going there in the way of Heroic. But
I think the idea is that Tusk plus Dawn is supposed to destroy you. This is a lane.
It's a very aggressive lane.
This is a lane you pick to be aggressive and destroy. So you get that little bit of an edge early, and that'll give you the advantage to just not let them play the way that they want to play. I really think people need to watch the Winter Wyvern from Team Spirit. If you're playing against Liquid, if you're playing into Dawn Tusk, if you think this is a combo that you need to look out for, teams need to go watch Miposhka play because that made that combo nullified. I do believe that's a hard counter.
Yeah. Well, I do want to, keep focusing on this because that's something that they could think about if it happens in game number 2, right? But for this one, you guys have praised a lot for Nisha. You think, Brian, that Nisha did so much for this game. Obviously, there were moments where Mickey's game wasn't as flawless, right? He was struggling a little bit on that Ursa in that earlier part too.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure. I had a cool play that I wanted to highlight from Heroic in the early game because these little dives that these teams make, as you're going to see, this is after they fortified the creeps and took down Mickey. That was basically a 45-second long dive that we saw the very tail end of there, which included a cool fortification, and there was a lot of pressure being applied to Mickey there. And you were talking about the fact that all the supports blew this game wide open, Jenkins, but after you see that clip and you see Ursa getting dove for such a long time, that it was actually Nisha, if we have the next clip ready as well.
I believe we do.
Let's roll clip number 3.jpg.
Yeah, so this is actually after Nisha's TP top with a regen rune. He's killed Axe, and then they're going to proceed to dive further because his regen rune is still running. And this is a kill that may seem like initially just an Axe, but they proceed to dive for an extra 40-45 seconds on top of the Wisdom Shrine timing. Boxy's leading the charge. Even Mickey's coming to join in on the party. Whisper's respawned from the initial death, and this is just gonna turn into a pretty much absolute disaster because now Dawn's allowed to ulti in. They end up getting the Wisdom Shrine. So it was a lane that was previously being pressured on the side of Heroic. And then Nisha with one TP basically takes that entire momentum and shifts it the other way. And I just think it's one of those games where this is clinical Liquid. They are going to bring more and more numbers. Then I just think most teams are not prepared for 5 people, effectively, in their safe lane at the Wisdom Shrine itself at 6.5, 7 minutes into the game. So that's overwhelming.
I think the thing that Liquid does better than most teams, other than maybe like Spirit, P-Vision, like these other like S-tier teams, is bringing a massive amount of heroes to something, but also bringing them in the right order, where like they'll push out a lane on a certain hero and then they'll go. Or Mickey will be like farming a jungle camp, he'll finish it, and then he'll go, or he'll just walk there, he won't use his TP. Like, they make sure to have numbers, but without like devastating their map, because sometimes you see some teams that are on like the tier 2 level, and they are bringing numbers, but in order to do it, there's some sort of trade-off. It feels like for Liquid, like they're the best at doing this with the lowest trade-off that's possible.
Yeah, so they're like min-maxing. Sometimes they're able to make 2 different moves with the least amount of plays, and sometimes they're bringing numbers when no one's really expecting it. There is one final moment, though, in this game that you guys wanted to talk about for the audience, kind of give a little bit more. I think it was the hope for the Heroic team. I think this was one of those really good fights where they were able to take out the Ursa early.
Yeah, so just a nice blink call from Whisper, despite having no net worth whatsoever, still able to, you know, use the fact that he's a good disabler, set up for Schofield to chain stun Ursa. They get a follow-up kill because Saberlight's like, well, I need to save my super farm carry, right? So any Dawn is going to ult in there. But just finding an opening on a team it's quite difficult to find openings against Liquid, especially when they're looking this strong. So Heroic was still having that like typical South American charm of like being able to win team fights and do really, really high skill stuff in fights. It's just that the early game was where they got devastated. They were so far behind that even that didn't matter.
Yeah, it's a nice note to leave on, right? Because Liquid now have secured themselves to be first in this group. But Heroic, it's not over for them. They can still get a very good position for themselves. They can try and push themselves slightly above in the ladder, but they got to get another win for themselves, maybe get a little bit of momentum. Those plays, well, they're all going to be a part of it for game number 2 just after this break.
Hello, everybody. I'm here at EWC with Team Liquid, and I'm going to be asking each one of them a question as we go into the tournament. And I'm here with Insania first. I've been hearing that you're a little bit under the weather, and I don't really believe that fake news. And I was wondering, why did you feel the need to be away from your team for at least a few weeks?
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Thank you. And next up, we got Nisha. So Nisha, I was just talking to Insania, and I asked him why he felt like he needed a break from the team, and he specifically called you out. How do you have to feel about that?
How did he call me out?
He was saying that eventually he can only rotate mid for 6-minute runes so often.
I mean, Toby did less of that, so I'll take him now.
Yeah, you heard that, Toby. Okay, one question. What's up? I got to think of a joke question for you, but it's fine.
Joke question?
Yeah,
Am I a joke to you?
Okay, we'll do more of a serious question for you, Boxy. So coming into this event, I feel like if you're a Liquid fan, we've been seeing stand-in after stand-in during your events, and I'm wondering, what are we to expect from the full power of the Liquid roster this time around?
Last Riyadh, we got second place, and the Riyadh before that, we got second place.
I think I see what you're going for here.
And this Riyadh, Mika, what are we getting? Second place? Last place.
Second to last, perhaps? Keep the continuity? Okay, last place.
The thing is, you either win or you don't. It's a 50-50.
Okay, Mika, he said second. You're saying overall last place. If you had to go out in last place, who would you like to pull down with you? Like maybe you're at the end of the group stage and your game doesn't matter anymore and you only could win one game out of spite to take somebody else out of the tournament. Who would it be?
Probably Paravision, yeah.
Nice.
I like to talk, so
Yeah,
yeah.
they seemed like pretty salty losers at that last finals. Do you have any words for them that they're never going to see because they're not going to watch this interview?
No, nothing. I think Saber is the one beefing with them. I have no beef, so I'm not going to start anything.
That's a perfect segue. We'll go ask him how he feels about it. Thank you, Mickey. Okay, I'm here with... does he normally wear glasses?
What do you think?
I think this is Saberlight. Okay, Mickey was just talking about the drama between you guys and P-Vision at the end of that last tournament at Fissure, and he said that you were the one that had beef. He had nothing to say to P-Vision. Is there anything you'd like to say right now that P-Vision will never see because they'll never see this interview?
Good pubs don't bark.
You guys heard it here first, but P-Vision, they did not. Thank you, Saber.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're right in the middle of concluding our group stage here. We have Liquid up against Heroic, and I want to say, speaking of Liquid, fun little interview that you had with them all the way back on Media Day.
Brian, who's your favorite team at this tournament, would you say?
P-Vision.
I feel like no one else is going to really understand the joke, but it was a very good edit there. It was a great interview. Is there anything more that you've learned about them? Maybe things that were cut out of that interview that you can...
No, that was absolutely
That was
wrong.
actually all of it.
We can't say what was cut out of the interview, actually.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Indeed.
All right, well, maybe you guys can give me some more hot takes, some more information on exactly how you think this second game for Liquid and Heroic are going to shape up.
You want a hot take?
Well, it doesn't have to be like that. You can
Well,
just
I can give you a hot take. I'll give you a hot take. I really think
You have to be definitive.
Cavs did not watch Team Spirit.
Oh my gosh, this Wyvern thing again.
It's so good. It's so good. Okay, it's so good. You have KJ.
He does play Wyvern.
Plays Wyvern. Like,
okay.
Just the thing is,
Not bad for asking.
sometimes, okay, enemy team picks a Meepo, right? You're like, I gotta counter this. So you pick an entire draft to counter it. You pick a bunch of bad heroes and you lose because you now have bad heroes. Wyvern's not bad. It's a position 5 support. It's such a low effort counter to something which like needs to win the lane, and then you counter it in the game as well. So I think that Spirit basically revealed that tech, and every team should accept this as like this is now in the toolbox. You know, that's what I think.
Okay.
And I think Heroic hasn't done it.
Thank you, Jenkins.
Use the tool. Use the tool. It's there.
You
It's
open
in
the
the
floor.
box.
You open the floor for Jenkins to talk about anything, and it's always Winter Wyvern.
That is a completely absurd narrative just against that combo.
It's just because it's only happened twice in the span of an hour, and that's enough for me to extrapolate the data
Right.
and come to a conclusion.
I think that's good. That's good data
That's what I thought so
extrapolation.
too. I think that's what most of these coaches do.
Very
Because
impressive.
see, that was only one game of Wyvern. There's not enough to extrapolate. That's why.
Just watch. Just watch it. Just watch it.
We're going to watch this draft unfold, see if they're going to go back for some similar picks, if maybe there is going to be any adjustments. Right now, there obviously is only 2 bans on the board, 3 bans now. Batrider, Beast, Nature's Prophet as well. So not too many adjustments just yet.
A lot of single target disables being taken out of the pool. I wonder why Team Liquid's banning these heroes specifically. Must be targeting Heroic in some way because they're not banning out the same bans as they've been doing the last few days.
Here's a question. Do you think
I hopefully got an answer?
Do you think Liquid is
No, he's
bold?
asking me.
Oh.
Yeah, Nat, do you think Liquid is bold enough to leave in Naga? Or do you think that was like a follow-up question is do you think that was a blunder from Heroic to leave that in? Because I feel like Insania played it incredibly well.
I think it was a blunder. I'm going to answer them in reverse order. It was
That's
definitely a blunder. I don't think Liquid are going to be bold enough to let it in.
Okay, I mean, that's what I would think as well. Because
unless there's something else that they leave in that's just as quote-unquote OP, and then they go, we trade 1 for 1.
Is there anything
Well,
that currently feels as
wait, let me ask the question. Is there anything that feels just as hard to counter?
Fun. Is there anything that feels as fun as Naga Siren, Brian? That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, me too.
I personally have no problem with Naga Siren.
Oh, I asked the freak if I shouldn't have asked him that question. You like the Radiance Naga though, is what you like?
Yes, I do. I mean, personally, I think the heroes that bother me the most are ones that make the lane unfun. Like
what is
OD.
this? What is Will doing?
I don't know. He was doing this all last draft too. That's what I was going to try and make fun of him about.
What is
He's not doing it now.
He's doing a bit. There's a bit that he's doing.
Well, ask him. That's it. That's it. Right there, he just did it.
What is this bit?
I don't know. Anyway, they left in the Naga.
What's the counter on their side here? Because you usually, like, they picked Axe in response, right? Last game on the side of Heroic. It should lane in theory pretty well against the Naga. They even think it's worth banning out when you have the Naga. They could maybe just go for SF themselves right now if they wanted to. They go for the Dawn. Okay, pretty good offlaner for also clearing the illusions. You're going to be using the hammer regardless, and Axe counter Helix naturally clears the illusions. Dawnbreaker, same idea, makes sense.
And you can if there's any sort of like song setup, you can Dawn ult into it. I know people consider that to be a pseudo counter. Blitz did say in an interview at some point, like Naga's capabilities outweigh Dawnbreaker's capabilities, where it doesn't feel like a counter because Naga's just too hard to play against in the late game. But for like the mid game, you can't do like the song TP out stuff against a Dawn. She'll just ult and stun you.
If the BKB TP is the Nightfall, what is the song TP out?
I think the Winter Wyvern is the pick here for Team Heroic. She just held up a picture of Wyvern. She's really baiting me to talk about the hero. I don't really care that much about Wyvern. I just think good tech is good tech.
Yeah, you're really fixated on, which I agree with, the idea that there's two heroes that are very good in tandem together and they can be shut down by one hero. And that's efficiency, 2 for 1.
That's good. That's good value.
I would take that.
It's a 3 and a 4 shut down by a 5. And she actually did it. She got us to talk about Wyvern. We're unironically going off on it.
No, like a non-verbal cue as well. I think I did really good there.
I don't think you can do it here actually, because Naga is pretty much exclusively played as a 5, and you would want to have it for the lane. So yeah, I actually don't think Wyvern and Wyvern Naga sounds like a terrible support duo.
But the song into the curse, my friend.
This is awful. This is awful. But they got Naga, so I mean, you're happy. You have the best support in Dota right now, other than maybe like Batrider. But this is a 4. So.
What about Undying?
No, I think Undying. I think there's answers people have figured out. It's more Undying is annoying because of the flex. Like you can flex it between 3 and 5, and it's good on both.
What about Naga? We saw Skeeter play at one position earlier this tournament.
I would ask you, what do you think about carry Naga? Because you actually enjoy this hero as a carry.
She just feels, right now I feel like carries must have an entry into fights around 10 to 15 minutes, like somewhere in that window. So like, even though Ursa was farming a Battle Fury, you were talking about liquid supports as well as Mickey were just invading Triangle and taking their camps. That's something that I feel like the carry needs to do. It's either team fighting or aggression, and Naga as a carry just simply does not.
I couldn't hear this guy yelling.
Yeah, Naga.
Steenie again.
Naga just simply does not participate in the game prior to like 20, 25 minutes. So I think any carry that fits that bill is just not going to be good right now.
Yeah.
But honestly, like I think she's good against a lot of the meta heroes. But I think the timings of the way these games are playing out just doesn't work out for Naga Siren very well.
Yeah, I mean, especially into Team Liquid. I don't know if you want to try to just dodge them and go late. Like they're arguably the best early team in the entire game at running at you.
I also would say that Naga's not even really a hard carry. Like Naga's more of like a mid game where you hit this sick timing at 20-25 minutes. It's just that you need that time to get there, and I think it's really interesting. It's becoming more and more apparent to me over the last like 3 to 4 months because it's they're changing the timings in the game, right? Originally Tormentor was 15, then it was 20, and then it felt like the game's kind of stalled out until 20, and then people made the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine like a huge objective, so now it feels like if you can't contest them at the Wisdom Shrine, it feels really bad. So basically what I'm saying is I think a lot of competitive Dota is heavily influenced by the timings in the game where you must fight and heroes being ready to fight at that given time. So like there's heroes on paper that I think are good that just don't fit. They'd probably work in pubs, for instance, but not in competitive.
Yeah.
And Ember Spirit, an interesting pickup here because they don't really have any information about anything in regards to the mid lane or?
I was thinking that this is because Liquid banned Monkey and Huskar like preemptively looking like they wanted to pick a late Ember. Because I don't think you would just ban these heroes and then pick Ember here if you're Liquid, right? But you would pick it out of the phase.
So here's the deal, right? Is that if you're Liquid and you're thinking we're going to probably 16, 17, which means 3rd, 4th pick the Ember, because otherwise you're giving them this Monkey King Huskar response, you're telegraphing that. So if you don't pick Ember right here, then you have to have factored in the possibility that Heroic is going to pick Ember.
Yes.
So I want to see something that's like...
What's the counter?
You have to have, you know, there are layers to this drafting, and I'd really like to see them. Yeah, they have a snap reaction puck. Okay. There you go. Like, this makes sense to me. They're like, we're going to give you Ember if you want it. We're going to take it here if you don't. And we have an instant reaction. And that's something where I kind of just gave them the benefit of the doubt because these Tier 1 teams, like, they do think this many layers within the draft, right?
I will say something that maybe throws a wrench in these plans is that during Wallachia, Puck was doing very well against Ember because the build on Ember changed. It was max Flame Guard, run in with the Blade Mail, get Sanj and Kaya, and then eventually you'd go for the Ags, and you're like some magic spell damage guy that's like getting in there. Puck was completely destroying that, right? So what Quinn did is he went for some extra points in Slight. He went for Blightstone, not for the full Orb of Corrosion, but he basically went for the old Ember build, which beat Puck in lane until laning was over. Then he transitioned into like the Blade Mail and Sanj and Kaya, and that went well. And we've just generally, like BZM also did a different build on Ember. He went max Q and Slight, and he didn't go any points in Flame Guard. So basically what I'm saying is we are seeing people experiment with different builds on Ember, where I don't think you can take like all of Wallachia, where Puck was dumpstering Ember. I think you have to take that with a grain of salt. Also, that was GPK on Puck, and he looks like the best Puck in the world right now. But then again, Nisha is Nisha, and he looks like he's having one of his tournaments where he's like prime Nisha.
I actually think Nisha's the best Puck in the world. Like, no kidding.
Okay.
I do think GPK is quite a formidable Puck, but Nisha's, for some reason, like, what impresses me the most about Nisha is not, like, I trust that GPK can go like 10-0 on Puck, like almost every game, honestly. But I'll see Nisha get like hard countered by a Huskar or something, or a sniper, be like 2 levels down because he's just playing some unplayable matchup, and then he carries the game.
Yeah.
He's like, he starts the game like 0-3, and then goes 9-3. And I just think Nisha, there's no such thing as his Puck not having a game. And the one concern I have about all of this that you said, which I like the fact that people are adjusting so much to these matchups, but in the mid game, theoretically, you have the Song, counter initiation.
Yeah.
But if Boxy at all rotates to Ember, he gets coiled, you're going to die because you're going to get Dawn ultied, you're going to get Marcied. It's going to be fast as well. It's not like, you know, you're pinned down for 3-4 seconds. You're going to blow up in the first 2 seconds. And I don't know if there's going to be enough response from Heroic.
They will 1,000,000% ban Ursa here, right?
Yeah, they will 100%.
After getting Ursa the last game.
I think it's like 10 bajillion %.
You think it's 10 bajillion?
Yeah, 10 bajillion.
Wow.
I will stake my career.
Will you?
Wow.
On an Ursa ban coming out from Heroic.
I will buy you steak tonight if they ban Ursa.
Nice.
I'll buy you a steak.
Wait, so you keep your career and you get
and
dinner
I get
now.
steak.
Wow,
Wow,
that's a good Heroic pulling in solid for you there, Brian.
I'm eating good tonight.
I didn't tell you what type of steak. I'm gonna get you dog food.
Like a
that's
dog
a
steak.
mistake.
I thought I didn't have Lacoste on my final.
That's good.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
What
so
about Liquid? You willing to put your career on the line for one of their bands?
well, they need a support on the side of Heroic, most likely. It's, okay, going to be a Clockwork.
The scope field. Yeah, it's going to...
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a tiny Tusk. Tusk, because you're against Bane.
It's got to be Tusk.
It's got to be Tusky-Wusky.
I will buy Brian a non-dog flank steak if
they
this is a Tusk. Yeah, the snowball save out of like all of this, honestly, is really strong.
Yeah, out of all the melee fours.
Oh, they go, okay, they ban Earthshaker.
Well, unfortunately, you don't get the non-dog.
Okay, I want a redemption of the chance of not having the dog steak. I'm calling a Ricky pick for Heroic here.
Oh, wow, you're going for the pick, not the lost ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because out of all the melee fours, you could either go the save route, but I also think the Ricky Cloud would be pretty annoying for the Puck. And the Bane cancels Fiend's Grip. So if it's not the Tusk, which is kind of like the, in my opinion, obvious one, so I'm kind of surprised they banned the Earthshaker. We're going for the Ricky. Easy pick, Heroic. Is there any other melee fours that ever make sense here? Jenkins.
Pudge.
That's a good one.
Schofield's not playing Pudge.
Tiny.
Yep. I mean, that is the classic Schofield hero.
I wouldn't mind a Schofield Tiny, even though I'm not a huge fan of the hero right now.
I think if one person's going to play it, it is Schofield. Like,
agreed.
The repositioning element of the hero, in a way, got buffed too. Oh, that was not. You're eating like a dog tonight, my boy.
Ooh, woof woof. So, Nyx, decent counter to Dawn. I think it's in theory not as good as it used to be because with the new Dawn Ags, you're up in the air for like half a second before the Nyx can cancel it, so he does have to be in the middle to spike Carapace. Like I said, we called that Tiny Pick.
Yeah, there it is.
Coming out from
Yeah, you guys definitely said it for Liquid. Tiny for Liquid, yep, definitely.
I don't mind this Tiny Pick because they kind of needed an initiator. And I think having a dual threat between not just the puck coil and having a lower cooldown threat with the Dawn ulti. The fact is, Puck as a hero is a carry, and I don't mind Tiny carry when he's not the hard carry of the team. So
they agree. They agree.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. Tiny carry, let's go.
That was the
let's go Tiny
best
carry.
point I have ever made.
That was Liquid hyped, actually.
That was
They're
Liquid.
like, oh my god, BSJ, our Liquid streamer, agrees with us.
Love it.
This is great. I like the Tiny Pick too. I mean, I remember in the era of like Nyx Assassin running around, you know, insta-killing creeps, daggening, one-shotting people, like the counter to it was Tiny. Because you can only reflect like one tick of the Avalanche. It's really easy for Nyx to just run into the jungle, step on a single sentry, and then boom, Tiny combos him, kills him from full HP. So this like is a age-old combo, I'll say at this time. The lane should be pretty free. You can push the wave out with your cleave. It's easy.
All right. Well, I like to hear it. I love talking about drafts with you guys so much, but ultimately, I love to see a game of Dota. So let's get on into it. It is our last one for Liquid and Heroic with Sunspan and Kezu.
Thank you very much, Nat E. Sunspan here with Kazoo.
Kezu, that's me.
How are you doing, young man?
I'm doing great.
That's great to hear. It's been a long time.
It's been like, what, 5 minutes?
Not even. As we have game number 2 between Liquid and Heroic. Liquid, of course, take game 1, so they ensure first place of the group. And then for Heroic, I'm actually going to check on the score lines here real quick. I'm sure they talked about it, but I, of course, was not listening. Well, actually, it's not updated
Just
here.
as per usual.
Paravision and Heroic, of course.
Paravision won their first game.
Okay, so
they're
Heroic,
3-2.
Heroic absolutely have to win this, and they have to hope P-Vision lose the second game.
To Shopify Rebellion.
It's
which
possible.
I believe they were currently ahead. Shopify, that is.
Yep, we'll see.
Well, let's
There's
get into
an
this
early
one.
nightmare.
We've got a
Gonna
sleepwalk.
find Whisper.
Ooh, good
and
stun by
Pale comes out
Schofield.
from Schofield. You want to be play-by-play?
I'll think about it. I'll take over later. You never know. You might start choking in a moment and not start talking.
That's true. I'll give you a signal for cough button that you push for me.
It's you putting up your index finger.
That's right.
Okay.
It's like asking a waiter for the check right here.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
What do you mean?
You
one
don't
of
just
those
make
guys?
you like snap at them?
No, I do not snap at them. If you make eye contact, sometimes they just ignore you.
They just don't like you.
Okay, well, that's a different story entirely. Talk to me about, well, hold that horse of yours, Kezu.
I am. Let's
see if they can. I want to talk about the Nyx Assassin, of course. We'll get to it. Yuma outside the rain. Oh, does get nightmared.
We'll have to skill blink.
Yes, he will.
Maybe not.
Or,
Yeah, he
gets
will.
disposed, and now the blink, so not exactly what he would want to do in normal circumstances.
It's definitely a nice little win for Liquid in terms of the skill points, but the bounty runes were 3 on the board for Heroic. And you want to talk about the Nyx Assassin.
Oh, yeah.
Which, it's not a bad Nyx game whatsoever. It's good against Puck in the game, right? Anything that can randomly like catch a Puck off guard is good, and you can, of course, stun him back to back. But most importantly, they picked it against the Dawnbreaker. If you're in the right position, of course, you can always instantly cancel it. But with the Ags, not as easy, because then you don't have so much time as the Nyx to react. It looks like Heroic in the bottom lane already insta-killed the wave. And they will do so again on wave number 2.
Okay. Shenanigans, as we like to say.
Yeah. Well, in about 2 seconds, Schofield can aggro the creeps, so he'll be fine.
And why are they doing this? They have to?
Well,
or it just makes things easier?
If you lane straight up, Tiny will just kind of out-CS you. Because, well, he's got the big, it's supposed to be a tree.
Yeah,
you know?
whatever that is, that slab of
yeah. So I don't mind it. It also forces Bane into like the 2v1 instead of like playing the 2v2 or the 1v1, which is generally where Bane kind of prefers to play that. Oh, third wave will be the charm. We continue.
Well, it looks like it got away from them.
Okay, this one might hurt. Because Whisper is going to lose out on probably 1 or 2 creeps at least here to get denied by Mr. Mickey. But all in all, when it comes to drafts, I like the swap up Heroic did. I didn't mind their draft last game, but I do think Liquid had quite a big upper hand when it came to game 1. Game 2, I think it's a bit more stable and straightforward for them. They have good lanes, but they still have good team fight. They just have more other tools to also play around.
This is so weird.
This is the most non-Dota lane we've seen all tournament.
Yep. This is Dota 3. Laning stage eliminated. Whisper is going to be getting a lot of these, in fact, all of them.
Yep.
So,
also,
pretty damn happy.
Once they get level 2 Shell on Whisper, they'll be like super fine, and then I don't even think there's that much they can do. Especially with the Helm of Iron Will, you can even start to like play in the lane if you want. So Heroic, I really like this, and this is not something like we said that we see too often. As here, well, maybe a slight mistake, letting some creeps go.
Yep, gonna miss some XP there as well. I mean, Mickey is super happy. He's getting complete free farm, solo XP as well. I'm not sure Insania has any XP at the moment. If he does, it's very little.
He's got a few. This is also a position where if you're Heroic, you need to be a little aware of what Boxy will do. Because of course, when you play this deep and you have a Bane that can set you up, it's very likely that Boxy will have his eyes on this lane later on to potentially TP down, as the Lotus timing is coming up.
I love Nyx Assassin. You go Dagon?
I mean, most people do go Dagon, and it is kind of good in this game. Like, you have Darkseer Shell also, King Jungles.
Starbreaker fully connects as Fairy Fire for KJ. Keeps him nice and healthy.
I personally am a believer that you don't need to go Dagon every game. Like, I don't think it's the only build on the hero. You can go like Yules, you can go Blink, you can go Force, just to make sure you have more than one round of spells. But this game, with like the Quap Burst, with the Darkseer Shell that you have, I don't think the Dagon is wrong at all.
This is an interesting combo, the Dawnbreaker Marcy. Big avalanche from Mickey, and a lot of damage onto Schofield, but
lots of heal.
The Lotuses, and now Mickey in a lot of trouble. The Brain Sap, nice vacuum, early level from Whisper, ensures the kill on Mickey, and that's first blood for the Nyx Assassin.
Well, that was really nicely done by them, and that's why small things like the Lotus matter so much. Schofield gets to Carapace the 3-hit into the Lotus, Fairy, and Stick, and get to run them down. That's
Schofield finds a Saberlight. I think he was spotted there by the sentry. Saberlight's going to get some help from Mickey. Yeah, Spike Carapace goes up. Analog gets
Double
some time
stun.
to come in. Searing Chains onto 2. A big Sonic Wave to follow. Saberlight with a BKB. Will they focus? Attempting the TP. No, that's actually the Solar Guardian. Gets away. Rebound. They want to get
Another
aggressive.
Carapace.
That's into the Carapace as Mickey finally pops the BKB. Has nothing to right-click now as they attempt to Song and they kill him through it.
They're all dead.
And that is very unfortunate for Liquid. Impale onto 2. And when you can get kills like this, that is when the push is possible for Heroic. This is without the Aegis. It's really good execution from Heroic all game long.
Schofield is doing so much in this game on this Nyx. Like, obviously, Analog is having the time of his life. He's 13-1 beyond Godlike, but this Nyx Assassin, he has set up, like, what, 80% of the kills in this game? He's just been absolutely everywhere. I also love this double Orchid that we just saw come out on Heroic, because Nisha, he's starting to be annoying, but he has nothing against an Orchid. No Yules, no Lincolns, no BKB, and they have a double Orchid. Here's one on Whisper.
Yep, he's going to use it. The blink immediately, though.
There's another one
Vacuum
coming.
to follow. Nyx is coming. Another silence.
He's hasted.
And the Impale. Oh, my goodness. All right, he pops.
Yeah.
Another death for Jepak.
Well, just really, really nice stuff that's coming out from them. An absolute different beast compared to game 1.
I mean, I know it's easier said than done. For Puck, do you think you had to have gone for a defensive or defensive item, or
No. This is
that like a losing mentality?
It's losing. You have to do the things you do, and Heroic are just they're understanding. Whisper, he plays a lot of roles, a lot of different. Oh, there you go. Insana is dead.
He is donezo.
This
and
is
lead
just
is becoming overwhelming. 16K lead for Heroic.
Yeah, it's just good itemization from Heroic. Because even if you go Lincolns now on Puck, you've got a Hex queued up on Whisper, which means he can block one, Hex you still. They're chasing Saberlight.
Yep. He's going to try to kill off the wave. Does a pretty good job. Doesn't finish the job overall. So I guess not a good job.
Half a good job.
Yeah. Usually when somebody doesn't finish what they're supposed to, it's a bad job, I would say.
True.
But you know.
Nightfall would have killed the wave.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And then TP'd.
That goes without saying.
Of course. He's the most advanced TP out player. Schofield. I also like that he's going for the Aghanim Scepter on this hero. I think it's it's a very forgotten one. Like people, it used to be so damn strong. I think it still is. Like just being able to be burrowed down. Like if you go high ground and have to defend it super strong. As Liquid trying to set up a trap.
Coil snaps immediately. Oh, that is a lot of burst damage. So Liquid taking out Whisper, who's been a thorn in their side all game.
Well,
I mean, back to the Ags. I feel like the issue with it doesn't synergize with how you want to play Nyx as like normally. It becomes almost two heroes. You know what I mean?
I mean, it depends. It's more, you need the fight to be like very stationary when you have the burrow. Like you're going high ground or you're forcing a Roche fight, then it's good. I mean, because you're talking about you want to get on top of people and like Carapace and whatnot.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not good. It is.
Yeah.
It's just, it's almost a different hero entirely. 15 seconds on Tiny. Looks like they will just barely be able to get the melee barracks.
Yeah, this is one Rax.
Imagine if this was Liquid trying to do this. They would have
they
two
would
and a half
taken,
it already.
Yeah, they'd be on the knocking on the third right now. Saberlight down bottom, looking to do some stuff.
Yeah, Yuma's going to try to pick him off in the meantime. Little blink, gets the Sonic Wave. Try to Nightfall away. Should be fine.
He has to. Doesn't know where the Nyx is.
Nisha being hounded.
Let's see, they need more, of course. I mean, Analog can be there in basically a moment's time.
Yeah, Boxy's nearby for the counter rebound.
Yep, they scan him out. They know.
All right, just the mental of having to play against
all
the
the
Nyx.
time. No, it's
so annoying.
It hurts. Like, it's not just even the times he's in Vendetta, it's all the time you don't see him.
Yeah.
They're
And all the
looking for a
extra
smoke.
wards you have to buy. Smoke from Liquid. Can they get the jump? Schofield. Oh, he's going to pop it. He gets a triple impale to start this out with the Sonic Wave to follow. The wall is placed as well. Nisha already at half HP trying to focus. There's the song. Song number 1, in fact. As the BKB finally wears out for Mickey. Stuck inside the wall. Double impale. Make it a triple as Liquid in a horrific spot. 2 dead in the blink of an eye. And this is likely to be a team wipe, although they will get the 4th. Nisha looks like he will be able to get away in all likelihood. Trying to take out the wave. Not successful, though. There are all buybacks for Liquid up.
We'll be able to put up another fight as the Arcane Rune on Nisha, giving him 0 cooldowns. But yeah, Heroic's team fighting just alone with Schofield and Whisper together. This just stuns for days.
So sick.
Lots of 25 talents for Heroic now as well.
And there's the Burrow. Come and get some. Extra regen, damage reduction. So hard to deal with this Nyx Assassin.
You can buy back Saberlight, but how do you start the fight for Liquid here?
There is backdoor protection for now. No,
no, not much longer.
Not much longer. Not as long as that sentence. No, big coil onto basically everybody, but the song from KJ is going to completely reset it again. Basically swapping ults here. Potentially reel in Saberlight, Sonic Wave onto 3. Here's a beautiful vacuum onto 4 as well. Not a whole lot of follow-up though. Yes,
Stun on 4.
Schofield is stunning everybody. He might as well have Ravage at this point. They finally take out the pesky bug, but at what cost exactly? Nisha getting bursted down. He buys back instantly. Analog, extremely low, staying alive with a sleight of fist, but finally does drop. As an instant, is this going to be a dieback? Instantly for Nisha. He literally TPs to death. And that is going to be it for game number 2. Heroic takes it in insane fashion. That was such a sick game.
Now, Heroic played incredibly well this game. This is what I mean about this team. It's like you don't really know who's going to show up in what form, because this game,
way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live a life, way you do it, the way I live a life, the way I live a life, way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Good afternoon. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready to solve the groups. That's right, all the matches have been played, but Group C and Group D, they're not completely solved yet, and we're going to do that right now by playing some tiebreakers. There's another stream going on for Group D, and you're here for Group C. That means we got ourselves Tundra and Aurora, and they're going to play a best of 3. I'm here to talk about that. I'm Shiv, I'll be your host for this one, and I'm joined by Fear and Kezu. Kezu, talk to me, why are we in this situation to begin with? What
because
happened?
they're both 5-1. They couldn't beat each other 2-0. They went 1-1 against each other, so we have to play again.
Now it's the best of 3
yeah.
to figure it out.
Yes.
It is.
We do.
We do. So they're going to go tie once more, and then we're going to have the best of 1 at the end.
Luckily,
best
in
of
a
5. Let's go.
BO3, we'll have a winner this time.
Okay, well, let's go over the 2 teams we got here. Because I will say, both of these 2 teams, it's been a little while since they properly faced each other before, obviously, this week earlier. And I do want to talk a little bit about the road they took to get here, because Tundra had a little bit of a slump, I want to say, Kezu. And how are they doing now? You know, for the weekend?
I would say that they've recovered. They looked pretty poorly even for a while, but I would say that they did bring it back. Last time they played against Aurora, I was not super convinced with their performance. I don't know how you felt. They went 1-1, but even the one game that they won, they kind of should have lost. They won it off of the back with like a rapier and like a pause into Aurora getting T-bite into Throne. So I'm not
Don't think I
sure.
watched that, but yeah, it sounds epic.
Trust me, Sword, trust me, bro, it is correct. So Tundra, they're coming back up.
They're coming back up. That's important. Both of these 2 teams came top 8 actually in Wallachia, and I think both of them had a fairly similar story towards the end of that. That of course was the first tournament on the current C patch, so it was the first vibe we got from them. And then they had a similar story, Fear, in the sense that it seemed like they had trouble figuring out how to continue in the same trend that we've seen both of these 2 teams play before that.
Yeah, definitely. But I think in Tundra's case, like they definitely had more of a downward trajectory, more so, where Aurora was a team that they were starting to figure things out a lot. I think Nightfall in particular started getting a hero pool that he's very confident in, which I really like. Kiyotaka, it seems to be the trend that these Eastern European mid laners popping off at this tournament have been really favorable in this patch, so that's been nice to see. And then I think it just for the whole Tundra squad as a whole, they took a break. So at Lockheed, they did not look good, but I think they're warming up and getting back into form here, especially 33 once he figures out his niche hero pool. Once he figures that out, then that team will be golden.
I definitely had Aurora like under Tundra like a little bit ago, but I feel like they've been powering up like quite nicely actually, even in this tournament itself. They're all playing very well, like individually as a team. I like how they itemize, how they move on the map. So I'm honestly quite impressed, and they're actually my favorites for this series.
Okay, that's big words. That will also mean that I think we would have 3 out of the 4 teams that skip a phase B from that Eastern European region. So we know that that is at the moment the most competitive region. We'll see if Aurora can indeed fill those shoes that Kezu has put in front of them. But for Tundra, focusing our attention a little bit on them in relation to them figuring it out, which is, you know, what we're saying that they're still doing. Would it perhaps, Fear, would it perhaps be better for them to not win, so that they get to play more?
Hot take.
I mean,
Hot take.
I think that's technically true for every team.
Okay.
But you have to be able to win after that, right?
Yes.
So like, there's going to be a couple teams that come out from that lower area to look stronger, but there's no guarantee you're coming out from there.
Yeah.
So you definitely want to be in a more comfortable position and kind of observe and watch, because there's a lot of stress down there, and you're not guaranteed to be the one that's going to come out alive.
No, and keep in mind, this is the best of 3 to decide which one of these 2 teams goes to phase 3. And if you're phase 3, you are guaranteed top 8, which is incredibly important, not just for, you know, getting to skip a whole phase. That is wonderful and all that, but it means your organization gets a top 8 finish guaranteed, which is important for the club championships. It means you are getting higher in that prize money, which is also real nice. And you get to watch all the teams play and scrim with the other 4 or 3 teams rather that are skipping a phase potentially.
Triple nice.
Triple nice. So there's a lot of niceness to be had here.
Well, what else we got?
Well, on the other side, there's only one nice, is you get to play more Dota, which, I mean, as Fear pointed out.
It could be nice or not nice.
Yes,
up to you.
Both ways. It can work both ways. Okay, so how do we feel like these 2 teams are going to play? Because we have watched them over the last 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, these 2 teams in particular, they have similar styles. Like this patch in particular,
you have to look a lot at the mid laners.
Yeah.
Like, who's going to be popping off? BZM, earlier he played Invoker, popped off, played Beast mid, popped off. Kiyotaka, he's playing Shadow Fiends, popping off. So a lot of attention, I think, for the teams that are winning are controlling the mid lane and making sure their mid laner is having a good game. So I am very curious to see how strategies are going to develop. I mean, Nightfall is a very cautious type of carry, plays very safe, or Crystallis, he's opening up a little bit. We're seeing the old him a bit. He first picked Monkey King twice in a row in the last series. Just overall worked out against the Quap as well, so his confidence is coming back in that regard too. And they're like, okay, let's go ahead and make sure that BZM, you're the star of the show. You can last pick whatever you want that you are going to pop off on.
Yeah, I fully agree with like the mid sentiment, like how important it is, like the mid with the 2 subs. And to even add on that, like if you can have your carry or your offlaner, like come to one of the runes, like maybe the 8-minute active rune, 10-minute active rune, or you have an offlane Dawnbreaker, whatever it is to help out, it matters a lot. And for me in Aurora, Toronto, Tokyo, I don't know how many games you've seen them play, but he's looked really good. Whether it's Undying, it's Dawnbreaker, it's Magnus, like he's having very clean performances from like laning stage, how he rotates, how he needs to itemize. So I've been really, really impressed like with Aurora individually, because I mean we know like how good their players are, but it's not just individual skill. They're like bringing it to each other and then actually playing as a team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a B-stream refugee here, so
sorry.
I saw the first one, Yandex versus Aurora, and Kiyotaka played Shadow Fiend and just went beyond God like 2 times in a row. So.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. We already have that Monkey King, by the way, just talked about first phase ban. They did their homework. We're in it. So this is a best of 3 for the first game. We will have Aurora with first pick and Tundra on the dire side with overall last, which is going to potentially be important for if they want to try and change things up, or maybe who do they normally save their last pick for? If they pick Crystallis as hero early on in the Monkey King a couple times, do they prefer 33 as the overall last, or are they still going for BZM, which they did for a while?
I think they're going back for BZM ideally on that last pick, but it will be game to game. But as of lately, you're not just going to be like, you're our last pick guy and make sure he picks no matter what. Depends on what you see. You're going to change it up. So far, from what I've seen from Aurora, they like giving Nightfall the last pick, if possible. But they've switched it on Tundra. 33's played it. We've also had Crystallis play it once, but who else? Yeah, BZM has got it mainly, but it really depends on the heroes that do get picked. But yeah, with the Monkey King out, they're just going to pick the Axe, the quadruple Ring of Protection, Battle Hunger Axe coming out.
I don't know if we saw them flex it in this tournament, but I know that Sux has also played at support like maybe prior to EWC.
Yeah, correct.
Like I will say that Dawn, in my mind, is pretty good against Axe. At least if it's like, if all you have is one Axe going in, it makes it, well, very clear cut for Dawn what she needs to do. You wait for the call, you go ult in. So for Tundra, I would look for more ways to, well, multiple ways of initiation, or maybe have enough follow-up that when Dawn comes down that you have more to follow, like maybe a Dark Willow, or maybe you have a Global Silence if you want to look for that, because an Axe alone, I wouldn't feel too comfortable.
Yeah, it's definitely, most people pick Dawn into Axe for that reason, but there's been like layers to this Giga strategy at this point. It's like, sure, you go in with the Dawn on the Axe, but then you throw a Golem on top of it or something, or a Winter's Curse or a Boat, whatever it might be. You just keep stacking the team fight, really. But then I've seen the adaptation to that as well, is just they split push more against like massive team fights. So there's going to be a lot of mind games, because this particular set of heroes have faced against each other a lot.
Yeah. I mean, and we've seen it, like the 33 Axe has looked really good in a lot of games, and he's had the different itemization with like, it was the pipe into some, was it Abaddon Radiance? I don't remember exactly, but he talked about it. He didn't go Blink Dagger at all. He just went pipe to like...
That's pretty standard of him, yeah.
Yeah, so he just has, you know, his own little ideas of what to do.
Yeah, I mean, 33 will avoid a Blink Dagger as much as he... Yeah, at all costs, pretty much. If he doesn't have to buy it, he won't buy it. Even if he has to buy it, he probably won't want to buy it, so...
I mean, let's see, because for Tundra, they get to pick out a phase. I feel like they have 1 of 2 routes they could take. You either could take the, like, mobile cores are pretty good against that. It's so hard to focus. It's kind of like just Giga yapping in the background. Like the, you know, your Queen of Pains or mobile cores like Ember, Quap are pretty nice against Dawn, because you don't really commit, and that's what is kind of annoying for Dawnbreaker. Or you take like an answer to the Dawn when it comes to the game.
Speaking of Queen of Pain, and Wallachia in particular, I really enjoyed watching Queen of Pain and Dawn on the same team.
Yep, same.
Just like you just go in with a Blade Mail aggressively, Dawn follows, you can just play super aggressive if you really want to. And that is a hero that Kiyotaka is very good on. Just very good. That fits his playstyle.
Very much so. And they were one of the teams that were playing it.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, that specific combo.
Yeah, they got the good old Toronto, Tokyo, Kiyotaka. duo there.
Yeah.
They like both those heroes quite a bit.
So does Tundra just ban out the Ursa because that's a good hero against the Axe in the offlane? Are we then locking in the offlane Axe?
No, I think my boy Nightfall also likes this hero called Abaddon, which is quite good. I'm not sure what teams are thinking right now. I've seen it both ways versus the Shaman. Like the Hex Break can be really good, but if it doesn't work, it's nice to have that ability against Axe. You can't really jump in Abaddon ever.
Yeah.
But Ursa's also good.
Yeah, I will say that to me
But
at least, Nightfall's Ursa is like by far his best hero. It makes him play the most aggressive, which I think is not something you see that often from like other heroes he does play.
Well, he plays aggressive with Abaddon too, I guess.
True.
He can be fearless. Whatever heroes where he can press a button and become invulnerable, that's where he gets his confidence.
Could be Lifestealer.
And if he doesn't have a built-in button, he'll buy something
He'll buy
that allows.
Yeah, he'll make sure to buy it.
What's it called again? What's that item?
I don't remember.
No, okay.
Refresh my memory.
I'm not sure. That's what I was asking you.
Ooh, the Panto Bane coming out.
Okay.
I feel like we've seen quite the comeback of the Bane.
Resurgence.
I don't know. Resurgence. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know if he was for a while missing, but
absolutely.
Yeah, I think also Kataomi makes him look insanely good.
Same with Maposhka too.
Yes, 100%.
He's also been very good on this Bane. So, yeah, I mean, Eastern Europe, they have a lot of players within the region. They probably talk about Dota and scrim each other a lot.
Yep.
This hero seems to be doing really well. Also, you know, pseudo Axe counter. You go in with a call, you got the sleep to follow up.
Very true.
Axe takes a nap.
I mean, let's see, you're up against Dawn Tusk, so this, to me at least, makes Silencer quite a bit worse, because I don't think this hero can play into this lane.
Ooh, the Marcy Axe lane.
Okay, yeah, that kind of slipped through, because I think the secondary reason of this hero, like, you're not just great with Axe, you're also really good against a lot of, like, these heroes. You can save people from Ice Shards when the Dawn Wall comes out, you can take the guy back out, of course you can cancel the grip too.
Does Chrysalis sometimes play Marcy, or is it just Saxa?
I don't think this hero is playable as a carry unless you have IO.
Okay.
I mean, you're probably thinking, there is a Bane, but you're probably thinking these life stealers and stuff right now, which could be good. I mean, Dawn Tusk, Axe Marcy, these are both these double melee, I'm going to kill you in lane type of strategies. Both teams might be eyeballing these Abaddon / Lifestealer type heroes.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something else for Tundra that keeps like their draft open between the 1 and 2. Like if you have a flex pick for both BZM and Crystallis, I don't know how much they share.
Not too much, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the Monkey, which is banned.
Yeah, I can't see too many out of like maybe Quab, the Monkey you mentioned, which is banned.
I mean, you definitely tank Crystallis here, 100%.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, because you kind of know what you're up against, right? So they go for the Shadow Fiend.
It's a flex.
Yeah, I guess so.
That it does help. It's not my favorite matchup when it comes to going into Dawn Tusk, because I think actually no matter where you are as SF, you're not too happy playing into these heroes. At least that would be like how I see it. If you lane into them, you're kind of annoyed. If you swap him away to mid and Tusk ganks you with Dawn ult, it's also a bit annoying.
So what's the read? Why the Shadow Fiend? As the Abaddon, by the way, it comes out still.
Wow.
I mean, they probably just feel like that they can get it through the lane and that he's getting buffed up and they have some save with Marcy. They want like high right-click damage is, I guess, my idea. I don't know if you have a different read.
I mean, I don't know what lane it's going to go, personally. Yeah. It could be, it's very volatile versus Tusk and Dawn, if that's your choice. You could super feed there, but if you use your resources and trade well and keep them low HP,
you can make it happen.
Can't go, you can definitely make it happen. But they also have last pick. The Shadow Fiend there is very nice for that reason. You can potentially put it mid and get a better pick later on. I would not hate that as well. And Baden comes out for Mr. Nightfall, one of his other favorite heroes. He does like these very tanky. I mean, you have to be a little careful in the lane. It's still a little scary, but pretty durable. As mentioned before, like if you call him in the mid game, if you don't have hex breaks, you just can't kill him.
I mean, I do have a lot of save. Also, like if I'm Kiyotaka, I'm looking at a hero that will definitely like use all of the stuff I actually have with me. You have Snowball save, Nightmare save, Dawn ult, and like
he wants Quap,
a shield.
I think.
Yeah, I think you want like a semi-carry that can go in and abuse like all the stuff that's behind you.
Surely that's gonna get banned though.
You would imagine so, but...
Yeah. Well, it depends on what they are looking at for BZM as well. They'll remove the Leshrac first. Hero that can dish out a lot of damage as well, regardless if it's being called or not.
Yeah, that's the conundrum, right? It's like, you have to pick a hero right now for BZM that can potentially lane versus Shadow Fiend. That's also good with your lineup.
No, it's the other way around, because BZM is potentially Shadow Fiend.
Yes, I mean, that's what I mean. Sorry, Kiyotaka has to pick a hero that's good versus the Shadow Fiend, but also good with their lineup.
Yeah.
And their options are limited against this SF hero mid. Very, very strong versus most all the spirits. So if you pick a spirit here, unless it's maybe Storm, I think that one's probably okay.
Yeah.
You're going to get Shadow Fiend, and that's not a good time. So you...
Ooh.
I guess he gets Quap. They're not afraid of it.
Yeah, I feel it's just because, like you said, the only spirit I see also is Storm. Otherwise, you have generally the range heroes. So the only ones that kind of come to mind is Quap and Lina. Lina kind of out of favor.
Yeah, I don't.
So Quap would be my go-to.
Yeah, I don't think you want Lina in a game versus Axe and Marcy.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
They just give the Kiyotaka Tinker some respect.
Yeah, they do. I do
I
like
don't hate that. Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
Don't love it, don't hate it. But maybe they're cooking something else here.
You'd almost expect it. Otherwise, they like the Queen of Pain is such an obvious one missing from this draft so far that I can only imagine that Tundra has a plan against it.
And to me, it's just it is between the Storm and the Quap because they just go in and they're gonna lane fine, and you have so much more that like Dawn enjoys playing with these heroes, and same with all the others.
They're actually banning 33 heroes. I think the Axe is going to be...
The Axe is going to be the one with SF being the mid, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look if it's one of the two we thought.
Well, it is the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I mean...
Nobody saw that coming.
Nothing surprising there. Well, you can put the SF mid. SF is one of the heroes that does well against Quap. I'm just a little worried, like, sure, you win the lane, but a lot of the roaming potential from Aurora is very, like, really strong against you.
Yeah, it really... I'm not sure. I think you have a lot of options here, I think. I mean, if they want, they can even look at... I mean, it is Crystallis. What heroes can he play that can punish this lane? It's a tough one, because I'm really afraid of Shadowfiend going top lane, if I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like
safe lane?
Yeah, that's
I'm scared
lane
for him
that
idling,
weird.
so they're going to have to choose their poison.
I think SF mid is okay.
The Slark?
And they're going to pick Slark. This is a hero that you can leap away. I guess that's an option, or... I'm going to see who picks it. So it's going to be Carry Slark, which I absolutely think this is dog, but...
It is a Crystallis hero. I do believe he's... I'm not sure if he's Grandmaster, but he's getting there.
Well, we said
doesn't even matter. It's so bad, not even Grandmasters can make this work for the past year, unfortunately.
I personally am not a big fan. I think this SF Flex, it's good, but it did get abused in this case. Like, sure, like I said, I think he will do well mid, but there's a Tusk who has a pretty free lane bottom with Dawn. Like, I think Dawn Tusk should do well there, which kind of frees up the Tusk. And then SF is very susceptible to being ganked. Obviously, I mean, I don't hate the Tundra draft. They have a lot of heroes that can make things happen, but I kind of like what Aurora have cooking here.
I'm heavily in favor for Aurora here. I think Slark right now is going to... I don't know what his plan is in this lane. Yeah, you can run away, but you can never, ever trade whatsoever. This isn't a hero that does well from behind. And that just means you have tons of resources to leave Dawn top and rotate Tusk to the mid lane, which I think they will do.
Yep.
So basically what you're saying that if Tundra doesn't have a flying start, great start to this game, they might as well call it.
I mean, there's a lot of responsibility on 33 to do stuff, but he's not that type of player to like do stuff. He kind of just wants to play slow, get his items, probably won't even go for a blink.
I mean, he makes a move sometimes. Like, what I see for Tundra is that they need to, like, do well early. Yeah, of course, like Sark have a good early game. I got my eyes on Saxa too, if he can make some moves or like do the pick me up and like save BZM mid when they want him.
And that's the thing, 33 might not want to go in.
Oh, he's going in. No, he's going in.
He can just make that happen.
I mean, yeah, sure. I'm very curious on what Crystallis' vision on this Slark is, because it definitely does not look like a free Slark game. You have some cool things like hard to grip, you can hit a Baden, whatever, Leash might be good versus Quap, but there's a lot of ground targeted AoE here too, with the Dawn and the Quap. And we know we don't see a lot of Slark for a reason, because this hero right now isn't the strongest. So all eyes on Crystallis for me. Can he make this hero work? I'm skeptical.
Well, it is a best of 3, so even if it doesn't work first time around, they will have another shot. But let's see, Tundra versus Aurora, game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
All right, now that the haters are off the broadcast, we can give this draft a fair shake, right, Avery?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, how are you feeling about it?
It's, as Fear said, dog.
Oh.
But it's a good dog. It's like a greyhound that you can race. And it wins you lots of money.
All right. Well, that's what we're all here for, to win lots of money.
A lot of money at stake. You got the better dog in the race.
Yeah, because this, if whoever wins this gets, what guaranteed positioning do they get? I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it, Avery.
Oh, I'm letting you take your time. Still looking for it, huh?
You'll be top 8.
Top 8 if they win this.
Which guarantees you $125,000.
Ooh.
Indeed. And if you lose this, you will end up second, which will be guaranteed 9th through 12th, which is $75,000. So you're essentially playing for $50,000, if not more, right? Because, you know.
That's a lot of money.
Putting yourself in the playoffs right away.
A lot of money for
get that next round.
Potentially 2 games of Dota. If you can close out here in a nice little window.
Am I wrong that I kind of like Tundra's lineup?
Are you wrong for liking it, or are you
Am I wrong for liking
that it's good? Those are 2 different questions.
Am I wrong for liking it?
No, I don't think so. I think this lineup has a lot of playability.
Am I wrong for thinking it's good?
Yes, because you're always wrong, just by default.
Okay, but why wasn't I wrong the first time then?
30 seconds.
To be honest, I don't know what you're asking me anymore, so.
Okay.
I'm just going to say yes.
What is good about Tundra's lineup and what is bad about Tundra's lineup?
I like the playmaking capability. I'm still big on the Marcy. I think Rasta Marcy is a pretty strong support duo. Outside of AoE control, they're pretty much going to give you everything. It's really nice heroes for the SF to play around. This Axe can be a faster playmaker than I think the panel is giving you credit for, especially in the hands of 33. Yeah, he can be a little slow sometimes, but I think Fear was
he could play
critical.
fast when he was on Liquid, right? He actually was a space creator oftentimes on Liquid.
Also, he does
even
roam.
if it's not his go-to play style.
We saw him roam with this hero when he couldn't land with it earlier in the tournament, and I think there are certain heroes that he will make space around the map. I have more faith that this lineup is faster than the panel felt. However, the Slark, I mean, I'm not going to try and convince you that the Slark is a real hero.
Oh my
in the
God, what is this?
We saw this earlier.
An early Battle Hunger gank from 33. The Shard trying to help out, but if anything, it actually just puts everybody together right on top of Toronto Tokyo, and they should be able to finish him off as he is so slow due to Battle Hunger. First Blood goes to Whitemon.
Very sneaky. We saw Whisper do this earlier. This could be just become meta right now. You have to think about this. And honestly, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of these pseudo tri-lane plays in general. Because if you get First Blood is a lot of extra gold. It can easily skew one of these matchups completely. And that can be worth missing a couple CS or sometimes even a full wave if it's a guaranteed First Blood due to the spell capability. Battle Hunger is definitely one of those. Very cheeky play. We'll give a nice start to this Slark lane, which is a hero that definitely benefits from it. The extra experience goes a long way on this hero.
What about this mid matchup? Shadow Fiend versus Quap.
With Dagger Max, I think you're fine. Here's the Queen of Pain.
Definitely
have some good kilter at level 6 as
Blood Grenade and Brain Sap. He is out. No real surprise. This is going to be a rough lane.
I'll say we've seen some Banes overperform today. Maybe it's just a one-day thing, but this hero's looked pretty good in a lot of the matches recently here at EWC. I think this hero's definitely going up in stock for a lot of teams, and as long as you get away with the lane on Bane, this hero gives you a lot for the rest of the mid and late game. BKB piercing ultimates on supports is always juicy past that like 30-40 minute mark.
Chrysalis fighting it out with the Tusk right now. Trying to get that extra stack before he jumps away, but instead just has to jump away, cannot get the kill on Demira. I do think the Shard is pretty valuable here for Chrysalis in this game.
Has been nerfed a little, that is worth noting.
Sure.
But yeah, if you can throw it on anybody that are trying to all in with some of the single target spells particularly versus the supports. Really annoying spell to fight into here.
Yeah, I mean, Ruins, Fiend's Grips, Ruins tag team.
Tough to try and commit on the single target into the Shadow Fiend in particular if he has some saves backing him up. You have Marcy, you have the Shard from the Slark, you have potential counter initiation from the Call. And this is a lineup from Aurora that wants to all in somebody. That's just how these two supports play. You have Sonic Wave to try and burst a target down. You have some long fight capability with Abaddon plus Queen of Pain as the game goes longer and longer for sure. But there's going to be an element of you drop the Grip, you drop the Ice Shard's Punch, you drop Solar Guardian, Sonic Wave. These are committal spells. You're either killing that hero or you're not, and if it gets turned around, can absolutely see Tundra just winning the fight off that alone. CS-wise, however, Aurora coming out on top, man. They own the top 3 spots so far with a couple ties going in there. But nice little start for them across the board with the cores, even though that cheeky first blood from the Axe skewed it a little bit up here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like whenever a team makes a play like that, they are actively recognizing the fact that they have weaker lanes, and they have to do some cheesiness to get away from it. 33, it looks like he's going to die here in this bottom lane, but maybe they get Nightfall in return. They do indeed. Now Panto will try and get a double by killing Sox. Meanwhile, they're fighting out of the top lane. Mira does end up going down. The Shadow Shaman, he'll die after the foul play. Can Chrysalis get away from this Dawnbreaker, though? He gets away, sure, but he's going to be out of lane for a little bit, that's for sure.
Try and heal back up as the fight continues.
Panto, Battle Hungered is definitely dead. It's just a question of whether or not he could possibly kill Soxa before he dies.
I don't like with 33 coming back. He did have some stick charges here.
Yeah.
He might have been able to turn it isolated, but
it would probably require 3 hits. I just don't think he's going to get there.
He can drop Circlet Branch, Wand, re-pick up, survive if he's Giga Chad.
That's not possible. He's slowed from Battle Hunger. If he runs away from the Axe, he runs very slowly.
You turn, hit Soxa, drop both items, Wand up, off the extra Wand charge, re-pick up, hit him again, he dies. 33 kills you.
All right, nobody listen to Swindlemelons over here. Don't drop your items.
He didn't drop. He would have gotten him. He would have gotten it. We saw that. We all did the math.
He couldn't get a 3rd hit in.
Well, yeah, because he did not drop his stats.
If he dropped his stats, he definitely is not getting a 3rd hit in. BZM going to be rolled at and taken out. Kiyotaka was already in good control of this lane, unsurprising in the Quap versus Shadow Fiend matchup, but added a little rotation from a support, it's just not fair.
Oh, nice play mid from Aurora to set that up. Sneaky rotation, not one BZM enjoys at all. As he's just trying to survive that Quap Dagger matchup and going to push this Queen of Pain to a nice position.
Yeah, I do wonder in a matchup like this, at one point, do you just, as the Shadow Fiends say, all right, I'm just going to start hitting neutrals. Get a grab, pull back onto the Tusk. Starbreaker going to be interrupted. That's a Hex before the big stun comes in. Still, though, the Tusk likely to die here. Panto's rotation is going to be for naught. If anything, Whitemon wants to keep the punish going here. He still has another round of Shackles. Toronto Tokyo, Hammer right in the middle of them. Pull back for the slow, allowing Panto to escape.
Decent amount of stacks, but not able to get more follow-up kills. Still, momentum for the Slark up top. He's going to get some CS off this breather. 6-minute Power Rune will be a really nice one for BZM.
Yeah, that's big.
Especially since there were heroes looking for him here. So make him invincible.
I think that pressure, that rotation to the top lane is so important for Tundra because it pulls Panto out of that bottom lane. And 33, if he wants, can just cut the wave now. Before, like, Bane's really good at stopping that kind of shenanigans, but Soxa killed by Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka immediately with the tips, but BZM will turn the favor right back around, gets a kill, gets a ward. All thanks to that haste rune from earlier. But now Kiyotaka's trying to go for the kill on BZM, and he's got the all-in potential. Kiyotaka recognizes the damage and returns the smiley back to Tundra.
Definitely a little beat between these two teams. They're going to try and show each other up here. And Kiyotaka having himself the better start. 3-0, that's that Sonic Wave timing that is difficult for Shadow Fiend to survive if you don't have a little help.
And now trying to punish 33 a little bit.
Nah, you can't.
Though with the quadruple ring and Vanguard, he's pretty much untouchable.
I mean, should it really be called Ring of Protection if you need 4 of them?
Well, it's just extra protection. You can never have enough of it. Sometimes you gotta double wrap, you know? 33, call on 2. Whitemon's here to help him out, too. It's not like he could do much about Nightfall, but maybe he could kill the Tusk. If he gets the kill on the Tusk, maybe with the extra movement speed, he can get out. Nah, too many rotations coming in. Kiyotaka, he makes sure that 33 is going to go down. Saksa, now he's going to be slowed down a bit. A lot, in fact, as another round of dagger comes in. BZM, 1 raise, throwing out a second. And Nightfall getting a little low here. Hits him with the 3rd, but it's not enough for the kill. Now BZM trying to go for the Requiem. Threatens it. Thinks better of it. Maybe it's just a situation he knows he's gonna die. And it is guaranteed. Triple kill. Is it an ultra for Kiyotaka?
Oh,
what a
give it to the
game he's
man.
having. Nah, Nightfall's gonna take it. He needs something out of all this.
Brother, why?
Because he needs his Radiance. Back over to the top lane, Saksa, straight from dying, will immediately rotate to Toronto Tokyo. They've left the Dawnbreaker alone, and they gotta be able to punish this one. Ultimate straight up, but it's gonna be canceled by Saksa. Still have the answer to that one. Toronto Tokyo not gonna be run down. Panto teleports in and bails out his offlaner.
Aurora winning on all 3 fronts here. Crazy nice skirmish from them off the strength of Sabaton with all the shields. That must have been 6 or 7 shields in that entire sequence. Really tough spell to skirmish into when you have this Axe who's primarily trying to run the Battle Hunger as some early DPS. There's an ult up here. Can't all in him.
Yeah, finally they get that ultimate out of Nightfall as he leveled it up.
He's fine with this, though. This is a lot of attention. 3 heroes on the bottom lane for Tundra. Still not getting anything.
BZM is going to die again.
Yeah, he's done.
Found him, Nightmare, mass rotation. The snowball puts him point blank range. No chance for Requiem. Kiyotaka is racking him up and knocking him down.
What a start for this Queen of Pain. This is looking rough for Tundra already. They're not down that much gold, but the momentum Kiyotaka has in this game, and it is a nice Queen of Pain game. There's not a lot that shuts him down in the fight if he gets tanky early.
Yeah.
You are really going to be dependent on this Shadow Shaman who already fallen a little bit behind. Not going to be able to stand super aggressively in the fight. And of course, you have some bailout spells in this lineup. Like you have Sleep, you have Shield, you have Snowball. There's a lot of interrupt for the Shackles. Do get a nice little free tower off the Slark rotation.
Yeah, last take goes to the 2 carries.
Got to look towards 33 to bring the fighting back Tundra's way. He's having the best game of everybody. And we've seen some Axes go ham this tournament.
Sure.
That was perfect.
Really nice rune here. So many resources for Kiyotaka to work with this game, and they're looking straight back into the SF.
BZM, you had to know there was a ward there from that Panto gank earlier. I can't believe he braved that area to farm it again.
Where's he supposed to go?
Go anywhere else, man.
Too early to go to the triangle. His mid tower's gone. He has that. You can't really go bottom because Slark was there. He was taking the tower. Just process of elimination. There's not a lot of space for SF in the early game, and this is one
just
of the
go to the
ways
top part of the
abuse this
map, farm the neutrals up there. Give somebody else mid.
Nobody can take mid. Queen of Pain is 8-0. Nobody's going mid right now.
All right, well, let's put it this way. I don't want to see another Shadow Fiend death, you know? This is a hero that just can't suffer that many deaths this early into the game.
He has definitely been targeted. And that is the best way to deal with this hero. You put him behind. He ends up being food the entire way around. We've all been in that pub.
Yeah, there's large areas of Dota 2's history that do not feature Shadow Fiend for that reason.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, 33, you're going to have to put some magic together, that's for sure.
Feels like he's the only one with anything going well in this early game. Even the supports for Tundra have not found much.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
You have another Sonic Wave available if you want to make a move. That Blade Mail's flying in. Very strong timing for Kiyotaka if you want to smoke this guy up or look for the 12-minute power rune. It's Tundra smoked on it.
Baiting out the power rune, but Kiyotaka did not blink onto it, nor did the power rune spawn there, so.
Wisely so. That was a nice trap setup, honestly.
Yeah.
If that rune was there, they'd probably get him. With Hex Shackle into Requiem Raises. Might be enough to bring him down, though. Honestly, even then, it might have... He might have survived, because you have Solar Guardian to throw in there. This is a Treads Queen with 1,1300 HP. He might have actually survived that gank anyway.
Yeah, I really like the Dawnbreaker Quap duo right now, because these Quaps, they already kind of want to go in with the Blade Mail. But when you're backed up by a Dawnbreaker ultimate, you could just be so aggressive. Fiend's Grip going to be put to use here. Whitemon's trying to bail him out here. Gets him with the Ward Trap. 33 gets a call on 2. Can he get a kill out of this, though? With a snowball pickup onto
nice
Panto, that is going to ruin the Axe's chances of getting a kill, and a clutch Aphotic Shield onto Toronto Tokyo will bail out the offlaner as well, so nobody dies.
All the saves coming into play. It's so hard to go on any target in this lineup. When you have the early Dispel, you have triple save coming out between Solar Guardian, Shield, and Snowball. Just no easy targets to latch onto and put the damage in. Your way around that is Slark. Like, this is a hero that can play through saves because you just build up the stacks and maybe you bail someone out for a second, but he just keeps hitting you the second you come out. As long as he's pretty good HP, he can play through that. But this is also a hero that doesn't come online for a long time if you're not playing like Io Slark and snowballing the lane.
Yeah.
I think Tundra needs to dodge right now. I think they should have no interest in taking any fight unless it is something behind their tier 1 or on a high ground ward for Wisdom Shrine, something super defensive where they have a positional advantage. Because right now they are absolutely going to get outfought.
Well, if you want a defensive fight, you've got one. Aurora going for a push onto the Wisdom Shrine, but it's 3 heroes. Oh, nice pick-me-up. Saksa still surviving throughout the Sonic Wave. Kiyotaka blinked forward aggressively. The Blade Mail doing tons of damage to BZM. BZM's almost dead, but they got the call into the Requiem and finished off the Quap, but it also kills the Shadow Fiend.
Does get the streak. That's a 9x streak. 1,000 gold almost going to BZM. Well worth it for him. He doesn't get the XP there. If they have Solar Guardian for that trip, that is a very different fight.
What a world of difference that could have been. What is the progression on the Axe right now? He's got Vanguard into Pipe. No Blade Mail, Blink Dagger for this game. Why?
It's the 33 special. This is how he likes to do it. He likes Pipe on this hero. He likes to use it as a Battle Hunger, Aura, Skirmisher. Play for the other 2 cores. His style.
Well, that just means all the more defensive positioning, right? I mean, you're not setting the pace at all with this kind of build.
Though I think with the way the early game went, you weren't going to anyway.
Jumping onto a Radiance hero is always going to be a bit risky. And at Abaddon, doubly so. Still had the borrowed time. 2 supports were behind him. Are you okay? Quick kill on Saksa. Up 4K, Aurora. And they still have plenty left in the tank here. Now the Dawnbreaker ultimate's back up. Watch for a play somewhere around the map.
Feels like Aurora have just had a very good read of where these plays are going to happen. The supports have been in the right place at the right time. This entire first 50 minutes. And if they're set up, you can't make the aggressive go. The return saves are way too strong right now. Might be able to go for the sneaky Roche play with this Shaman, SF Marcy at the 20. Like if it switches to bottom, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't have the Giga Ward, so that already makes me feel not great about it.
It's still decently fast if you can have somebody tank it. Need something to get your way back in this game, because this Abaddon is outpacing you right now. It feels like Aurora are just going to hit a mid-game timing that is going to be formidable. Maybe this pipe is enough to boost your 5v5 up. Thunder opt to fight with 33's timings. Could be something that drags some of the other cores back in the game.
Oh. Got him. Panto trying to make a solo play. Not exactly sure what that was.
It's just being annoying on the map, going for the poke. Unfortunately, heroes were waiting around. And that'll be stacks for the Sark and the Axe. Nice little kill to snag around the map right now when nothing else was happening.
Dawnbreaker Ags. I don't really care what the pipe is doing for you. I feel like Aurora is impossible to fight into right now.
If you get caught by the stuns, yes. If you can somehow kite those out. There's potential.
I was waiting for you to finish that sentence.
There's potential.
I was about to say, can't be, ooh. Snowball trying to dodge the stun there. Soxa overshot it anyway. And now Night falls in the middle of 3 heroes with this Radiance and the Dawnbreaker ultimate coming in. Leaving behind Soxa, the rest of Tundra. Retreat, turn around onto Kiyotaka though. Kiyotaka's gonna die, Defensive Nightmare. That's gonna help him out here. Fiend's Grip pick up and the Snowball. They're still stuck in the same spot though. The Requiem goes out, but the Quap is able to blink away. Crystal's almost dying, has to teleport away underneath his ultimate. He will successfully do so. Tundra do not get the turnaround on the Queen of Pain. Great saves from Aurora supports.
This support duo has been on point this game, man. Tusk, in particular for Mira, just doing all the work in the middle of these fights. These snowball saves are impossible for Tundra to deal with unless you have a SF who's just sitting there with Requiem when you come out of it. There's no AoE punish in this lineup, which is really brutal. I'm surprised Tundra continue to take these fights head on like this.
Yeah, me too.
Like, they're kind of just getting sucked in after these initial plays go wrong, and then you get in these 5v5s. Yeah, you have your pipe, but you're just consistently getting outplayed. The Slark isn't ready to contribute in a 5-on-5 yet. Now you're bleeding out more heroes. Such an awkward map state for Tundra. We can feel like they want to fight, they want to get the ball rolling, but they're just not ready to, and they're falling behind. I think you need some pickoffs here. Smoke plays for pickoffs, try and take advantage of the Slark nighttime vision. It's out in 1 minute is the unfortunate part here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, these deep wards, they should know about that. They already pinged the high ground ward, and the Shadow Shaman getting jumped the way he did might have an inkling about the ward behind the tower.
It's a Slark lineup. You'll find him eventually.
Yeah.
Kind of the downside of these wards. If you don't get immediate value out of them, it's unlikely you'll get to use them. Almost prefer wards on the sides of the map. Level 2 Sonic Wave available again if Aurora want to try and make another move. They're just going to concede mid-tower. That would be unnecessary here. As Tundra don't really have a lot of people to back this play up.
Whitemon walks up to hex him, trying to slow down the Serpent Wards dying, but they're going to die all the same here. Aurora are going to go for the Tormentor. And the Shard goes to Panto. So now we've got a little bit of AoE Brain Sap action, a little bit more wave clear for Aurora.
He leveled it up, Max. It's Aether Lens Bane already. Not inconsequential around the map and in the fight. And that's a very efficient Tormentor to snag, only taking 3 heroes. Might be hard for Tundra to read this next move.
Are they going for another Wisdom Shrine invasion?
Oh yeah, they are. They have Solar Guardian with Ags to back this one up. So
Tundra read it though. They had the scan on the post-Tormentor gate action, so they've got him. Question is how much punish will they get out of this one? The Dawnbreaker actually using the ultimate. Panto getting run down here. Essence Ring, it's going to bail him out for now, but the Dawnbreaker surrounded on the pass, and 33 still catches up to the Bane, cuts him down. Awful. Now the Dawnbreaker is dead. That's twice now that Aurora have been rebuked on the Wisdom Shrine invasion. The first time around at 14 minutes, that went okay. This time, it was a disaster.
That's what Tundra need to do in this game. Just set up defensive plays around the objectives. And if Aurora don't bring everybody, that's a favorable fight. Very surprised Toronto Tokyo committed to that, considering your other 2 cores were nowhere near that situation. This Requiem catching both the supports means you can't really bail each other out on that arrow choke point. Awkward place to fight if you don't get up there first. Nice little win for Tundra as they try and strike back in this game. You do have snakes. Maybe you were thinking about doing a fast Roche there, but won't risk it. Just use the time to farm up, get to your next set of items. Try and negate this Abaddon strength right now because he is incredibly strong. timings-wise.
Yeah. I was just about to jump on that. I do kind of question basically Aurora making any play without this incredibly strong Abaddon involved.
It was questionable. They were basically banking on the fact that Tundra were not going to be prepared to defend that play with the other lanes getting shoved in. But I think Tundra were more than happy to sacrifice a couple creep waves to guarantee the objective and take the fight if it came to them. And guess what? It came. Wrapped up in a nice, pretty bow.
Well, with the Blink Dagger, Nightfall might be able to join the team a little bit more readily. And amp damage, you know Kiyotaka wants to fight.
Well, he always wants to fight this game. Definitely slowed down for him a little bit, but still incredibly farmed.
Tundra making another coordinated play here. 4-man smoke.
Daytime smoke for the Sark, not as strong. And there's nobody up here. You can gate if you're bold enough.
Behind Aurora.
Would actually work right now, but it's
would.
almost impossible to know this. You're just going to see your tower go down. So smoke that yields nothing for Tundra. Be some more net worth advantage for Aurora. And at some point, somebody's going to force this Roshan. That's going to be your big signal to take the fight if you believe you have the timings ready for it. In Tundra's case, this SF is just so far behind. That's going to be a tough fight.
Halfway to Ag still.
Be very surprised if Aurora do not force this Rosh in the next minute or two. Especially with BKB arriving for the Dawnbreaker. Your Queen of Pain's been ready to fight for a while. You have the Manta Radiance blink on the Abaddon, and yeah,
just go for it.
It's way too easy right now, especially during the daytime. Again, these fights are way more difficult when the Sark can't frontline with the extra vision and the security and set the fight up for the Axe of the Marcy jumps.
I do feel like the setup for this maybe could have been a little bit more efficient. And by that I mean Tundra have the lanes really pushed in. They're going to get the top tower as a result. Kiyotaka, though, will be gifted the Aegis.
Can't get everything all the time. You know? Don't be greedy.
I would beg to differ with an Abaddon with a Manta, you know?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Teleport away, Kiyotaka searching for more. Whoops. It's okay, he's got his buddy Bane to help him out. Oh, he read that there was going to be a ward down here. Just
yeah, in between the two sentries. That's pretty unlucky.
That is real unlucky.
Or extremely well placed by Tundra.
Maybe a bit of both. Orchid's going to make their life even more obnoxious for Tundra. 33, getting away from the Mira and almost blinked into Nightfall. Got away from him too.
They are dodging successfully right now.
They really are.
Like, this lead is shrinking for Aurora, despite having an overwhelming strength, map, and timing advantage. They're not getting to use it, and that is exactly what you want to see if you're Tundra. Just waste the strength right now, even out this game. If this trend continues in another 10 minutes, you'll be perfectly on even footing.
Spot Soxa. Minor pickoff, but a welcome one, as they've been chasing Tundra heroes for quite some time.
The setup has to come from supports. It's either Mira catching people on lanes or Panto with sneaky setups from this Bane, which is one of the better heroes to do it in the meta right now. Like, he can play relatively solo, and the follow-up can be there good enough off a sleep grip, such as this. You have Solar Guardian that can come in as well if you need it. In this case, you don't.
Definitely not needed in this situation. Free pickoff.
More of this if you're Aurora. Don't be afraid to split the map right now while Tundra are dodging you, and just look for aggressive pickoffs.
Yeah, they've got double BKBs and an Abaddon. So you've got 3 cores that can probably play independently in a lane, push it in without much fear of reprisal here.
Especially with Dawnbreaker to back any of it up.
Yeah.
That should buy enough time for the rest of the team to get there if a fight breaks out. This should give you a lot of map control. 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. BKB done for the Queen of Pain. Kiyotaka super strong right now. Could definitely take tier 2 into high ground poke and try and force Tundra back. This objective take, he's really fast with the Abaddon. Man, I'm always curious what Nightfall is saying. He's just always talking. If you look at his camera.
You've played pubs with him before, right?
Yeah, but
man's just talks non-stop about the game. My experience was I loved it. Because he's microing me while playing his own hero. So if all I have to do is just listen to him, it works for me.
Yeah, he just commands the next move or where he expects enemies to be, what the next play should be set up, but still always amazes me. Like, man, chill out, you know.
Yeah, leaves room for somebody else, you know?
On the flip side, I don't think I've ever seen Kiyotaka say anything. Oh, he said something there. Like, stop talking, man. Well, he's talking a lot now. Well, I guess he's having himself a game, right? 10-1.
Yeah, if there's a game to talk, it's this one.
Oh, yeah, he wants to go high ground. He wants to put some pressure on.
I love this.
I agree. This is the high ground poke that you should make because if Tundra don't want to respond, you're just going to rack them. This is not slow at all. And they are not responding. They're giving up a lot here.
Yeah, this kind of seems like a Tundra play to me. You know, they feel like they can't fight. They're trying to call the bluff here. Don't want to fight into an Aegis. But sadly, they will be forced to. That is if they want to save their barracks, and even then, they may not be able to. So much damage has been done in this window of time. Get the call onto the Quap. But he's got the Aegis. They can't really fully commit.
I think you'd rather get the racks here than the fight, considering how low it is.
Pick me up, takes him away. Kiyotaka jumping in after the Shadow Shaman. Oh, got pulled in. Very awkward. BKB, it gets activated. He's trying to take the fight to BZM. Gets a blink before 33 can get another call. Got him inside the pounce, though. Gonna nightmare him out of that one. Very nice.
No rack. Oh, they did get the racks. Wow. Okay.
Did.
Never mind. That was very close. Never pulled trigger on the Solar Guardian either. Nice discipline from Toronto Tokyo. I don't think it would have worked out for him, honestly.
Yeah.
Better to just control the map. Now you get a lot off of this play. We just saw this gold lead basically spike from 8K to 12K here. Get something out of the second half of this Aegis, where that first half was not too useful. 4 towers into a racks, or I guess 3 towers into a racks. Not too shabby. Not a fight for Tundras. They are evening out the power level between these heroes, but you're still going to be behind an item. Just going to have to take the fight. Good enough timing with this Ag Shadow Fiend.
Do they want to be jumping the Abaddon first, especially with the Dawnbreaker ultimate? It's going to come
really
in late on 4 heroes. The Starbreaker to follow it up. A Requiem goes out to hit some of the backline heroes of Aurora and perhaps allow Tundra to disengage because they are not winning this one. Nightfall in prime position. The Starbreaker stops the TP away from BZM. 2 dead on the side of Tundra. Now chased after Crystallis. Got a snowball on him. He pops his ultimate. He still also has his shard.
Should be good here.
Unless he stops to farm, but he will not be that greedy.
He's out of there. I mean, man, what an ult from Toronto Tokyo. He hit that perfectly. Stun lands on 4. You get a grip from the backside, which means you have to go in aggressively with this Requiem to try and stop it, but it ends up dealing basically no damage.
Up to the high ground again. Top lane pushing into the tier 2, mid lane pushing into the tier 3. Aurora, maximum pressure. Playing it quite well. Tundra will try and pull some heroes out of position here with a call from 33. Crystallis just trying to take some stats here for now. Toronto Tokyo still has the Aphotic Shield. He'll be bailed out by that one rather easily. Focusing on the objectives, Aurora, all they have to do is make sure they do not get baited into some team fight around these tier 4s. Jump in onto Kiyotaka. No call immediately, call after the BKB. Trying to pull him in. Oh, another Dawnbreaker ultimate. It's going to land beautifully onto 2, taking out both cores.
Too much AoE for this Slark to commit into.
Nightmare pullback onto BZM. It's going to kill him as well.
This
is looking like game. No buybacks whatsoever. GG is called. Aurora very confidently taking this game 1. This was just a fantastic performance by them in the last, I would say, 5 minutes. This was just perfect gameplay.
They really hit their timing well. This is, I think, where the better teams are scariest. When you have this idea of what we're going to do around that 25 to 35 minute mark, and you just end the game. You don't let your opponents draw this game out. You don't let them get to some ultra late game timing. You don't let them really set up anything. You just push the issue. You force them into you. And this is the kind of situation where Slark just really suffers. These 5-on-5s where the fights just come into you head on, you start to build some stacks, but you can't really ever build enough to commit into the fight. And the Abaddon matchup is weird because it's a target you can build stacks off kind of easily, but at the same time, he doesn't care because a lot of his damage is oriented around Radiance Burn, Aphotic Shields, and just wearing you down with the passive. And none of this really cares if you steal the stats from him. Yep. So even if the Slark's getting stronger by stealing stats off the enemy carry, he's not debilitating the enemy carry's presence. And then you're just fighting into a huge amount of AoE with the double ults between Sonic Wave and Solar Guardian. Really tough game for this Slark pick. I think its weaknesses showed, and Tundra left wondering, how can we pick up the pace next game and not just get run over? Because we had some auras from the 33 Axe, but it did not feel like the other two cores could stand their ground and use it at all.
Well, I'm going to guess our panel, one of those solutions is going to be don't pick Slark if you don't want to get run over. Would that be correct, Fear? You see a little nod coming out of you? Yeah. I think he says, yeah, don't pick the Slark. That hero is absolute garbage, according to the man himself, and I can't really disagree with him judging that Game 1 performance. That was a rough Slark game to watch, Shiver.
Yeah, it was. We kind of saw the writing on the wall. Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. That Game 1 in the hands of Aurora. Some might say it was over before it began, but that's not what we're going to say, because we're going to break it down proper. We're going to talk about it. Because, okay, I do want to... It was not just the Slark.
It was over after it began, but shortly after.
It's to me, it's like, sure, the Slark, like, kind of, maybe it seals the deal, but to me, it starts like a lot earlier. Like, even to me, like, maybe the Axe into the Dawn, I think the way you flex SF into the Tusk Dawn, to me, isn't ideal. But I think even then, like, the game doesn't just end. You know, like, there's a lot of gameplay to be had. I think Aurora, like, outplayed them. They went mid, they killed the SF once. Mira places an aggressive ward later. They kill him twice on this too, and there was never really any counterplay. So to me, it's not just the draft, it's also the gameplay.
100%, but I also think like the Slark didn't do them any favors either.
It didn't.
Like, where was the comeback potential going to come from? Was it coming from the safe lane? That was never going to happen. Like, you invest so much energy, your offlaner is starting in your lane to give you this lane matchup, First Blood.
Yeah.
You still don't win the lane. So I don't know, it's just very strange on how they drafted. I think if you just focus as Shadow Fiend, who's going to do anything in this draft? Like, in 33, like, I'm still not sold that this build is legit. Like, where you just go for auras and you're just this frontline type of hero. Maybe in some games it's good, but definitely not all games. I feel like they needed 33 to be active somehow so we can just Shadow Fiend activated, but it just never happened.
So on hindsight, we kind of are picking apart. Putting the Shadow Fiend on the safe lane might have been a better option in this case.
Over Slark, sure, but I'm sure there's even a better option than that too if they really searched for it.
Okay, and then on the other side, you got the Axe, who struggled a little bit, but that was mostly a stylistic issue in that sense, because we actually been talking a little bit when we were talking about Gaming Gladiators, who's doing pretty well at the moment, that this team is doing well again because they are, in this case, Ace, the offlaner, has found a way to perfectly execute the way how to work auras into the game, and it works out very well for them. Because why is 33 not having the same result with auras?
I mean, I think it can, but the cast around the hero is just not that good. Like, I personally don't want to play Axe into Dawnbreaker. If I do, I want other people that help me team fight. You have a mid SF who's getting absolutely dumpstered, and I don't see any way for BZM to not have a bad game. I don't see any way where Kiyotaka doesn't have a free game on the co-op with all the backup he has. So I'm just seeing, well, a lot of problems for Tundra.
Well, it definitely showed in that game too, and I think 33 did have a good game though. Like, he was top net worth in the entire game at one point, but it just comes down to, like, when can they fight? And it never really happened. And it is maybe not so much just only the Axis. Shadow Fiend couldn't fight, Slark didn't even attempt to fight this game, so all their heroes just didn't have a timing that meshed with each other. So they just got exploited, I think, in this one because of that.
Well, that's how because the way we were talking about it, it sounds like this should be a quick 2-0. Because what are the good points for Tundra? I know they lost.
There's a new draft to have.
That is a good point. No, they had like a good. It was like the 21-minute like Wisdom Shrine invasion. Like they were ready. Because when they combine the heroes, they still can do stuff. You have Requiem. You have like the Slar Shard that can help each other out. You have sucks on the market. I can like do stuff if they pick me up and whatnot, but I don't think that overall there were that many good points when it comes to gameplay, because it is simply that hard, which then just makes it easier for you to look at the heroes, talk about what you want, what do you not want to give them, because I just see, personally, I see a lot of layers, and that's just facts.
Well, what I then will focus on is the good things on the side of Aurora, because there were a lot of those, and fair, I think, well, okay, you're going to show us a tiny light for Tundra and then darkness.
Yeah, hopefully that's what we'll show. A little bit of light, of course. You got to shine it a little bit before you snuff it out. And this is something that, I don't know if it's good or bad. It's cool, though, right? Like, teams are starting by putting this axe into the safe lane. This is an offlaner, by the way. I think they really, really wanted 33 to get this, but see Mira, he's body blocking, making sure Whitemon's the one that gets it. But this is the story of the game for me, or one of the stories of the game. How do you team fight them? It's like, you go in here, it's starting to look okay, but like Dawn can always come in, but watch all the saves that end up happening in this one fight. Dawn goes in, there's a snowball save, then all of a sudden you have like the shield coming out to save him. Snowball save, shields, Nightmare saves, and you're going to see it again in this fight here too. Like, Kiyotaki, he just blinked into 5 heroes, right? he does not care. Nightmare save comes out immediately. You want to go on him? Here's the snowball save. Okay, after that, maybe a shield's going to come help him out here too as well. It's like, this fight was so difficult for every time they want to jump in. If you're playing these Axe, these Shamans, they just had 4 saves in Kiyotaka, and that's like the dream game for Kiyotaka. He loves just jumping in. Usually he might die in that situation, but not this game. But give him 4 saves and he'll live and kill everyone.
That seems to be actually the perfect recipe of success for Aurora in this case. How about you, Kezu? Because I believe you have something to show us as well.
Yeah, I've got to show the misery of BZM, where it's just, it will show how hard it is to play SF in this game against the heroes that they're up against. So if we could...
Okay, we will have that ready in about 30 seconds.
No problem.
That's okay. What do you think about his build? Are you happy with that?
For BZM?
Yeah. Like, could he have done anything better to set himself up for success, or was it just him being put in a rough position?
I don't think so. I think this is just a really hard game for him to play, where the only one that can set him up maybe is 33 on the Axe. If they can, like,
if he had a dagger?
Throw him in, yeah. If they have a dagger or they throw him in, he gets a good call off. Other than that, it's just the life of playing Shadow Fiend in a hard game where you're going to get ran over. Then the hero is just not that good.
And it's a shame, because a hero is actually very good in a lot of hands. Maybe on hindsight again, when we were coming back to the Slark every time. That's just the way it goes at this point. Other than the Shadow Fiend, though, other than BZM, maybe there's help coming from the side lanes. Were the supports just not able to do anything there?
I mean, there was a lot of pressure. Maybe they could have mirrored the movements from Mira, because Mira on the Tusk kept going mid and like applying like more pressure on him, getting him killed, helping with the runes, and like just helping Kiyotaka have a good game. Where at the same time, Tundra didn't really give the same treatment to their mid laner. So then it's kind of just natural that one guy is going to overtake the other.
I mean, I could also recall like 4 to 5 fights where Nightfall was present doing things where I'm going to go back to Slark. Slark was just not present in this game.
Here we go.
Didn't exist.
As you know, so this is already at minute 450. You have the Tusk who goes mid 1, so okay, you know, BZM, he's going to take the first L. Fine. It's kind of hard for him. Here on the minimap, you already see Panto. He has all the freedom. He goes here at nighttime, places a high ground ward. They find BZM. This is just 2 subs. Like, basically, this guy is dying to 2 subs plus a Blink Scream. Okay, dead. Then you have the third time. This is the same ward from earlier, by the way. So this is also... This is definitely a misstep from both Tundra and BZM. This is the same ward you just died on 2 minutes ago. But it's still there. So, and again, it's a Tusk Dawn. You know what's happening. There's going to be a snowball. The Queen is going to jump in. And you have a Donald. And at this point, maybe a support can break for him here, but like all of these things adding up, it just makes the game incredibly hard to play.
Well, it sounds like the game was hard to play from the get-go. Obviously, we touched upon that already, and that means that there's good news for at least for Tundra, for Aurora potentially as well, depending on how the next game goes. But we're going to have a clean slate. Game number 2 after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We are getting ready for game number 2 between Tundra and Aurora. Winner of this best of 3 is guaranteed top 8 here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. And that is quite the achievement already. And of course, with that comes the luxury of skipping phase 2 of this tournament. Now, we are going to have Aurora with 1 game up going into this game number 2. But good news for Tundra fans, because overall, these 2 teams, they're like one of the more even teams in terms of results this year. 2025 in terms of series, it's 2-1-2. There's 1 draw, 2 wins for either team. And that means this should be a win for Tundra. So I want to know how they won all their previous games against Aurora. What are they going to do better this game that is not just draft? Like, how are they going to come out on top and force out that 3rd game?
Like, for me, it's about matching what Aurora do. Like, either that you do your own stuff where they have to answer you, or when you know that, okay, they're going to go on BZM, they're going to bring heroes mid, I'm going to have my support here already. You know, Saxo, you're going to be here, you're going to protect me, we're going to play for the runes and make it happen. Because for me, sure, Aurora maybe have a better draft, it's a bit easier for them to play, but Tundra, for me, didn't really put up much of a fight. And usually, even if your draft isn't as good, you can still do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely can. However, I think in this game, it's not as easy as the other games. Usually, they're set up for more success to be available, but sometimes you do kind of just have to ditch your side lanes, and we talked about in the pre-show, maybe the mid lane should be a higher focus for both these squads, and we definitely saw Aurora take advantage of that mid lane where Tundra focused more on the side lanes.
Yeah, I will say the focus on the side lanes, yeah, I gotta out you here a little bit, Fear, but some moments when we were watching that game, you were not too happy with certain plays that Aurora made, in particular their offlaner.
I mean, yes, so basically those were just feeds, right? I mean, Toronto Tokyo had a couple out-of-position feeds, but that just happens when you're left alone because they're playing in the mid lane, right? You could definitely play more carefully in those moments, but that's like these micro plays that just make you even better and better. They were still making the right plays on the map, and that is, you're playing on the side lane, you're killing a Dawn. Cool, who cares? He's going to respawn ult in. They're killing Shadow Fiend during that whole time, like twice in a row. So yeah, they were playing on the side lanes, but it didn't benefit them.
I think something else that I do also see, like this is, well, it's draft related, but like not super strong. It's the fact that when you see a specific hero, you will usually answer well with the role. You see Dawn, you can pick your carry. Yeah. They decided not to do that. They decided to go with a flex. I think what they can do, just to make it more simple, you see the mid, you can pick the mid. You see the off and you pick the carry.
Just counter pick.
Yeah, make it like more simple that BZM gets like, he gets a clear last pick, you can go for there. And just like, also, at the end of the day, they shouldn't overthink this game. You know, like next game, you go into it, you change like a few small things, but also help each other, understand what you want to do with your heroes, and just play.
So you're saying a lot of it is going to come down to the pick order?
Well, not necessarily, because I think even if you're, well, it doesn't matter if you're first or second pick, sometimes you will see where a hero is and you can respond to it this way. So just saying, I think maybe they forgot some of like the basics also, where they're like overthinking, trying to cook too hard. They know what's good, stick to it.
I'm very curious because like the way this game was played from basically the earlier series, they had that first pick Monkey King, they dark seared in the second phase, looked really good on 33, looked really good on Crystallis. They banned both those in the first phase. Yeah. Now Crystallis looks a little confused. The Axe didn't really work out either. What other strategy do they have in mind? Because they're not going to get those 2 heroes again, because they looked incredibly good. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where they're going to go here from now, but they need to cook up a new strategy that doesn't involve Monkey King or Darkseer, because whatever they did there just did not seem comfortable.
No, I do already have the slight spoiler that it's going to be slightly different. We should be jumping into the draft any second now. We are going to have Tundra still with first pick like they were previous game, with Aurora still on... well, they actually... Yeah, you're right. But the Tundra this time around is first pick, so they swapped that about. But we do have a lot of different heroes on the ban side of things, because that Darkseer you talked about still in, Templar Assassin still in, and there it is, the Monkey King also still in. But this must be Aurora preparing for it, because this is the most obvious opening you go for here, right?
Yeah, you can just skewer them out of the Wukongs countered.
Yep, it's that easy. I mean, to be fair, like, sure, you're Aurora and you prepare for this, so of course you know what's happening, but at the end of the day, if you're Tundra, you don't really care. Like, this is one of your best strats, and it's your carry player's best hero. And it's, even if you lane into this, like, you're fine, it's more of a game thing with the Mac against Monkey, so yeah. If you're Tundra, you're pretty chill right now.
Definitely, and I think this is just like a first pick versus second pick thing. You did force out the Doom ban last time, but this time Aurora has to ban it. They have to ban the Bat, they have to ban the Naga, and the Undying. So there's only so many bans in the game, and I think this is definitely going to favor Tundra in this particular series, at least, just after watching the last game.
I mean, so let's see. So for Aurora, something I could see, I mean, if you are going to fully lane this mag in the offlane, which Toronto Tokyo has looked very, very good on it, I would like to, you know, have him paired up with like a good range 4 that will help you in lane against the Monkey King. Could be Dark Willow. I don't know exactly what other heroes Miro's been kind of cooking in the tournament so far. I think he's been on a lot of melees or otherwise Rasta and Willow, which I wouldn't mind those.
Yeah, they had Shadow Shaman one game with the Magnus, so they might look for that as well. A lot of Shadow Shaman being paired up for Mira.
Yeah,
well, the Shaman is out now.
Unlucky. I mean, a lot of Bat Rider, a lot of Shaman.
Bat also out.
He had a Lion game.
Hey, there you go.
There we go.
Budget Shaman?
Budget Shaman.
I got a Hex.
Doesn't break.
Details.
I mean, I'd be happy with any of those, like some Willow or a Lion. Any range 4 that just helps your mag with like more team fight, and you allow your mag to have like space and separate him from the Monkey in the lane. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Ooh, also still in the pool, the Kiyotaka Puck.
That is a good one.
Yeah, this time around, not bad.
Good one.
Actually, with the Monkey already on the side of Tundra, I mean, BZM can play that Monkey too.
Yeah, he can, but I think it's still playable. I think a good puck player can make it work in this patch, no matter what.
That matchup seemed to have been worse before. Like now with the curveball facet, I think people are finding different ways to play this matchup.
I do know that GPK wins both sides of that matchup, so you might be onto something there.
Maybe he's just
that
the best player.
That guy's something else.
Yes, I would agree to that. But maybe Kiyotaka is feeling the same vibes. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, sometimes you also just feel it, and then it doesn't really matter. You kind of, what's the right way to say it? You defy what the heroes are supposed to do just with raw skill.
Yeah. You know what I find entertaining? We have a lot of different coaches on the stage behind us, and these are both coaches. G is just pacing.
Yeah, he's
just pacing. Moon also cannot sit. He's also walking about, but he's standing. He wants to be active, and I feel like there's not a lot of coaches that do that.
That's actually true.
The majority will just either sit behind their team or sit in a chair of one of their players and click the buttons for them. But these two are definitely the pacers.
G isn't even just pacing. He's like really on the move.
He's getting his steps in, that's for sure.
Gotta meet your daily steps. Yeah. It's important.
Ooh, a lot of team fight at the moment coming out from Aurora. Is that something that we want? Because you said earlier, Kezo, that you want Tundra to go more toe-to-toe with Aurora. Is that the same for their team fight ability?
Yeah, I definitely don't think that when the other team has team fight that your best response is to split. I think obviously you don't want to like overcook, but being able to fight your opponent is ultimately what Dota will always come down to, no matter what. So Aurora, take Warlock. It's just a pretty nice 5. You've always set up your safe lane. Of course, gives you a good team fight. So yeah, why not?
You see Mira, they're talking a lot. Probably his hero coming out in this phase. I'm curious on if there's any flexibility for any of the other heroes, but Dazzle does come out. I've seen it in offlane, I've seen it support, mainly support. Looks pretty good. I think taking away the Tusk was a very good call. That hero, as well as all the other saves, was very troublesome to play against. So now they have their own way of dealing with that. And as you mentioned, the Dark Willow comes out.
You mentioned that.
No, that was Kazu.
That was me, but that's okay. it's good in lane with
you're right, Sheeper. That was me.
Good job, Fear.
And there is
But you did talk about the puck.
Yeah.
Someone did. Keep it up, guys.
That was me, too. That was also me. Yeah. I'm doing great right now.
Joint effort here. We got the puck so that, you know, it doesn't come as a surprise to us, so it kind of feels it shouldn't come as a surprise to Tundra either. And it does actually allow them to, if they want to, pick up a different hero for Crystallis, and that makes me want to remind you guys that the Temporal Assassin is still in the pool.
It is. Yeah, it is a good one. I'm not sure if that's the one that he's thinking about. I feel like he might just stick to the monkey himself. I mean, obviously I could be wrong. I'm not fully sure. Something I want to touch on with the puck also for Aurora is that it's not just good so far against Tundra's hero. It's also, I really like the combo of Willow puck together. You always have the choice of snapping the coil. It's like incredible team fight again that they have on their hands.
I mean, I wouldn't mind a Void Spirit if they want to go down that route.
I like this a lot.
But Crystallis, yet again, like he gets to choose, I think, because I think Bezium has multiple heroes he could play in this position, whereas I don't know if Crystallis has multiple heroes that he wants to play in this position.
True.
I would offer up a Life Stealer if he wanted to play a different hero, which would be very good in this situation. Outside of that, you know,
there's that voice spirit.
Yeah.
See, we're on the roll.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm using just we now from here on.
Of course.
Good. It's safe. It's
good call, Sheever. That was good. So yeah, Void Spirit is just a good matchup versus Puck.
Yeah.
Also incredibly good versus Dark Willow and Warlock. You can just, like, Dark Willow's a hero that's very annoying to kill. And look at their lineup. They have no ways to ground target kill him. So Void Spirit can take care of that pretty much by himself there, which is very nice. And lots of disruption. And they needed that initiation. So it's good.
Does 33 play Dazzle?
I'm sure he can. I wouldn't say that it's like in his like top, what's it called, like repertoire of his heroes.
No,
like
he cannot.
You're telling me he can't?
Just no.
I'm sure he can.
Okay.
And that's usually the answer. Yeah, I'm sure he can.
Okay, he's right. It will be a 5, but I think he can play it.
I don't think he can.
Right. It's a 5 Dazzle.
Okay,
you're right.
okay,
I think he's probably, you know, instead of like 15k MR, when he plays Dazzle, he's more like 9.
Oh, gee. Oh, geez.
That's a huge drop. You're just calling him like a pleb.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Excuse me. If you call 9k MMR a pleb, you just insulted 75% of our viewer
that
base.
That might be like unranked immortal. I don't know if that's a number.
I'm sure there's better 9k Dazzles than him.
Oh, no.
Let's skip ahead, Fear. I'll save your career.
Yeah, there you go. We got Axe banned out, is of course one of 33's most favorited heroes at this event so far. We got an Abaddon removed on the side of Tundra, as we are looking for a Nightfall hero, so that one makes sense. So they are going to have to play something different compared to previous game.
Okay, so let's see. For Tundra, yeah, you will need the offlaner, like you said. I'm looking for team fight matching, maybe even with auras, because the way I see the lineup right now is that it's actually a bit similar to what Aurora had last game. You have your monkey, monkey void, the 2 cores that go in with 2 supports that back them up with the Tusk Dazzle. So any offlaner that helps those cores do that, I feel like you'd be pretty happy with. Let's see. I mean, you could. I don't think this is a good Visage game like at all, but it fits his style. It's good with Tusk.
It is also on the radar for Aurora. They did ban it out previous games, so if they're worried about that and they have the same read, they will probably ban that out.
I mean, something he's played before that, I don't know if that's what they want, is Brew. It's good against the 2 subs, but I don't think it's good against the 2 cores.
Is Tide playable in this meta?
I was thinking about it too. It's like an age-old counter to what Mag, Willow, and Warlock.
Yeah.
And we'll give them another chunk of team fight for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, just Tide is incredibly good. Ursa's already banned, right? And I don't think Slark will come out again.
To pick Slark.
Nightfall won't play Slark. See, there's a difference, right? There's these players who want to outskill you with these really volatile heroes. Nightfall won't do it. He will pick the lowest skill hero possible for a very safe win.
No, that Visage gets banned out there on the same page.
So 33 is 9k and Nightfall plays noob heroes.
9k on Dazzle.
Ah, okay, my bad.
There's a difference.
Gotta make sure that it's like prefaced.
But it's definitely 100% true. Nightfall does play easy to execute
heroes.
It's true. That is just his style.
They even banned the Abaddon, so you are on the money.
Am I?
Well, yeah, that's a very noob hero.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is indeed.
Okay, we got a full minute for Tundra to think about this. By the way, Aurora is basically out of bonus time. Something that we should keep in mind, considering they only have one more hero to pick, but they can wait to see what 33 will play on that lane together with the Tusk.
I mean, if you're not careful and you pick like a Zoo hero, I think Nightfall will PL you.
Yeah, I don't like Zoo too much here. I'm still like aiming for the type of teamfight hero we looked at earlier.
Like Don's banned, never mind.
Like that's also not a 33 hero. Like he will not like sway away from his
It's gonna be like Tide or Brewmaster.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely his style of hero.
So with that in mind, what carries are good against it that you want to ban, like Sven?
Kind of tells me that they want Brew.
I mean, that hero is pretty good versus Tai too, but also good versus Brew.
Yeah,
So
I think-
I mean, team fighter, don't hate it.
Yeah,
You can
it-
also, versus Warlock, I see him use defensive dispel on the Fatal Bond.
Yeah, it's super
Can be
good.
useful. Yeah.
No, I think it makes sense. So now for Aurora, I think you kind of want to look for a way to at least have an answer where you have, like, yeah, you have an answer to the Brew. Like, not just a free farmer, but also you're able to kill the split. I wouldn't hate a Lifestealer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a split killer, but it's definitely something that punishes
I mean,
the Brew.
it's not a split killer, but he has two...
He has Empower.
Yeah, he has two guys that help him go in. He has Empower, he has good team fight, you have Radiance. I don't think it's like the perfect pick against what Tundra have, but he's pretty good with his own lineup. I will say this time around, I think the drafts are a lot more even.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like last time around,
Good news.
I did not like Tundra draft too much.
That's an easy to play hero too.
True. Has Rage TP.
Yeah.
You have
I
Infest.
think this is like the best pick he could have done for his playstyle. Definitely, because like any other pick would have been pretty volatile, and this is good. Lifestealer is pretty free this game. You just have to worry about maybe being in the wrong position in the Wukongs and just the silence essentially from BZM when he gets that Aghanims. But if you can just avoid those moments, you have a good Empower target, good Infest targets, even though he probably will just use the Ancient Creeps because it does extra damage. But either way, Lifestealer, we've seen how strong this hero is, and they don't have the worst answers, but they also don't hard counter him either. So not a bad pick at all for Mr. Nightfall.
So the way you're talking about it, even though Kezu said drafts are at least a lot more even than they were previous game, but you still favor Aurora slightly. Is that fair to say, or?
I would say that for myself.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I think there's too many variables in this one to heavily pick.
Well, in that case, we talked a lot about that mid lane. How is this time around the mid lane going to play itself out? And is there going to be help from the side lanes towards this mid lane?
I mean, that's kind of like my thing about this game. Like, BZM can pop off hard this game. Like, really, really hard. But so can Kiyotaka, depending how this mid matchup goes. But I definitely am a little more Tundra favored in this one, just because I think this is a favored matchup for the Void Spirit, completely uncountered in this game whatsoever. So I think BZM's going to get a little payback in this game.
Ooh.
Yeah, for me, I just see it like quite even. To me, it comes down to like a lot of individual play. Like how often can the Puck and Willow like combine their spells, because that's their best answer to the Void Spirit. And in the mid game, can Aurora like get Nightfall infested and go into this backline? Because in order for Aurora to win fights, they need to kill the supports first. Can they do it? Yes, I think they can win. If they fail and Tundra get to like, you know, defend their backline, they're gonna have the upper hand.
Okay, well, keep in mind, if Aurora does win this game, that means that they win the series, and that means that they secure themselves top 8. And that would be, of course, an incredible first 4 days of the event for them. Tundra, of course, wants to force out that third game. Can they do so? Will BZM get revenge? That's the question we're going to have answered together with Cap and SVG.
Well, I, for one, certainly hope that Tundra do manage to win this game, too, because I would love to see a Game 3 between these two teams. I think they're both solid teams that are good prospects for winning this whole thing, frankly. And also, we had a bit of a break, so it would be a shame to have that long of a break and just end up with a quick 2-0.
I, for one, don't want to see a Game 3.
Yeah? Why? Because you hate Tundra?
Yeah, I hate Tundra.
It's true. He was talking a lot of smack about 33 before.
No, it's because I've been a believer in Kiyotaka forever, and I would like that belief to be rewarded eventually. So that I can put it in other people's faces, like yours, and go, ha ha, I was right and you were wrong again, Walsh.
Again? When was the last time you were right?
Every single time. I don't think I've ever been wrong in my entire life. Except when I decided to play with Quinn.
Well, you were right, just wrong time, I guess. Nightfall's going to break the smoke here. He will be surrounded. Soxa's going to get him with the shards. What a positioning on the shards.
Rip.
And first blood for a Void Spirit. I mean, we heard a panel talking about it. Fear was leaning Tundra's way because of this Void Spirit, because he's in a matchup that's favored to him, because he's in a free game. And now that he's got first blood, well, that's an ill omen for Aurora, for sure.
I think every time Tundra get Monkey King, their chances to win go up considerably. Did he just steal a
He
sentry?
just stole a sentry.
What?
That is the first time I've ever seen that in Dota.
What was that? Why was there a tango on the ground, too? I don't know what was going on there, but It's probably Nightfall brought items and dropped it on the ground.
Well, I think
didn't pick it up.
I think it would be Panto who brought the items because he wasn't there because he was busy dewarding mid.
No, I'm saying if Nightfall died, right? He was in Fountain. Panto bought items, dropped them. Nightfall TP'd in with him, and he just put them on the ground.
I see. Yeah.
Sox is like, my sentry now. Thank you for the free sentry.
Oh, dear.
Well, that's unfortunate. Don't see that every day.
Do you think the sentry was worth it? Because he did take a lot of damage for it. If he had to eat 2 tangos for it,
I think it's worth it, man.
Financially, that doesn't pay out.
Yeah, but mentally, it's a massive blow, right? You don't lose items every day in a professional match. That's embarrassing.
It's pretty much always been Sox up, beats him out with a fairy fire.
This Warlock is Giga Chad right now.
Now hits him with the blood grenade. Is he a Giga Chad?
I mean, he was manning up. He was manning up. That's all I know.
Well, that's not always a good thing. Is Mira dead? Mira is very dead.
Oh, yeah. This is not looking too good early for Aurora here.
Yeah, it's a massacre out here in the laning phase.
Side lane's not going too well for him, and mid is not going too well either. 4-1 for Kiyotaka to 13-7 on this BZM Void Spirit. The panel talked about a revenge game from the Tundra mid, and it's already a revenge game, putting on a clinic. This is call an ambulance, but not for me.
Ooh, missed the range creep.
That was a big one to miss.
That was, yeah. He had good momentum going into the lanes.
It's all going to crumble now.
Now that he's missed a range creep, it's kind of over. I can't imagine outside of the Warlock, diving or whatever. Oh, Kiyotaka. Phase shift to get a little bit of HP back here, but BCM got him with the Remnant, and that is the kill. What a Remnant placement, too.
Yeah, barely over this creep wave, just snags him. After the phase shift, he got body blocked a little bit. Completely out CS, completely outplayed in 1v1 solo kill. Cannot ask for a better start here as Tundra are going to try and even out this series.
Yeah, the Void Spirit might carry them all the way. You did say, though, you felt like their win rate is up significantly when they have the Monkey King. Why?
Yes. Because I think it is Crystallis' best hero in the current meta.
Okay.
So when they pick the Monkey early, 1, they can flex it around, so it's nice for the draft, and 2, they're not going to end up picking like Gyro 4th in a terrible Gyro game. So I'm all for it.
Okay.
Or or Slark like we saw last time,
So if they pick it and it goes to BZM,
I'm still fine with that.
Still fine with that?
I think the hero's strong. Just generally a very strong hero. It is very rare you have a bad Monkey King game.
Oh, still got him inside the shards. Kiyotaka, he is likely to die here. Phase shifts will only take you so far, and now Panto's going to probably die as well as he gets hit with the Remnant. Pull back in. Just a little bit more damage, and he's got it with the Resonant Pulse. So, man, this is going to be a fast level 6 on BZM.
It is so rich. This is an insane start for a Void Spirit. Absolutely insane. Even got the last hit with that run. He's cooking.
Yeah, he's cooking. He's cooking. He's feeling himself.
Cooking with some oil right now. Pan's already hot.
Sizzling over.
Oh. Interesting time to pause.
Yeah, you want to break down the dynamics at play here with this pause?
Honestly, I think it hurts Kiyotaka more than it hurts BCM here.
I mean, that Resonant Pulse is going to hurt.
This is what he gets for playing with a bug puck cosmetic, honestly. This is just...
Is Karma?
Yeah, Gabe Injustice, as we call it.
Okay.
Out west.
Do you think that he is able to phase shift before he gets hit by this? Phase shift is instant, but that Resonant Pulse is so close to him.
Yeah, technically he can.
Okay, is he going to?
Well, now that his teammates paused, yeah, I think.
All right, take your bets.
Oh, It's all crumbling. Oh, not like this. He's like almost 2 levels behind.
Yeah, he's
gonna
getting
get solo
mass
killed
denied,
again.
man. I mean, yeah, it's going to happen.
He's going to get
level
solo killed
6
again.
Void Spirit versus level 4
Oh,
Puck. Like, what are you
no.
supposed to do? John to the orb, not John to the orb. He goes for it. Shard to block him in. Use the Waning Rift to get over it. Dodges the Remnant. Now he's got another orb. He's going for the kill on Asaxa while also dodging the kill attempt from BZM. Meanwhile, Crystal is in trouble in the bottom lane, almost dying. Kiyotaka still being chased around the Rosie here in the mid lane. BZM will finally give up on the chase.
Nice evasion here.
He played it
Dodges
well.
out 2 of the Remnant jumps. Survives in the end. You take those.
I mean, this man is desperate to try and get some resources back. Barreling into the tower like this, but it just puts him out of position. There he goes. Mira's here for the turnaround kill on Soxa. Does he get that?
I mean, it just doesn't matter, right? The damage is done. Soxa's going to take this trade every day of the week. The amount of tilt going into Kiyotaka right now. If this were a pub game, he'd be running down mid.
Arcane Rune for the Void Spirit. Missed the Remnant. Mira, he has a chance to kill Soxa, and he's got him.
Yeah, but it's just more solo XP for the Void Spirit.
That's true.
Again, I don't think Tundra are sad at all. They are
No.
completely debilitating this mid lane. You look at that net worth differential. It's a double up at 6 minutes. There's just nothing Kiyotaka can do. He's getting outplayed in the 1-on-1, then he's getting 2-on-1. Time to go jungle, I guess.
Jungle Puck.
You gotta do what you gotta do. This is rough stuff.
Ooh, invasion coming for Wisdom Shrine. With the Monkey King joining along. This is going to be tough. Aurora. Gonna bring in the Warlock. Bring in the supports. That's not going to be enough by itself, I don't think. Crystal is keeping some of these heroes back. Panto dying to the tag team right now. He goes down. Now they turn their attention back onto the Wisdom Shrine, which Mira was trying to hold. But Mira already used his Shadow Realm, so he gets the deny in the neutrals. Okay, little wonders there. That'll help out. Soxa will get himself out of the tier 2 after that skewer with the snowball. Well played.
You cannot just walk up the hill and fight that into the Monkey King.
No.
This is why I think this hero is just so good, because you're always going to have a winning lane somewhere when you pick him early. It's rare enemy teams are going to commit multiple cores to ruin his laning phase. The hero's just so strong.
16 denies.
Yeah, that is a lane win, if I've ever seen one. On every level.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Kiyotaka can come back from this sort of situation. Your faith in him will be well rewarded.
Hey, I really cursed him this game.
Yeah, you did. You did. And the funny part about it is that Kiyotaka is so known for his very polarizing performances. Now, I don't know if this one is so much on him as it is a lot on the matchup, the first blood, all that sort of thing, the roaming. Coil on 2.
But for what?
For an attempted kill on Asaxa, but he's got White Mom behind him.
Yeah, this time it is Tundra who went for the double saves in their support duo. It's going to be really hard to all-in people this game.
And Nightfall, he came down here. I'm not entirely sure why.
Well, he's dying to Brule.
Was there any reason he couldn't range TP?
Didn't want to?
I was about to say, Tuss isn't level 6 yet, so...
At least you get some bounty runes here.
You will get that much.
Dodges
Tempted
the
neutral
grenade.
deny. Nope. BZM will collect.
He's wicked sick at 9 minutes. This is where you accuse someone of win trading or something. Usually about the time.
Yeah. Beyond godlike by 15?
It's looking like it, man.
I think so.
He is cruising towards this Ags. You get that Ags in this game, as early as he's on track to get it here, this puck just evaporates.
Yeah, that's part of the problem with this matchup, right? It's not just about the lane, but it's a terrible game matchup. Soxa got another coil, but again, Whitemon's here. So unless Kiyotaka can burst him down, Shallowgrave goes off, prevents Soxa from going down. One final hit, that's not going to be good enough. He already got the heals off. Now Toronto Tokyo's coming into play. He's got his RP.
Wants to use it.
He's going to get to the low ground. Toronto Tokyo needs to get closer for that RP, and it's just not going to happen. Not here, not now. Maybe for the 10-minute show. Oh, he got picked up a haste drone. Oh, that's bad. They've got to lock him down. Otherwise, he's going to kill the entire squad. In fact, he might still with Crystallis joining in. He leaps in. Skewer, oh, put on back. Wukong's command, though, underneath the tier 1 tower. They don't give it hoot. Tundra, they're just going to keep going for these heroes. BZM, his haste rune, he's playing the edges here. Still going at Toronto Tokyo. Gets that one. The extra shield. Walking away and is home free.
Well, not the worst for Aurora.
Yeah, it really wasn't.
They lost the power rune there, and you had to bring everybody. Unfortunately, they don't get the kill on that BZM Void Spirit. That's the one they really wanted with this mag rotation. 33, he's still free farming top. Monkey King gets a little bit out of that fight into a quick rotation. Can rage TP, but opts not to. Goes in the catapult. Trying to make it out of here.
Yeah, Catapult's pretty tough to bring down, but I guess Tag Team slows it down so much. There's a possibility here. Needs some help, and a Warlock, it's probably not going to cut it. Gives him some heals, but frankly, Nightfall's not going anywhere.
He opts not to Nightfall twice.
And now Panto, dude, it's getting to him. I'm telling you, man, the meme has got to him.
He doesn't want to, because, yeah, he knows it's a signature move.
Yeah, every single time he thinks to himself, oh, I know what people are spamming in chat.
Well, he should have.
He really should have.
Nice rotation from Crystallis, just speeding this game up even more when you know you have such a large early game advantage. Everything is free for the taking on the map right now. You just have to reach out and take it.
Just smooth from BZM. Everything that he's doing here, so confident. Gets around the brambles, hits the remnant, gets the kill. Godlike at 12. 3 minutes to get one more kill. I think this is in the bag for BZM.
He never gets another kill this game. That's on you.
I will take it. I mean, he could also die.
That would also be on you.
Yeah. Man, this is going to be a fast Midas Radiance on 33. Woo.
He's not even the most farmed in this game.
No. Still being outpaced by BZM by full 1,000 gold.
I guess 9 kills really helps your situation.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I had to push this Lifestealer into mid. He's the only guy who can lane here without getting all in. Trying to dodge this Void Spirit as much as they can. Kiyotaka, is he going to go down here again with some sort of chase down?
Just pick up the kill on Panto, probably. Dazzle from a distance, put some damage in. Crystallis here from the other side, surrounds him with Wukong's command, and there he goes. 2 minutes left for our Beyond Godlike.
It's just no levels.
Tick-tock, PCM.
Not a lot of Grimoire charges either. Not going to be the fastest Warlock game.
Yeah, let's see if they make a move for a Wisdom Shrine again. I feel like when you're this far ahead, you should always invade, right?
You don't have Wukong for it, but you absolutely could, depending on where you see Aurora on the map. Monkey King might be able to just threaten it solo. And I mean, this Ag's timing on the Void Spirit's got to be the fastest of the event, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the fastest of the patch. Usually you do not get it this early on. GPM is a little elevated here. Unknown reasons. Must have gotten a lot of stacks in the jungle.
And Kiyotaka's out here. Who gave BZM all this farm?
Yeah,
who did this?
It's like, yo, Nightfall, man, you didn't beat this guy mid? Come on, dude.
We're all looking for the guy.
You're laning mid right now. I was never there.
BZM, you gotta hurry up, get this tower and go find a kill somewhere.
Yeah, your clock's ticking, man.
30 seconds.
30 seconds for the Beyond Godlike.
He had 3 minutes to get one more kill, and he just decided to stick it out in the mid lane.
He's never going to get another kill this game.
Oh my god, he's not going to get it, man. The glyph, by the time he gets this tower, unless Panto just walks into him right now.
For the memes.
I wonder what the fastest beyond godlike in professional Dota 2 history is.
It's probably Miracle.
Teleport, he's going to go for the puck. If he finds the puck, it's a kill. But he will have found it too late.
Terrible prediction, Austin.
That's not BZM, man.
Completely out of touch.
Just stop being aggressive out of nowhere.
You just don't have a feel for the game. No, that's always been your problem.
You're right. I don't know mid lane like you do.
It's what separates an analyst from a pro player. Feel, touch, a grasp for the earth on which these heroes walk. You know, I've pushed my hand in the mud.
Why do you sound like Gladiator? Like you every time you go to play a game, you reach down and take a grab of the earth and rub it between your hands.
Maybe I did. Maybe I did do that. I know this field of battle. I've bled on it. Where were you? In the stands watching.
I was one of the horde cheering for blood.
Turned into a pretty quiet game for BZM. There's really not much happening for them anymore. They're successfully dodging this Void Spirit at all costs. Nobody wants to go
he's Panto.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
What? How is he just walking away?
BZM's never going to get another kill this game. I'm telling you. That's just how it works.
They had a ward on him and everything.
No, it's done. His game is over. he had his time to shine, and it's
he missed
his
timing.
He really did. He really did.
Gets killed in the bottom lane. BZM jumping after Panto.
You're just not going to get it, dude. Why are you even trying?
Golem dropped on Soxa's head. The mass rotation from Aurora Heroes are coming. They've all teleported into the tier 2. A skewer back onto the Tusk. They've got a coil onto BZM. The same time, not much damage behind it. Got a bramble on him. He zips away through the brambles.
Kiyotaka really wants him.
Can he land another orb on him? He's got to get another orb and another Waning Rift. Doesn't hit the Waning Rift.
Going for this.
Couple more hits. Maybe he can get it. Shallow Grave goes off. It's going to be too much heals. He gets the Shallow Grave. It's a big heal that he gets off of that one thanks to the ultimate. Kiyotaka is maybe stretched himself a little bit too far out here. He's trying to escape away from a Monkey King. He gets up to the high ground and will be away. Meanwhile, 33 was battling it out with 3 of Aurora members. But because of his mass evasion due to Radiance and Wind Panda form, they can't touch him.
Level 2 on that ult as well. He's humongous. Matching that Void Spirit farm says something when he has all those kills.
Yep.
That said, I feel like Aurora have not lost a lot of ground in the last 5 minutes in this game for what they potentially could have.
For sure.
Like, it's still only a 4K gold lead. The cores have evened this out a lot. You got your Radiance Lifestealer timing. We saw the Magnus get involved. Honestly, Kiyotaka, he has recovered pretty decently. He was getting doubled up. He's only like 1,500 behind right now. If you can get a good fight with some RP, this game is well within your reach.
Skewer out.
Particularly since, you know, BZM's never going to get another kill in this game. That's really helping you out. Austin cursed him
6.5 minutes since he's gotten a kill. Crazy stuff.
He's probably wondering himself. He's like, why can't I find anything? I was having such a good game.
I was hitting every remnant. What's happening? I've got the yips.
Nobody knows what that is. You should not use American phrases in an international broadcast, Austin.
I don't think that's a purely American thing.
Isn't it?
It's just a professional sports thing. But yeah, I think you make a better point. If it's about professional sports, I probably shouldn't use that with the Dota audience.
That's probably fair, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Somebody smoke up BCM, please. I can't handle it anymore. Just deliver this guy to a kill somewhere.
Accept your fate, and we'll move on. As, guess what? Somehow, Monkey King is the last place core in this game. Crystal is not finding a lot of action here with his early defusal.
Yeah, he's running around so much, but he's running around with BZM.
Get away from that guy.
Yeah, go anywhere else.
Honestly, Aurora have really done a nice job dodging. I think Tundra can make plays around the map with the Monkey King Tusk. You have a rage TP cancel. Still hard to catch this guy if he has an infest target, but sure, you have some threat on him. Blink Magnus being off the map is maybe just scaring them into making big moves. They'll defend this tower, but I mean, yeah, you're not going to get the Remnant hit, brother. Like, it's already been decided. I don't know what to tell you. I feel like that's the third time he's gone for that play. You can try it another 3. I'll be sitting here watching.
The funniest part is, like, it's not like Panto's juking. He's running in a straight line back.
He's juked it a little bit. Come on.
Snowball, good catch from Soxa.
Yeah, unfortunately, BZM didn't come to this play, so that's not going to help his momentum out.
His supports are more than capable of getting this kill by themselves.
He's probably in the comms. You won't catch that guy. I've been trying to catch supports for 10 minutes this game. I think I can get him, man. No, they're like ghosts in the wind.
Ghosts in the wind. Oh.
Still getting farmed, though. I mean, that's a good part for him.
He is.
But you are against a Magnus within power, and these heroes are catching up for Aurora. Like, this puck is almost ahead of the Void Spear. Isn't he still 1-4 or something?
Dire are scanning.
That just don't make sense. That's just not right, man.
That just don't seem right.
Honestly, BZM's lost a lot of momentum because he's tried to kill Pano so much. Kiyotaka, he's just farming.
Oh, the teleport away, but they had the vision on him.
What a heads-up play. Gotta find something in this game.
All the Brewlings. Oh, BZM takes the last hit, and there it is. Beyond godlike at 22 minutes.
Oh, my. I'm not even going to give him credit, though. He had nothing to do with that play. Let's be real.
No, he did none of the heavy lifting. He literally just came in for the last 5%.
That's a fake beyond. There's a tip to Crystallis. Yeah, sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower
I like the early gem from Whitemon, too. Just they're feeling the fact they're getting ratted out on this map this early in the game because of the disparity that was opened up mid. And they are getting ratted. But I genuinely wonder how far ahead Tundra thinks they are. I believe this is one of the games where they feel as if they're crushing it.
Yeah.
And in reality, that's not the case. Like, they're ahead. They're in a good position. But this isn't some 15K gold lead at 20 minutes. Game's just over. This is still anybody's taking. In their mind, it probably feels over.
Do you feel like Tundra has lit their foot off the pedal a little bit?
I think they're just having issues catching the puck and Lifestealer, who are getting the lanes out pretty quickly. Some of that's a testament to Aurora not tilting out of this game, and some of it is maybe Tundra not playing as crisp as we sometimes see them. Usually Soxa is extremely good at setting up the map and preemptively reading where he needs to be to find that catch. So I'm surprised they haven't found a few more here. Because if I'm going to pick a player in the world to do that, like he's in my top 3.
Who are the other 2?
I knew you were going to say that. That's why I don't say top 3s anymore. Because you always ask me who are the other 2, and I don't know, man. Who can come up with lists off the top of their head like that?
I mean, I just think whenever somebody says top 3, top 5, they're usually just making something up. So I like to get specific with it.
The other one I would consider is Jerax.
Smoke breaks, silence on 2.
Oh, he got him this time. 4 times the charm.
He did. Toronto, Tokyo, not sure what to do in this situation. When does he drop the RP? It's going to be after the Brewling spawn. See, now he has to use his BKB. This is just really difficult. Meanwhile, they're going for the Dazzle, but Dazzle just full healed up. It's taking so long to kill him. They finally get it, but they're stumbling into the Wukong's command. Now Kong goes out. Maybe they can finish off Crystal as they do manage to get him. Kiyotaka is doing it with his BKB. Now it's still going to be
double Panto kill.
BZM cleaning up.
Sad times for the Warlock in this game, tell you that much.
Yeah, how many times has he died now? It's like closing in on 10, right? 8 deaths.
Most of them to BZM here.
Yeah.
Even though he missed him a few times, he killed him twice in that fight. That's going to be the Warlock's economy gone. Still, they're able to find some key kills in this fight. It's really awkward. The BKB gets delivered here for the Magnus. You have the BKB on the puck to deal with the Void Spirit silences. And it gets a little bit done, but the way this fight gets disjointed with the Panda splitting early on, like you drop Golem on him, you use Magnus BKB here, and just have to run away. There's no clear target or clear focus in the fight. At least Kiyotaka gets something done for you.
Was Chrysalis, was his BKB flying out to him? I noticed he had a hammer, and he still had 2 more hammers queued up for, like, Deso or something, right? Yeah, it was being... Okay, so he had BKB coming to him. What a world of difference that would have been if Kiyotaka just can't burst him down.
And just like that, you get that Monkey King kill with the puck, you're ahead of the Void Spirit. Never thought you'd see that in this game. Well, he lost his place.
There it goes.
I mean, he got paused game out of that one, though.
Who got the burst of gold? All of a sudden, he just got like 150 gold.
It is a very suspicious thing.
He must have just finished out of camp.
What is the puck CS?
255.
That's actually really impressive in this game. Like the fact he's top CS after getting solo killed and just massacred in that laning phase.
Is that a empowered Searing Signet he has? The puck, that is?
Yep.
Yeah. Unleashed. Excuse me. Wrong terminology.
There's an empower in this game, Austin, so
please,
for the viewer's sake, learn your terminology.
Don't want to get those things confused. Well, that is definitely where some of that extra CS is coming in. That's going to help
That's
them a
huge,
lot.
though. I mean, this is your ticket back in this game, is the puck continuing to scale. We'll get empower later, and honestly, this hero with damage buffs is not insignificant as we go down the stretch.
For sure. Now he's got a Gunpowder Gauntlet, even more capability to farm.
It still feels as if Aurora outplaying Tundra in this last 10 minutes here.
Do you think that's the right call, by the way? You unleash the Searing Signet and then trade it in for a Gunpowder Gauntlet.
Gunpowder Gauntlet is pretty good.
It is pretty good. I have a hard time for a magic damage dealer like that and unleash Searing Signet.
People overrate this unleash stuff, I'm telling you. It's not. Generally, the next tier of items are just way stronger. See how Aurora decide to approach this fight as the Roche is going down. They are wearing out this amp damage on the Void Spirit, so time's on their side if Tundra don't man up for this Roche.
The only thing they don't have is the Golem right now on Aurora. Everything else is up. BKB, early BKB had to be used. Now they're going for the Brewmaster. The Brewmaster will be able to get off his ultimate. Kiyotaka forced that out of him and will be able to retreat back up to the high ground where BCM is still there, still trying to catch some heroes. And it looks like they got one. Mira, he's going to die before the Terrorize goes off. Nightfall, meanwhile, hexed up.
Trying to wait out the Brew ult.
An infest inside of Kiyotaka. Buyback from Mira. And the Brew ult is wearing thin.
Chance to go in with the RP.
Kiyotaka, he jumps after him, goes for the... Oh, what a pickup for the snowball. He has a chance to get off Shallow Grave on the Dazzle when he comes back into play, but the Golem's going to be dropped on. Got the Shallow Grave, but Sox is not going to be as lucky, and Whitemon's still stuck in the pit. Mira, dieback for him on the side, as Crystal is committed for that with the Wukong's command, but they're running out of spells. They don't have much left in them. And Kiyotaka, he's got everything left, man. He just keeps on running at them. What a boundless strike hit. Going through all these heroes. RP win from Toronto, Tokyo. What was that?
He had nothing. Seeing ghosts.
Is same ghosts in the wind that BZM was after earlier.
But is it? It might just be enough to Roche. Tundra backed up considerably.
Crystal does not want to let them have it. 33, they're going to get the remnant inside. Spots. Oh, it's a low Nightfall.
That's a lot of damage. He's another infest in 10.
Yeah, but Roshan is so low, they may not have that 10 seconds to wait.
What a weird standoff this has become. Both teams used all their big ults. But Roche is so low, you can't give it up here.
Chris is going to jump in. They're committing. All in. Kiyotaka, the orb right in the middle of it. It's so low, he's going to jump after it. They got the Aegis onto BZM. Now the silence onto these two heroes. Oh, Aurora, they're in big time trouble now. Shallow Grave goes off onto the Void Spirit. He's good for now. Keeping up a bit of a heals, he's good. Kiyotaka's out of here. Keeps his own life intact, but unfortunately Nightfall got delivered into a pit that he could not escape from.
It's just too low HP to take that fight. You don't have RP to back you up. Even without the brew split, there's a lot of sustain for Tundra around that pit. With the double saving supports, you can buy a lot of time here. And if no one's checking that Dazzle, the heals are significant. Really tough Roche contest in the end for Aurora. Maybe they had an opportunity to back into it instead of chasing there. But that's a really tough call to make when you're effectively winning that fight.
Skewer back in, Primal Split, it's up, but he hit him with Silence. Hit him with the Terrorize. Oh, man, he got the status resistance off.
Yeah, he was in the Void stance. Nice play from 33.
Yeah, he was so quick with it. Well played. Gets, not only saves his own life, but got BKB out of Toronto, Tokyo.
We're seeing how disruptive this Brewmaster is on the front line. It takes so long for this ult to go down, and the whole time it's running, there's just no way you're getting a good RP off in the fight. The fight's way too split. Someone's getting tossed. Someone else is getting slapped down from the Monkey King. Too chaotic. This Void Spirit's jumping your back line. You can't really focus him. This game might get to a point where you have to just try and all in the Void Spirit or the Monkey with multiple ults like Coil, RP, Skewer Snap. But of course, Tundra have saves. That's the problem. Like, you want to get these ults on multiple heroes because you don't want to be in a position where you throw all these ults on one target and Tundra just bail that guy out with Snowball or Grave.
Kiyotaka, he doesn't want to have to use BKB again, but he's going to be killed if he doesn't.
This game is starting to turn again. It felt like Aurora evened it out for 10 minutes in there, but the last 5 or so, it has swung back Tundra's way considerably. It's starting to find those big pickoffs. Have a chance to push with this Aegis. 3 minutes left.
They do.
Got sustain. You've got a Wukong you can drop on an objective. You've got the Brewmaster, who's incredibly farm. Panto.
Got Psychic Headband. Why did he take that?
Who?
On 33's Brewmaster.
Well, that's an interesting choice. Maybe you can headband this Mag at some point on a Glinken.
That's an idea.
Headband the Lifestealer. I will say this item is a lot worse than it used to be.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, for me, I thought you only picked it up when you're some ranged support hero that was trying to keep some melee core away from you. But I like the idea of trying to disrupt the skewer plays from Toronto, Tokyo.
It can maybe force him to BKB earlier than he wants. If he doesn't, it will absolutely mess with him. A lot of time for them to farm up and taking away a lot of space from Aurora that were utilizing it well and have now started to fall behind.
Saksa, quick punch, followed up by the Boundless Strike. The BKB does go off from Kiyotaka, though. With the Primal Split behind it, even though Aurora are bringing a bunch of heroes, still going to be difficult to slog through all this.
He's going in on that Monkey King.
He really is. And Chrysalis got bashed up. Oh, he's dead before he can get off the Boundless Strike. If he gets off the Boundless Strike, I think that kills Kiyotaka. But instead,
his aggression is rewarded.
Like time and time again, and now he's going to ferry this Lifestealer right on top of the Dazzle. Dazzle gets away thanks to Glimmer Cape. And now back to 33, who shrugs off the stuns in the Void stance. Now Wind Panda.
Pretty isolated here. They got a
scoot back onto a better target, Void Spirit. Oh no! Another big whiff from Toronto, Tokyo as 33 comes back into play and starts wailing on Toronto, Tokyo. BCM, he's already taken off the Dark Will at the same time. 33 chasing after Toronto. Offlaner on offlaner, and 33 just keeps laying into him, man. Toronto, Tokyo gets punished for the misplay. Good Dazzle pickup once again. These saves from Saksa. The supports are protecting each other. Kiyotaka still wants the kill, but he's going to have to jaunt to the orb. Teleporting away, the Remnant, and it lands. I think it landed only because of the shard, too.
That's a huge find for them. Take this puck off the map. That's going to build this lead even more. And this Brewmaster is a monster. Nobody can fight this guy. You don't have the evasion pierce on the Lifestealer.
Yep.
You need MKB here, and it's just not on the horizon. For Nightfall, you don't do anything to this Brew. He has way too much evasion, way too much armor and survivability. AC Vlad's is a lot of armor for not only him, but the entire team.
If you're not careful, he's going to get a basher. He's going to go into like the Forbidden Fire Panda stance and just start, bashing heads in. Saksa.
Oh, nice little pickup.
Trying to get a little bit too aggro here on the top part of the map. Gets run down. And Panto still dies.
As is
tradition.
Laws of nature in this game.
Yeah.
But 33, he's showing up. Big bad Panda.
Mira juking back and forth, but there is just simply nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. Nightfall actually has to use his BKB. Unfortunate for him, as I'm sure he would have loved to save that for when the puck is back up and into play.
He just cannot land RPs this game. And you can't blame him. The amount of disruption Tundra have, making it incredibly difficult.
I think you can blame him a little bit. I don't think he's blameless in this.
Oh.
It's grab, bash one, get another one with the coil there. Bound the strike, hits on two. They're going to fight back. RP lands on the two, stopping the Brewmaster, but a good shallow grave, and BZM's out of here.
Even when you land him, it just doesn't matter.
Got the silence onto the puck. The puck is going to get bursted down during the Walrus Punch. Now Panto, now Mira, Toronto Tokyo trying to get a big skewer back underneath the tier 4s. Nightfall, he'll get the kill on a Saksa because of it, but only supports are really vulnerable. Maybe actually Crystals with a buyback coming out from Kiyotaka. They can keep on going. Nightfall, he needs a bash. He will not get it. Caught by the Remnant up next, and if they're not careful, Tundra might just turn back around on him. 33.
Stopping to admire the view or what?
He disconnected his mouse there for a second. He's just toying with them. He knows it's so hard to get through that evasion. They managed to get off the shallow grave again. Do they have the heals to help him out and teleport? Nah, that's not going to make it. Finally, he falls 33, and his unstoppable streak will be claimed. That's 1,900 gold for Aurora.
And right to the guy they wanted getting it, that Nightfall Lifestealer. He has to carry this game and carry it big time. That puck buyback is going to cost Kiyotaka a lot of his scale in this game. Triple buyback for Aurora. They do win the fight, but man, I bet they wish Roche was up right now.
Oh yeah, and if they lose Kiyotaka, again,
not like this.
A dieback like this, 100 seconds.
Ooh. Well, that negates anything you got out of that fight, for sure.
Yeah.
This puck is not cruising in this game anymore. The hammer came down eventually. Felt like he was getting away with a lot more than he should have, and eventually Tundra find their mark.
And life's about to get a whole lot easier for Chrysalis, right? He's going to get Scotty. That'll help him deal with the man fight against the Lifestealer. It'll also help him stat-wise in dealing with some of the puck's damage.
Kiyotaka's been a menace towards him this game.
He has.
More than I would have thought. Luckily, all three of Tundra's cores are scaling pretty nicely, especially with this build-up from 33, so I don't think they're afraid of pushing this game later. Even if one of their cores is struggling a little in the fights. And you have so much sustain with this Dazzle behind you. It's just so hard to all-in anybody during these big ults on the side of Aurora. Why not do 2 lanes at once?
I guess so. I think they know Aurora's just not going to fight them while the puck is dead, so might as well just do full tower damage, commit everything you have. There's the Scotty, the Nullifier for the Void Spirit as well.
Got a bad glyph time.
And now...
What was that glyph? Wasted a little. Wasted completely. At least there's your MKB. I mean, that was the big item here. You have a chance to deal some DPS to this Brewmaster now?
Yeah, is there any way that they can actually burst the Brewmaster down before he gets off Primal Split?
Not with Grave Snowball behind him.
Yeah.
You have to look for this Dazzle early in the fight, either with the puck or the Magnus. More likely the puck.
BZM, just see what he can find. Skewer on 2 with the Golem on top of him. RP on 2 as well. Nightfall starts going to work where he can. The Shalgrave is going to be put onto Chrysalis. BZM is perhaps the target, but he zips away. Chrysalis on the Shalgrave. He gets a little bit more heal, changing the guard, gets to the other side, and it looks like he's going to get out. He actually turns around, Boundless strikes up. Mira goes down as a result. Kiyotaki gets grabbed by the Remnant. Pull back in, and a nice shards to deliver a final blow.
Refresh Brule just on the brink of death.
Yeah, 33. He's going to finish this off. Gets a third kill, and the Storm Panda, it's going to find another one. Toronto Tokyo, oh, couldn't get the lift before the skewer. Still, though, he could just head straight for the tier 4s. Aurora do not have the buybacks to defend this.
Don't have the glyph to stall it. And you toss the Lifestealer in the air. That might just be enough time to finish it off without a fight.
Bashed, thrown away. Remnants everywhere, knocked up in the air by... Okay, there's the skewer back. Not quite into tower, though, or into the fountain. And that's what you really need for the extra damage. This throne is dead. It's simply not possible for this Lifestealer to kill all these heroes fast enough. So Tundra will even out the series, and we will get ourselves a Game 3.
Well, turning into quite the series. Everybody got their revenge this game, especially BZM on that mid lane. He just put on a clinic in the first 10 minutes there. Laning-wise, solo kill was 9-0. Took him a while to get that beyond godlike, but once he got there, then he's just rolling into this late game. Incredible hero as the game goes later and later. I do like how this Aurora lineup can take fights behind the Magnus. Like, we saw some of the strength of it. If they have anywhere close to a more even early game, I think that can easily go their way. I think they were getting a lot more out of the map than they deserved in that mid game, and maybe that's the one part of this Tundra are not going to be too happy about. But outside of that, pretty smooth sailing for Tundra all around, and that 33 Brewmaster pick was so fat, so far. He was ready to turn into another carry there.
He really was. Our analysts, was it Fear? Fear directly called out the fact that the Void Spirit could pop off in this game and BZM could get his revenge. Well, he certainly did that. Did an excellent job of it. Aurora did do a good job of taking a fight on the back foot, but in the end, the advantage that they got was seemingly too much to surmount. And so we get ourselves a Game 3, Sheever.
We sure do, Cap. Looking forward to that one, as both teams have really showed their prowess so far in this series. Definitely a couple mistakes on both teams as well. We're going to break the good, the bad, and the ugly down here together with Fear and Kezu. I do want to start with the 19-0-13
That's a nice stat line,
It is such a... But then also the 13 and the 13 deaths on the supports there as well. Aurora had a rough one. Toronto Tokyo had a rough one. I think actually there was a chance that they were still going to be able to come back if there was a priest would have hit. But let's start at the beginning. You want to just... You know what? I feel like we're otherwise going to dance around it. Fear.
Okay. Start.
There is something that we need to mention first. Your clip's ready, sir.
Oh, clips are ready.
Yeah.
Lovely. All right, let's roll the feed. I think in this game here, like, the big story of this game is the fact that BZM, I guess he did get first blood, which is definitely a disadvantage for the puck in the mid lane.
Yep.
But however, Kiyotaka playing a little bit like overconfident, as he normally does. Is you get the good and you get the bad with Kiyotaka. It's the whole package. When he pops off like last game, you get that sometimes. But sometimes you get this Kiyotaka too. And unfortunately for him, this is 3 deaths in 6 minutes. Now BZM is dominating. He got first blood as well. And this is like the catalyst of why this Void Spirit ended up going 18, 20-0, whatever he was at the end there. It's rough. It's definitely a free Void Spirit game. You get 3 kills in lane, you get 1 first blood, and then you don't die the rest of the game. It's just how it goes.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be that one-sided. But that first blood really then, I guess...
It does help a lot.
Okay, if we go back, can we tell Kiyotaka, like, hey, go to, I don't know, can puck jungle? Like, is there a different solution?
No, the problem is, like, he's screwed up his curveball, like, a few times where he didn't, like, choose it back far enough, so BZM's like, okay, I guess you're dead. Then the third time, I think Saksa came and he's just waiting for him, because, you know, pucks think they're cool, they use their curveball, they come here, oh, now you're dead.
So it was a bit of a combination, like a little bit of a mess up as well.
That happens, you know, like Fear's saying, it's the 50-50. Kiyotaka, he's like, to me, he's like the new age Eternal Envy. You know, sometimes he gives you the free win, and sometimes this happens.
And I feel like at the end of the game, you're just like, what can you say? It's like, you just accept it. It's Kiyotaka. Like, you can't say just play better, bro, because like, then you get into his confidence. And next game, he might pop off. Next game, you might get this. I feel like his puck is more volatile than most of his other heroes. And I think that's why 33 and the squad chose to give it away because they could potentially exploit it, and it worked. It worked really well this game.
Okay, well, with the feeding being done and with BZM having a fantastic game,
BZM show, yeah.
I still think that Aurora had some really good plays, and I still felt like they did a good job at stabilizing this game, because it would have been so easy for them to just spiral out of control, and they did not.
No, they absolutely did. I think even with Kiyotaka like dying, you know, multiple times, his impact was still very high. He was like on the top of CS at minute, I don't know, maybe 20-ish, whatever. And they were just doing really well. I do think Avery said it pretty well, that they just ultimately failed to find the type of team fights that they wanted. Because you have the infest, you can try to get on the backlines, but they didn't make it happen. Whereas Tundra, they play well, they have good positioning. BZM shows 0 deaths in a 40-minute game.
Yeah.
They just, you know, they turned up.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple good RPs away from winning that game, I think.
Which happened on the ground, yeah.
But they just weren't quite there, unfortunately.
No, they were not. I do believe, Keza, you've also something to show us. These are some good fights?
Yeah, these are from, well, Tundra's perspective.
Yes.
Like some of the stuff that they did well, which I feel like they were kind of lacking in the first game. So when you do win, like the mid lane or side lane or someone's TP is on cooldown, you want to use it for more. Like Dota's a lot about, you know, small punches that lead into more. So here I liked a lot that they were using, you know, themselves winning the safe lane and doing well on the offense, that they can bring Saxa here, because this also started, like, of course, BZM did a lot, but his side lanes here also, they get both the double wisdom shrines, they're doing well in their lanes, they're doing what needs to happen, and they're connecting. You know, they're showing good things. What I like here is kind of the patience. Like, just look at BZM. He goes in with his amplified damage, and he just baits out the Kiyotaka's BKB, like, super easy. Jump in, Q, it's like, oh, cool, you BKB? Okay, I'm gonna go chill. And this is, like, a really good sign of, like, good teams. They get to, like, you know, you do something, you force the opponent, and now you do it again. So the fight, like, kind of drags out. And sure, here, you know, you use your split, and you get the BKB out of the puck, but you also get to kill Mira, which sets up more things. So now they're up 5k gold, and the whole thing is about Roche. But I feel like this is what sealed the entire game. You had this Roche off for like so long. Now they're in the pit, and Crystallis here, like, using his stun just to make sure, because you know Kiyotaka's going to go for this play. To get the stun off, get the kill done. They pick up the Aegis on BZM. I will just say he had this incredible performance, maybe the best performance of like the tournament from an individual. 0 deaths, picks up the Aegis, does everything perfectly. Just nicely done.
I mean, absolutely. I think what I really liked about this game as well is the fact that 33 was on an actual aura hero, right? I don't think Axe is an aura hero. It's a hero that doesn't really have any abilities that complement auras, like Brew, the split. It's good with auras. Like when you play heroes like Konka, you have like innate auras that can also be benefit from the team. But in this game, he's high CS on his team, buys the auras. That's the 33 style. Boots of travel, Midas, like farm it up.
He was chilling.
Yeah.
Now, I will say that the way we're talking about this game now versus the way we were talking about game 1 when Aurora won, I feel like the first game was very much about Tundra being slightly outdrafted, whereas this post-game, I felt like, is very much about Tundra outplay Aurora.
I do think that Tundra had the abilities at least to do more in this game. I mean, Aurora, because Tundra, they played better, but I just like a lot of the switch up they did. Also, Fear was saying, like, you know, the stuff they can do, which obviously they did with Void Spirit popping off. So, yeah.
It was also 5 versus 5 that game too, which is very nice.
Well, let's see if then, because then I feel like it is Aurora that really needs to step up if they want to have a shot at securing top 8 in our next game. But we're going to find out, because game 3 of this series after a break. Welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we're about to head into our final game of the groups. That's right, guaranteed final game of the groups. I know, there's another stream going on over there that also has their final game of the groups. We're in final game of Group C. It's game number 3, Tundra Aurora. They're tied 1-1. Winner of this best of 3 will be guaranteed top 8 because they will be top of their group, and that means they get to skip phase 2. The loser of this best of 3, by the way, will be second in their group, which means that they will get to skip round 1
of phase 2.
Phase 2. So that is also nice, you know, but not as nice as being guaranteed top 8, that's for sure. Now, we have seen both of these teams take a victory, and there's a very good draft analysis that Kezu decided in the break.
Yeah, so I saw a pattern.
Yes.
Tundra, 3 games in a row, they have first pick Monkey King.
Yes.
Good call.
They take the dub, so it's easy. Just ban Monkey King, fear.
Or
that is
it's
very
easy.
logical.
Just pick Monkey King.
Ooh.
Yeah, but how... Nightfall Monkey King, I'm not having it.
That doesn't...
Kiyotaka Monkey King?
I might be having it, but that's a very volatile... That's more volatile than Puck.
I don't know if that's possible.
Trust me.
Trust me, bro.
The self-sabotage potential.
No. He will show you.
Okay.
He will show you.
They're pretty equal terms as self-sabotage potential, I'd say.
Okay. So going forward, I know that Tundra, I mean, obviously they're going to be happy with their victory, but they want to be able to do this without having to first phase pick Monkey King. How can they recreate a draft like this that they're so comfortable on without falling in the pitfalls that they did in game number 1?
That's a great question, Cheever. I mean, I'm looking back at what they had before.
They won a lot with Doom.
They
That's
had
what
Puck,
I saw.
They won a lot with Puck early pick, actually. So if they want to early pick a Puck, they can build around that, which I think is fine because we saw BZM. He's popping off as a mid laner.
Yeah.
The only time that he's having rough games is when he's getting ganked, right? Can't gank a Puck. In theory, right? So
theoretically, yeah.
I mean, not a BZM Puck, right?
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
So, like, he's way too stable. So, I mean, they've had success with it. So why not go back to something they've done this tournament? He's played it 1-2 times already in the first phase. I mean, they're not getting Doom. If they can get that, that's a possibility. So if you're banning this Monkey King, you're going to let something through, whether it's the Doom or something else. So we'll see. I think right now, what you really want, though, if you are Tundra, I'm not sure if they feel the same way, is first pick, though, because that's going to favor them a lot.
Well, I'm going to just quickly be a little bit of a spy.
Tundra
okay.
our first pick.
Tundra
there you go.
our first pick, yes.
Cool. So I think that's very ideal for them. Second pick, maybe they're going to have to use the break to really talk about how to iron that out, but I think in this particular series, being first pick really favors them.
Yeah, because then if you're Aurora, you need to swap out. I believe that they ban Undying, Bad Rider, Doom,
and Naga.
I think you swap out either of the Naga or Undying. You play into one of them.
Yeah.
And just like kind of, you know, go from there. You don't give them the Monkey King. The only thing that I can see for Aurora being an upside, being second pick, is that we've seen both the mid laners decide, well, game 1 and 2 for their team respectively, kind of. Yeah. With Kiyotaka game 1 with the Quap and just now BZM with his BZM show. Yeah. And when you're second pick, of course, you could decide to give Mr. Kiyotaka the last pick to have the gotcha over BZM.
Yeah.
So that's like the upside.
That is the upside, and they can definitely do that. I mean, they picked Puck knowing that Void Spirit was still in the pool, so they were confident in that. And to be honest, it is a little unfair. We don't know how this lane would have played itself out if BZM did not get that first blood, but it should still be a little bit of Void Spirit favor.
I think I know how it would have played out still regardless, because like the way Kiyotaka played that lane is he was diving the Void Spirit under his tower, and that's how he first died. It's just, he's a very aggressive player, and like what if he would have got that kill, it could have been the other way around, right? This Puck could have went on a rampage this game, so that's just what you get with Kiyotaka as per usual.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yes, he does. But I think there's still good options here. We don't know what Aurora's going to do as far as draft, but I think being first pick Tundra has shown they have some good first pick options.
Like the only thing I also don't, because obviously you can leave the monkey, you know it's coming, it's most likely going safe in because it is Crystallis' hero. You can try to like hard counter it, but even then I think they play it so well, they know the ins and outs. If you hard counter him in the lane, he's gonna go mid, he's gonna go through the gate and make other stuff happen. So I feel like the easiest solution is to, well, just ban it. You play against something else, decide what trade you want. Maybe look back at the Dawnbreaker. Most likely, I assume Tundra will ban it, because that's also what they did last game.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. I think right now, like, if we're looking at the side, we're not talking about Aurora's draft too much because their drafts have been okay.
Yeah.
But the Magnus was a little bit of a question mark for me. It didn't do exactly what we wanted it to, but it could this game.
Well,
Some buttons were pressed on the
I was
ground.
going to say, I don't know if that's the hero's fault or the player's fault.
I will say
it does come with Magnus to some degree.
Sure.
The other day, he absolutely destroyed on Magnus.
Yeah, I know,
Off
I
game.
know, I know. He has fantastic games.
It's a hard
on
to
that
play
as well.
hero. That's
It is.
Yeah.
You're
No,
going to
I-
have those games.
I will say, I do like that Toronto Tokyo is one of those players that he can have a awful game on a Magnus, on an Enigma, you know, miss every big ultimate, but then the next game he will be full of confidence, playing the same hero again, and he'll absolutely crush it.
Yeah.
So I do like that he, you know, you just have games like that.
Yep.
That's just part of it.
Just like Aurora giving away. Oh, they didn't even take the monkey.
They
They're
did
going to
not
switch
take
it up.
the monkey.
Well, I
King.
wonder if this is like some double-double. Like, I don't know how often Toronto Tokyo like plays an off-lane Dazzle, but one reason I could see that you give the monkey away is you're gonna Enigma it or some, you know, old-school Dazzle. You go straight up. Where Tundra are like, you know, you expect us to first pick this? I don't care. I'm gonna pick the counter to what I think you would pick anyway. But let's see what Aurora do with it.
Well, they have a different plan anyway on the side of Tundra, because previous game they banned out the Quap on their third ban. This time they ban out the Ricky. So I kind of feel like they're setting up for something, you know?
It was for the Dazzle, right?
That was already for the Dazzle.
The Ricky is for the Dazzle. The Shard makes it so you can't grave, so that can be very annoying. I wouldn't mind if they just jam an Axe in right now. The lane might be bad versus Dazzle, but having that instant ability to go through the grave.
Yeah, it's just so good in the game.
Yeah, it's super good for the game, so you just have to find a way to wave cut, whatever it might be. Which isn't too hard.
No, I've heard from people saying that they counter each other in a way.
Yeah, the lane isn't good for Axe, but the game is good for Axe.
Yeah.
And I think at teams at this caliber, you want to pick what's good for the game and find a way to make the lanes work.
Yeah. I mean, something else I can see, but I feel like Quap isn't like super heavily in like the flex for Aurora, so it's not as good as maybe for some other teams. Yeah, they could.
I mean,
would you pick it this early?
I think you have to. If you whatever hero you picking here, it's the one that you think will get banned otherwise.
Yeah, Kiyotaka is no stranger to first phasing Puck. He was doing a lot against like Shadow Demon type heroes, these backliners. Can't really play the game.
Toronto Tokyo and Nightfall, do they have Queen of Pain in their arsenal? Never mind. We got that.
Probably not Nightfall, but Toronto Tokyo, yes.
Okay, well he's gonna play
He used
the
to be a
mag.
mid player, I guess. So yeah, he definitely plays it. I mean, it is a different way of countering Dazzle, which has always worked back in the day, which is to, well, put the guy out of position that Dazzle is too far away. Of course, I mean, they did nerf the, whatever it's called, Knockfall projection. The cast range isn't really that high.
Yep.
So Magnus can be quite annoying.
I will say we didn't really talk about it that much in the post game, but Whitemon played a killer Dazzle.
Yeah.
He nailed it on those graves.
I mean, it's an underrated hero. Like on post 5 with the other facet where you have the overheal that gives you a shield and more physical armor. People need to look more into it.
Yeah, I mean, you say he's underrated, but like day one, he was always banned.
Yeah.
Then he got underrated shortly after, so he was overrated.
So you're saying
underrated.
he's accurately rated soon?
I don't know yet.
Maybe he's accurately rated already now. Accurately
Maybe.
rated.
I mean, I still think this hero is very strong. So, well, I'm glad to see it from Tundra.
Yeah, I'm just like curious on how the bans just work in general now, because there's so many good heroes. You can't ban it all. You have to pick something.
Well, Monkey is still left in the pool, right? So there's no reason that Tundra wouldn't just snag it up themselves later. And, well, Aurora, they absolutely know that. What did they ban last game on this phase? Because they also went
For
back.
which team?
Aurora. So they did. They're doing the absolute same.
They banned Darkseer.
Magnus into Darkseer.
They do it again.
Everything's the same except for
they're skipping the
Queen.
Warlock pick, I think. I feel like this one's gonna get skipped. First, I mean, you did lose both Wisdom Shrines, but that was the most underleveled Warlock I have seen all year. Like, no cap from a tournament game. It was about 4 like minute 13.
Well, Aurora secured themselves the Warlock at this point in the draft in the previous game. Let's see if they'll go back for that for Panto, or if they want to change things up.
Kazu called it skip next.
I'm calling a skip here on the Warlock.
Thank you, next.
So who's next? Who's in the line?
You could just pick your 4. I mean, last time around, what did I say? It's either you pick your 4 for Mira or you have a flex guy.
Tusk. I was going to say that. I want to see this Tusk, because in both series, this save has been absolutely instrumental for the team fights, and it looks so good. Every time I see a Tusk in any game, really, if the player knows how to play it, it has impact.
Yeah. There's also something about these mid heroes, and most of them are mobile when they're backed up by like a save.
Yeah,
you like some Grave or a Global, you have a Dawn, old Snowball, whatever it is. I mean, for Tundra, I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Willow on their side, because it's good against both Mag and Tusk.
Yeah, and both of them are, of course, heroes that would visit that mid lane. We got Monkey King still coming out. I don't think that's a big surprise. I don't think that's a surprise to Aurora either, considering they didn't even think about banning that, or rather didn't want to ban it.
No, they must have known. You could, depending on what you want later for 33 on the 18 or 23 pick, you could think of Marcy for Saxa, maybe. Like this pick here, to me, because you're most likely picking the 4 blind, like you don't know where it's going, like who it's going with, who's going against. So you need to kind of think ahead, like what would you potentially want? And for 33, it has to be a team fight answer again later on against the Magnus.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, Sox, he has such a deep hero pool, and a lot of the heroes he does play are either picked or banned right now outside of that Marcy. So I would not be surprised if he just goes for it. It looks fine to me.
Yeah.
Not sure if there's something better for the game.
I'm not sure. Willow, Marcy are the 2 that come to mind for me. Maybe I'm missing some. In some different metas, like you would maybe see Phoenix, you have some answer to the mag in the fight, you have Fire Spirits against Tusk, but they don't really play it. It's not that great of a hero overall.
Too slow. He's played this one before.
Interesting.
But he played it with a Darkseer, which makes a lot more sense. But that's banned. But he just thinks the hero's good. So it's in his arsenal. It's kind of like the Marcy. It does seem like Soxa does have his preferred playstyle. I don't really see, like, other than the fact it's high tempo, quick with all the heroes that they currently have. And I think you do have to go for the puck there because...
Yeah, well, there you go for the Void Spirit!
I mean, yes. Which is a very good Void Spirit game, yet again.
Yeah, it changed a lot.
It did. And they do need the stun, so I think that would be fine.
I mean, it's basically like their choice. Are there enough heroes that are good against Puck that you pick something else? I feel like Void Spirit is just your go-to.
I mean, it's Void Spirit or Monkey King, and they pick something new for Crystallis here.
Yeah.
So even with Gyutaka feeding a bit in that game we just watched.
Care. It's a warm-up game.
Yes, and also they did almost make a comeback.
I mean,
it was very close.
I mean, Toronto didn't have the best game. Gyutaka didn't have the best game. They don't care. They're going to run it back with the same exact heroes, and they're just going to play it better.
Yeah, I like that confidence, actually. That's the plan. You know, that's their plan.
That's the plan.
I like the confidence. But if it works, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to have the BZM Void Spirit coming out here again.
I mean, good news is you can't have a better Void Spirit game than last game.
That's true. You already played against the hardest hard mode ever possible.
Like, there's no way he could do better, right? The last game.
Is Gyutaka one of those players that, you know, if he loses once in that matchup, he's going to get angry, and getting him angry makes him better?
I mean, it might be true, because the other day he played SF back-to-back, but, I mean, you know, he's young. He's like, guys, come on, you fed him first blood, and this happened. This wasn't supposed to happen.
It wasn't his fault. That's right.
Exactly.
It was the first blood.
There you go. Easy.
It's always good to blame your teammates.
Yep.
That way you don't lose confidence.
That's true.
Remember that, kids.
Very good.
That's very good, because that means that all 5 are always confident, because they'll always blame each other. That's really good.
Exactly. It's
great for the team dynamics.
That's really
it's called
good
the circle of life.
Yeah.
Everything goes around.
So if we're going to run it back in terms of heroes, obviously there's a different position 4 for Tundra, but they rounded things out with the Brewmaster in that previous game, and we did compliment them on that pick.
Yep.
It was good, specifically
it's
maybe
banned this game for sure.
But not yet.
I'm from the future.
Okay, well, in that case, if it does get banned, Axe and Visage cannot both get banned. They have to pick their poison.
I feel like you ban Brew and Visage, and you can leave Axe, personally.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
Like, Axe Bounty doesn't seem great. It's like,
sure.
To me,
beat
not
the
the
Axe
best
already, right?
Yeah, they did.
And you have Tusk save, whatever.
Never mind.
They don't care. So are they really just gonna let them have Brew?
Maybe,
you
maybe
just wanna,
not.
You wanna replay
I told you I'm
this?
from the future. It's getting banned.
Then why am I here? Just get off the panel.
Why are you here? I asked that too. Every time I come to a tournament, I can do it myself.
Ban on the Brewmaster. Will Sven still get banned on the Tundra side?
Well, it depends if Brew's banned or not, right?
Yeah, if Brew is open, they're banning Sven.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, they're going to ban for whatever hero they want to pick for 33.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows better than anyone what's good versus the hero he wants to pick. So,
yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what the Visage counter is.
I feel it usually, like, Tusk can be fine. Okay, so with the ban, so we don't have to talk.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm from a different future.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's lots of futures.
Yeah.
So he'll probably ban Sven and take Brew again.
So you ban Sven, they take Brew again, and they'll go either Lifestealer or Gyro. Yeah. Do you want to play Tusk Lifestealer? That's fine, no? What's your future? Are they picking Lifestealer if there's a Brew or Gyrocopter?
I don't think Gyro, no.
So Lifestealer.
But would you indeed do the Tusk as a 5? Or maybe they do the Willow as a 5?
I'd rather have the Willow 5, to be honest.
If you have
Most
a Lifestealer,
likely.
then for
Yeah.
sure, right?
I mean, if you're picking a range, you're putting Tusk. If you're putting melee, you're probably putting the Willow there.
Because, I mean, it's pretty easy to play Pos 4 in the offlane, even double melee nowadays.
Yeah.
You just block the wave into the tower, and there you go. You got
Yeah. I mean, they played
Easy
this lane in the previous game as well, and it worked out okay-ish. Well, actually, no, that was a Willow. Never mind. It was Mag Willow.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's see
They're
if the
thinking
Sven
about
gets
different. They're wondering, should we just play the same game as last game, or should we change it up? Because a lot of these heroes are exactly the same.
Yep.
I mean, they have a bounty instead of Tusk, and the other side they have a
Tusk.
A Tusk instead of what
Warlock.
they have. Instead of a Warlock.
Yeah.
These are like mirror matches.
Yeah.
So
do you like that when you see two teams doing that, especially when both teams are doing it?
I don't like it. I don't hate it. But
I mean, to be fair, it did come down to like a lot of individual.
Yeah.
This will be same band, same pick.
And we'll probably see. To be fair, though,
Yeah.
Nightfall could have carried that game if there wasn't.
He had some cringe there, so I'm not gonna lie.
Sure, but you can fix those. But so did Kiyotaka.
Well,
So
yeah,
did
you can fix
Toronto
those by
Tokyo.
not running into Brew
It
level
sounds
6.
very simple.
Oh, there you go.
It sounds like the side of Aurora is just play better.
I mean, yeah, they both think that way. It kind of showed, to be honest. Like, there were a lot of mistakes Aurora still could have won.
It's just a
We're
mirror
happy with
match.
what happened. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what you pick if you are Nightfall other than Lifesteer. It's fine. There's nothing wrong. In fact, it's slightly better because you're versus Bounty instead of a Tusk.
Yeah, and Brewmaster, I mean, one of the upsides we said, there it is. One
Mirror
of the-
match, let's go.
One of the upsides we said on Brewmaster previous game was he can get rid of Fatal Bonds. Doesn't have that upside anymore.
No.
Is it still as good, though, for the side of Tundra? Because I will say 33 had an outstanding game.
Okay, so we're really just analyzing, is this Tusk instead of Warlock better?
Yes.
Yeah.
And is Bounty Hunter instead of Tusk?
I would say the Tusk instead of Warlock's better for Aurora, and I think the Bounty instead of Tusk is worse for Tundra.
Yeah.
So therefore, Aurora won the draft.
Compared to last game, or just overall.
Okay. No,
Take
I
it
think-
as you will.
I think the real question is, can BZM replicate the success of Game 1 without getting that first blood? Because I doubt
as much.
Aurora
No.
is going to give it.
I mean, 18-0, probably no. 13-0, I could see it.
No, I gave Aurora the...
That's still sorry for that.
I gave Aurora the edge in Game 2. I'll give them it again here, because I think I agree with what you said, especially with, well, the only swap-ups of the draft with the two supports. And I think we're going to see a slightly better individual performance from Mr. Kyo Daddy and Nightfall.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tundra can still make it happen. It comes down to gameplay, but I'm with Aurora on this
I mean,
one.
I think Aurora won the rematch of draft, but I think Tundra still has the better draft.
So based on this... Wait, what? So you're saying
He's saying they upgraded but still lose.
Yes. They won
Okay.
the rematch of the draft, but they still have a worse draft.
So why would they lose? What's going good
I mean,
for
BZM
Tundra?
is still going to go 20-0, I think.
20 now, yeah.
He's dying a couple times this game and he's going to lose.
Sorry, he's going to go 17-4.
Okay, do you think that's just because Aurora will just not step up their gameplay? Because that's literally the biggest mistake they had in Game 2, is that they just didn't play as well as they could have. We had a couple of misspells.
I mean, they
here
will
and
step
there.
up their gameplay because they had some really bad stuff happening early
Yeah.
on.
I mean, you see the man on your screen. G is giving them a stern talking
And he's pacing. He knows
yes,
what's up.
he's pacing. He's got his
It's a
steps
very
in.
serious guy right there.
Did you know that if you are walking, your brain cells are active more so than sitting still?
And he was
therefore-
walking more than Moon.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
That's why they got to upgrade in the draft.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Now we're going to see how this turns out. We got two different heroes compared to previous game. Let's see how different the game itself will be with Cap and SVG.
9 of the same heroes, a rarity in Dota 2 series. Avery, I'm pretty sure I agree with Fear here. I think they upgraded their draft, but I think they maybe are still losing it slightly. Nothing that, like, execution can't overcome, but I do kind of still favor Tundra.
Pretty tough call considering a lot of it comes down to, does BZM replicate what happened Game 1 in the mid lane? If he doesn't, I favor Aurora.
Does he have to? Let's say he just has
I think so. I
a
think
good
so.
game instead of a fantastic
No,
game.
I was not convinced by that Tundra game 2. I think that game was just mid-diff. And if the mid-diff does not exist, Aurora might pull that one out.
I think that Void Spirit is still favored, both in this lane and in this game.
Not that much, though. Like,
Okay,
This
but
guy should not go 19-0.
He doesn't have to go 19-0. He can get 10 kills and still get the same amount of gold because they're going to be operating with track gold.
I don't know, man. I mean, Fear's just throwing out numbers. Like, this guy's old. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's throwing out 20-0, 17-4, 10-0. Like, what? Where is he getting these from? This guy's buying lotto tickets, or is he analyzing a Dota game? Let's be realistic. That does not happen very often. If you have back-to-back games where you drop double digits with 0 deaths, I'll tip my hat. But I do not expect it. And I think Nightfall is going to step his game up. I think this is going to be a much closer bout. I also value this Tusk. I think Tusk has looked really solid in this meta.
Agreed.
I do not think you should underrate what this hero can do in terms of the defensive and offensive capability. And I don't think Bounty Hunter matches that. Tusk generally is a good matchup against the Bounty itself. So I feel like Aurora did win that trade in terms of the support battle. And Sox is going to have to prove his worth this game with this Bounty Hunter. Get some good vision out. Do some work on the lane. Be annoying in the early team fight. This is a lineup that can snowball faster for Tundra if the Bounty and the Monkey get cooking. Just a question of can they replicate some of the early laning success from that game too. If they do, they will walk away with a serious victory here, but there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders considering the scale looks significantly worse this time around than it did in the game 2.
This tech they keep using with the Brewmaster, with the Blood Grenade, where he puts the brew on them and then is ignited by the Blood Grenade. It's pretty cool. They keep using it to trade really efficiently in that situation. Like the tag team, you would think that 2-on-2 was supposed to go Aurora's way, but the Blood Grenade actually made it so kind of went Tundra's way.
That's very efficient. That said, Austin, mid lane already going better.
Back to top lane, tag team. Soxa in some trouble, has a Fairy Fire, but is looking at death here. Will end up falling. Level 2 gets got by 33, but he opts for the passive. And as such, Panto will not die.
Oh, this laning phase is already going better for Aurora overall. They got first blood. The puck is not getting doubled up in CS.
I mean, it certainly can't go worse, to be honest.
Well, it can always go worse.
Well, there was like Nightfall running down lane and then running into the Brewmaster in the middle of the river. That was a particularly unique situation that is impossible to create again. So
true.
I do think I will agree all around that this game absolutely is going to be much closer.
There's also some confidence there, right, for Aurora to run it back, to trust that Kiyotaka is going to perform a bit better in this exact same matchup than he did when the Void Spirit went 19-0. It's like, is that going to happen again? No? Okay. We run it back. We have faith. We have confidence. It does say something.
Oh, yeah.
Or you're clinically insane.
We're going to find out which. Panto, he will be run down, and also Lotus should be secured. Nightfall, though, is getting free time to hit creeps, at least.
Nice XP for Soxa. Get a couple early kills on his Bounty Hunter. Starts to rack up the extra XP, and you get that track online a little earlier.
Oh, we forgot the most crucial part. Nice. Last time they stole the Sentry.
That was pretty game deciding. That was a large mental blow. This time around, no first blood, no TP, no Sentry steal.
Also, no Warlock, considering the Warlock went 0 in like 11 or something.
I don't know how much that was on the pick, though. That was like that was just a cursed game for whatever 5 he was on.
Nice deny from BZM.
That's it. It's even CS right now on mid.
Yeah. Ooh.
Looking a lot better for Kiyotaka this time around, and now we get to see what this lineup can do from a more even position, where the lanes are not collapsing early.
Yeah.
Dazzle.
Waterrune's going to be grabbed on both sides here from Aurora, so Whitemon going to be in trouble, but it's Mira who's going to die first, it looks like, as there goes Whitemon making a run for it. Toronto Tokyo trying to get close enough for one more hit. He'll actually get poisoned up. Is this enough for Chrysalis to punish? Doesn't look like it.
No leap.
Yeah.
Follow through there. Not a bad trade-off for this Magnus, who was falling a little bit behind in CS and can't play the lane straight up into the Monkey King. So if you can get him something else somewhere, either with kills or stacks, it makes up a lot of this difference. If you're Nightfall in this game too, you got to feel way better about going up against Bounty Hunter than Tusk with this lifestealing matchup.
Sure.
Just not a hero you care about at all. Where that Tusk is incredibly annoying.
I mean, maybe one of the things that got off the shield, that's going to make things real difficult for Kiyotaka. He still has a Fairy Fire, though, so don't get baited into thinking you can kill this puck. Maybe it was less about the matchup. Maybe Kiyotaka just said, like, hey, are you guys actually going to rotate and help me? Because last time, I had a Tusk sitting in my lane half the time.
That's another big difference. Like, that Tusk rotation ruined him mid.
Soxa in trouble once again. 33, unlikely to do enough damage to kill Panto in return. So another Aurora kill in this top lane.
We're seeing the strength of the Bounty Hunter versus the Tusk is not the same as it was last time, and that means you don't get that aggressive roam mid. Because this lane's going slightly worse, which means you don't get those extra kills on the puck with the Void Spirit wearing him down. A lot of this early game has changed just from a couple different picks in the draft. Even Bounty Runes. Very good. Ooh, that's a big courier snipe. That was boots on the courier for the monkey.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's one of his better timings on the lane. He just eliminated it.
Especially since movement speed can be rather crucial against a Magnus. Might end up getting skewered in a wrong spot. 6-minute power rune gets taken by Whitemon with the shield rune. Soxa caught here by another really great shard from Panto.
Man, he is taking it to him. This has not been a fun early game for Soxa. Trying to battle up against this Tusk. I said this was a tough matchup, but he's gotten a lot more than I would have expected. The shard catches have been on point.
Got a Brambles. EZM should be fine. Coil goes off. He still has a step. Silence, but had stick charges.
Way too tanky. This hero's just hard to burst with the puck early on. Too much HP, though. Even if you can keep him low, force him to base, take away his runes, you can negate the aggressive potential from this Void Spirit. And he doesn't really enjoy sitting in this matchup just going completely even. Like, you'd rather get out a little advantage, kill the puck once or twice, win the power runes. That's when you feel good like we saw last game.
Sure.
Because we saw how much CS that puck racked up in the mid game.
Another invasion with the Monkey King, but this one is not as clear cut as it was last time around. Blood Grenade on 2 with the Dark Willow coming in and skewer out of the shrine. That's really going to help things out. They secure the shrine. Chrysalis still looking to be able to get this kill. Doesn't get it on the Magnus. Now he's just trying to get Jingu stacks at it, but anybody, it's going to be Panto. But here comes the puck. Take him out. Shallow Grave, though. He gets up the stacks, gets the kill. Kiyotaka's still looking for it, though. Shockwave pulled back. No, nice Trickery dodged some of the damage and got into the trees. And Orb spots him. Can they kill him, though? They got him.
Oh, nice pickup for Kiyotaka. A lot of experience off that. Shutting down the Monkey King momentum. And you traded out the Wisdom Shrines. Not a bad sequence here from Aurora, considering that's where this Monkey can really shine in the early game. You're also not getting that Monkey King Bounty Hunter connection on that Wisdom Shrine. That could have been a lot more momentum going their way. If you can get more experience onto the bounty here, that would be huge.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, do you really want to be in this top lane at all? Going to a Lifestealer, you're probably not finding a kill.
You can always Nightfall out.
Yeah.
Really has to. What a very different game this time around. See what Aurora can do with this draft or what they had in mind. You don't just get instantly shellacked. Well, ult is available here. I don't think 33 wants to pop it in this kind of situation.
I mean, it's just all right-click damage. It's too free for Brewmaster to get out.
Too slippery.
Yeah.
Alcohol
now,
saving lives.
With extra help, they can finally get the Primal Split out of him.
Oh.
Got the stun, but again, the evasion is just, it's too much. Oh, dust, double dust on a Soxa, but here comes BZM. 1 kill. Can they get another? Nightfall. Can he get an Infest off? 2 seconds? 1 second? No creep to go. Oh.
Man, Shadow Wave coming through. It's a lot of damage onto this Lifestealer. And Aurora overextending on the Brewmaster. Not a kill I think they can ever reliably get.
No.
And just getting baited into a bad situation. You do not want to end up in these skirmishes where the Monkey and the Bounty can come in and clean up.
Yeah, that was a huge windfall for Soxa. Not quite level 6, but Big boost in his experience for
You're
sure.
Go straight back at it though. You get a return kill here.
Got into the trees, got out. Crystal is so quick with it.
I don't know if that he should have gotten away with that, but he is the Monkey King master, so.
And to the other side of the map he goes through the gate. 10-minute power rune. BZM is outnumbered here, 3-1.
Does he care?
He does.
He does care. Cares a lot.
Yeah. Just keep on stepping. Somehow, though, it does not end up going to Kiyotaka. Whitemon gets the deny on the regen rune.
He's got paid for it.
Got up to this shallow grave. That'll buy a couple of seconds here. Force Aurora to chase him down a bit more.
Even the Magnus showing up middle rune fight. Maybe nothing better to do, but it's a big committal. Maybe Kiyotaka finally got his help around mid, you know? He's
He
like,
did.
no one helped me get game one. Bring the whole team this time around. What are you going to do about that, BZM?
BZM isn't exactly dying to this pressure, and he kills the creep wave. So now the tower's gonna, or the siege wagon is gonna die. Tower is defended.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still having a fine game on this Void Spirit, all things considered. Very different game, but still completely fine. You're just looking for the track now, I think, is the big component here for Tundra in this early game. Get Sox at his level 6. You can start to skirmish a lot more. You should get Whitemon 6 here, guaranteed for the next skirmisher fight as well. And those support ultis count for a lot if you want to try and snowball this game. Especially if you get them online here before Aurora do, which looks to be the case. Get one cheeky kill somewhere around next minute or so. Core levels, though, definitely favoring Aurora. They've accumulated a decent advantage here, not really off any stacking or anything, just being able to stand on the lanes better.
BZM stop canceling his ultimate over and over again, seeing if he can get Mira use the Shadow Realm early. No luck in that regard. Now the 12-minute power runes. Another battle.
I mean, you're not going to juke a 2-time TI winner. Like, come on. Show some respect.
Ooh, big rune. Arcane rune. Well, you know Kiyotaka is going to want to make use of that one. Ooh, sentry behind the tower. And got a coil on him. You're not going to get him, though. Dust is a little bit shy. It was an arcane use of that ultimate, so shorter cooldown.
That's actually some weird parity in this game. Each team has a 2-time TI winner, and each team has a 1-time TI winner, and then 3 0-time TI winners.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And then a really old coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
How much older do you think G is than Moon Meander?
Well, I just meant like the history of Dota. I don't actually know their age.
Well, I just have to imagine G is older because he's been in Dota longer.
Oh, he's been here forever.
Yeah, I know. Old God Kill Them All has been here since the Dota 1 days. 6-6. We have a very even game on our hands. Got the Diffusal Blade, though.
Yep.
Expect Tundra to start getting real aggro with it.
His hacks for the Void Spirit is not going to come out at the same pace. So you're going to have to get the action going without it. And that means track, Monkey King involvement, bring the Brewmaster in when the ulti's up, and just start the skirmishing. Like, you need to pick the pace up here more than that game, too, to feel good about your progression. Build a gold advantage. You don't want to just turn this into a farm fest where Empowered, Lifestealer, and Puck are clearing through side lanes like we saw in the mid-game of Game 2. We saw how much CS they accumulated during that period. It's not going to be a fun time for you. All things are even. And Aurora once more bringing the firepower to these runes. They do not want to let Tundra out skirmish him.
Oh, Kiyotaka gets it away from BZM.
Right in front of his face.
Yeah. Once again, Hannah minus into Radiance. Nothing changing here for 33, and why would it? He is still having a very good game.
wonder if we'll go for the exact same build.
After that was...
He had a Boots of Travel in there. He had a Vlad's Boots of Travel AC.
Yeah.
I always just feel like he is very on point with his itemization game to game.
Yeah.
And here you have a redraft that is RP looking for the monkey. They'll get him.
Yeah, Bedlam, it makes it pretty easy. Isolate a target with the Magnus, and Dark Willow will always ensure you get that kill.
Nice little pickup here. Getting a quick core kill with that blink on the Magnus always feels good. And again, like, where's the track skirmishing in this game? It's just not there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So yeah, surprised to see Soxa playing kind of by himself. I would have thought he would have just been sitting. Oh no.
Did clip him.
Yeah, they got him with the dust, and maybe they could still catch him, but, I mean, they're just using so much time here. Chrysalis, he's going to jump in. He's going to go for this two-man boundless strike with Wukong's command out, and Toronto Tokyo, he already used that RP earlier. Chrysalis gets his revenge. Teleporting away, the Dark Willow gets out. Can Kiyotaka claim the same? Long jump to the orb, he's good.
Well, there's some track on the board. Getting baited by this bounty hunter a little bit. Some momentum for Soxa.
Is that
desperately searching for
first track kill they've gotten?
Yes.
Radiant's top tower is
It'll even out the score 7-7 here as the Radiance arrives for Nightfall. Very nice timing.
Oh, a little bit of stack.
Not that Gore Storm to use.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See if he gets the last hit on tower here. Nope, that's going to be 33 who gets the deny. Snowball through after 33. Not going to catch him so easily. He gets off the primal split. Soxa not going to be run down by Nightfall either. Looks like Panto, his life is pretty forfeit here. Trying to get the track on him before he ends up going down. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo looks like they went for a go in bottom lane at the same time. Is Panto going to die or not?
Almost got Soxa.
He almost did.
Yeah, launch charges. He's going down there. Took a while for that kill. That will get them the Ags on the Void Spear. So big timing here for Tundra.
Oh, Mira's going to run into him. Bramble and terrorize into Bedlam. It's a bold play, but if Kiyotaki can follow it up with the coil, they might just have the kill. Unfortunately, they got him. Boundless strike,
man,
gets the hit in. Mira, he'll go down in return, but well worth it. What a pick.
Yeah, what a setup there. Just so much damage on the isolated target, and just enough lockdown for that puck to come in. That was incredibly close.
That was a sick read by Mira. I thought he wasn't going to get the Shadow Realm hit off. After that, he got hit by that stun. Toronto Tokyo fishing for a skewer, got one, and did not get the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, just RP'd him into oblivion.
Yeah, Whitemon thought he had more time. He went for the offensive action of turning him into little piggies.
I mean, honestly, I kind of don't blame Whitemon there. Like, I don't think you expect him to just RP that. Like.
No, certainly not. But now, he's also going to die.
These skewers are adding up.
They are. In fact, Chrysalis is going to die as well. What is this? Tundra are just bleeding out heroes all over the place.
Even Nightfall's going to get involved. More assist gold straight into a tower last hit. Juicy stuff for the Lifestealer into an amp damage, man. What a okay, well, I don't know. I guess the puck went top, so someone has to take it there. That'll be some extra farm speed, at least for the mag.
Sure.
But what a sequence for Aurora. Now, they're holding all three of the top spots against a bounty hunter lineup. Rough stuff for Soxa.
Getting more kills. They've limited the number of deaths they've had recently, though Panto will be the exception to that. Snowball, they can't chase him.
And no steps left on that Void Spirit.
Another terrorized Bramble play.
No way.
Oh, he's caught.
Dude, Mira's
too good.
He's owning this game.
Yeah,
He's
is.
absolutely owning it. He deserves this tip. This is the power of the Dark Willow. The threat on the map is so high. It just takes one spell follow-up. And when you play with these heroes with big reach out of the mid lane, the Spirit, the Storm, the Ember, the Void, the Puck, the Wind Ranger, it's so easy to connect.
Couldn't get Panto earlier. Now they turn their attention to Mira. who is going to be chained up. And that will finally be a track kill.
If he has the Vessel there, he can survive and get the Shadow Realm, but hasn't found enough big core pickoffs, I guess.
If they just keep getting track kills, it'll speed along this Orchid, which will be really deadly. Puck, Magnus, I mean, even the supports, they have a rough time with instant silences.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty good Orchid game.
Well, look at this play from Aurora, though. They're going to contest this Tormentor play.
Why not? You're pretty strong right now.
Yeah, just make sure you don't get picked before the rest of the team is here, though.
You also don't want to let a lot of tracks go out. Maybe you're not contesting this unless Toronto Tokyo wants to commit. You need a smoke to do that, but you can absolutely infest one of these cores and just jump, or put Nightfall in the front line, run him in for the vision, gate through with the Tusk. Could be a multi-angled attack.
I don't know about the gate through play, but we'll see if it works.
I actually don't mind it. I think it's going to create a lot of confusion.
Okay, there goes the gate. They see somebody is thinking about coming through the gate. That means the Remnant's going to cover that area. Kiyotaka tries to jump the back line, goes after the Dazzle. Meanwhile, infested Toronto Tokyo is still looking for his opening. White Monty covers himself with a shallow grave. At the same time, the RP does manage to land onto two. They finish him off inside of this zone. Nope, the Primal Split does manage to go off. Meanwhile, the Coil getting the hold on to BZ, and the Void Spirit does end up going down. Desperate TP away from White Mon does manage to make it out before the orb lands. Meanwhile, 33 with the Radiance is still going to work. Saksa trying to help him out where he can. A teleport away once again. Oh, thrown back. Panto in position. 33 can't really collect on that one. Not easily anyway. Runs after him, desperately trying to get the kill before he dies. Snowball dodge, though, will prevent the death. Well played by Aurora. A pincered attack that ends up working out pretty well.
Kiyotaka went out on the high ground, scouts it out. Creates a lot of confusion there with the attack coming from both sides. And the way the fight starts is maybe not too bad for Tundra, but the RP landing on two, you let the Lifestealer go and deal the DPS. Too overwhelming. You would way prefer to get 2, 3, 4 tracks up before a fight breaks out, or at least just be able to run isolated targets down. And that, if that type of fight's not going Tundra's way, the head-on exchange between their cores is not that favorable right now. This empowered Lifestealer is a menace. This Puck has not died in this game.
How, does he have BKB yet? Yeah, he does. BKB, Blink Dagger now.
This is such a different game, right? Yeah. I feel like he was 1-5 at this point in the last game. Now he's 5-0. Creates a very different situation that you have to deal with, and it's going to be Aurora taking the Tormentor. See who gets the Shard. Amir, why not? You know, he deserves it this game.
He has done a fantastic job as the Dark Willow. Deep ward on the other side of the map. They're going to go through the gate to see if they can catch the Dazzle, but he's already way.
Deso build-up for the Monkey. Different from that game, too, where he went fast BKB. He wants more damage, maybe more snowball action with this Bounty Hunter, but then you're going to be more dependent on finding it. There's something.
Yeah. Could have something to do with the fact that they had the save of the Tusk as well, so they want these like faster kills. Kiyotaka, he does successfully teleport out. So they're not going to find anything else here. 5,000 net worth lead for Aurora in this repeat draft scenario. 9 of the same heroes from game 2. But Aurora are proven that they can make a very different outcome of this situation.
They're going to have way different timings this game. I feel like a lot of the items that Nightfall needed to carry that game just came in too late. And here he's on a way better pace to get there.
Yeah, before he couldn't win the fight against the Brewmaster because he was actually behind in items against him. In the right-click battle, now he certainly can. It's not just BZM that is affected here, it's 33 as well. Much farther behind in his timing. Smoke up, it's gonna find its mark, it's gonna find a better target than they initially ran into. They skewer BZM away from the Dazzle, but unfortunately it also means it's farther away from the rest of the damage he's able to get out. Now Mira's the one to die instead of the Dazzle, which they could have taken first, or BZM if they had played it correctly, but they both get away and Tundra get the big punish. 2 kills, maybe more. Kiyotaka, he's gonna try and catch him on the coil, nice silence. Runs a bit of interference, might even get the kill. Whitemon's here to help him out though. Full heal out. Thanks to the Boundless Strike hit.
Kiyotaka going bottom while they're smoking into that play costs them so much there. I understand the idea. You want to show somebody on the map. You want to clean up this bottom wave that's pushing in. But they need his extra damage. They need the extra control to finish these heroes off before saves come through. And you just didn't have it there. That is 100% a dead Void Spirit if Puck is with you in that play. So splitting the cores on the map did not benefit you right there. It cost you a decent amount. Every time you lose these fights, you give Soxa way back into this game. Yeah, so done now for Crystallis. A lot more damage available.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And if you're Tundra and you can start these fights on your terms by going in with the Bounty Hunter, scouting somebody out, laying down a Boundless Strike plus some Void Spirit action, you should be able to kill almost anybody.
Oh, got a silence onto the Puck. Not good enough. Instant break up the coil. The Remnant, it gets the grab onto the Tusk and the Skewer.
Oh, how did that miss?
I don't know.
The Haste Rune bails him out.
Just slips right on by that charge from the Magnus. And all of these heroes rotating up to the top part of the map from Aurora will not find a kill.
Was a super nice Remnant placement to catch that Tusk.
Yeah.
Otherwise you get punched there, likely skewered as a result.
PCMC can maybe sticking around to cut some more waves. Aurora, though, I mean, you've got 5 heroes up on this side of the map. Smart play to just hit Roshan.
Feels like the play they wanted to make last game and just weren't ever in the position to do.
Sure.
Now you get to aggressively do it. No contest from Tundra. That feels pretty bad with this Brewmaster Monkey King that both have ultimates available. You're giving up a Roshan.
This Infest play. Puck straight to the other side of the map. He immediately blinks out.
It's pretty fast. Amp damage on top of it. A lot of kill threat.
And somehow, despite that, the speed of the movement just doesn't end up in the right place. Whitemon was just walking down lane, and they missed him.
Not expecting Tundra to be this aggressive on the map.
Might still get him on the way back. Soxa spots Kiyotaka, but Kiyotaka spots Whitemon. And Whitemon, the best he can hope for here is a shallow grave. It's a delay, but the silence makes that pretty difficult.
Something for your trouble. Tundra are farming out the map, though. Saw this gold lead drop a little bit, even though they got the Roche. Just getting more off the lanes right now as Aurora are on the hunt.
Yeah, it makes things really annoying. You spent all that time, you got the kill in the Dazzle, but then the track afterwards, it's also a pain for Kiyotaka, because he just wants to be hunting heroes. He's got this Aegis after all, and they know where he's going.
He has no dispel for it.
Yeah. So you're talking about another, 30, 40 seconds where Kiyotaka's just not going to be able to find anything.
I mean, basically, Aurora are going to try and split the threats on the map. They're going to have the Willow plus somebody on one side, and they're going to have this Puck with potential Infest or Tusk on the other.
Oh, good bait, good bait. Panto, man, he's got Soxa's number today.
Little
Bashed
bash.
up. Yeah. It was the right idea from Soxa. Orchid, Panto, TP out, but Nightfall.
Double Wisdom Shrine, plus a little streak kill. That's a nice little pick-me-up here.
The coil here, no Manta, but he's got Dazzle behind him. Ain't no way.
Just trying to win the rune. Arcane Rune Puck, he can definitely mess with him here. Aegis on top of that, he's got Gem. You get some dewarding action, you're going to mess with them. This is all free action right now.
He's all over the place, man.
I mean, he's untouchable.
What
are you going to do?
Having some fun with Arcane Runes.
5 heroes converging mid for Aurora. Gave up a little bit on the catch, maybe just deciding to push it straight up. Your 2 options here are to just push, threaten the high ground, bring people back, or make a smoke play while you show heroes mid.
Cut the bottom wave. This is relatively efficient. Even though there's 5 heroes in one spot, they're dealing with 2 waves, and they should be able to get 2 towers out of it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Glyph goes out 33. If he cuts this wave, he's got Radiant's Manta. Maybe they can actually go for bottom lane. Jumping out to the Lifestealer. Bit of a poke here from BCM, but it does reveal high ground ward Kiyotaka with the gem. Oh, double silence. Hit by the balance strike. Picked up by the snowball. Great save from Panto. And now BZM. He's going to have to retreat back down to the low ground. Kiyotaka, ooh, infest play. They go for it. A coil that only hits the bounty hunter for now. The shallow grave, it's ready to go. It's there.
It's pretty awkward.
It is. Three-man silence. It's a remnant. Pull back on to Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo. Ooh, snowball pickup. Greek gets the grab on a Kiyotaka. Gets him grabbed down, but the Lifestealer's in trouble. Gets the Manta. Trying to make a run for it. BZM finds an end. Gets him on the dead end. Catches him with a shield hit. And BZM will now look for a little bit more. Goes after Kiyotaka, who finds himself yet another power rune. 3 dead on the side of Aurora. Have to imagine a couple of those were track kills. That's quite the swing.
Way too forced there, way too deep. Your position is just completely sacrificed against this Void Spirit who gets a 3-man silence on the backside. The supports get picked off. Sure, your snowball saves are great, but they're on the Aegis puck anyway. It's not really turning this fight.
Sure.
And ultimately, this Lifestealer just has nowhere left to run. You're not really killing anybody. You're going on a bounty hunter outside of a tier 3 who probably has buyback anyway. Extremely forced engagement here from Aurora, and
the speed of these decisions was cool, but then what they got out of it, right? The blink infest in, then you get a coil on a bounty hunter. Well, that's not really great.
This is not the first target you want to go on. You want to find Dazzle, you want to find Monkey King. You'll take the Void Spirit in a really good coil, skewer, RP type combo if you can control the Dazzle at the same time. Going on the bounty hunter is just, in the head-on team fight, is irrelevant. You find him on the map, sure, but that type of situation is just not going to yield good results. And this Aegis period, 5K loss for Aurora. Oof.
That's rough. That's rough.
Not what you're hoping to get out of this extra map control.
Back to the BKB for Nightfall. How's 33's item build? Is it still the same like we were talking about?
He went to Manta, so this is extra lane shove. A little disable or a little dispel in the fight, which is not bad here. But mainly says he wants to get more farmed in this game. Maybe felt like he was a little behind compared to that game too. And he's just scaling Basher. I mean, this is going to be a right-click Brewmaster to try and take this Lifestealer head on.
He was really going to drop the RP on Soxa, huh? Well, he's caught by the Curse Crown. He's not going anywhere.
All right, 5-on-4, 50 seconds. See if Aurora push the issue here.
I like the Manta because I feel like anything to cut waves and dodge fights right now.
Yeah, that's the idea, right? Stall this game out, re-even the net worth, and then take the fight later on when they have a bigger timing.
Still no Deso charges on this Chrysalis Monkey
That's
kit.
why I doubted the Deso. I mean, maybe he's going to feel good about it for the whole game, but this was not a Deso that was going to hit a nice timing, get a bunch of charges, snowball the map. I don't think they had the window for that to happen.
Yeah, but with the Gunpowder Gauntlet, it looks super cool with the Boundless Strike hit.
It hurts for sure. You can play that poke game.
They do have really annoying, like, ghost shove type stuff going on here.
Also be a massive fine.
Oh, got him.
All right, that's some burst DPS there off the Infest gank. This Basher for Nightfall has done some work this game.
It has.
And he's already gearing the MKB up. I feel like that was a missing component last game. He went the Abyssal first and just slowed it down. This game, he's not messing around. He wants the ability to man fight 33 and win this matchup. 33 is going to try and take it to him with the Abyssal of his own. That's a tough 1v1 for the Brew when it comes down to it, especially with Empower on Nightfall side. And a second Tormentor to Aurora. Shard for the other support.
Bit of bad luck for Chrysalis. I think what happened there is he had a courier fly over him. So he killed the courier and TP'd out. But positioning-wise on the map, he really would have wanted to be in this bottom lane considering Aurora just took the Tormentor.
Might give up this amp damage as well. That's a big rune in this game.
I mean, Soxa, I don't think he's making the mistake of not picking up the power rune when he sees it this time around. Instant grab.
Yeah, good to take that away from Aurora here. That would have been a really nice rune for this puck. And bottle it up, save it for later. still has that gem running, so you run around the map with amp damage, it's just a insta-free solo kill on this bounty hunter. Lift himself technically.
Oh, Kiyotaka actually saw the bounty hunter there for a second when he waning rifted out of the trees. He's got the gem after all.
Do not want to lose a fight right now with potential Roche respawn. So you have to play group.
Heading
Can't
to
give the bounty hunter info.
Wisdom Shrine, 35 minutes.
They also wanted to swing by that shop so BZM could finish Octarine. Not a bad position for Tundra to take the fight if Aurora don't expect them to be there. Advantage for Aurora, though, is you can just push mid. You got a decent wave going in. Or you can at least stay around here and wait for somebody to show. Go for a skewer play. You have one ward up on that top lane that's scouting a little bit. You have high ground position. Oh, Crystallis, you don't know what's waiting for you.
Beautiful pickup for Toronto Tokyo. An RP to ensure it. Shalgrave does go off. And he'll get a decent amount of heals. With the Boundless Striker with a shard, does he actually get out? He's away.
So
Man,
powerful.
That is actually such an annoying combo. Fortunately, Kiyotaka is there on the other side to at least get the punish onto the Dazzle. Maybe the get Soxa as well. Bashed up and run down. Oh, God!
We got him.
They got him good.
Gunpowder Gauntlet Deso hits. A lot of burst damage.
Oh, nice grab. They're going to pop the Primal Split. They know they've got to pick off here. They just got to make sure they don't lose the fight that is potentially behind it, because these pickoffs could lead to Roshan. With a buyback coming out from Soxa, clearly Tundra think this is a moment.
It's another Gunpowder slap down. Get some more Deso charges. Build's not looking too bad with the neutral item pickup.
Toss up on Toronto Tokyo. Too far out there for Tundra to make anything of it. So Primal Split being down, this is not a Roche for Tundra.
They can't force it here. Especially RP is going to come up before your Primal. That's the annoying part here, timings-wise. You're just going to have to get the lanes in, keep trying to farm. Maybe stall up this play from Aurora and contest it when the split comes back up. Maybe BZM go for a steal if they really force the issue. AC for Nightfall over that MKB. More well-rounded item in this game. Not as good versus the Brew directly, but better versus the Monkey with the Deso for sure, versus some of the Dazzle Weave.
I like that. I feel like the biggest threat is actually the Monkey King. It's somebody getting bursted down and getting a numbers advantage. Kiyotaka trying to get vision here with the Infest, delivering 2 heroes into the coil. Now they get the skewer back onto BZM as well, breaking that coil, getting the kill off the Bedlam. Very nice play. Aurora, just clean execution.
And this is the Mag versus the Dazzle. We saw Aurora trade this out for another game in a row. There's a good reason Displacement is strong against these saves. You bring these heroes super far away from the action. It doesn't really matter if the Dazzle has projection out. You're not going to be in range to save these heroes in time. It's the exact type of initiation Aurora looking for. Puck in first, the Mag can hold his position and then choose where to displace these heroes. 33, he's going to have to split here.
See if he gets
he can die
his
in this
Pandas
split.
out. They're still chasing after the big one. And I think he is dead.
Can summon back to this?
Yeah, and then he blinks away. But Toronto Tokyo is going to chase after him with his skewer. Oh, didn't hit him with the horn toss, but got him on the RP. Overestimated just how quick 33 was going to be there.
Nice attempt there with the summon blink out, but not good enough.
Arcane Rune. Chrysalis got to get out of here. No, hit by the coil. Chrysalis has to turn. BKB, Wukong's command. Will the armor be enough for him to survive against Nightfall? For now it is. Can he jump away into the trees and get out? A boundless strike up to the high ground. Into the trees and away he goes.
Yeah, way too hard to catch Arcane Monkey with Outworld Staff. Good luck there. You either have to just sit in there and take the entire man fight, or concede that he'll get away. Upside for Aurora, though, is no Wukong, no BKB on the Monkey, no Brew for 40. That's an easy Roshan. Yeah. Uncontestable here from Tundra. That's going to be a huge windfall for them. They can put this Aegis on Nightfall and let him siege the base. If you really want to force the issue, you can put it on Kiyotaka and just continue to run around the map and farm. Fight, look for pickoffs. Nice cinematic Roche kill. Cinema.
Absolute cinema.
I'll give it to Kiyotaka. Feel like Nightfall's not really in danger this game. He's going to be infesting his puck anyway a lot of the time, so.
Yeah, and I think the AC ensures that Nightfall's just not going to die. Another pickoff, nullifier placed onto BCM. Shallowgrave does go out on him, though. And he turns around, does manage to get the disable onto the puck. Maybe they can kill this puck. BKB goes out. He's got it on to John 2. Won't be able to in time. He loses his Aegis. Nightfall at half HP. Toronto Tokyo trying to get in here, trying to pull some heroes off of Nightfall where he can. Horn toss, skewer back. Chrysalis stays in front of him. Refresh goes out. RP just to try and escape out of here. Kiyotaka did manage to get the kill on the Dazzle. Toronto Tokyo, he's BKB. It gets Boundless struck on, and as soon as BKB wears up, he's stunned. He's dead.
A pickoff that turns wrong as Tundra were close enough in the vicinity to get the clutch Grave off, turn that fight around, and there were only 2 members from Aurora there. No one else was with that play. So much for your Aegis. Say goodbye. So much for your refresher on the mag. Instantly used, gained nothing out of it. Huge win for Tundra off a botched pickoff for Aurora that they should have just bailed on the second the whole team shows up. You got to respect these Graves. Like, when they go out, you're not going to kill this hero.
BCM, punch into Terrorize. Into the Brambles as well. Chrysalis is here, though. Hits a Boundless strike, trying to help him out. Taking some of the Bedlam damage. The BKB helping BCM survive. He's okay for now. He chased after Mira. Meanwhile, Kiyotaka, he's got to worry about his own skin. He's just got to get out of here. Johns to his orb. Chrysalis chasing after him. Into the trees. Just outside of vision. He blinked. The left-hand side. Good. Not north where Chrysalis was searching.
If you have the puck Ags, you get that kill. But again, falling just short, not bringing the numbers to this play. Aurora getting too greedy around the map. Overestimating their damage on these pickoffs, costing them a lot. Feels like every time they've gotten Aegis in this game, it has lost them the lead rather than built on it.
Yeah, it feels like they, Aurora, they get Tundra staggered, and they go for like a knockout punch, trying to get too greedy with it. And Tundra, I mean, just experts of defensive gameplay. We saw that, say, on like the Wisdom Shrine play that they did in Game 1. And holding on to the game by their fingernails in this Game 3.
I feel like Aurora have all the big items, too. I mean, the refresher on the mag, you're scaling into the ultra late game on this lifestealer, but your kit's pretty much set. It's just kind of the puck who's going to bring even more damage to the table. Tundra are starting to punch back. This Void Spirit scale is no joke. You have that Scotty on the Monkey. Hype on this Bounty Hunter gives a lot of extra HP to the lineup overall with the big HP totals. You really have to think about who you're trying to all-in when you go for the isolated kill in this Tundra lineup, and particularly where that Dazzle is. You got to respect the burst heal that comes out post-Grave. I feel like they've been trying to linger around and kill the guy after Grave a little too much instead of just moving on and retargeting someone or trying to find the Dazzle during that interval.
Orchid on the puck, but he still had his Blink Dagger up, and he gets away into the trees. And Kiyotaka is actually trying to turn this around. He's got his team coming.
I mean, 1v4, he likes those odds.
Apparently.
Having a revenge game of his own here. 8-0 and 10.
Aghanim Scepter is on its way for Kiyotaka with level 25.
Yeah, it's a big upgrade here. The puck items are the big ones here for Aurora as he continues to scale here. Has level 25, is going to have the Ags. He can get another damage item here afterwards, can slot out that gem. And you can always empower this guy, let him go to work.
Level 25 on the Brewmaster, level 25 on Monkey King. Everybody is pretty high level in this game.
These are big talents. Well, not as big for Nightfall, but...
No. But the Wukong's Command Ring, that's a massive one. The Fear could be impactful. We'll see. There's plenty of BKBs and stuff, but...
Still the biggest factor in this game is positioning, like getting the jump. And particularly the puck looking for this Dazzle. I think that's the biggest one. If Kiyotaka can find Whitemon on his own, he doesn't have to kill him early. He just has to force Whitemon to take a defensive stance and have to grave himself, that'll open up the rest of the fight for the Magnus to engage, for the Willow to try and assassinate somebody. There's a third shard for Aurora.
Yeah, they've gotten every Tormentor this game.
Erosion's not worked for him, but that objective has.
Sure. What defensive items does Dazzle have? Is he just instant dead if Kiyotaka finds him?
Locket, Glimmer, Blink.
He doesn't have like Ghost Scepter to dodge the Aghanim Scepter, so...
Think about Aeon Disc. He is susceptible to getting burst down by this puck.
He does have a Big Lotus. I'm just thinking, is he going to die within that silence window? Or is he going to be able to get off Shallow Grave on himself?
I think he gets off the grave, but you're still looking for this jump because you want him to force the grave on himself.
Sure.
And take it away from the bigger cores.
Oh, you talk about big hits. Daedalus on that Boundless Strike hit.
It slaps.
Yeah.
It slaps real hard. I also wouldn't mind seeing the Bounty Hunter shard this game. You're trying to get bigger items up here, but he's got it kind of on the menu. It could be pretty interesting. The issue is that some of his cores are like, they're not the greatest cores to invis up here. I think that's the downside. Be nice for Whitemon. I think the defensive capabilities of it this game are more interesting than the offensive ones. That's a satisfying sound.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Refresher puck. He is farm. Running out of slots, man.
Yeah. So is Nightfall.
Somebody's got to hold this gem. That's the issue. No one wants to. I think you give it to the Mag at this point.
Do you? But the Mag isn't the one interfacing with the Dazzle.
Yeah, but you just don't have slots anymore.
Skewer back on 33. Nullifier, the MKB, they lock him down with the RP. Can they actually finish him off? The Shell Grave goes off. Now there's a chance that the Primal Split, well, he got terrorized into a Bramble, but he got off a heal. Now he gets out the Primal Split. He's good to go. Still, though, a retreat from Aurora. Skewer back onto BZM, but toss up in the air before he gets up to the high ground. Another RP, locking down BZM. Nightfall, he gets grabbed. Bound the strike, hits onto 3. Big damage goes out. Another coil. Chrysalis is low on the back end. You see Mira and Kiyotaka both looking for him. No, they go for the Bounty Hunter instead. Bursts him down alongside
Aurora.
BZM. It's 3 dead on the side of Tundra.
Too much firepower with these refreshers. You're just wearing through this Brule. Just take 33 down, remove the control. The fight's not centered in a big Wukong for Crystallis. His impact gets muted, and you have the survivability. This Lifestealer on the front line is a menace.
Radiant's middle tower is under
No easy targets anymore for Tundra. It was a very clutch grave to get the Brule off, but it doesn't do 33 much good when he just gets chunked down anyway. This Puck Ag's coil with the refreshed second coil is just nasty in the fight.
Yeah, and I felt like the in-and-out gameplay of Aurora made Chrysalis's life really difficult, too. He didn't get that like clean engagement where he could get a big Wukong command. He had that amazing Boundless Strike, but...
They kited it really well. Really well positioned here from Aurora. Showing the strength of this lineup with the Magnus. Like, they can displace heroes, they can kite it around, they can abuse the lack of BKB control from Tundra. I feel like that's been a massive factor here. The fact they don't have the Tusk to punch and shard lock a hero down. Like, this Bounty's just there. He's just watching. As you can track a dude, but they're just running out of your Wukong. Tracked, they don't care. That's way better than getting punched and sharded in, especially for Nightfall.
For sure.
So this little support swap has made a big difference in this game. And it's going to be another Roche going Aurora's way. They've gotten 3 Tormentors and 3 Roshans. It's a pretty brutal deficit to overcome.
Yeah, and until this last team fight, they really didn't have that big of a net worth lead, but now it's really beginning to break away.
See who takes what here. It's going to be Aegis to Nightfall this time. Refresher Shard is available, but they all have refreshers pretty much. So you're either giving this to the Lifestealer or maybe Mira.
Hail Mary for Tundra.
Ooh,
they know they're left to one last team fight with a Daedalus already on the Monkey King. You add a Divine Rapier.
That is a powerful Boundless Strike. Someone's getting their skull collapsed. The issue for Crystallus is with this Divine. Like, do you play the game where you sit in trees and you throw out these strikes? Or do you play the game where you jump in and commit the Wukong? It's not so straightforward when you don't have lockdown for these debuff immune heroes.
No, it's not.
And also, what is your other stun / initiation in this game? It doesn't really exist. So it's not like you can go in and lock somebody down, jump in Wukong, strike them, keep them in there for a bit. It's pretty hard. The control is just not there for Tundra. It feels like they need a Hex in this lineup. That's what they're missing. Need to be able to go in, Hex the puck, Hex the Lifestealer, create some time for Crystallus to use this Wukong against somebody, but the control items are just not there. Everybody's itemized for damage, for man fight, for scale.
Oh, he's going to be spotted. Dangerous moment there. Wards get dealt with. Oh, whoops. And Toronto, Tokyo.
He also misses.
Yeah, but... on a knife's edge, Tundra. One slip up. They're out of this. They're going to have to play through the elimination phase. Will not be gifted a spot in the playoffs for free.
There's a Hex on Mira. First one in this game with that Refresher Shard. That is a deadly amount of control coming out from Aurora. They definitely do not lack in that department. Between this Tusk, Dark Willow, Magnus, plus the double coil, there's so much lockdown available.
It feels like there are like a million ways for Aurora to start fights and win them. And Tundra, it feels so limited.
He actually took the Empower damage over the RP duration. It's interesting. This feels like a game where that RP duration counts for a lot.
I'm kind of okay with it just because the puck is so strong between him and the Lifestealer. You're getting pretty value out of the Empower.
It's a lot of extra damage for sure.
Try to get that horn toss. Let's see the Outworld staffs in action. BZM. Going outside, just trying to get some sort of reaction, trying to set things up so that Crystallus has something to do here with this Divine Rapier. Skewer back into Terrorize, into RP, but they got the Shallow Grave off. Shallow Grave isn't guaranteeing that 33 can actually survive here between the Hexes and everything else. They actually do manage to get the kill. Kiyotaka jumping in. There is a buyback on the 33. Kiyotaka, he doesn't die here to the Boundless Strike. A refresh goes out from Kiyotaka. Another skew back. That's going to be on the Bounty Hunter. He's already gone. Jump out from BZM. Gets bashed up. He activates the BKB, but they are being kited back, man. Crystallus is not in position to be able to help out BZM here. They're throwing lives at Aurora, but Crystallus still does not see his opportunity. Now he jumps in. He got the puck. That's it. Can he get more with the Wukong's command? After Nightfall, they go. Chasing after him, but he gets out of the Wukong's command, covered by the Terrorize. Once again, failing to be able to keep heroes inside, and Aurora continue to get their pickoffs. Toronto Tokyo just keeps on hitting the skewers, and Tundra are stumbling over their own feet to chase after Aurora, and one stumble is all it takes for them to get taken out of this game. BCM gets caught in. Oh, and Boundless Strike hits onto 3. Big hit, takes out Mira, but can you take out the chorus? Nightfall's fighting you out, and he's getting the bashes. Shallow Grave goes used on the Monkey King, trying to get the kills, trying to get the damage. He just can't seem to do enough. He got the Jingu, got the life steal, trying to finish off Nightfall, got life 1. What about life 2, though? Aurora playing away, got a catch on a Panto, still chasing after Toronto Tokyo. He dies as well. Now after Mira. Into the trees, Crystallus survives. And now looking back at Nightfall, being controlled up. Crystallus biding his time, waiting for his opportunity to jump to. Nightfall strong enough to take down everybody else. Oh, but Crystallus, he's not going to be able to do enough with this Boundless Strike, not against all the lights of Aurora. They've got too many heroes. They brought every single hero back into play, and Crystallus trying to do it all by himself. Into the trees he goes, outside of it, but the throne is exposed. Crystallus being hunted down, a Boundless Strike away, denied. He goes down, and game is over. Aurora on their feet as they manage to take first place in their groups and bring down Tundra.
Wow, what a hype game 3. What a way to do it. Toronto Tokyo channeling his old teammate Collapse's energy with these skewer plays, finding hero after hero, dragging them out of position. We saw how difficult it was for this Dazzle to find the Graves in that last fight. Whitemon blinking forward, trying to regain position, and at that point you're sacrificing your backline to try and bail out the cores. Clutch Divine Purchase from Crystals. Like, he tried his best in that last fight.
He did.
But he just didn't get crits on some of the boundless strikes.
I didn't see a single crit.
I think he got one on the puck the first time around, but did not get it the second time, and that really hurts. And there's just no way to guarantee a good Wukong this late in the game. The control is all on Aurora's side. You're struggling to find the lockdown. This bounty for the Tusk swap made a huge difference in how this lineup functioned. If you didn't get the early momentum, you were going to pay a big price as this game went later on, and man, they just could not get out of the hole.
Absolute beautiful gameplay from Aurora in this series, man. I just feel like, especially that last sequence in that team fight, it felt like Aurora, they never stumbled into the shallow grave, right? They never got baited into, you know, oh, this hero's gonna die, and then a save comes out and they're at a bad position, right? It always felt like they are aware potential buybacks are coming in. They're aware the Monkey King is trying to get in position for a good Wukong's command. They just kept on kiting back, and Tundra had nothing they could do but just throw lives into the pit, and Aurora, they shredded them through the entire way.
Top 8 secured for Aurora. Congratulations to them. They move to phase 3 here for Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. This was a great victory for them. You could also, I don't know if you guys heard it, that was actually not Valorant. They finished here. It was Aurora that was...
It was a Dota 2
that
team.
was popping off. Verbally, that is, well, and in game as well. But once they took this victory, a lot to break down with this one. A lot of cool fights happening. Kezu, this was a very, very well-deserved victory, though.
I mean, there was a lot going on in this game, from high individual plays, from Aurora with what they were doing, Kiyotaka with the redemption. You know, last game kind of, you know, cringing it up a bit, having a lot of dance. This time, 9-1, 19, Nightfall, 12-2, 13. I really like the confidence to, you know, run it back in the third game. You know that in second game it was like the worst things ever, and you could nearly make it happen. So game 3, they do it again, make it happen. I'm very happy for them.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. This is going to be a confidence play for them. Because like, they were like, we lost. We're going to pinpoint why we lost, and then we're going to change it, and then all of a sudden we're going to just turn it around.
They turn it around, and they are victorious. And with the victory comes a victorious interview with Purge and Nightfall.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I'm here with Nightfall, who had a bit of a pop-off after winning there. Top of your groups, that's pretty good. Congrats.
Hello, thank you, yeah. Feels pretty good to win such a game 3. It was pretty tough game, so yeah.
How did it feel going from game 2 to game 3? Because you guys had almost identical drafts. Obviously, one hero swapped on each team. You guys ran it back. Was it like a pride thing? Did you just think that you had the right draft, but you needed to adjust small things? Like, how did it feel going from 2 to 3?
I think that's usually a lot of times between top-tier teams, it's like this. They just fight, and both teams have some idea. And this game, it was the same. We just didn't want to let them task dazzle together. Besides that, I think we were confident with our draft, and we knew that even game 2, when everything went really poorly for us, every lane, I've had first blood, we were like 0-6, and even that game, it was only 4K lead at Roche fight, and we could have won. So, I mean, this game was, I'd say, pretty easy for us. We just kind of throw it a bit for the content, yeah.
For the content, thank you. We really appreciate it because it was a very, very good game to watch. Panto was talking about how much faith you guys have in each other right now. Would you reflect his same sentiments, that you just feel really confident in your strategies and stuff?
Yeah, we feel pretty confident against any team in this tournament. We feel like we can beat anyone.
That's great. Looking forward to the next couple of matches. Is there any team that you are looking forward to playing against?
I mean, it's quite weird format that you lose one game in playoff and you're out. But for teams, I guess would be nice to play Bad Boom and Liquid.
All right, well, we look forward to those upcoming matches. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you. Bye.
Everything for the content. You gotta respect it, and you do have to respect the fact that they went for the same draft twice, and they just had faith that it would turn out better than game number 2. The same thing can be said for Tundra. They also went for the same draft twice, but I think the Tusk swap, the way that he talks about having the Tusk and a Dazzle together, the 2 saves that we highlighted as well after that second game, definitely helped Tundra in that game number 2, and they didn't have it in game number 3. But there's things we'd like to relive with you guys. Kezu, take it away.
I have a couple of things where it's just, you know, the small individual things, or like the small things that build up really matter. So here you have Mr. 33 on the Brewmaster. First of all, it's important that Stan sees in. It gives him all this evasion to ultimately get the split off. And I want people to pay attention to the pull. Because Nightfall's Infest is actually very, very close to coming back up. So he makes sure to pull this creep away that is next to Nightfall now during the stun. Because right now when you see when he dies, his Infest did actually come straight back up. So this is something small. And here too, BZM, his BKB is currently flying out to him like on the courier. And without Crystallis being here, like if you don't push out side lanes in groups together in the late game, you're basically asking to lose on the spot. But because Crystallis is here, because the BKB is already flying out like on the spot, it's the only reason why they even get like any turn kills here. So, you know, this is not like some highlights of incredible team play, but more about why the small things matter. You get 2 more CS here, 100 gold more there. It really matters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think they cleaned up a lot of gameplay from Aurora. Even though they had a similar draft, everyone just played better, right? And they had a little bit of heroes too. I did like the fact how they talked in the interview, like we didn't want them to have Dazzle, Tuscan, the double save. And we saw game number 1 what the saves did there as well. So it seems like we might be returning to like a meta where these saved supports are going to be very valuable.
Yeah, we had that Dazzle first picked in this game. And even though Tundra did not win, Whitemon still for 2 games in a row now on that Dazzle had a fantastic game. He owned. We had Tusk being on the victorious side every single time, as we do still have a team fight here. I think this one belongs to you, Kaz.
Yeah, I brought this one in at the end here. I just want to show this is actually a team fight where on the very high level, being able to kite and understand like how to dance back and forth in the fight is like incredibly important. If you look at Aurora, they keep dragging the fight more and more out of the base because Tundra, they're actually buying back, right? They're buying back heroes. They want to bring them back from the base into this fight, and they just keep kiting like so nicely back and forth. They also barely live on like so many of the heroes in here. This is a Divine Rapier Wukongs. They kite again, drag it out. They just play so well.
They played very solidly. And, you know, we have to also just... We sometimes criticize players if they're not playing too well, so we also highlight players when they are doing well. Fear.
Isn't that right?
Absolutely. I love highlighting some good gameplay, and I think one of the players who did much better in game number 3 compared to 2 was obviously everyone, but I'm going to highlight Toronto Tokyo. He definitely stepped it up with this Magnus. We talked about how he has the resilience of maybe having a bad game and be like, I don't care, I'm going to first pick it the next game and actually own the game. So we saw multiple moments here. That was one of them where he RPs and skewers them away from the Dazzle so you can't get the Grave off, kills off the Monkey King, Void Spirit dies as a result of that. And this isn't even to show like all the great skewers he had in the early game. He got a very early Blink Dagger this game, which is not what happened in the last game. So I was very happy to see that Toronto Tokyo managed to get multiple RPs in this game, even towards the late game, was able to just secure kill after kill. And if you're going to pick Magnus, you're going to have a player that is okay with the good, the bad, but not lose confidence playing this hero. And we'll see in another team fight here. Magnus will be getting off some skewers as well. And this is really just a testament yet again to Toronto Tokyo and his resilience as a player, and just to be able to get this off. And it'll happen eventually here, but they end up chasing for a little bit. But he's patient. He's very patient. I think as a Magnus player, you do have to be patient in these moments here. And yeah, I think we're gonna wait just a little longer. We've got the long chase here. But yeah, okay, here it is. This is the RP that's coming out. He ends up chasing him towards the end. You already have 2 kills. You need to get these RPs off. Gets another secured kill here. Make sure that 33 does not have another good game like he did in the last game. And that continued throughout the entirety of the game. He got good RPs, good skewers. It's not the easiest game for it, but he really stepped up in game number 3.
Yeah, I think with that also, we need to touch upon that mid lane that obviously went so horribly wrong in game number 2 without having BZM getting a first blood before the horn sounded. It was so much better for Kiyotaka. He actually had a game, and they came out of, like, there was no clear winner, right? They came out of lane quite even, the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they were quite even, and I think then Aurora, like, they brought some supports mid, they helped Kiyotaka out. I think they got a kill onto BZM, or at least helped him back in the game. And yeah, I will say, Kiyotaka is maybe a very funny character. You know, sometimes he has the best games, sometimes the worst games, but he's very young, he's got great confidence. This player, he's going to do a lot of good things.
Yeah, he just needs to get some of those games out of his system, because it is, you know, we see a game like this and it's good and he has good games, but he balances it out very nicely with the not so good games. So a little bit more consistent. I hope that's something that they can work on going forward, because they are going to skip a phase. I do want to talk a little bit about that, because it means that Aurora is guaranteed top 8, and Is it fair to say we were kind of expecting that? It's hard to judge because, for example, they did place top 8 in the most recent tournament, most recent LAN they played at in Wallachia, and that was obviously great fear, but there were also a couple of big names missing in that tournament.
Yeah, I think for this tournament, it was likely the only opponents that potentially could have taken it from them was Tundra, but they were like a question mark, right? Because like if you look at VP Yandex, I think we expected Aurora to beat both these teams, but when it came to Tundra, we didn't know, but it looks like they're getting in form. I don't know how much in form Tundra is compared to what we're used to seeing, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Aurora, they're looking really good, so I'd say this is somewhat expected.
Yeah, I couldn't say it's expected, but maybe not straight through skipping phase 2.
Yes.
Like I would have seen them, you know, go through the grooves and go through phase 2 and then make it to phase 3. So this, for me, a little bit of a surprise.
Even though you saw the bracket, or without seeing the bracket?
Without seeing the bracket.
I see, gotcha.
With that in mind, though, I think this is actually maybe Tundra's, I think as a Tundra fan, you want them to obviously do very well.
Yeah.
I think in the current state that Tundra's in, which is not the best state they've ever been in, they need more games.
This is good for them. And as a fan of any team, you need the copium to, like, you know, say that this is what they need. But I do think there is a lot of reason to it. I agree.
That is good. I mean, we do close the door on Group B with that. And that means we reflect a little bit back on the other groups, because on the other side, I do find it funny. You guys, if you guys had happened to have both streams on,
two monitors
at the same time,
very doable,
and you would be looking from one monitor to the other.
You can 50-50 split it down the middle too. We have the technology.
That's true.
But it was so similar. The timings were similar. The gameplay was similar. The fight locations. It like lined up perfectly. Or the heroes, obviously slightly similar as well.
It was a little bit unreal. There's like Puck on Dire, Void Spirit Radiant, Void Spirit Radiant. Same fights, everything.
Fight around the Roche pit, fight around the Roche pit.
People should try it. You should like reenact it.
I'll be very honest though, I didn't catch one at the end.
It was still ongoing when we left.
Oh,
so.
but it finished now.
I can't tell.
Well, we should... Okay, not too bad. I was going to talk about that, but we can't. But we can talk about the other two groups that finished yesterday, of course, as we do have our top 8 players, or teams, rather, already.
Players, teams, that's the same.
I think of all the... And Group D as well, in terms of the top 8. I think of all the teams that are making it through directly with Spirit, BB Team, and Liquid and Aurora. Liquid looked the most dominant, and I would like to hear if that is just them looking dominant, or did they have an easier... Like, is there such a thing as an easier group? It's so hard to judge.
Their group was not easy, was it?
They had Heroic, Shopify, Pari on Liquid.
I mean, is their group... I feel like their group is normal in a way. Like, it's not the BB Team Gaming Gladiators group, but still, I mean, Liquid looked the best to me also. Like, just in the short liner, they look super strong.
Yeah.
Well, there, we got the groups now. There you go.
Yeah, it is Team Spirit moving forward for Group A. I think this is the way this group played out the way we expected it to. So we can move on to Group B, where BB Team takes it. I do think back about that first series that they played against each other, BB Team and Gaimin, where Pure was so disappointed with the fact that they dropped even one game. On hindsight, this is the result that we were expecting, especially taking into consideration the grand finals that they played just a week or so ago. Then we're going to look at Group C. We just solved that one. We got ourselves Aurora on top. VP and Yandex, they'll play in round 1 of phase 2, and Tundra will skip round 1 of phase 2. They'll be seeded directly into that second round. So gives a little bit of extra luxury and breathing room to see your opponents play already. And then Group D, drum roll please, because we got that solved now as well. We got P-Vision over Heroic in that tiebreaker, so I think that plays out the way it did. I will say the series between P-Vision and Heroic, I expected it to be not as close. And I want to credit that to Heroic leveling up in this group stage.
Well, Shopify took a game off P-Vision as well for us to even get in this spot. So
True. This morning,
I mean, you can look at it two ways. Either NASA Dota's back or P-Vision is not doing so hot.
I feel like it's a mix of both.
Perhaps,
I don't know exactly what's going on, but yeah, they don't look as untouchable.
They do not. They do not. Do we have, potentially, the next round ready? Oh, MVP. We got the MVP first. We got
boy.
He deserves it.
I voted for him.
I voted for him too.
I will say I voted for him, but I voted before game 2 of this series.
true fans stay with the players even through their bad games, Shiver.
You can't bandwagon. That's not how it works. You got to ride or die with your choice here.
Yeah.
Even though Game 2 happened, I was like, I have faith in my boy here. He's going to pick Puck again, and he's going to reverse this.
I will continue saying that it was pretty good confidence coming out of Aurora. I think that is for Aurora fans out there very, very positive. And I don't think... I mean, okay, maybe we have recency bias in terms of voting Kiyotaka. I mean, there were a lot of good games.
Oh, definitely, yeah. This whole tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just doing really well in all the games. I don't know. Like, I see good stuff. I vote for a good player. I can't go against
That's fair.
Okay. Now we do have the bracket ready for the elimination stage. So let's see what we got. We got ourselves, we're going to start things off. Extreme Execration, Yandex, Shopify, Heroic Talon, Falcons, VP. Of these 4 series that will all be played tomorrow,
Yes.
which one stands out most?
Falcons VP.
Oh, that was without hesitation.
That's
Why?
it? Because that's the one series where I expect a sweep, and if not, I'm very worried for the team that loses. Either or. I'm mainly Falcons if they lose to VP 0-6. That's a rough one.
Yeah.
I think for VP, if they lose that series as well, I mean, they went 0-6 in group. If they end up going like 0-8 or something, how is that team going to bounce back?
Yeah.
It's bad for either team that loses. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I will say in terms of routes of teams, I think Yandex and Shopify, their opponent in the round after that will be Gaming. I think of the 4 teams seeding into the final or the second round, I think Gaming might be one of the tougher opponents there.
I think they are. I mean, for me, it's maybe Heroic Talon because it's the most even. Because I think Virtus.pro, they look very poorly.
Yeah.
I don't have many hopes for them to step it up against Falcons. Maybe they can do it. But yeah, the third one is what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, there's a lot of games tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will once again be live on 2 separate streams. Make sure you check out the times for all of the streams because it's going to be a little bit of a staggered situation there, but I'm sure you guys will be able to figure it out. You're all smart cookies. I believe in you. There you go. We're starting the same time, though, for this stream, same time as today, which is local time 12. Of course, live a little bit before then. But yeah, group stages is done. Group stages is in the books, and that means we are getting ourselves ready for the second phase of Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you tomorrow.
If I heard that you 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 way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it, way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it. Way you do it, the way I live life, way you do it, the way I live life, the way I live life, way you do it. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really feel my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.